In her previous life, Gu Xiqing pursued love for 7 long years, using her family's influence to compel Lin Qing into marrying her. Despite 3 years of marriage, she failed to warm his heart, enduring the torment of witnessing his affectionate moments with his mistress. In this life, on the day of the wedding, she found herself reborn. Her escape from the marriage thwarted, desiring a contractual union, she sought an opportunity to extricate herself, only to discover that he too had been reborn. Chapter 1. Even a stone should be warmed. Given how he treats you, why not just divorce him? What do you see in him? In the bustling bar, Xiqing gazed at Gu Xiqing, who was drowning her sorrows in alcohol, her frustration mounting. As Gu Xiqing's lifelong confidant, Xiqing could not fathom what captivated Gu Xiqing about Lin Qing. Listening to Xiqing's words, Gu Xiqing could only manage a bitter smile as she continued to drink. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Xiqing realized that Gu Xiqing had merely summoned her to accompany her in this act of self-destruction. Xiqing, I cannot give up. It has been 3 years, curled up on the sofa, hands clasped around her head. She wept softly. I've been married to him for 3 years, even a stone should have warmed by now. Xiqing shook her head in resignation. Tomorrow, go file for divorce. Is it that you, Gu Xiqing, are not exceptional enough, or does Lin Qing overestimate himself? There are countless good men in the world, is it worth it to hang on to this one tree? With tears streaming down her face, Gu Xiqing sobbed. You don't understand. To love someone so deeply, how can it be so easy to let go? Do you think I haven't considered divorce? But I finally managed to marry him. I can stand by his side as Mrs. Lin, openly and proudly with him. Xiqing, I am in pain. Every time I see him, I think, perhaps one day he will love me too. I can wait. I have loved him for 10 years. What is a few more years? You are deluded. As a free-spirited and strong woman, Xiqing could not comprehend such emotions. To her, Gu Xiqing appeared too fragile, too humble in her affections, loving so cautiously. Who would truly cherish such feelings? After countless attempts to contact Lin Qing, all went unanswered. The seaside villa, the abode where Gu Xiqing and Lin Qing had resided for 3 years, located in the affluent district of S City. Gu Xiqing was guided upstairs after parking in the underground garage. Upon entering the foyer, she noticed clothes strewn across the floor, evidently not her and the bedroom. The repugnant sound she heard made Xiqing clench her fists tightly. Bang! She kicked the door open, and true to her expectations, there lay 2 figures on the bed. Upon hearing the commotion, they exhibited no signs of panic. Disgusting. Xiqing glared at him for a long moment, her stomach churning. Casting a disdainful glance at the woman provocatively draped over Lin Qing, she scoffed, You deserve nothing more than to be with such filth. With that, she stormed out, slamming the door behind her. In the living room, Gu Xiqing, feeling dazed, wandered into the kitchen and retrieved a bottle of ice water from the fridge, gulping it down to regain some clarity. So, this is the man you adore? Xiqing, exasperated, fixed a wrathful gaze on Gu Xiqing, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. Come sleep at my place tonight. No, you are a busy person. I have already disturbed you by asking you to keep me company. Please go home. Good night. It was evident that Gu Xiqing was eager to send her away. The woman's cries from the bedroom grew louder, as if to ensure that everyone heard. Chapter 2. Reluctance to fulfill their wishes. Gu Xiqing could no longer bear to listen, retreating to the shower in the guest room to cleanse herself. After an hour-long international conference in her study, she emerged only to find the turmoil in her bedroom still unresolved. As time slipped away, the clock struck 3 in the morning, and the woman reluctantly bid farewell to the man. In her study, Gu Xiqing diligently sifted through the mountain of documents on her desk, verifying information and reviewing corresponding contracts, moving from one task to the next without pause. Only in the embrace of her work could she stave off the sorrow that threatened to engulf her, though her heart was in agony. She found both frustration and amusement in the absurdity of it all. Ajia, I see Dai Qian is set to film in City L tomorrow. Is there a scene involving a car accident? Gazing out at the shimmering sea under the night sky, Gu Xiqing dialed her assistant, calmly discussing what was, in essence, an ordinary matter, urging that this scene be transformed from fiction to reality. Ajia, roused from his slumber by the call, was startled into full awareness by her words. Sister, this isn't right, is it? You must choose between your future and her. With that, he hung up the phone. Daiqian, her half-sister and the lover of Lin Qing, had enjoyed a smooth journey through life since her childhood stardom, always basking in the spotlight that never seemed to wane. Ajia stared blankly at his phone for a long while before contacting the production team. Meanwhile, Gu Xiqing powered down her computer and made her way to the bedroom. In the bedroom, the man stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, clad in a loose robe, smoking a cigarette. The smoke swirled around him, adding an air of enigmatic coolness to his demeanor. She approached from behind, seeking his affection with a humble gaze. Am I worthy of your cooperation? As he caressed her smooth cheek, exhaling smoke onto her face, his fingers grazed her delicate skin. Gu Xiqing inhaled the smoke, the acrid taste stinging her throat, prompting a soft cough. Their interaction was akin to a lover's quarrel, heated and tumultuous. Time slipped away, though she could not measure how long it had been. Eventually, it reached its conclusion. Lin Qing dressed and exited the room, the night breeze mingling with the coolness of the sea air flowing into the room. Gu Xiqing lay on the bed, her eyes vacant as she stared blankly at the ceiling. After what felt like an eternity, she rose to wash up in the guest bathroom. The main bedroom lay in disarray, and after her bath, she opted to sleep in the guest room. Gu Xiqing was unaware of Lin Qing's departure. When she awoke, the sun was already high in the sky. The housekeeper had tidied the room and prepared breakfast. Awaiting her arrival, "Madam, a package has been delivered for you." During breakfast, the housekeeper handed Gu Xiqing a signed delivery. It was sent from the hospital, following her fainting spell at the meeting a few days prior, which necessitated a checkup. As she opened the package and retrieved the report, a smile threatened to bloom upon her lips, though her eyes moistened with unshed tears. The diagnosis matched her suspicions perfectly. "Auntie, I will be on a business trip tonight, so please do not prepare dinner." After incinerating the envelope, Gu Xiqing donned her coat and reminded the housekeeper before leaving, "By the way, dispose of the mattress in the master bedroom and replace it with a new one." Chapter 3. Late-stage gastric cancer. Driving to the hospital, the director gazed at Gu Xiqing and sighed. "At such a tender age, you fail to appreciate the value of life. Look at yourself. How can I possibly express my concerns?" Gu Xiqing sheepishly scratched her head. "Uncle, just tell me how long I can live like this." The director scrutinized her from head to toe, a surge of frustration bubbling within him, yet he refrained from voicing it. "You will be hospitalized for treatment today. I shall employ all my knowledge to restore your health. Do you truly believe that is possible?" Gu Xiqing responded, her disbelief evident. She was well aware of her condition. After all, cancer was rarely curable. "I have never encountered such a dire situation before." The director, holding his brow, gritted his teeth, realizing that had she not been his niece, he might have already shouted at her. "You are 3 weeks along, the fetus is unstable, and you are in the late stages of gastric cancer. How do you expect me to react? My mother also succumbed to gastric cancer. Perhaps I have inherited her fate." Gu Xiqing replied calmly, sipping the Longjing tea brought in by a nurse. Rising from her seat, she declared, "I have a business trip this afternoon, so I must take my leave." "What business trip?" "You must stay for treatment." The director could no longer contain his frustration, slamming his hand on the table and roaring. "Do you truly not value your life? You are carrying a child. I had almost forgotten that today was not busy, uncle. Please arrange the surgery. I do not want the child." Gu Xiqing's unnaturally composed demeanor astonished the director, momentarily rendering him unable to recognize the somewhat haggard young woman before him. "Xiqing, you cannot continue to torment yourself in this manner. Since you refuse to assist me, I shall take my leave. The fetus is unstable. It will likely take care of itself." Gu Xiqing lifted her wrist to check the time. "I have a meeting to attend, so I won't disturb you further." The director was powerless to stop her as she walked away, conversing with senior executives of the group, her brow furrowed. What is that scoundrel Lin Qing doing? His wife is facing such a grave situation, yet he is nowhere to be found. After concluding a board meeting, Lin Qing received news of Dai Qian's car accident and rushed to L City, but it was too late. He could only gaze upon the shrouded form of Dai Qian. This scene, meant to depict a tragic accident, had unexpectedly turned into a grim reality. Staring at Dai Qian, her features obscured, Lin Qing clenched his jaw and pulled out his phone, dialing with a fierce glare. "Investigate this matter." On the other end, the voice replied, "Mr. Lin, it was the wife who orchestrated this." "Gu Xiqing?" Lin Qing raised an eyebrow, a chilling light flashing in his eyes. "Where is she?" "She is on her way to the airport for a business trip tonight. Stop her at once." Lin Qing hung up and sped towards the S-City airport. Gu Xiqing, having taken painkillers, gazed out the window, lost in thought. "Ajay, do you think it will snow this winter?" "I haven't seen snow in ages." "Sister, it will snow this year. If it doesn't snow in S-City, we will celebrate the new year in a city where it does." Ajay's pragmatism shone through. If this place was unsuitable, they could simply find another. Gu Xiqing lowered her gaze, pondering deeply, as if contemplating not only the snow, but also her feelings for Lin Qing. "Indeed, if S-City does not see snow, we shall seek another destination." "Sister, our car has been blocked." 5 or 6 black cars surrounded Gu Xiqing's vehicle, halting it in its tracks. Chapter 4. Dare you claim that you have not been moved by me over these past 3 years? Fear not, I shall leave with them for a moment. You will take my place on the business trip. I have prepared all the materials, and you are aware of the password to my laptop. Hand the work laptop to Ajay. Gu Xiqing exited the vehicle and swiftly entered the dark car ahead. With an air of calmness, Gu Xiqing seemed to have anticipated this turn of events long ago. Madam, the individuals in the car addressed her respectfully. President Lin has instructed us to escort you. I am aware, Gu Xiqing replied as she adjusted her hair. Let us proceed. They arrived once more at the Listening to the Sea villa, where she had resided for 3 years. Upon entering the house, a figure rushed towards her. Bang! Li Xianqing seized her by the neck and pinned her against the wall, his eyes blazing with anger as he demanded, Why have you done this? I desire it, Gu Xiqing replied, meeting his furious gaze. Lowering her eyelids, she let out a soft scoff. Lin Qing, do you know? I have wished to end your life as well, so that you would not indulge in intimacy with her before my eyes, nor ignore my calls when I was being forced to drink, nor be oblivious to my plight when I was taken advantage of, nor witness you sleeping in the marital bed with her on our wedding night. Lin Qingshuan's veins bulged as he gritted his teeth. Gu Xiqing, do not forget that it is your family who wishes for you to become the matriarch of the Lin family. Otherwise, do you think I, Lin Qingxian, would take notice of you? The grip on her neck tightened, rendering Gu Xiqing breathless, and the figure of Lin Qingxian appeared as multiple shadows. Lin Qingxian, dare you assert that you have not been touched by me over these 3 years? Gu Xiqing's eyes were bloodshot as she struggled to muster a mocking smile. If you were not moved, would you have touched me? Your performance in bed resembles that of a dog desperately seeking my favor. This remark struck Lin Qingxian deeply. The divorce agreement lay on the table. I, the Lin family, shall not grant you a single asset. You shall not take anything from this house. The police await outside. Henceforth, do not claim to know me, Lin Qingxian. The sight of you terrifies me. Lin Qingxian released his grip, and Gu Xiqing slumped against the wall, her gaze drifting towards the divorce agreement in the living room. She wished to laugh, yet found herself unable to do so. A cough erupted, and a metallic taste of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth. She had anticipated such an outcome when she called Ajay the previous night. Gu Xiqing felt no remorse. Whatever she could not attain, she would not allow that woman to possess either. Pausing briefly over the agreement, she signed her name with resolve. Unable to hold on any longer, darkness ultimately engulfed her. In her hazy state, someone called her name, and the lights of the operating room were painfully bright. Xiqing. Xiqing, hold on. Look at your uncle. He will not let you die. It was her uncle's voice. Gu Xiqing tilted her head, lifting her heavy eyelids, and thought she saw her mother. Her mother had passed away when she was merely 10, and a year later, her father married Dai Qian's mother, who had audaciously claimed her father's affection and everything that followed. In her daze, Gu Xiqing's parched lips parted slightly, and she summoned all her strength, whispering inaudibly, I see my mother. Xiqing? Xiqing? Her uncle bent down to listen, only to hear her faintly utter, Uncle, mother has come to take me. The waveform on the heart monitor abruptly ceased. Despite numerous attempts with the defibrillator, there was no response. Dean, please announce the time of death. Gu Xiqing departed this world with remarkable clarity, having entrusted her inheritance to Xiang and her uncle well in advance. Upon receiving the news of Gu Xiqing's passing, Lin Qingxian merely uncorked a bottle of vintage red wine that he had cherished for many years. Chapter 5. Rebirth on the day of the wedding. The CEO's assistant hesitated over whether to present the documents in hand to Lin Qingxian, knowing that Gu Xiqing was pregnant, a situation that represented both her and her child's demise. How are the preparations for Dai Qian's funeral coming along? Lin Qingxian inquired, observing the assistant's reluctance with an impatient furrow of his brow. Is there anything else? The assistant stammered, Miss Dai's funeral is currently being arranged. Her fans have lost control of their emotions upon learning of her death. Lin Qingxian thought to himself that he did not love Gu Xiqing, thus, he would not care about her passing along with the child. Lin Qingxian. The door was forcefully kicked open, and Xiang entered with 2 burly men. What brings you here, General Manager Shin? Lin Qingxian raised an eyebrow. Please take a seat. Xiang slapped his face with fury, gritting her teeth. Scoundrel. Did you know Xiqing was pregnant? She was carrying 2 lives. For 3 years, she toiled tirelessly to manage your corporation, attending countless banquets and business trips, while you, the carefree master, gallivanted around the world with your mistress. Now that your mistress is gone, are you not contemplating leaping from a building to join her? Xiang's words struck Lin Qingxian like a hammer, rendering him momentarily speechless. Gu Xiqing is the sort of woman who could share a bed with anyone. How can you claim that child is mine? Lin Qingxian, for just half a second, appeared dazed. With his hands clasped under his chin, he regarded the furious Xiang with a light chuckle, his voice cool and unfeeling. Xiqing, instead of storming in here, you might as well bid her farewell. She had few allies. The journey would be too lonely for her. If you are so attached, perhaps you should accompany her. Are you even human? She is your wife. Xiqing retorted. She signed the divorce agreement before leaving the Sea of Listening and had her assistant handle the divorce papers this afternoon. Is she really my wife? Where is the evidence? Lin Qing shrugged nonchalantly. For the first time, Xiqing comprehended that Lin Qing's cold-heartedness was not mere rumor. He was far more inhumane than the tales suggested. The two bodyguards behind her blocked the approaching security personnel. Xiqing took a deep breath, allowing her emotions to stabilize before forcing a cold smile. Lin Qing, you truly disgust me. Afterward, still seething, she wreaked havoc in the office before departing in indignation. Xiqing's death was like a fleeting breeze, passing without a trace. Watching the triumphant Lin Qing on the news, Xiqing furiously hurled the documents in her hand at the television screen. Lin Qing, Miss Gu, do you take Mr. Lin to be your lawfully wedded husband? In sickness and in health, for better or for worse. Xiqing, in a daze, struggled to maintain her footing as a hand supported her from behind. Looking up, she recognized a familiar face, characterized by an icy, aloof demeanor, handsome yet unapproachable. His eyes were devoid of emotion, and their gazes met, tranquil as water. Without a single ripple, having long since relinquished hope in the world, she felt no inclination to struggle and walked resolutely with her mother. How had it all shifted in the blink of an eye to the wedding? The wedding was adorned in a fantastical manner, embodying the ethereal theme of a galaxy of flowers that would enchant every girl. Xiqing's mind was a tumultuous whirlwind, her body instinctively pushed away the hand behind her, oblivious to the MC's words as a dull, ringing filled her ears. Glancing around, the world seemed to sway, rendering everything surreal. Miss Gu? Miss Gu? With her gown in hand, she stumbled outside, each step uncertain. Sometimes, the heart can die in an instant. Upon realizing her life was fleeting, she unexpectedly relinquished her obsession with Lin Qing. No amount of self-hypnosis had previously allowed her to let go, yet that morning, gazing at the letter's contents, she gently set him free. The MC chuckled awkwardly, attempting to ease the tension, and continued, "It appears our Miss Gu hasn't quite awakened. It's understandable. Nerves are inevitable during a first wedding." Xiqing gazed at the hand gripping her wrist and abruptly yanked it away, seizing the microphone from the MC. Addressing the gathered guests, she declared, "I apologize. You've mistaken me. I am not the one marrying Lin Qing." A wave of murmurs swept through the audience. Lin Qing grasped her arm, exclaiming, "What are you talking about?" "I don't know you," Xiqing retorted, prying his fingers loose. "Let go. You're hurting me." In that moment, she could not discern whether this was reality or a dream. She merely wished to avoid consigning herself to hell. Xiqing, Lin Qing blocked her path. "The wedding is about to conclude. What are you doing?" "I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Lin, but you've married the wrong person. Your bride is Dai Qian, my sister. Not me." "I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm here." Xiqing bowed in apology, hurriedly uttering her words, and evaded Lin Qing as she fled the wedding venue, gown in hand. As she opened the grand hall door, the blinding light made her smile softly. Indeed, it was a dream, a mere illusion of rebirth. "Not now for such nonsense," Lin Qing seethed, picking her up and carrying her before the MC, stating in a low voice. "Continue." The MC, feeling immensely awkward, faced the whispering guests and hesitated, unsure whether to proceed, as the bride seemed decidedly unwilling. Under the pressure from the groom, he cleared his throat and forced himself to continue. "So, Mr. Lin, do you take Miss Gu to be your wife?" "I do." "Then please exchange rings." "Let me go. I want to marry." "You've mistaken me. I'm calling the police." "Where's my phone? Can I borrow a phone? Is this 110? A resounding slap silenced the chaotic wedding scene. Throughout the ceremony, Xiqing was swept along, dazed, completing all the proceedings. Seated in the bridal chamber, she surveyed the room's familiar decor. This was not a dream. She had truly been reborn. What merit was there in restarting this wretched life? No. If she were to restart her life, then she had ample time ahead. Lin Qing, no one shall love you, as I once did. Hurriedly, she retrieved her phone to call Xiqing. "Please recommend a divorce lawyer. I want a divorce. Also, book me a flight abroad. Anywhere will do. I must leave immediately." She no longer wished to have any connection with Lin Qing. A forcibly sweetened fruit would not quench her thirst, but rather leave a bitter aftertaste. In her frantic escape, was she afraid that I would consume you? As she collided with a solid wall and looked up, it turned out to be Lin Qing. Chapter 7. She prepared to flee. Xiqing's phone was snatched from her grasp. Lin Qing ended the call, casting his gaze upon the seemingly half-asleep figure before him. Gu Xiqing, did you not always aspire to be Mrs. Lin? What is this performance intended for? I cannot aspire to your heights. I am merely a toad wishing to feast upon a swan. I once believed that the heir of the Tiansheng group was within my reach, but I have swiftly come to realize our incompatibility. With a slight smirk, she took 3 steps back. Thus, let us head to the Civil Affairs Bureau for a divorce. It is still open, and time is of the essence. Saying this, she grasped Lin Qingxuan's hand and moved toward the exit. Gu Xiqing, regardless of the tricks you attempt, you are still my Mrs. Lin. Where do you think you are going? Gu Xiqing paused, momentarily taken aback. The Lin Qing she remembered would never utter such words. He was a noble man. One who would not embrace her or hold her close, ruffling her hair affectionately. With both hands pressed against Lin Qingxuan's chest, she pushed him away. I had a dream in which we were wed, yet post-marriage, we were far from happy. Awaking from that dream, I found myself at the wedding. And everything felt so surreal that it filled me with dread. I do not wish to be with you. You are remarkable, deserving of someone far better. Moreover, you have someone you love. You cherish my sister deeply. I know that you love her. Let us proceed with the divorce. I shall provide a double dowry for her marriage to you. I wish you both a prosperous union and many children. The room was engulfed in a profound silence. Lin Qing placed the back of his hand against Gu Xiqing's forehead, then tested his own, uttering, "You have a fever. I shall call Qiao Sun to come examine you." Seizing the moment Lin Qing exited to make the call, Gu Xiqing deftly opened another door in the room and slipped away through the backyard. After a decade of unrequited love, she had engaged in countless self-psychological analyses, yet no amount of effort could extinguish her affection for Lin Qing. Ultimately, she was uncertain whether it was love or merely an obsession with what could not be attained. Gu Xiqing mused that it was indeed an obsession. It was not love, but rather a refusal to accept defeat. Thus, she prepared to flee. Shen Xiang was swift. No sooner had Gu Xiqing exited the backyard than she encountered Shen Xiang after merely 2 minutes. As soon as they were in the car, Shen Xiang remarked, "It is very good that you have come to this conclusion. I investigated Lin Qing and discovered he has a mistress, but the Lin family disapproves. They have been suppressing all related media coverage, which is why the outside world is unaware of this matter. It took considerable effort for me to uncover this." Gu Xiqing replied with an affirmative hum, urgency evident in her tone. "Please take me directly to the airport. Is my flight tonight?" "The flight to country Y departs at 10 this evening. I have arranged everything on that end. You need only arrive. As for here, to my knowledge, you have yet to register your marriage at the Civil Affairs Bureau, so the wedding is merely a ceremony without legal standing. You can go without worry. I will handle matters here." As they conversed, a Maybach barreled toward them, blocking their path. Gu Xiqing recognized the car. It belonged to Lin Qing. "Get out." He calmly tapped on the window. "Gu Xiqing, what madness has possessed you? Creating a scene at the wedding and now attempting to flee? What do you intend to accomplish?" Gu Xiqing lowered the window slightly, slowly uttering 2 words, "Divorce." Chapter 8. The failed escape. Get out of the car. If you don't blame me for dragging you out. Lin Qing coldly huffed, his forehead veins bulging, and the hand gripping the window frame taut with tension. Shen Xiang, furious, gripped the steering wheel tightly. Lin Qing, do you really believe I will press the accelerator and drive away? Shen Xiang, the consequences of your impulsiveness are something your Shin family cannot bear. Lin Qing gritted his teeth, casting a glance at her. To risk the future of thousands of employees in the entire Shin group for one Gu Xiqing, how foolish. As soon as the car door opened, Lin Qing yanked Gu Xiqing inside the Maybach, and with a press of the gas pedal, the vehicle sped toward the outskirts. The car was on autopilot, and Lin Qing silenced Gu Xiqing with a fierce kiss, as if to vent his frustration. He nibbled and bit, only releasing her once he tasted the metallic sweetness of her blood. Gu Xiqing, remain quietly as a mere tool, and no one around you will be harmed. Rubbing her swollen lips with his thumb, his gaze darkened. If you cause another scene like today, you will be the one to suffer the consequences. I understand, Gu Xiqing replied, biting her numb lips while meeting his fiery gaze. You should find a lawyer to draft a contract, detailing the specific agreements for us to sign. The contract is already being prepared, and will be ready for you by tomorrow, Lin Qing said, gripping Gu Xiqing's chin, searching her eyes for any flicker of emotion, only to find them devoid of the love that once filled them. From the very beginning, extinguishing all hope was the only way to avoid delusions. The car drove all the way to the seaside, where a phone call from Dai Qian left Gu Xiqing stranded on the road. "Ah, Chen, I'm on the road. Can you come pick me up?" Sitting by the roadside for what felt like an eternity, Gu Xiqing dialed a number she hadn't called in a long time. "Xiao Chen." the man who held affection for her. Gu Xiqing was aware of his feelings, having previously declined him. Yet now, rather than hanging hopelessly from one tree, she preferred to seek another to shield her from the storm. As dusk settled, a car pulled up beside her. "Miss me?" The man stepped out, teasing her with words that mingled truth and jest. Gu Xiqing faced the sea breeze, her hair tousled, and before her stood a man who was gentle and refined. Her steadfast support, though she felt a pang of guilt for potentially hurting him. "Yes, I missed you." A bittersweet smile graced her lips as she brushed her disheveled hair aside. "How have you been? You should have come. I failed to escape my wedding today." Gu Xiqing sighed regretfully, spreading her hands. "So here I am, stuck in this desolate place. Failed to escape the wedding?" Xiao Chen's heart nearly skipped a beat. Was there still hope for him? And he had successfully missed the chance to intervene in her marriage? Gu Xiqing nodded. "Yes, I failed to escape. Ah Chun, thank you for coming to get me." Chapter 9. The relationship of parties A and B. Throughout the journey, Xiao Chun gazed at Gu Xiqing, unable to contain his smile. "So, is your marriage with Lin Qing genuine?" In the realm of commercial alliances, a contract was poised for signing, yet the registration at the Civil Affairs Bureau remained unfulfilled. The relationship between Party A and Party B would dissolve upon the contract's expiration. "Little Qing, I await your presence," whispered Xiao Chen, his eyes suddenly alight with fervor. "Had I not hesitated today, I would have claimed you for myself." Lin Qing had an extraneous woman in his life, but thankfully, their connection was merely professional. "I feared you might struggle alone," he added. "Do not wait for me." Gu Xiqing gazed at his radiant and handsome visage, a smile brightening her features. "I am not worthy. You are indeed worthy. You are the most precious treasure in my world, unmatched by anyone else." Gu Xiqing fell silent as the car continued its journey to the Tinghai villa. "Call me any time if you need anything," he instructed. She nodded in agreement. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was 8 in the evening, a time she presumed he was dining with Dai Qian. She retrieved some ingredients from the fridge and prepared a simple meal, showering and retiring to bed shortly thereafter. In the depths of night, a chill enveloped her as she stirred from slumber. Opening her eyes slowly, she turned to find herself pressed against a firm chest. There was no trace of alcohol or perfume, only the crisp chill of an autumn night. "Have I disturbed you?" Lin Qing inquired softly, gazing down at the slowly awakening woman, drawing her into his embrace and placing a gentle kiss upon her forehead. Gu Xiqing remained silent. "Gu Xiqing." He suddenly called her name. She mumbled a sleepy response. In the tranquil night, Lin Qingshuan's deep voice resonated with an alluring undertone. "You once held great affection for me. During our school days, you penned love letters and serenaded me over the loudspeaker. Why, now that you are married, have you grown distant? Affection, when prolonged, can become monotonous." Gu Xiqing extricated herself from his embrace, turning away to quietly assert, "Do not take my youthful infatuation seriously. It is late. Let us sleep." A shadow flickered in Lin Qingshuan's eyes as unidentifiable anger surged within him. Gu Xiqing's turn back left him with an uncomfortable pressure in his chest. "Come to my arms." Like a child, he pulled her close, holding her tightly until he finally closed his eyes. Gu Xiqing glanced up at him, resting against his chest, and soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. The following day, the gentle sun poured through the window, casting warmth upon the bed. Habitually stretching, her hand brushed against someone. "Someone?" Gu Xiqing blinked in surprise upon realizing Lin Qing was still beside her. "What are you doing here? Where else would I be?" Lin Qing replied with a cold gaze. Gu Xiqing rubbed her sleepy eyes, stifling a yawn. "Did we not agree on this?" "Agree on what?" Lin Qing raised an eyebrow, observing her as she yawned, her demeanor soft and languid, reminiscent of a sleepy kitten, playfully scratching at his chest. Chapter 10. We are merely business partners. Gu Xiqing remained oblivious to any peculiarities. Sitting up. "The contract is due today. We shall review it." Her delicate camisole accentuated her figure, revealing her fair skin, which undulated with her stretching movements. "Lin Qing, what are you doing?" A startled exclamation echoed through the morning bedroom. Lin Qing held her down, fastening her hands above her head, his voice laced with an uncontrollable fervor. "Engaging in acts that are customary between spouses." "You!" Gu Xiqing recoiled in fear, her legs instinctively drawing closer, panic rising within her. "But we are merely partners. This is inappropriate." Lin Qing pressed kisses along her neck, descending further, his displeasure evident as he frowned at her words. "At the graduation party, what you were like, I have witnessed." Gu Xiqing froze, a jolt of realization coursing through her. You weren't inebriated that day, were you? How could you possibly remember?" Tears welled in her eyes as a wave of grievance washed over her. He doesn't recall. He claimed that person was Dai Qian. He asserted she was promiscuous. Although she had never had a boyfriend, it wasn't her first time. Thus, he never treated her with any formality. That day, I was drugged, yet I remained lucid. Lin Qing looked up, seeing her tear-streaked face. Panicked, he released her wrist and gently wiped away her tears with a bewildered tenderness. Why are you crying? Xiqing gazed at him, her sobs intensifying as her sense of injustice deepened. You have always known, Haven to you? Indeed, I remember you, so innocent, so flustered. Lin Qing tenderly wiped the tears from her face. Stop crying. Let me prepare breakfast for you, shall I? He softly blew away the tears on her cheeks. Rising from the bed, it's still early, you should rest a bit longer. Xiqing stared at him in a daze, lost in thought. During breakfast, she suddenly inquired, yesterday? Did Dai Qian call you? Lin Qing explained, she encountered some issues on set, and I went to lend a hand. The previous night's trending news highlighted the air of Tianxing dining in a high-end restaurant with a renowned actress. Xiqing lowered her gaze, silently consuming her porridge. They were merely filming a date scene at the restaurant. Do not believe the rumors circulating in the media. Realizing something, Lin Qing hastily added. Xiqing nodded, continuing to eat. Her expression clearly suggested disbelief. Lin Qing, feeling increasingly uneasy, set down a spoon, speaking earnestly. Xiqing, look at me. Do I appear to be that kind of person? Xiqing raised her head, scrutinizing him carefully. His features mirrored those of the man she knew. Yet their shared meals could be counted on one hand. I do not know. She shook her head. She is the one you cherish. Whatever you do together has nothing to do with me. Xiqing. Lin Qing's frustration surged. Since the wedding yesterday, she had been off-kilter, attempting to flee from the marriage. Trembling when he grasped her wrist, fear evident in her demeanor. Just don't bring her to my bed. Xiqing met his fiery gaze, hastily clarifying. I do not want other women in my bed. Chapter 11. The future of Lin Qing also reborn. Xiqing directly rejected him.
Put me down.
She struggled, striking his back. We have not obtained a marriage certificate. We are not legally married. If you do anything to me, I will sue you. Sue me for what? Lin Qing violently threw her onto the sofa, pressing down on her, arms outstretched to block her way. Xiqing, have you lost your mind? Suspecting me of infidelity on our second day of marriage? This is a fact. Xiqing gazed at him in confusion. Infuriated, Lin Qing turned and stormed off. Xiqing sat on the sofa, staring blankly at his retreating figure for quite some time before finally shaking herself out of it and changing clothes. She had work to attend to. Just as in her memories, she was employed at Tianxing, where Lin Qing was the president and she held the position of vice president. He was the hands-off manager, delegating all responsibilities to her. Sister, President Zhang has scheduled a dinner at 9 tonight, insisting that you attend alone. If you don't go, the contract will be withdrawn, reported a Jia, rushing over upon seeing Xiqing. I understand. Tell him I will go. While others basked in honeymoon bliss the day after their wedding, Xiqing and Lin Qing merely went through the motions, returning to work and business trips as usual. Vice President, there's bad news. The president has been in a car accident. Just as she settled in, an employee burst in, panic-stricken. The president was hit by a car, and there's a lot of blood on his head. He refuses to go to the hospital, and came here instead. Before the words had fully left his mouth, Lin Qing, blood streaming down his forehead, walked into the office. His appearance startled the employee, who quickly fled the scene. Once the door was shut and locked, and the blinds drawn, Lin Qing seized Xiqing's hand, pinning her against the wall, gripping her chin with an air of dangerous ferocity. Your revenge against me is to take our unborn child to its death? His words struck like a bolt from the blue, leaving Xiqing frozen in disbelief. Her eyes wide with shock. Lin Qing, you don't want me anymore? Lin Qing, sensing her rigidness, let out a low, cold laugh. Have I instilled that much fear in you? Indeed, she was terrified. She hadn't realized it while in love. But stepping away made her comprehend the true terror of Lin Qing. Only someone as foolish as she was could endure his wrath. Lin Qing, you're bleeding from your forehead. We need to stop the bleeding. I ask you, are you afraid of me? Lin Qing tightened his grip on her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze, his teeth clenched. You are frightened. The Lin Qing before her now was a stark contrast to the one who had stormed off moments ago. It was as if two different men inhabited the same body. A thought flickered through Xiqing's mind. The Lin Qing of the future had also been reborn. Yes, I am very afraid of you. Are you satisfied now? Let me go. Whether you see a doctor or stop the bleeding is your concern. I still have to attend the morning meeting. Lin Qing silenced her with a kiss, expertly dismantling her defenses with a possessive bite. Chapter 12. Did he die in the future? Xiqing felt as though she might suffocate, ensnared in Lin Qing's embrace. his hand firmly gripping her waist. Any movement on her part only drove her further against the wall. She lost track of time before he finally released her. I will go to find Joseon. You stay here and wait for me. I will attend the morning meeting. Without allowing Gu Xiqing to retort, he strode out, his long legs carrying him swiftly. Outside the door, a throng of curious employees had gathered. A cold voice echoed from the entrance. All of you here will have half a month's salary deducted. This was followed by a chorus of wails and lamentations. Had he perished in the future?
À car accident?
Sister, the CEO is different today, Ajie murmured as he served coffee to Gu Xiqing. He is ferocious, like a wolf out of control. Was he not like this before? Gu Xiqing questioned, perplexed. Not at all, although the CEO was taciturn. He never directed such fury at us, Ajie pondered, bewildered. Could it be that he suffered a head injury in a car accident? He seems like a different person entirely. Indeed, he had transformed. Gu Xiqing mused silently. Do not speak ill of him behind his back. Should he overhear? You may find yourself dismissed without pay. Alarmed, Ajie quickly fell silent. I understand. Gu Xiqing attended to some paperwork, and before she knew it, it was noon. Presuming Lin Qing would not come, she planned to have lunch, deciding to address any subsequent matters as they arose. Sister, the CEO is fighting someone downstairs. As she opened the door, she collided with a visibly anxious Ajie. Gu Xiqing's face was a mask of confusion. He is fighting? I have never witnessed Lin Qing in such a scenario. What could have provoked him? Is it because of Dai Qian? But Dai Qian, being a celebrity, would not brazenly appear at the entrance of the Xiqing group. What could it be? Accompanying Ajie downstairs, she soon spotted Lin Qing in the lobby, mercilessly pummeling Xiao Chen, landing blow after blow upon his face. Lin Qing, what are you doing? Gu Xiqing exclaimed, both astonished and alarmed. Xiao Chen was surely no match for Lin Qing. This man had practiced combat sports since childhood and maintained a fitness regimen. How could Xiao Chen stand a chance? Xiao Qing. You've arrived, Xiao Chen managed to say, despite his bruised visage, offering a warm smile upon seeing Gu Xiqing. I thought you must be too busy to eat. So, I prepared a meal for you. I just got here when you arrived just in time. Lin Qing released Xiao Chen's collar, his gaze turning fierce as it fixed upon Gu Xiqing. Explain why he is bringing you food. Is it because Xiqing has gone bankrupt and can no longer provide for you, or do I allow you to work on an empty stomach? Chen. I will discuss this with you later. Gu Xiqing felt a chill run down her spine under Lin Qing's penetrating stare and, mustering her courage, reached to grasp his hand, only to be caught and pulled closer by him. Xiao Chen, take note. This is my woman Lin Qing. Even if I were to forsake her, she is not for you. Lin Qing, do not go too far. Xiao Chen protested weakly, rubbing a sore mouth and taking a step back. Xiao Qing is not an object. I have known her since childhood. What is wrong with me visiting her? Due to their commotion. A large crowd had already gathered in the lobby. Lin Qing clenched his fists. Do you still wish to be hit? Chun, you should leave now. It was Gu Xiqing's first time witnessing Lin Qing resort to violence, and she felt an overwhelming sense of panic. After more than a decade of knowing him, she had never seen him strike anyone. It was far too intense. If this continued, Xiao Chan might end up in ICU. Chapter 13. You two have someone you care for, do not? Everyone in the hall may take the day off tomorrow. In a single phrase, Lin Qing observed the onlookers scattering in a flurry, akin to startled birds and beasts. Little did they realize that witnessing a mere brawl could cost them their employment. The Tiansheng group was not a place where one could easily gain entry, and losing such a well-paying job would be a daunting challenge. Xiao Chen felt a sense of helplessness, fully aware that he was no match for Lin Qing, and reluctantly left, rubbing his face. The reception desk remained silent, daring not to utter a word until they heard the sound of a man and woman struggling into the elevator, at which point they could finally exhale in relief. Gu Xiqing was forcibly pulled into a car by Lin Qing, who drove recklessly to the listening to the sea villa. Upon arrival, the door swung open, and she was unceremoniously thrown onto the bed in the bedroom. Gu Xiqing swallowed hard and crawled to the opposite side of the bed, eyeing his movements warily. Lin Qing, please don't act impulsively. We could sit down and have a proper discussion, couldn't we? Very well, come here. I too wish to have a serious conversation with you. Lin Qing replied, watching as she shrank into the corner. He stood at the doorway, a wolf-like gaze fixed upon her. So you intended to escape the marriage yesterday? He loomed at the entrance, his eyes piercing through her. The uproar from the previous day had reached a crescendo, even if the matter was suppressed. Those within their circle were already aware that Gu Xiqing was coerced into marrying Lin Qing. It seemed even the esteemed Lin Qing had his moments of being scorned. Gu Xiqing nodded. I believe we are ill-suited for one another. You have someone else in your heart, do you not? She gestured towards the door. Lin Qing opened it wide. Hell, to enter once is folly, to enter a second time is sheer foolishness. He did not obstruct her path, allowing her to leave if she wished. Gu Xiqing felt a surge of joy, nearly brought to tears. Gu Xiqing, do you believe you can simply walk away? Lin Qing scoffed lightly, blocking the door with his arm. He leaned closer, whispering into her ear, just like before. You ought to cooperate with me when the time calls for it. In that fleeting moment, a shiver coursed through Gu Xiqing's body. There was no longer any doubt. This was the Lin Qing she had known and adored for so many years. In the face of such a Lin Qing, escape was not an option. In S City, Lin Qing wielded immense power, and Gu Xiqing pondered her lack of alternatives and chances. With his arm barring the door, his gaze remained fixed upon her. And given their height difference, Gu Xiqing barely reached his chin. He could easily discern the emotions etched on her face. Thus, he committed her unwilling expression to memory. His grip on the door tightened, and his Adam's apple bobbed. He pulled the wary Gu Xiqing into his embrace, holding her tightly. Gu Xiqing, he declared, refusing to release her, you shall not leave today. You may choose not to go, but I cannot forego my obligations, Gu Xiqing replied with resignation, summoning her strength to push Lin Qing away. Upon reaching the bedroom door and noticing no one was pursuing her, she sighed in relief. I am leaving now. Chapter 14. Not wanting to encounter the president after having my salary slashed. After being subjected to Lin Qing's antics, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Having consumed only porridge for breakfast and skipped lunch, her stomach growled in protest, causing her vision to dim. She hurried into the car, munching on some snacks to regain her composure. Sister, you finally arrived. Since the president's visit today, everyone's salary has been cut by half, Ajia exclaimed, rushing in to voice his grievances. Unwilling to find herself avoiding the CEO after her salary had been completely deducted, she reminded herself of this. Sister, do you not perceive that the CEO has changed? Ajia remains relentless. I do not think so. He has always been this way. Please prepare the materials needed for tonight and confirm the details with Mr. Zhang. 10 minutes later. Sister, the order from Mr. Zhang has been finalized. The CEO attended and reportedly concluded discussions within 2 minutes. Gu Xiqing, organizing the materials, paused momentarily. Previously, these tasks had always been assigned to her. When had Lin Qing become so considerate? Understood, there is nothing pressing this afternoon. Let's leave work early. As night descended gradually, she completed her work at 9 o'clock. Wrapping herself in a blanket, she decided to rest. Feeling famished, she realized she was the only one left in the building. Her stomach growled insistently, prompting her to put on a coat and venture out for a meal. She casually entered a nearby restaurant to satiate her hunger before driving to Zhuhai Garden. In S City, she had her own little abode. An aunt came weekly to clean, ensuring the house remained free of dust. After a shower and a facial mask, she lay gracefully on her bed, relishing a leisurely existence she had never envisioned before, as her thoughts had once been entirely consumed by Lin Qing and Tian Sheng. Mr. Lin, you must allow us some profit, right? Mr. Yu, it was you who sought a partnership with Tian Sheng, not the other way around. Lin Qing reclined with crossed legs, his demeanor frosty, offering no room for negotiation. If Mr. Yu believes this is untenable, then our discussion ends here. Afterward, he made a phone call, yet no one answered. All right, Mr. Lin, since you have personally come, I will concede to whatever terms you propose. Mr. Yu, after considerable deliberation, agreed to the project. He had heard that last year's projects at Tiansheng were handled by the vice president, a beautiful woman. Engaging with her could yield tangible benefits. Yet he never anticipated that this time, the CEO himself would oversee the project. Mr. Yu readily acquiesced, stating, you may liaise with my assistant for the remaining details. I must excuse myself now. Enjoy your meal. I will cover the bill. Whether curled up on the sofa asleep or engaged in video conferences in the study, she occasionally dozed off in the guest room. Gu Xiqing opened the door, a chill breeze sweeping in. The living room was empty, and upon entering the study, she found the bookshelves still bare, devoid of any items. The guest room, master bedroom, and bathroom were also eerily quiet. Gu Xiqing. After numerous unanswered calls, Lin Qing resorted to contacting his assistant. The assistant faced a challenge, having just concluded matters with Mr. Yu, now tasked with investigating the whereabouts of the CEO's wife. Half an hour later, Sir, the madam left Tiansheng at 10, dined afterward, and then drove to Zhuhai Garden. Zhuhai Garden? Lin Qing raised an eyebrow, fueled by anger as he drove to confront her. Meanwhile, Gu Xiqing, blissfully unaware, had succumbed to slumber while applying her facial mask, too exhausted to resist the weight of the pressures that had long burdened her spirit. Lin Qing was aware that Gu Xiqing knew the password to the residence at Zhuhai Garden. He entered directly by inputting the code and pushed open the bedroom door. Upon seeing the woman peacefully asleep on the bed, he had to suppress the surge of anger that welled up inside him. The woman, lying on the bed, still had a facial mask on her face, but was already lost in slumber. Gu Xiqing, you have changed, Lin Qing sighed softly, moving to sit beside her bed. Gu Xiqing, a light sleeper, was startled awake, instinctively looking around in alarm. Upon recognizing Lin Qing, she gasped in surprise. What are you doing in my house? Gu Xiqing had never previously shown fear of him, nor had she ever exhibited such feelings. Why had she undergone such a transformation after dying once? Then I shall sleep here, Lin Qing said, unbuttoning his clothing, the smell of alcohol wafting from his garments. He made his way to the bathroom for a quick shower. Moments later, he emerged wrapped in an ill-fitting towel. Gu Xiqing, disturbed by his antics, found herself wide awake, removing her facial mask and sipping water from a cup. When she saw Lin Qing wrapped in a small towel emerging from the bathroom, her eyes widened involuntarily, and she swallowed hard. It must be said that Lin Qing, who regularly worked out, had an impressive physique, slim when dressed and muscular when undressed. His firm chest, defined abs, and slender waist were enough to tempt anyone, not just her. Lin Qing caught the fleeting glimmer of desire in Gu Xiqing's eyes as he climbed onto her bed, lying in the spot where she had just been sleeping. He lifted the soft blanket and patted the space beside him, beckoning, "Come here." She was determined to avoid any further contact with Lin Qing. Having finally let him go, she wished to remove him from her heart and avoid repeating past mistakes. Gu Xiqing was aware of her own weaknesses. If she were to share an intimate moment with Lin Qing, she would undoubtedly fall in love with him once more. After all, it was not merely a year or two of affection, but 10 years of love. Claiming to have completely moved on would be disingenuous. I give you two choices, sleep beside me, or be taken by me, Lin Qing stated, his gaze unwavering, his words carrying an undeniable authority. Gu Xiqing hesitated for a few seconds, her resolve wavering, before reluctantly snuggling into his embrace. Holding her close, Lin Qing finally felt at ease enough to sleep. In the dead of night, Lin Qing's breath grazed her neck as he nibbled at her ear. Gu Xiqing, roused from her dreams, murmured a muffled refusal. Her hands were tightly held in his grasp. Ah! A pained whimper was stifled between their lips as Lin Qing kissed her, silencing her objections and discontent. Chapter 16. Crazy? Can you be crazier than you are? Do you miss me? He asked, biting her lip. Upon seeing her subtly shake her head, he smiled rather than fuming, his eyes glinting with a sharp intensity. Gu Xiqing, you are lying. Listening to Lin Qing's words, Gu Xiqing turned her face away, frowning in denial. I don't want to. Don't want to? Lin Qing's gaze darkened slightly, and as a punishment, he bit down hard on her shoulder. Watching her wince and attempt to push him away, he tightened his hold, caressing her face, his eyes gleaming with danger. You don't want me? Who do you desire? Xiao Chen? Gu Xiqing kept her mouth shut, and his expression grew increasingly cold as he gripped her chin, as if he intended to crush her. Release my chin. It's going to dislocate. Gu Xiqing, tell me. Say that you miss me. The tone was almost commanding. It was not merely a desire to leave S-City. She yearned to escape abroad, to a distant land, severing all ties with these people forever. Gu Xiqing's silence proved futile. Lin Qing gazed into her defiant eyes, feeling a pang of discomfort in his heart. In the past, he only needed to beckon, and she would shamelessly rush over. Now, however, she was evading him, remaining mute in response to his inquiries. Lin Qing, you are insane. After a moment of silence, Gu Xiqing shot him a fierce glare. Insane? Can anyone be more mad than you? Lin Qing retorted with a wry smile. Who barges into another's life so abruptly, refusing to leave, shamelessly disrupting their peaceful existence? His words were undeniable, and Gu Xiqing could not refute them. Noticing her gaze fall, Lin Qing's tone softened as he released her chin, silently studying her for what felt like an eternity, long enough for Gu Xiqing to think he had fallen asleep. Gu Xiqing, I shall ask you once more. Do you miss me? This time, his tone lacked the previous sharpness and aggression. It was more like a tender, careful inquiry. Gu Xiqing lifted her eyelids, their eyes locking, her gaze resolute. No. Upon hearing her words, Lin Qing felt a jolt, staring at her with a flicker of complex emotions in his eyes. The following morning, Gu Xiqing awoke from her dreams. Last night's conversation, his shattered gaze, all felt surreal, as if it had been a dream. Awake? A deep voice echoed in her ear as Lin Qing clasped the back of her head, delivering a fervent morning kiss. His hand cradled her head, fingers weaving through her thick hair, gently caressing. We have just married, and our honeymoon is far from over. As he spoke, he deepened the kiss. From morning to afternoon, from the bedroom to the living room, memories of their time together enveloped the day. Gu Xiqing looked at him as if he were a victorious warrior surveying the battlefield he had conquered, contentedly carrying her to the bathroom and carefully placing her on the sink. He kissed her lips tenderly, his gaze reverent, like a knight adoring his queen. Supporting herself against the countertop to prevent falling, she bit her lip, momentarily entranced by his eyes. Once upon a time, she never dared to dream he would look at her with such tenderness. Their eyes met, and she felt her eyelids tighten, her nose growing sensitive. What's wrong? Lin Qing, flustered, cradled her face, her teary-eyed, pitiful expression tugged painfully at his heart. Chapter 17. The Lin Qing she knew now was the same man she had always recognized. It's nothing. Gu Xiqing sniffled, shaking her head. Heh, Lin Qing chuckled softly, lifting his hand to gently stroke her nose. His joyful laughter caused her eyes to redden further. She placed her hands against his chest, preparing to step down from the countertop. I want to take a shower. You should go. All right. Lin Qing reluctantly caressed her cheek before turning to leave, heading to the bedroom to open the wardrobe, only to find there was nothing suitable for him to wear. It appears I must resort to wearing yesterday's attire, henceforth. I shall ensure to keep several sets of changeable clothing in the car. Gu Xiqing locked the bathroom door behind her, and upon turning to the sink, a surge of electricity coursed through her body, her heart racing uncontrollably as she swallowed hard, her cheeks flushed. In every space and corner, his shadow lingered. She slapped her face, reminding herself to remain composed. Thus, the Lin Qing of the present is indeed the person she once knew, deeply enamored with Dai Qian. Her cleansing hands came to a halt, and after a prolonged silence, a sigh escaped her lips. Upon exiting the shower, she found the room tidied. Yet Lin Qing was absent. Staring at the immaculate space, she hugged herself tightly, momentarily uncertain whether to lament her own misfortune or folly. After spending another night at Zhuhai Garden, she headed to work at Tianjin in the morning, greeted by a bustling atmosphere. Sister, if you don't come soon, there will be chaos. Jia approached, brimming with frustration. Did you know? Dai Qian has become the spokesperson for our new brand in the RD department. The president even filmed an MV with her, and now they're on the rooftop. The thought of Lin Qing and Dai Qian exchanging glances up there, nearly orchestrating a romantic tableau, filled him with ire. Sister, she is utterly arrogant. Don't you feel upset? Jia could not comprehend why she, the esteemed daughter-in-law of the Lin family, blessed with beauty, lineage, and capability, would allow that celebrity to behave so presumptuously. Gu Xiqing remained silent, sipping her iced coffee. Some matters cannot be altered. Do not concern yourself with them, or I cannot guarantee your safety, she cautioned Jia, who, though harboring resentment, could only suppress it. An advertisement shoot on the rooftop had persisted all morning without conclusion. Sister, here is the invitation for tonight's banquet. Jia handed Gu Xiqing an exquisite card, mentioning that 2 sets of gowns and accessories had been prepared for her selection. One was a strappy starry gown, the other a classic black strapless dress. Gu Xiqing chose the latter, pairing it with an exclusive custom-made diamond necklace and earrings. Simplicity was all she needed to dazzle. Sister, I just received word that Dai Qian will also attend. Jia muttered gloomily as she held the evening gown. Why is a celebrity even going to a high society banquet? Gu Xiqing gently set aside the exquisite diamond jewelry and looked at Jia. Perhaps I was unclear before. Please refrain from mentioning Dai Qian in my presence. I detest hearing that name. Jia obediently fell silent. Chapter 18. The Banquet. As evening approached, Lin Qing did not appear, and Gu Xiqing chose not to intrude. The wild escapade of the previous day felt like a shared dream, now shattered, leaving only a lingering solitude. Lady Lin, why have you arrived alone? Where is Mr. Lin? The hotel receptionist maintained a professional smile, surprised to see Gu Xiqing arriving solo. Gu Xiqing shot her a glance. The invitation was delivered by your team, with no indication of requiring a male companion. If it is acceptable, how about my assistant accompanying me? He would make a fine escort, wouldn't he? The receptionist awkwardly smiled, acknowledging, yes, the invitation was indeed addressed to you, Lady Lin. Please, proceed inside. Jia felt a tingle of anxiety as she closely followed Gu Xiqing. Sister, this is not good. If the president finds out, my salary will be at stake. Don't panic. He won't mind such trivial matters. If anything goes awry, I will have your back. After reassuring Jia, Gu Xiqing engaged in brief pleasantries with the distinguished guests. Xiqing, I didn't expect you to be married after just a week. That's quite fast. Someone jested. Gu Xiqing smiled lightly. Not at all. I am still young. I hope to rely on your support in the future. It's rare to see all you busy individuals. Allow me to toast to everyone. How polite.
Come.
Let us drink a toast. After a while of conversation, Gu Xiqing seized the opportunity to initiate a business discussion, but was suddenly interrupted by the commotion ahead. What is happening over there? Following the crowd, she discovered that Lin Qing and Dai Qian were making a grand entrance. Dai Qian clung to his arm, nestled in his embrace, basking in the flashes of cameras, interacting with Lin Qing as if they were newlyweds. Those present knew that Dai Qian was Lin Qing's lover. His marriage to Gu Xiqing was unknown beyond their circle, and the wedding itself was merely a formality. Let me tell you, Mrs. Lin, Mr. Lin is just playing with her. The Lin family will never accept her, a wealthy lady conversed with Gu Xiqing, offering consolation. Look at today's men. Who doesn't he have a few mistresses outside? The home is never as enticing as the allure of the outside. Gu Xiqing understood her implication. Men of their class often had multiple women, each bearing children. Take the Lin family, for instance. Old Master Lin had 3 women, all living together harmoniously, playing mahjong and shopping. Thank you for your concern, Mrs. Wang. I happen to have some proposals at hand. Let us discuss them over there. Gu Xiqing led Mrs. Wang to a quieter area, savoring desserts while discussing a collaboration with a shopping mall. Coincidentally, Mrs. Wang's brand was seeking to establish a presence in a mall, leading to an enjoyable conversation. In the garden ahead, the atmosphere was lively, and as the dancing hour approached, Dai Qian stood on stage, bashfully declaring, for the first dance, I wish to dance with my beloved. She unabashedly gazed at Lin Qing, proclaiming her claim before all present. Many eyes turned toward Gu Xiqing, who, dressed in a simple yet elegant black-fitted strapless gown, with her long hair cascading, appeared dignified and graceful, seemingly oblivious to Dai Qian's declaration. Suddenly, a hand rested on Gu Xiqing's shoulder. She looked up. Chen? Chapter 19, Lin Qing does not deserve her love. Gu Xiqing placed her hand atop his. Of course. I would be delighted. Lin Qing gazed at Gu Xiqing, surprised that she accepted Xiao Chen's invitation without hesitation. As they danced gracefully in the ballroom, their contrasting figures captivated everyone's attention. Qingxian? Dai Qian, having waited in vain for Lin Qing's invitation, approached him, following his gaze and biting her teeth in jealousy. Qingxian, you promised me the first dance. As if by design, the lights remained focused on Gu Xiqing and Xiao Chen. Their gazes met, and they exchanged a knowing smile. Fully understanding each other's sentiments, they danced gracefully in the pool, embodying the archetype of a talented man and a beautiful woman, momentarily leading onlookers to believe they were a couple. This scene was far from unusual for the crowd. Many attendees arrived with partners, often switching them throughout the evening. Gu Xiqing was immersed in the dance, twirling and leaping until she found herself in the arms of another. Their eyes locked, and she was momentarily dazed. Lin Qing? He held her waist and grasped her hand, their fingers entwined, observing her astonishment with a low chuckle. Surprised? He inquired. Gu Xiqing nodded and glanced around, spotting Xiao Chen standing alone on the dance floor. Before she could take another look, Lin Qing impatiently pulled her away from a hall. You're pulling me too hard, she protested, struggling to keep pace with him in her high heels, nearly stumbling. Lin Qing released her, but as Gu Xiqing slipped, she fell onto the marble floor with a thud. What are you doing? He exclaimed. Rubbing her sore arms, Gu Xiqing got up, having twisted her ankle from the fall. She decided to forego her shoes. After all, wearing high heels was a torment when he was in a frenzy. Don't forget you are Mrs. Lin. Be mindful of your status, Lin Qing remarked, his eyes glinting ominously. You seemed quite pleased with Xiao Chen earlier. What's wrong with dancing with Xiao Chen? Gu Xiqing retorted, recalling how he had made a grand entrance with Dai Qian. Lin Qing, I've realized that you are gravely mistaken. You need to understand that it is your family that wishes for me to be the eldest daughter-in-law, and you require my support to secure your position. Do not presume that my affection for you permits you to unleash your emotions indiscriminately upon me. Gu Xiqing had reached her limit. Now that they were starting anew, why should she continue to cling to him? In the past, her love had blinded her to the truth, making her accept everything as given. But now, knowing that Lin Qing had never loved her, she regained her clarity and resolved to maintain her distance. Even if she were to momentarily falter, she could swiftly regain her composure. Lin Qing was unworthy of her fervent love. Gu Xiqing, do you believe that your actions are commendable? He chided, rubbing his wrist. Let me make this clear. As long as you bear the title of Mrs. Lin, you are not permitted to associate with other men. And I will remind you not to overstep with Dai Qian, or I will ensure she vanishes from this world, Gu Xiqing replied defiantly, raising her chin and glaring at him. As someone with experience, you should know that I can orchestrate various accidents for her. Gu Xiqing, what? Are you afraid? If you're scared, refrain from uttering such nonsense in my presence. She is your sister. Those words, once spoken, ignited her fury. Gu Xiqing, incensed, hurled her shoe at Lin Qingxuan's face, which he narrowly dodged. My sister? Gu Xiqing laughed in disbelief, her unshed tears brimming defiantly in her eyes. My sister? Lin Qingxian. Get this straight. My mother is my father's wife. They have been married for 15 years. What is her mother? A mistress. When my mother passed away, I was merely 10 years old, and she was only 11. How long do you think they have been together behind my back? Gu Xiqing, please mind your words. Lin Qingxian touched his cheek, marred by his shoe's heel, gazing at Gu Xiqing, who was barefoot and walking away. He hurried after her, calling, Gu Xiqing. As she walked, Gu Xiqing wiped away her tears. Why was she so independent? So exceptional? It was because the Gu family could not accommodate her. Without excellence, survival was impossible. Since turning 10, she had celebrated her birthdays alone. At school, her affection for Lin Qingxian made her a target for bullying, particularly from Dai Qian, who splashed cold water on her in the restroom. At home, while bathing, she encountered a snake mysteriously appearing in the bathtub, with no one to stand up for her. And now, what was Lin Qingxian saying? That Dai Qian was her sister? Was he blind to the truth or simply oblivious? Dai Qian was a petty tyrant who had climbed over her. Sister? Did she deserve that title? She was garbage. Gu Xiqing's heart grew colder. What hope did she still hold for him? She thought he was pulling her back to apologize for his earlier words. But it turned out he was merely concerned about the wealthy guests inside gossiping about him. She pushed him away, wiped her tears from her cheek, determined not to let others see her in such a state. Gu Xiqing, Ajie, bring the car to the entrance to pick me up. She shoved Lin Qingxian aside and called Ajie, who was still chatting merrily in the lobby. Upon answering, Ajie swiftly exited and found Gu Xiqing standing in the cold wind. Sister, it's chilly. If you don't mind, please wear my coat. He quickly removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders. Gu Xiqing wrapped herself in the coat, remaining silent, clearly in a foul mood. Sister, feel free to contact me if you need anything. I am at your service 20 hours a day. Hearing about a pay raise, Ajie grinned widely, pressed the accelerator, and hummed a tune as he drove away. Turning on the television, the news reported on the day's events. Entertainment news loved to cover the exploits of the young master of Tiansheng as he garnered the highest attention, allowing them to profit handsomely from mere mentions. Photographs of Lin Qingxian and Dai Qian's intimate moments on the rooftop surfaced, and the news speculated about when Lin Qingxian would officially announce his relationship with Dai Qian. Currently, only Dai Qian had unilaterally proclaimed Lin Qingxian to be her boyfriend. Perhaps it was a figment of her imagination, but Gu Xiqing could swear she heard Dai Qian's nauseating voice. Glancing around the room, images of Dai Qian and Lin Qingxuan's affection lingered everywhere. Consequently, the next day, she replaced the sofa with a new set and changed the bedroom bed as well. Overcome with revulsion, Gu Xiqing quickly took a few pills, sat in the living room for a while, and tidied up the guest room on the 3rd floor before finally falling asleep. Chapter 21. Have you taken the wrong medicine? Awakening from her slumber at 5 in the morning, the housekeeper had not yet arrived to prepare breakfast. After a simple wash, she donned a soft, white shirt and a form-fitting fishtail skirt that reached her ankles before heading out for work. Passing by the main bedroom on the 2nd floor, she noticed the bed was neatly made, as if last night had been a mere illusion. Why had she chosen to sleep on the 3rd floor? Glancing around, her expression remained calm, though the corners of the room were filled with memories of her and Dai Qian. She gestured to various spots, stating, I find it unbearable to look at. Lin Qingxian adjusted his glasses, following the direction of her finger to various corners. All these will leave traces of you. Gu Xiqing nonchalantly replied, and will come to make breakfast later. I have to go to work. What work do you have during the honeymoon? Lin Qingxian called out to Gu Xiqing. The project schedule for the past 2 months has been completed, and a few tricky deals have been smoothly negotiated. The foreign meetings that needed discussion have just concluded. You shall remain quietly by my side, with no excursions. Gu Xiqing, astonished, raised her brow in disbelief. Have you taken the wrong medicine? Have you really finished nearly 2 months' worth of work so quickly? They are merely old fogies who bully the weak and fear the strong. Seeing me, they dare not breathe. Naturally, it proceeds swiftly. In this regard, Lin Qingxian is akin to Yama. These individuals can only take advantage of Gu Xiqing being a woman. That's quite impressive, Gu Xiqing said, clicking her tongue. You should rest for a bit. Allow me to prepare some porridge for you. Lin Qingxian fixed his gaze upon her for a moment, then nodded. All right. Gu Xiqing descended to the kitchen, retrieving ingredients from the refrigerator to prepare a simple dish and nourishing porridge. By the time she returned upstairs, Lin Qingxian had already showered and changed. Afterward, you must accompany me to the hospital. After finishing the porridge, Lin Qingxian pulled Gu Xiqing into his embrace. resting his head on her shoulder. The sudden gesture left Gu Xiqing momentarily taken aback, her hands frozen in midair. Are you unwell? It is you who needs a checkup. Lin Qing tightened his hold on Gu Xiqing. Let us have a child. Gu Xiqing recalled the fetus that was only 3 weeks along, momentarily lost in thought. With a polite smile, she shook her head. Lin Qing, we are not a conventional couple. Not having children is better for everyone. What constitutes a normal couple? Lin Qingxuan's eyes darkened slightly. With a swift motion, he lifted her and tossed her onto the sofa, pressing against her. You are the recognized daughter-in-law of the Lin family. You cannot escape this in this lifetime, unless I, Lin Qing, perish. Gu Xiqing struggled to catch her breath under his weight, pushing against him as if to escape. The early morning is suitable for beneficial physical exercises. Aunt will arrive for work soon. I have informed her not to come, Lin Qing replied, raising an eyebrow. Noticing the palpable shift in her expression from sunny to anxious, his mood lightened and a low chuckle emanated from his chest. The morning sunlight cast a gentle golden hue upon him, rendering him almost unreal, like a dream, causing Gu Xiqing to momentarily lose her thoughts. Chapter 22. New Memories in the Mind. In the study. Qing, the meeting is about to commence. With a sudden multinational meeting approaching, only 3 minutes remained, but Lin Qing appeared unwilling to pause. 2 minutes later, Gu Xiqing sat languidly on the sofa, watching Lin Qing in his suit, seemingly unfazed, engaging in lively conversation with the group regarding the meeting's content. He truly wore an expression of calm. The moment the meeting concluded, and he shut off the computer. Their eyes met. The gaze was serene to an extraordinary degree, yet a sense of crisis surged unexpectedly. Gu Xiqing, as if jolted by an electric shock, hastily leaped from the sofa, her eyes fixated on him with a guarded intensity. Lin Qing. What is wrong with you? Seeing her in such a state of panic, Lin Qing raised an eyebrow, a chilling yet charming smile curling at the corners of his lips. In the dead of night, Lin Qing had just received a call from Dai Qian and rushed out in haste. Soon after, he received a WeChat message from her, featuring a photograph of Lin Qing cradling her as they exited the film set. With his tender demeanor and her bashful expression, this image, once shared online, would surely create a sensation throughout the entertainment industry. The national sweetheart Dai Qian and the heir of Tiansheng, Lin Qing, were childhood friends, and their union was deemed a match made in heaven. He saved the photo to his phone, contacted several media outlets, and sent it over. In less than 2 minutes, the internet erupted in a frenzy. A match made in heaven. Congratulations, sister. Wow. She finally met the right person. Is this a public announcement of their relationship? The flood of comments amused Gu Xiqing. If she had indeed married Lin Qing, then Dai Qian, like her mother, would be a mistress. The very same people wishing her happiness would later revel in her downfall. Alas, they had yet to visit the Civil Affairs Bureau to formalize their marriage. They were not legally recognized as a couple. Due to the viral photograph, Lin Qingxuan's phone was bombarded with calls from his family, who berated him vehemently. Meanwhile, at a rooftop garden restaurant, Dai Qian beamed with joy. However, her elation was short-lived, as all trending topics about her vanished within a minute. Don't send anything frivolous to Gu Xiqing. If the Lin family finds out, you'll be sidelined and I won't be able to help you, Lin Qing said, tilting Dai Qian's chin and gazing coolly into her eyes, which were filled with a sense of grievance. Do you remember that night? Qing, what are you talking about? At the graduation party in the hotel, I was resting upstairs after consuming a drink that had been drugged. You pushed the door open. Dai Qian wrapped her arms around his neck, shyly confessing, I remember I've always liked you. Seeing you like that made me feel uneasy. I thought I should help you. Is that so? Lin Qing's mind flickered with a new memory. Gu Xiqing, pursued by others urging her to drink, had panic-stricken pushed open the ajar door, stumbling into his heated embrace. The faint scent of jasmine wafted through the air, awakening him from his stupor like a cool spring to a raging fire. He closed the door behind them and pressed her against it, leaning in for a muddled kiss. Lin Qing, what is wrong with you? You're burning up, are you sick? Don't. Ouch. He saw her wide eyes filled with fear, thinking she had evaded the relentless coaxing to drink, only to realize she had entered a den of wolves, struggling helplessly against him. In the middle of the night, she fled the room in a panic. Chapter 23. How absurd, utterly foolish. Qing, what is wrong with you? Dai Qian questioned, perplexed by his sudden inquiry. Initially, it was she who drugged him, intending to consummate their relationship. However, their plan was thwarted midway by Gu Xiqing. Fortunately, he had yet to awaken, and she cleverly took advantage of the situation, shedding her garments and nestling into his embrace, placing his hand upon herself, feigning a fresh awakening, and softly weeping to rouse him. The scheme was remarkably successful. Lin Qing was quite responsible towards her. Qing? Dai Qian felt an inexplicable panic. Why did he suddenly inquire about that day? Qing pursued her. Did someone say something to you? Is there something someone wishes to convey to me? She was the recognized daughter-in-law of the Lin family. Apart from her mischievous antics, Xiqing had consistently demonstrated considerable professional competence, a quality that the Lin family valued. As they did not harbor incompetence. And what about me? Am I not exceptional enough? Lin Qing gazed intently at her tear-streaked, beautiful visage. And a wave of nausea washed over him upon realizing how long he had been deceived. He was aware of Xiqing's affection but had chosen to disregard it. His feelings towards her oscillated between annoyance and a mild aversion. It was only after the graduation soiree that he gleaned a vastly different portrayal of Xiqing from Dai Qian, compounded by her previously audacious and foolish confessions. The Lin family had firmly arranged for her to join the conglomerate he had established as vice president following her graduation. The pressure of marriage had begun. And only after realizing Xiqing's history did he seek to retaliate against her. She professed love for him, yet behind his back had been with numerous men. Consequently, he had never extended her any kindness, her advances repulsed him, and he remained unmoved by her plight, regardless of how often she seemed on the verge of breaking. How absurd, how foolish. In half an hour, I have a meeting, but I've already purchased your meal. Eat well before you leave. Qing? Dai Qian noticed the coldness in his eyes and panicked, rushing to embrace him from behind. I swear, I will never send Xiqing photos again. Let's be good. Shall we? Lin Qing remained silent, his mind in disarray, yearning for solitude. Having completed all projects slated for the next 2 months, Lin Qing found himself preoccupied. While Xiqing sat idly in the office, feeling restless. Last night's events were fleeting and had stirred no significant waves. The Lin family was swift in their actions. Is President Shen available tonight? Xiang rarely received a call from Xiqing, but would make time regardless. Speak. What's on your mind? Let us go to a bar and mingle with men, Xiqing replied, twirling a pen nonchalantly, delivering a subtle shock to the other end of the line. Cough. Xiang awkwardly cleared her throat, taking time to recover from the astonishment. Have you and Lin Qing had a spat? Xiqing rubbed her temples, her expression indifferent. I've simply come to terms with things. Chapter 24. We haven't registered. I've heard you only had a ceremony, and have yet to register. Xiang signed the last contract on the desk, rising. Without registration, you aren't truly a couple. I'll be heading abroad for a few months. Would you care to join me? Xiqing, hearing her movements, tidied her desk and exited the office. Very well. However, today, we must first revel at the bar. Xiang is indeed correct. One should not hang oneself on a single tree. With so many men out there, a stroll may lead to an encounter with a captivating companion. I reserved a booth at our favorite bar and met Xiang at the entrance. Since the purpose was to attract men, Xiqing dressed more provocatively than before, donning a wine-red backless camisole dress that reached her knees. Her long hair cascading down her shoulders, exuding an enchanting allure. Xiang was taken aback. I thought you were joking. Are you truly here to find a man? She inquired as she walked over to link arms with her. Xiqing smiled slightly. Will you be treating me, Shen? Of course, Xiang replied generously. To celebrate your liberation from Lin Qing's grasp, I shall introduce you to the finest male models here. They both burst into laughter. Xiqing's joy is so infectious it nearly ached her stomach. Whether in the past or present, Xiang has always stood by her side, unwaveringly supporting her in all her endeavors. With a steadfast friend like Xiang, life remains imbued with hope. Once seated in the booth, it wasn't long before 10 exceptionally handsome male models lined up before them, akin to a splendid array of dishes. Such a spectacle is rare in a bar. Instantly drawing the attention of all present, Lin Qing, sitting at the bar, turned towards the commotion. Under the dim lighting, a familiar figure caught his eye. Upon closer inspection, he crushed the glass in his hand. Xiqing observed the male models, each bearing the striking features of a movie star. Broad shoulders, narrow waists, 8-pack abs, and long legs. Each moment in the vibrant lights enticing her to sin. However, she found herself disinterested in them, merely speaking for effect. Noticing her averted gaze, Xiang waved her hand dismissively, sending the male models away. Shall we drink until we are utterly intoxicated? Xiqing nodded in agreement. As she lifted the bottle to her lips, a sudden stiffness enveloped the atmosphere. Lin Qing? She thought, doubting her senses. Closing her eyes, she gulped down a large bottle of liquor, then opened them again to confirm. Lin Qing? A startled exclamation nearly caused Xiang to drop her drink. Lin Qing? She questioned, looking up, only to find Lin Qingxuan's dark gaze fixed upon them from across the table. Shen Xiang felt a chill under his intense scrutiny, sensing that something about him had shifted since their last encounter, though she could not pinpoint what had changed. What? Am I not sufficient for you? Lin Qingxuan's fiery gaze was locked on Gu Xiqing, simmering with uncontained anger. Gu Xiqing had not anticipated encountering him in a bar. She had frequented such places with Shen Xiang in the past without ever crossing paths with him. This is quite unexpected. Lin Qingxian, you are neither her boyfriend nor her husband, Shen Xiang remarked as she settled beside Gu Xiqing, wrapping an arm around her and glaring at Lin Qingxian. You have no claim over her. Not a husband? Lin Qingxian raised an eyebrow, his icy demeanor intensifying. Gu Xiqing, do inform her whether we are married. We have not registered our marriage, which does not hinder you from pursuing your beloved, Gu Xiqing replied boldly, emboldened by Shen Xiang's presence. As for the Lin family estate, I will clarify the situation there. Your affection for Dai Qian cannot allow her to be the subject of gossip among other socialites. Before Lin Qingxian could express his anger, Gu Xiqing hurriedly interjected, I was too young and impulsive in the past, causing chaos in your life. But now I have come to my senses. I no longer love you. Shen Xiang patted Gu Xiqing's hand, exclaiming, well done. It is time to sever ties with Lin Qingxian. Chapter 25, Release him and release yourself. Not loving him? It felt like a knife plunged into the heart, suffocating in its pain. Gu Xiqing, say that again. After 10 years of love, could she simply declare it over? As she saw him approach, Gu Xiqing quickly moved into Shen Xiang's embrace, mustering her courage to utter, I don't love you. The moment she signed the divorce agreement, she had already let go. Releasing him was also about freeing herself. Loving someone fervently, disregarding the scorn of others for so long, was exhausting and somewhat laughable. Lin Qingxian, what are you doing? Suddenly, she was forcefully yanked from her seat. Shen Xiang rushed after them, startled by Lin Qingxuan's icy glare. The Shun group is on the brink of collapse. I wouldn't mind acquiring it. Shen Xiang, I will call you later. Before being carried away from the bar, Gu Xiqing could only leave this message for Shen Xiang. Lin Qingxian, put me down. Her legs flailed in the air, beating against his back, yet he not only refused to stop but quickened his pace. Lin Qingxian, are you out of your mind? Let me go. Carrying the restless woman. Lin Qingxuan's fury intensified. What? Not loving me? Lin Qingxian, think about it. My words hold some truth, don't they? In the car, Gu Xiqing tidied her disheveled hair, swallowing hard before suggesting, we have both experienced much, and the timing is just right. I won't cling to you, as I once did. You can be with the one you love. Most importantly, we are not legally married. Without a marriage certificate, we are not a couple. Lin Qingxian maintained a stoic expression, lips pressed together in silence. Now is not too late. You should marry Dai Qian. I mean it. I will provide her with double the dowry and wish you both a lifetime of happiness and children. The car came to a sudden halt. Lin Qingxian clenched his fists and pounded the steering wheel. So, eager to find another man? Gu Xiqing shrank into the passenger seat, her hand resting on the seatbelt latch, ready to bolt from the car at any moment. Lin Qingxian, I was thoughtless before, not considering that my reckless behavior would invite ridicule upon you. It was the truth. Her affection had indeed brought him much mockery, but in the past, she had been stubborn and indifferent. Now, reflecting on it made her wish for a place to hide. Fate has given us a chance to start anew. We should not repeat our mistakes. Lin Qingxian gripped the steering wheel, his gaze fixed on her with a profound intensity. Since we are not legally bound, let us part amicably. Although I signed an agreement with the previous Lin Qingxian, we are not the same souls. It does not count. Part amicably? Lin Qingxian raised an eyebrow, a sinister smile gracing his lips. You, who shamelessly clung to me, persuaded others to pressure me into marrying you, and who caused Dai Qian's accident out of jealousy, tarnishing my once perfect life, are now the one advocating for an amicable separation. Gu Xiqing, am I merely your plaything? Desiring to cling yet wishing to cast aside? Gu Xiqing's heart raced with trepidation as she pushed open the car door. Lin Qingxian, this is a new chapter in life. The outcome you yearn for, I am simply facilitating your union with your beloved. No more entanglements, let us release each other. This arrangement suffices. It is better for each to lead their own lives. She had truly let go. Their quiet conclusion, was it not satisfactory? Chapter 26, is parting not preferable? Fulfillment? Lin Qingxian observed her as she stealthily unfastened her seatbelt, his gaze dimmed. How noble your words sound. Is it truly about my fulfillment or yours with Xiaochen? To fulfill each other. Gu Xiqing unbuckled her seatbelt and stepped out of the vehicle. Let us part ways here. Knowing the outcome, why continue down this path? The weather grew colder, and as she exited the car, a shiver coursed through her. She retrieved her phone, about to call a Jie for a ride. But Lin Qing snatched it away. Lin Qing, is it not better for us to part ways? Gu Xiqing was perplexed. He adored Dai Qian and despised her. Both were aware of this. Since they both understood, there was truly no need to prolong the suffering. With a sudden crash, Gu Xiqing's phone shattered upon impact. You allowed me to be ridiculed for a decade, and now you wish to dismiss it with a mere phrase of farewell? Grasping her wrist, he pinned her against the car door. Gu Xiqing, do you intend to sever ties with me to pursue your happiness? I shall not permit it. Lin Qing, I have already paid the price for my obstinacy over the past 10 years. She, too, had lived under the weight of others' scorn. At various gatherings, men openly mocked her life and marriage, ridiculing her while urging her to drink, making vile jokes, and taking liberties. Their audacity stemmed from her solitude. In the end, a tragic fate awaited her, one she deserved. Heaven had granted her a chance to begin anew. It was not too late. So what then? Lin Qing, observing the mist in her eyes, felt a pang in his heart. Gripping her wrist tightly, do you truly wish to sever all ties? Gu Xiqing, you are rather naive. She yearned for a fresh start. For happiness?
Huh.
Gu Xiqing held her chin. His warm breath grazed her face. Allow me to enlighten you. The price you must pay is to remain by my side, repenting day and night with your body. Look at me. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her defiant yet vulnerable expression inciting a desire within him to dominate her. Fixing her chin, he compelled her to meet his gaze, commanding her to declare her love, to profess that she would always love him. I don't love. Before Gu Xiqing could utter the words, his lips crashed onto hers, fiercely biting her lip. Gu Xiqing, if you do not love me, then whom do you love? Lin Qing pinned her hands above her head, pressing her against the car door, his body closely aligned with hers, closing in on her. Xiqing? She loved him, and he loved her. A melodramatic love triangle that Lin Qing fully comprehended. In the past, Gu Xiqing had relentlessly pursued him with her affections, allowing him to unleash his frustrations upon her without restraint. He was aware that Gu Xiqing would never leave, regardless of how he treated her. The scenes she stumbled upon were intentionally orchestrated by him, solely to repulse her. Yet, she astonishingly managed to stoop to such depths, tolerating everything that transpired. Even though Xiqing had never relinquished hope, her heart remained steadfastly with him. However, now, she had transformed. Not only did she initiate contact with Xiqing, but she also shockingly ordered a male model at the bar. Chapter 27. Do you not love? Are you deaf? Do not involve the innocent. Gu Xiqing averted her gaze, unwilling to confront his fiery eyes filled with rage. Innocent? Lin Qing scoffed, as if hearing the grandest of jokes. Do you still have the heart to protect him now? Lin Qing, cease your unreasonable antics. Gu Xiqing had truly reached her limit. Wasn't this the very situation he had always desired? Yet, even when granted it, he remained discontent. Lin Qing, the speed of his actions terrified Gu Xiqing. She had yet to fully experience a new life. The car sped towards the seaside, dragging her out and carrying her inside, tossing her onto the sofa, leaning over her. Gu Xiqing, I shall teach you a lesson on what unreasonable behavior truly is. Lin Qing, calm down. Ugh, Lin Qing. Let go. You scoundrel. Gu Xiqing raised her foot to kick him, gritting her teeth. I do not love you. Are you deaf? I said I do not love you. Lin Qing narrowed his eyes, irritably covering her mouth. Her discontented voice seeped through his fingers, as she even attempted to bite him. Do not love? Hold her jaw tightly, and repeat that. How could she declare that she did not love him? Do not love. From between his fingers, her voice emerged defiantly, as resilient as wild grass breaking through the earth. Say you love me.
No.
When Gu Xiqing awoke, it was already deep into the night. Outside, the rain poured heavily, and the room was eerily quiet. Beside her, his arm wrapped around her waist. They slept closely, her back against him, able to hear his heartbeat and breathing. The slightest movement would awaken him. As she slightly turned, she lifted her gaze to his face, unmarred by anger, appearing so handsome, like an emotionless statue. The statue's eyes slowly opened. Have you seen enough? His cold voice interrupted Gu Xiqing's thoughts. Caught off guard, she met his unfathomable gaze, awkwardly turning her face away, creating distance between them. She even felt that the world had finally become serene. Her funeral was simple. No one from the Gu family attended, save for her uncle, who wept inconsolably. Her phone would no longer buzz with her incessant chatter, and the office door would not swing open to reveal her, clutching documents as an excuse to see him. She was dead, truly, completely vanished from everyone's world. In the seaside villa, all the furniture had been replaced immediately, every trace of her removed without a single remnant left. The refrigerator contained only bottled water and some fruit, devoid of the meals she had meticulously prepared. The bedroom was desolate, the study equally so. Previously, if one did not find her in the living room or bedroom, simply opening the study door would reveal her modifying project proposals at the computer. Chapter 28. After her death. One day, he found himself inexplicably compelled, for the very first time, to send her a message on WeChat, only to be greeted by a glaring red exclamation mark. How striking that red exclamation was. She had meticulously severed all ties between them before her demise. Astonishingly, she managed to erase every trace of him from her life. She blocked his number, fully aware that calls would go unanswered. Yet, having consumed copious amounts of alcohol that evening, he attempted to reach her, only to hear the recorded message indicating he had been blocked. After her passing, all her social media accounts were deactivated, leaving no remnants of their shared history in her profile. Such resolute finality in her departure. In the throes of such intense emotion, Lin Qing firmly believed he mourned for Dai Qian. Yet, the image that incessantly haunted his mind was that of Gu Xiqing. Suddenly, he recalled a summer, a sweltering afternoon when her bashful voice unexpectedly filled the airwaves. The sweet, nervous timbre of a girl confessing her feelings, punctuated by the uproarious laughter of her closest friends. Countless times, his buddies would mimic her awkward mannerisms in mock declarations, leaving him with a shiver of distaste. Despite his aversion to that summer, memories of her vivacious spirit, who would always orchestrate serendipitous encounters and blush upon locking eyes with him, flooded back. Not only that summer lingered in his thoughts. In the stillness of a late-night office atop a high-rise, his phone lay silent, no longer inundated with messages. Before others, he remained the unyielding president of Tianxin Group, seemingly untouched by the loss of his wife. In fact, he appeared to live with even more carefree abandon. Yet, in the quiet of the night, he found himself staring at his phone, longing for a single message or a call from her. Opening their chat history, he perused through old messages, repeatedly listening to her voice notes. "Qing Xian, can you come pick me up? I can't handle them." There were many such recordings, and he clicked through them one by one, her delicate voice resonating in the silence of the office, as if he had grown accustomed to her presence. In an instant, he accepted the absurdity of the situation. Ignoring his injuries, he hurried to her office in search of her. After uttering a certain phrase, the panic in her eyes brought him both joy and sorrow. Even now, she declared her lack of love for him. She proclaimed it was time to part ways. Although she knew Xiqing felt for her with a fervor akin to her own, she still reached out to him. "Gu Xiqing, how can you say you no longer love me?" There were countless obligations that demanded her attention each day, leaving her little energy to seek his happiness. Exhausted, Gu Xiqing closed her eyes, surrendering to sleep. She was truly weary, physically drained, and mentally fatigued. Did she wish to remain entangled with him? She lacked the strength for such a continuation. Lin Qing held her close, listening to her steady breathing, choosing to remain silent. Chapter 29. This is an escape from him. The following day, Gu Xiqing rose early. After brewing a cup of coffee to invigorate herself, she prepared to head to work. Lin Qing reminded her. "I've made a reservation at a restaurant. Join me after work." "I want tea of time tonight," she replied, glancing at her phone, a wistful smile gracing her lips. "You and Dai Qian should go. What do you have planned for tonight?" He has completed all his tasks for the next 2 months. What more could she possibly want? On a business trip, Gu Xiqing opened her itinerary. She would be flying overseas that evening, with a flight scheduled for 10 o'clock. After work, she would head directly to the airport. A business trip overseas? Lin Qing said through gritted teeth. Was she attempting to evade him? Grabbing her handbag and car keys, Gu Xiqing turned to descend the stairs. Lin Qing hastily stepped forward to intercept her. "What matters require your personal presence." He had not overlooked the overseas project. She was merely seeking an excuse to escape him. They had yet to obtain their marriage certificate, and the Gu family was not her true home. A significant project. Gu Xiqing opened the electronic file for him to see. "It's this one. We failed to reach an agreement during the online meeting, so I intend to visit in person. Transfer this project to me. I will handle the negotiations," Lin Qing replied, examining the project, which indeed was substantial but not irreplaceable. Gu Xiqing had already prepared her resignation letter. As long as she arrived safely overseas, she would send it to old Lin. His domineering manner made her predicament difficult. "If I recall correctly, Qian has a launch ceremony today. Since you have nothing better to do, why not attend? You needn't worry about this project. I will manage it perfectly." At that time, he indeed attended the launch ceremony and did so quite ostentatiously. As for the current project, with previous experience, she would be able to expedite its completion. Then she would hand over her responsibilities and leave Tianqing, departing from S-City. This was not her former self. Aside from your whereabouts, I have no idea where you plan to go. Gu Xiqing pouted and pushed aside his obstructive hand. If you choose not to go, that's your affair. I'll head to work now. I will negotiate this project. You can catch up on sleep. Her eyes bore dark circles, a testament to her restless nights. If I feel drowsy later, I will take a nap in the office. But since they were starting anew, she thought she should carefully plan her life. She must not miss her beloved. As for the company matters, she had managed well in the past and could now accomplish them with even greater ease. Lin Qingxuan's expression darkened. Was she attempting to delineate boundaries with him? He pulled out his phone to call his assistant for the 10 o'clock flight to the city where the overseas group was located. Gu Xiqing could not help but twitch her lips. Lin Qing. Chapter 30. Out there, I am a single individual. I will accompany you. Lin Qing released her, watching her grimace in frustration, which lifted his spirits. Let us go. It's time for work. Did she think she could hide among the crowds overseas to avoid him? Not a chance. Gu Xiqing's lips quivered, forcing a smile that did not reach her eyes. Initially intending to drive herself, she found herself pulled into the passenger seat of his car instead. They traveled in silence. At the Tianqing building parking lot. You go ahead. After Gu Xiqing exited the car, she walked in another direction. Lin Qing followed. Where are you headed? The early morning brought with it a gentle drizzle and a thin mist. Her commuting attire appeared inadequate for warmth, unsuitable for prolonged exposure outdoors. Gu Xiqing helplessly gazed up at the oppressive clouds, the light rain striking her face as a chill wind swept by, causing her to shiver. Mr. Lin, even cattle and horses require nourishment. Pointing towards the restaurant across the street, I expressed my intention to dine. Lin Qing followed her gaze. The establishment on the opposite side was bustling with patrons. You need to replenish your energy, what about me? I approached, shedding my coat and draping it over her shoulders. Let us go. The coat still bore the warmth of my body, momentarily leaving Gu Xiqing in a state of astonishment as she instinctively returned the garment. Outside. I am a single individual. Your actions may lead to misunderstandings. Their marriage was a secret, known only to the employees of Tianqing. It was evident that donning a man's coat in a frequently visited restaurant would attract unwarranted attention. Single? Lin Qing raised an eyebrow, a hint of disbelief in his voice. You're single? As the traffic light turned green, Gu Xiqing acknowledged with a soft Walking beside her, Lin Qing couldn't help but scoff. If you are single, who is the man you share your bed with each night? Once they crossed the intersection, Gu Xiqing felt a twinge of helplessness at his mockery. Lin Qing, do not forget your identity outside. We are equally matched. She presented herself as a single woman. While he was publicly known as the boyfriend of the illustrious actress Dai Qian, a formidable figure. Upon entering the restaurant, the server recognized Gu Xiqing and greeted her warmly. Your usual table is reserved for you, right this way. Is it the same meal as before? Gu Xiqing nodded. After inquiring, the server turned to Lin Qing. Is this your colleague? Yes, my superior, Gu Xiqing replied with a gentle smile. This is his first visit. Please bring him the menu. The server promptly fetched a menu and presented it to Lin Qing, who sat across from Gu Xiqing. Observing her cheerful demeanor, a sense of frustration brewed within him. Soon, the menu was placed before him, featuring the same dishes as hers. He glanced at it briefly before handing it back to the server. The server, momentarily taken aback, then politely retreated. Gu Xiqing sipped her lemonade in silence. Xiqing, have you started dating? A teasing male voice interrupted. Gu Xiqing turned to the approaching man and clarified. He is not my boyfriend. He is my superior. The man placed 2 cups of coffee before them, grinning at Gu Xiqing. You startled me. I thought he was your boyfriend. Chef Ren, please do not jest. I hardly have time for a relationship. Ren Guanfeng sighed in relief. I happen to have 2 concert tickets. Would you do me the honor of attending? The restaurant was warm, yet Gu Xiqing felt an undeniable chill. Politely, she declined. Unfortunately, I have to travel overseas for business tonight. All right then, I suppose I must go alone. Ren Guanfeng cast a glance at Lin Qing, whose dark expression was palpable. Meeting his intense gaze sent a shiver down his spine. Your superior exudes a rather intimidating aura. Gu Xiqing's lips twitched. The murderous intent in Lin Qing's eyes was evident. Ren Guanfeng, sensing the tension, hurriedly took his leave to avoid provoking Lin Qing further. Hello, your meals have arrived. The server's timely announcement broke the awkward silence. No. Gu Xiqing quickly refused, but Ren Guanfeng had already marched around the corner. Are you familiar with him? A faint voice echoed in her ears. The more friends one has, the broader one's network becomes, hence the familiarity. But merely friends? Lin Qing narrowed his eyes slightly, observing the expression on Gu Xiqing's face intently. Gu Xiqing, with a clear conscience, contentedly savored her pasta. President Lin, it's almost time for work. You should eat quickly. Lin Qing found it hard to swallow. Unaware that Xiqing had admirers outside. After a few hasty bites, he declared, let us go. But I haven't finished yet, Xiqing replied. Lin Qing silently watched her, gesturing for the waiter to bring the bill. The waiter said, actually, our head chef has already taken care of this table. Lin Qing's expression darkened further. Xiqing continued to eat her pasta leisurely, seemingly unperturbed. Lin Qing glared at her through gritted teeth. Are you deliberately trying to provoke me? Xiqing could not comprehend his sarcasm. As long as he did not follow her abroad, she was satisfied. A light rain began to fall outside, and the waiter presented them with 2 umbrellas, mentioning that they could use them on their next visit. Xiqing, who had been worried about not having an umbrella,
sincerely thanks Feng.
Please convey my gratitude to your head chef. I'll treat him to a meal next time. The waiter nodded with a smile, watching them leave the restaurant. On the way, Lin Qing remained silent. Xiqing, however, was unfazed, holding the umbrella and waiting for the traffic light countdown. He likes you, Lin Qing said darkly, piercing through their flimsy pretense. Xiqing responded with a nonchalant remarking, it's only natural for someone as remarkable as me to be liked. Upon entering the building, Xiqing folded the umbrella. What's the matter? She inquired. The morning meeting has concluded. We are to collect the marriage certificate. Lin Qing's words struck like a hammer, catching Xiqing off guard and nearly causing her to stumble. Obtaining a certificate requires caution. While waiting for the elevator, Xiqing maintained a certain distance from him. Who in this building is unaware of our relationship? Why are you standing so far from me? Lin Qing, noticing her official address for him since the start of work and her physical distance, felt his irritation surge. I'm simply maintaining a normal social distance, Xiqing retorted, kindly reminding him, this is Tiansheng Building B, your office is in Building A. Are you intent on aggravating me? Lin Qing asked, his frustration palpable. Xiqing looked at him in confusion. I'm merely trying to remind you. As they spoke, the exclusive elevator arrived, and Xiqing stepped in, pressing the button for their office floor. Lin Qing followed her inside. Kindly?
He scoffed.
Next time you lie, perhaps take a look in the mirror first. Chapter 32. The Morning Meeting. Xiqing took out her lipstick and touched up her makeup in the elevator mirror. After restoring her slightly faded lips, she pressed them together. Glancing left and right, her makeup remained flawless as always. Lin Qing, seeing she was ignoring him, wore a grim expression, his frustration mounting. With 5 minutes remaining until clocking in, Xiqing checked the time on her wristwatch. President Lin, I'll head to work first. The elevator swiftly ascended to the top floor of Building B, where a Jia had already been waiting at the elevator door for her. As Lin Qing emerged with a somber expression, he cast a puzzled glance at Xiqing and quietly inquired, Sister, why is the president here again? He seldom visits Building B. Could it be due to Dai Qian? However, there is no schedule for her today. Perhaps a routine inspection? Xiqing accepted the proposal he handed over. Is everything ready? The conference room was already filled with senior executives from Building B and key clients. The agenda for today was to discuss the planning of a shopping mall in the city center by Tiansheng, focusing on attracting major brands and transforming it into a high-end venue. Several excellent proposals had been compiled for this initiative. Lin Qing sat at the back of the conference room, quietly observing Xiqing at the front. She was wholly engrossed in her work. Exuding an air of authority and solemnity, her sweet voice carried an undeniable sense of pressure. The Xiqing in his memories seemed worlds apart from the one before him now, as if they were 2 entirely different individuals, one devious and reckless, the other composed and collected. Soon, the meeting concluded, and the clients in the room happily signed contracts. Vice President Gu, on my way here, I noticed a newly opened restaurant near Tiansheng. Shall we go and try it? The man who had just signed the contract gazed at Xiqing with admiration. Such an exceptional young woman was bound to captivate anyone. Thus, I cordially invite you to discuss further matters over this meal. I will treat you, Mr. Su. Thank you for personally coming to Tiansheng. Xiqing gestured for a Jia to come over and reserve a private room. A Jia responded, sure. Oh, Vice President Gu. Why be so polite with me? It is my honor to dine with such a beautiful woman. How could I let her pay? Laughter erupted as Mr. Su jested. Xiqing and Mr. Su exchanged pleasantries, yet she felt an unsettling chill creeping up her spine. The steady sound of polished shoes echoed as a man approached. His teeth clenched as he spoke. Mr. Su, it should be my treat since you personally came to Tiansheng. Lin Zong? Oh, when did you arrive? Mr. Su hurriedly walked over to shake hands with Lin Qing, who had been seen enjoying affectionate moments with Miss Dai lately. When can we celebrate your wedding? Xiqing stifled a laugh behind her hand. Mr. Su, Mr. Lin, please continue your conversation. I must excuse myself. I have some matters to attend to and do not wish to intrude. Lin Qing shot a glance at the gleeful Gu Xiqing, then impatiently regarded the grinning Mr. Su. Mr. Su, your information needs updating. Without waiting for a response, he approached Gu Xiqing. She elegantly strode towards her office in her high heels. Ajia. Cancel the private room reservation. Lin Qingxuan's disruption had rendered the meal unappetizing. Gu Xiqing felt Lin Qingxuan's restraint as he grasped her wrist, pulling her into a nearby storeroom. Closing the door behind them and pinning her against it, he glared at her, his jaw clenched. Will you not refuse? No matter who invites you, you must go? You're hurting me, Gu Xiqing protested, glancing at her trapped wrist, his large hand gripping her like a vice, leaving no room for escape. You do not comprehend the intentions of that man? Lin Qingxian's eyes reddened with fury, her heavy breaths brushing against her face. He could discern the man's avaricious gaze incessantly roving over her, likely contemplating how to possess her. What is so startling about such matters? Merely dining and drinking? And if she could amuse him, he would likely extend further contracts with Tiansheng, securing even grander deals. Gu Xiqing regarded this with indifference. To her, Su's gaze seemed relatively congenial. Women in the workplace navigate far more treacherously than their male counterparts. He had uttered no egregious words, merely shared a meal. Compared to the past, amidst a throng of men, being poked in the back while subjected to a barrage of lewd jokes, and being deliberately touched while maintaining a smile to toast at the banquet, this was the most trivial of matters. Did Tiansheng truly lack funds so desperately that they would not overlook any opportunity to secure a contract? Lin Qingxian raised an eyebrow, conveying her disdain. Did she understand yet feign indifference? Lin Qingxian, cease this nonsense. Your behavior is affecting my work. Realizing further discussion would yield no clarity, Gu Xiqing gestured for him to release her, only to find his grip tightening. Indeed, what is unattainable forever remains the most desirable, does it not? In the past, her persistent advances had never led to such interactions. Now, with the opportunity in hand, she felt repulsed. This is what it feels like to be incessantly pestered. No wonder Lin Qingxian had despised her previously. She had never considered the situation from another's perspective, foolishly investing her emotions over the years. Only upon stepping out did she realize the struggles endured in silence. Gu Xiqing, you truly are adept at turning the tables. Lin Qingxian scoffed softly, grasping her chin, pinching her face as he remarked on her maintaining a facade of singlehood despite being married. Any man who approached her, she would readily agree to. And the one behaving foolishly here is you. Lin Qingxian, speak to me properly. Your grip is ruining my makeup. Lin Qingxian lowered his gaze. The dim light of the storage room illuminated her pained frown, yet her eyes revealed no hint of remorse. Suddenly leaning down, he pressed his lips against hers. From Xiao Chen to the restaurant's head chef, and now Su, their glances were imbued with malice, and she showed no sign of rejection. It was she who had longed to marry him, yet had caused a scene on their wedding day. Now, taking advantage of the few who were aware, she maintained her single persona. Gu Xiqing, you are utterly despicable. The barrage of fervent kisses caught Gu Xiqing off guard, and she struggled in haste. Lin Qingxian, release me. The more she resisted, the more fervent Lin Qingxian's kisses became. Gu Xiqing, let us go and register our marriage this afternoon. Gripping her restless hands, he pinned her firmly against the door, regardless of her futile struggles. Chapter 34. The past is the past, and the present is the present. An hour passed, and after satiating his desires, he planted a gentle kiss upon her damp forehead. Gu Xiqing turned her face away, declaring, I do not wish to see you. Lin Qingxian, amused by her stubbornness reminiscent of a little cat, chuckled lightly. Then it seems you will have no choice. You shall see me every day. As she deftly fastened the misaligned buttons of her shirt, she gently tousled her hair and cast her gaze downward, a hint of melancholy in her expression. You were not like this before. The past is the past. The present is the present. Gu Xiqing pushed him away, picked up her fallen high heels, and opened the storage room door. Fortunately, it was nearly noon, and everyone was busy at their desks, leaving the corridor relatively empty. Lin Qingxian followed her out of the storage room, his spirits lifted as he observed her flustered demeanor. Ajia approached, clutching a stack of documents. Upon seeing Gu Xiqing, he inquired with concern, Sister, your complexion seems off. Are you unwell? Shall I make you a cup of 999 cold medicine? I just exercised a bit in the hallway. Gu Xiqing awkwardly explained, reaching for the documents. Ajia acknowledged her with a no, carried the papers into the office, and placed them on the desk. Sister, these are the documents you requested. Just call me if you need anything else. Though curious as to why the ever-occupied General Manager Lin was shadowing Gu Xiqing today, Jia recalled her warning along with the fact that their salaries had been halved since Lin's arrival. After a polite greeting, he chose to ignore him. Once Jia exited the office, Lin Qing settled into his chair behind the desk, his teasing gaze trained on Xiqing. You wish to exercise in the hallway? His eyes unapologetically roamed over her form, and the memory of her in the storage room stirred something within him. Why hadn't he thought to seek her out in Building B before? Yet back then, he had been preoccupied with disdain for her, only contemplating ways to inflict further pain. My office is twice the size of yours. You should work there, Lin Qing suggested, casually flipping through the documents laid out before him. They were records of companies she had previously negotiated with, along with details about project leaders. Am I hindering you here? He asked with a cold expression. Not at all, Xiqing replied with a smile, shaking her head. But if you're here, just call Jia outside if you need anything. As she retrieved another document and took her car keys from the drawer, he inquired, Are you leaving? You should head straight to the airport and fly abroad with Xiqing. Suppressing a surge of anger, Lin Qing blocked the office door. We're supposed to get our marriage certificate this afternoon. Have you forgotten? In the past, she had resorted to enlisting the help of elderly relatives to persuade him into marriage, and despite his sullen demeanor, she had beamed with joy, clutching the marriage certificate. General Manager Lin, I truly have no time. I'm very busy, Xiqing sighed, noticing his imposing figure obstructing her path. Please do not disturb my work. Let me clarify, I do not love you, he retorted. If you have nothing better to do, why not go support Dai Qian on set? Xiqing retrieved her phone and sent him an address via WeChat, directing him to a park near Swan Lake. How could she remember it so clearly? It was simply because her thoughts had been consumed by him at the time, making her particularly attentive to every move he and Dai Qian made, thus naturally memorizing each of Dai Qian's schedules. I will ask Jia to arrange a few support vehicles in your name, and I will also have him prepare the flowers that Dai Qian likes. You can go directly. Lin Qing's expression darkened increasingly, his frosty gaze capable of chilling one to the bone. He picked up his phone and dialed, Uncle, I'm a bit busy today and cannot spare the time. I'll come for the health check next time I'm free. Yes, I'll pay attention to it and I will eat on time. Balance work and rest, yes. Goodbye, Uncle. Lin Qing's tense demeanor softened considerably as he approached her. Going to the hospital for an examination? The original plan was to have lunch with Wang Tai and then head to the hospital, but Xiqing's disappointment was palpable as she pouted. Plans had changed. And everything was cancelled. Lin Qing's lips twitched. She was doing this on purpose. Had she forgotten the reason for her demise? To sulk and simply skip the examination? Let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau first, then to the hospital. He grasped her hand and pulled her up. Xiqing was caught off guard and nearly bumped into the corner of the table. Lin Qing, I'm not done yet. These are documents I want to deal with for months. Why are you in such a hurry? Lin Qing glanced at the materials, aware of her intentions. Was she eager to distance herself from him? After being reborn into this body, knowing she intended to elope on their wedding day. He understood this woman wanted to escape from his side. So she could entangle him when she pleased and leave whenever she wished? What did she take him for? Lin Qing, have you lost your mind? Xiqing could no longer tolerate his demeanor, which made it seem as if he loved her deeply while she remained cold and unresponsive. Your words easily lead to misunderstandings. Can we communicate normally? What misunderstanding did I cause? Lin Qing raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed intently on her. Xiqing met his burning eyes and awkwardly cleared her throat. It's not about me misunderstanding. It's about others' misunderstanding. Are we lovers? Why do you possess such inexplicable jealousy? You love me, we are married. Are we not lovers? Lin Qing snorted coldly. Is it that you are dissatisfied with my lack of fanfare in announcing our marriage? Did he truly not understand what it meant to be lovers? Mutual affection is the essence of love. Fine, once we obtain the certificate, I shall hold a press conference to announce our marriage to everyone. Xiqing rubbed her forehead, correcting him. I do not love you. Not in love. The temperature in the room plummeted abruptly. Xiqing shivered but candidly replied, I ceased to love you the moment I signed the divorce agreement. That was the bitter fruit she had struggled to let go of after enduring much torment. When one knows death is imminent, feelings of love and affection fade into insignificance. Chapter 36. Do not intertwine the present with the future. Xiqing, do not be stubborn. Lin Qing furiously pulled her into his embrace, an inexplicable sadness overwhelming him, making him feel somewhat flustered. I know you love me. His voice lacked confidence. Xiqing pushed him away, breaking free from his hold. Let us start anew. Do not connect the present with future matters. However, what should I do, Xiqing? You remain the esteemed daughter-in-law of the Lin family and my wife. Lin Qing observed her detaching herself from his embrace with disdain, and instead of anger, he smiled. Do you truly believe you can sever all ties with me? Gu Xiqing, incensed, sat on the sofa and poured herself a cup of chrysanthemum tea to cool her temper. Is this your way of retaliating for my previous persistence? If you choose to think so, Lin Qing responded, taking a seat across from her, his interest piqued as he admired her puffed cheeks. Indeed, it is true. I am employing your former methods to demonstrate just how bothersome and distasteful you once were. Gu Xiqing pressed her temples, exasperated. Are you not being childish? Is it not amusing? Were you not like this before? Perhaps even more extreme? Lin Qing's lips curled into a frigid smile. You intentionally orchestrated encounters daily at school. And now, at my company, you continue with your farcical antics. After so many years of this tiresome game, who is truly the childish one? The dark chapters of one's life. At this moment, Gu Xiqing wished to vanish into the cracks of the earth. I apologize to you. I am truly sorry, Lin Qing, for my thoughtlessness that intruded upon your life and disrupted your happiness, much like the queen mother meddling in the romance of the cowherd and the weaver girl. I sincerely regret it. When you marry, I shall present you with a generous red envelope as compensation. Can you be any more insincere? Lin Qing's lips twitched uncontrollably. How could she feign such sincerity? One might think she harbored a deep affection for Dai Qian. Should you continue with such absurdities, do you not believe I will? Lin Qing clenched his teeth, his chilling aura startling Gu Xiqing. She hastily closed her mouth and sipped her tea. A brief silence enveloped them. Gu Xiqing, her attention fixed on her cup, finally looked up. Shall we try that newly opened restaurant? I am unavailable. Gu Xiqing set down her cup. Although she had cancelled plans with Wang Tai, she had arranged to dine with Xiqing. You may go alone. Lin Qing inquired. Where are you meeting? I will drive you. After your meal, we can go register our marriage. I have my own car. You attend to your matters without concern for me. If Xiqing sees you following me, she will surely scold me. Scrolling through his phone, he forwarded a message about a public account. Tonight's charity gala. Where Dai Qian is the focal point, you should direct your attention there. At that event, he will undoubtedly accompany Dai Qian, who will be the center of admiration, akin to a princess. He would have attended regardless of her reminder. Gu Xiqing questioned. Do you genuinely wish for me to be with Dai Qian? Her confusion was palpable. Was this not what he had always desired? Why, then, was he rejecting it now that it was being offered to him? Chapter 37. You truly possess a kind heart. You are aware that, despite her enchanting beauty under the lights and her poised demeanor that suggests she fears nothing, she is quite fragile. She is afraid of the dark, fearful of rainy days, terrified of thunder, and prone to tears. Without your presence, she feels profoundly insecure. Lin Qing rubbed his brow, fingers pressing against the throbbing veins of his forehead, and chuckled softly. Gu Xiqing, you are indeed kind-hearted. Gu Xiqing smiled slightly, thanking him for the compliment. Noticing the time, she realized it was nearly lunch. She rose, took a few steps, and opened the concealed lounge within the office. To Lin Qing's surprise, he raised an eyebrow upon witnessing a door slowly emerge from the gray-black wall. The outfit he wore was unsuitable for public appearance. After spending an hour with him in the storage room, it was disheveled and permeated with a scent. Fortunately, during the office renovations, Xiqing had advised her on creating a separate room where she could rest after late nights of work, allowing her to nap during the day if needed. Thus, the relaxation area was born. The lounge was decorated simply, dominated by a black, white, and gray palette, featuring a floor-to-ceiling window that offered a clear view of the outside scenery. Apart from this, there was an almost invisible wardrobe that blended seamlessly with the wall, a large, soft bed, a sofa with a coffee table, and a modest shower area. This was Lin Qing's first glimpse into the nature of Gu Xiqing's office. Ever since she assumed the role of vice president, he had not visited Building B, only vaguely aware that she had utilized the top floor for her office. After her passing, he frequently found solace in her office during the quiet of the night, yet he had never discovered this hidden sanctuary. Gu Xiqing entered the lounge, selecting a white dress from the wardrobe before stepping into the shower. When she attempted to enter, she realized that she had locked the door. Gu Xiqing opened the door. Hadn't he seen every facet of her? Why the need for such precautions? The sound of cascading water from the shower echoed within, and approximately 15 minutes later, Gu Xiqing emerged, her hair damp. There are no clothes for you here, she implied, indicating that the shower was not intended for his use. Lin Qing frowned, his gaze lingering on her. Freshly bathed, she exuded a subtle, invigorating floral scent, with droplets of water clinging to her forehead and tips of her hair, enticing him. A warmth stirred within him, his throat slightly parched. Gu Xiqing immediately sensed his yearning and retreated 3 steps. Do you have nothing better to do today? She queried, noting that he had come to work yet remained in her vicinity, reluctant to leave. I have completed the workload for the next 2 months. Tiansheng is not financially strained and does not require me to seek out work unnecessarily. He referred to Gu Xiqing, who insisted on pursuing new projects despite his completion of the upcoming assignments. Did Tiansheng truly appear so impoverished? Or was Lin Qing himself destitute?
Oh.
Gu Xiqing replied softly, maneuvering past him to dry her hair and apply makeup. During this time, Lin Qing sat on the edge of the bed, his gaze intensely fixated on her. Chapter 38. You still owe me a child. Even without makeup, she radiated beauty, akin to delicate, snow-white jasmine in the rain. Once adorned, she transformed into a blooming white rose, exuding floral fragrances that captivated attention effortlessly, an unconscious overflow of hormones. He had never realized that this was the true essence of Gu Xiqing, her enchanting allure. Typically taking 10 minutes for her makeup, Gu Xiqing completed hers in 5. She picked up her phone, noting the time, 11 o'clock. She was scheduled to meet Xiqing at 12, with a 30-minute drive ahead. The remaining half-hour served as a buffer for any unforeseen delays. Lin Qing took out his phone and sent a message to the president of the Wang Group, then looked up at her, saying, Madam Wang, you need not go. Gu Xiqing's forehead furrowed with 3 dark lines. I have no time either. Lin Qing raised his gaze. Filled with warmth, I have time. Yet, beneath this warmth lay a feral intensity. Gu Xiqing could not bring herself to believe that he was a man of gentle elegance. Lin Qing, what do you intend to do? To register our marriage, to have you examined at the hospital, for we must begin preparations for conception. Lin Qing stood up and walked slowly towards her. Have you forgotten?
You still owe me a child.
At the mention of that child, Lin Qing's gaze fell upon her flat abdomen. That child had come at an inopportune moment. Without that child, Gu Xiqing might have lived a little longer. It was said she had merely half a month left to live, yet due to her erratic lifestyle, excessive drinking, and emotional turmoil, her condition had deteriorated rapidly. On the day she signed the divorce agreement, she fainted and never regained consciousness. The last time she awoke was on the operating table, and thereafter, she was lost. He had only heard about it incidentally from his assistant's conversation with others. At the funeral, the Gu family did not attend, nor did the Lin family, her former in-laws. Only Xiqing, Xiao Chen, and his uncle, along with a few relatives seldom seen, were present. His assistant, kind-hearted, discreetly attended to pay her respects. Thank you for reminding me. Gu Xiqing paused for a moment, recalling that they had not taken precautions in recent encounters. Internally anxious, she maintained a serene facade. I understand. You should go eat too. I will stop by the pharmacy for some contraceptive measures. She walked to her desk and picked up the car keys resting on the surface. Lin Qing had assumed she would care about that child. After all, she had loved him for 10 years, and they had inadvertently conceived a life. Even if it never had the chance to be born. Yet, her indifference was palpable. There was not even a flicker of emotion. Had she truly not loved him anymore? How could she so easily let go? Gu Xiqing, he called, observing her lack of sentiment as she stepped towards the door and hurried to follow. It's raining outside. I'll accompany you. Gu Xiqing cast a cold glance at him. If you are so free, organize the documents on the desk, then proceed with the meetings and discussions. I have matters to attend to. Lin Qing's gaze fell upon her empty fingers, his eyes clouded with complexity. After you dine with Xiqing, we should go buy rings. It's astonishing that a married person does not wear a wedding ring. Gu Xiqing realized his intentions. No matter how she expressed her displeasure, it would be in vain. Perhaps it was best to let it go, for further discourse might spiral into an uncontrollable situation. Suit yourself. As the elevator doors opened, employees emerged and greeted her cheerfully, but upon seeing Lin Qing, their faces turned pale with fright, and they quickly bowed. Hello, President Lin. Their voices rang out in unison. Chapter 39, Escape. Gu Xiqing pressed the button for the underground parking level, while Lin Qing stood beside her.
Gu Xiqing.
She turned her head. There was nothing he wished to disclose to her. He had been blind to the truth, having mistaken someone on the day after graduation. He did not want to acknowledge the influence of Dai Qian, who he believed to be a capricious, insidious woman at heart. In the past, fleeting fragments of that night often drifted through my mind. Yet I refused to acknowledge that the person he had tormented was her, the very one I had grown to loathe with an intensity that bordered on hatred. Despite numerous attempts to piece together those memories, he shattered them with his own hands. He was in denial, inexplicably falling for a woman who was both treacherous and foolish. This woman had caused him to be ridiculed for a decade. She even manipulated his family into compelling him to relinquish the position of vice president to her. And even that of a partner. If she were to discover that, unbeknownst to him, she held a place in his heart, she would likely create chaos. Regret had settled in. What if he had accepted that the victim of his cruelty that night was indeed her, embraced her words? Would the outcome have been different?
Ding.
The elevator doors opened at an opportune moment. Gu Xiqing donned her Bluetooth headset and made her way to the backup vehicle parked in the basement. Regardless of Lin Qingxuan's intentions, they were of no concern to her, nor did she wish to entangle herself with him. Upon gaining clarity, she realized how foolish her former self had been. Shen Xiang was right. She was indeed exceptional. What kind of man could she not find? Even if she chose not to seek a partner, she could still lead a fulfilling life. The mere thought of wanting a man could easily manifest into reality. As she opened the car door, taking advantage of Lin Qingxuan's absence, she pressed the accelerator and sped away. Gu Xiqing. Damn it. She had the audacity to flee. Indeed. Gu Xiqing had made her escape. President Shen, shall we meet at the A City airport? On her way, Gu Xiqing called Shen Xiang. She couldn't go to S City S airport. Lin Qingxian would undoubtedly be waiting for her there. She was perplexed by his erratic behavior. Having previously adored Dai Qian to the point of desiring to vanish from their shared world, now he clung to her like a stubborn leech, intent on using her past to torment her. It was indeed repulsive. Shen Xiang shut down her computer. All right, I'll pack up and come over. Without further thought, she understood that Gu Xiqing was in a precarious situation. This had been evident since the day of the wedding. After briefly transferring her current responsibilities, she departed for a city, equipped with her laptop and pre-packed suitcase. Outside, the weather was overcast, heavy clouds looming ominously, accompanied by thunder and torrential rain. Lin Qingxian pressed the accelerator, relentlessly pursuing the vehicle ahead. That was Gu Xiqing's car. This road led out of the city. What meal required venturing beyond the city limits? Gu Xiqing, do you truly wish to escape from everything that has transpired? In the rear-view mirror, Gu Xiqing caught sight of the relentless Maybach tailing her, and her heart skipped a beat. Why pursue her when they were not even married? Having left, would he not have more reason to seek out his mistress and elevate her status? In a flurry, Gu Xiqing dialed Shen Xiang's number, attempting to sound nonchalant. But her voice trembled uncontrollably. I might not be able to get away. You'll have to go on the business trip alone. If I manage to escape, I'll come find you. The car behind her was closing in rapidly. On the other end of the line, Shen Xiang inquired. Should I have someone help you block him? No, this is a personal matter between him and me. I don't want you involved. Gu Xiqing pressed the accelerator harder, veering onto a secluded road. He was completely unhinged. In the end, if her family suffered because of her, she would ensure she remained safe. Chapter 40. Your excuses could be even more awful, Xiqing. I heard that he had a car accident a couple of days ago and hit his head. His personality has changed drastically from the person I once knew. Are you really all right? Gu Xiqing forced a smile, remarking that it was not so much a change of personality, but rather a complete alteration of his very essence. I'm fine, you needn't worry. Just before Lin Qingxuan's vehicle collided with hers, Gu Xiqing hastily ended the call. The car was forced to a stop, and Lin Qingxian exited, rapping on her window. The torrential rain drenched his hair, obscuring the emotions hidden within his eyes. Get out of the car. Gu Xiqing unfastened her seatbelt and opened the door. The moment the door swung open, he seized her shoulder with a fierce grip, yanking her out and pinning her against the car door. Dining with Shen Xiang? Is this where you plan to eat? Lin Qingxian surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of any structure aside from the trees and meticulously trimmed lawns. Gu Xiqing maintained her composure, calmly holding onto his hand in an attempt to pry him away. What madness is this? Do I need to report to you where Shen Xiang and I are going to dine? Lin Qingxian slammed her against the car door with force. Observing her wince in pain, his anger remained unabated. Tell me, are you planning to leave S City? I am not. The impact against the door had left her back aching, and she feared that if she admitted to leaving, he might respond with even greater ferocity.
Not.
Lin Qingxian tightened his grip on her shoulder, his teeth clenched in rage. What does that resignation letter on your computer signify? I seek a better opportunity. Having been discovered in her intent to resign, Gu Xiqing saw no reason to fabricate excuses. I didn't have a good experience at Tiancheng. I wish to depart and find a workplace that suits me. Is that wrong? A better opportunity. Lin Qingxian's eyes brimmed with anger, his voice laced with disdain. Your excuses could be more pathetic. Water flows downwards, while people aspire upwards. I yearn for a superior platform. I do not wish to remain trapped at Tiancheng. Gu Xiqing inhaled sharply, feeling the pressure of his grip threatening to crush her shoulder. Liar. Lin Qingxian leaned closer, pressing her. You intend to leave me? To distance yourself from me? Gu Xiqing thought to herself. You know well enough. I am exhausted, she said, straining against his grip. You're hurting me, it really hurts. Lin Qingxian slightly eased his hold, but did not relinquish it. Before him stood a woman. Her eyes, drenched by the rain, radiated a sincere remorse. Lin Qing reflected on his past naivety, his misguided certainty, believing fervently that he had shattered her beautiful youth, staining her perfect life with blemishes. It was my fault. My obsession, my foolish dreams. Everything was of my making, it was all my fault. The only thing I can do now is resign from my position as vice president at Tianqing to withdraw from your life and restore your beautiful world. Do you think, Xiqing's voice trembled, that this is not sufficient to quell your anger? Then I shall connect you and Dai Qian, persuading Lin Lao and the others to accept Dai. Lin Qing grasped the back of her head, kissing her fiercely and dominantly. To withdraw from his life. He bit down on her lip with such intensity that it drew blood, and even as the metallic taste filled his mouth, he did not relent. Chapter 41. The former Xiqing is no more. Lin Qing. Xiqing felt breathless from his kiss, frantically patting his shoulder. Let us find a place to talk properly. He offered her no chance to speak, merely casting a fleeting glance her way before fervently sealing her lips once more. Minutes later, he finally released her, gazing at her softly, tenderly caressing her cheek with his fingertips. Observing her flushed face, enchanted by his kiss, his voice emerged, hoarse yet earnest. Xiqing, my life is not one you can invade at will or exit whenever you please. Taking deep breaths of fresh air, Xiqing eventually met his gaze. What do you wish for? Should I atone with my life? Lowering her eyes, a bitter smile crept upon her lips. If you encounter difficulties while negotiating, feel free to call me for assistance, just as before. Just as it had always been, her heart and mind filled with thoughts of him. In the dead of night, she would call him. If the call failed, she would resort to WeChat, sending messages. Even when inebriated and unable to hail a cab, she would reach out to him. Alas, that seemed to be the only time she drunkenly called him, and he did not answer. The following day, his assistant stumbled upon a short video featuring a drunken woman slumbering on a park bench, and upon recognizing her, he was informed. It appeared to be during their first year of marriage, a time when she would call him for help during social engagements, or when she faced harassment, crying and voicing her grievances through voice messages. Yet, he found her presence irritating and chose to ignore her. Consequently, she ceased seeking his help altogether. However, she incessantly bombarded him with trivial messages, which led him to believe that Xiqing was somewhat deranged. Despite the mistreatment she endured from him over the past 3 years, she still clung to him. Yet, he often found himself lost in thought while listening to her monotonous voice messages. You love me, don't you? Rain blurred his vision, shrouding him in a hazy mist. He could scarcely see her, as if she were a fleeting dream, poised to vanish at any moment. It was I who convinced Lin Lao and the others to pressure you into marrying me, ruining your life. I am truly sorry. I realize that merely withdrawing from your life cannot rectify the damage I have caused. I am weary, lacking the energy to recreate the person I once was. Xiqing paused for a moment, inhaling deeply before speaking with difficulty. She died on the operating table, leaving with my mother. Lin Qing felt a sharp pang in his heart, a dull ache tightening within. Cradling her in his arms, feeling her warmth, he rested his chin atop her head. Let us acquire a pair of rings, and when the Civil Affairs Bureau opens this afternoon, we shall collect our marriage certificate. Chapter 42. Lin Qing, you are truly frightening. Xiqing pressed her hands against his chest, pushing him away. Lin Qing, let us forego the marriage certificate. If we obtain it, everything will become exceedingly complicated. You do not wish to obtain a certificate with me. Who else would you choose? In response to her resistance, he tightened his embrace. Xiqing, even starting anew? You cannot alter the fact that you are my wife, Lin Qing. We have not registered our marriage. I am not your wife. Xiqing found herself unable to break free, resigned to his embrace, as the two of them stood in the torrential rain like fevered lunatics. Isn't it? Lin Qing lowered his head, cradling her face in his hands. Her eyes were rimmed with red, resembling a pitiful rabbit that had fallen into water.
Who is it that married me?
Xiqing sniffled, retorting, in this timeline, the one who married me is another you. Suddenly, a gentle visage flashed in her mind, with warm, smiling eyes that said he remembered everything. In that instant, it felt as if a thorn had pierced her heart, leaving her breathless with pain. The belated realization struck her. The Lin Qing she had known for less than 2 days. The one who spoke to her tenderly and became flustered when she cried, was irretrievable. That day, in a fit of anger, he had stormed out, abruptly and without forewarning, meeting an untimely demise. Ajie remarked that the CEO seemed different, while Xinxiang noted that this Lin Qing was unlike the one she had known. Regret washed over her for having sent him away that morning. If he had not left, would this Lin Qing have ever appeared? Are you looking through me to see him? Lin Qing was taken aback, his soul seemingly frozen in place as the cacophonous world around him fell silent. She gazed at him with sorrowful despair, her eyes fixed on him, yet seemingly directed toward another person, another version of him. Xiqing was suddenly engulfed by profound sadness. Emotions surging within her, tears spilling uncontrollably. She couldn't believe she was missing another version of herself. With a quivering voice, she murmured, "Lin Qing, you are terrifying." The hand that shook her shoulders paused, and then a resounding thud echoed in her ears as a fist struck the car door. A chill ran down her spine as she turned to see the once flush surface of the vehicle now dented. Terrifying? Xiqing, you brought this upon yourself. Lin Qing could not accept her penetrating gaze, which seemed to peer through him, contemplating another self. Xiqing trembled uncontrollably. Yes, I forced you. I'm sorry. I don't wish to argue any longer. It's all my fault. Perhaps if I had knelt sooner, this absurd moment could have ended. The rain intensified, stinging her face. If she were alone in this desolate wilderness, she longed to lie down and let the rain wash over her. Lin Qing tilted his head back, allowing the raindrops to extinguish the fury within him. After a lengthy pause, he took her to his car, opening the passenger door and gently ushering her inside. He settled into the driver's seat, adjusting the cabin temperature to a warmer setting. On their return journey, Xiqing leaned against the window, drifting into a drowsy slumber. By the time they reached the seaside, she was fast asleep. Lin Qing exited the car, cradling her in his arms, and brushed his fingers against her forehead, which felt feverish. Chapter 43. Do not fear me. He placed her on the sofa and opened the wardrobe, surveying the few changes of clothing inside. Selecting a soft, gentle nightgown, he replaced her soaked garments before laying her on the bed. His fingers traced the contours of her cheek. Even in slumber, her brows remained furrowed, as if she were caught in an unsettling dream. You fear me, he whispered, his gaze downcast, a self-mocking smile tugging at his lips. Xiqing, you are a deceiver. You were the one who first enticed me, and now you call me frightening. When Xiqing awoke, it was deep into the night, the bedroom illuminated by the warm glow of a bedside lamp. The heavy rain continues to pour outside, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning that pierce the night sky, casting light upon the world beyond. The steady sound of breathing fills the air, and as I lean back slightly, I encounter the warmth of another's body. What I have longed for, yearned to possess, was to awaken with him by my side. Yet now, a tumult of emotions swirls within Xiqing. The hand resting on her waist pulls her closer into his embrace, enveloping her in his warmth. Awake? His husky voice murmurs by her ear. Are you still feeling unwell? I'm fine, she replies. It's common to catch a cold after being caught in the rain. Lin Qing holds her tightly, burying his head in the crook of her neck. He nudges against her collarbone, his voice muffled. Do not shy away from me. Do not fear me.
I do not, she insists.
You do, he counters. Xiqing closes her eyes, pondering for a moment. I do not fear you, I simply no longer love you. What do you mean? I am just very tired. Let us sleep. It is imperative to find an opportunity to clarify matters with Lin Lao and then dissolve this marriage. A peaceful separation, with both parties living harmoniously apart, would be the most favorable outcome. Lin Qing tightens his embrace around her. The next morning, an aunt arrives to prepare breakfast. By the time Xiqing awakens, the meal is already laid out. The woman who has come to cook is not the same as the one from her memories, and the dishes differ from those she recalls. The chicken soup is infused with various medicinal herbs, yet it carries no bitterness. Other desserts and dishes also contain some herbal ingredients. Is this a medicinal diet? Lin Qing notices Xiqing's puzzled gaze upon him and speaks slowly. The family at the old residence is aware of my accident and sent an aunt skilled in preparing medicinal meals to cook for us. Xiqing contemplates this with a soft dough. He had been in a car accident 2 days prior, his head bleeding profusely, yet he had not sought medical attention. Instead, merely asking Xiao-sun to stop the bleeding and bandage him. He truly requires nourishment. The thought of any mishap occurring is too dreadful to entertain, especially considering how much Lin Lao cares for him. The pain of losing a loved one is unfathomable. When her mother passed away, her uncle must have been heartbroken. He had personally laid her to rest, only to later do the same for her. Sighing, she announces, I must go to work. Thoughts of her uncle extinguish her appetite. Setting down her chopsticks and wiping her mouth, she says, You take your time. I have made an appointment online to collect our marriage certificate. I will retrieve the documents first. Lin Qing calls out to her. Xiqing pauses, her gaze settling on him. Lin Qing, obtaining a marriage certificate is not a trivial matter. Is marriage a just then? He raises an eyebrow playfully. At a loss for a retort, Xiqing falters. Consider this. If we obtain the certificate and should we later divorce, I would claim half of your assets. His disdain for her is palpable. The thought of losing half his wealth would undoubtedly upset him. Chapter 44. Gu Xiqing feels weary. I have an entire legal team to accompany you in court. Lin Qingxuan's brow relaxes at her words, a light chuckle escaping him. If you think that the entire floor of lawyers on the 29th floor of Tiansheng cannot contend with your hired attorney, I can always enlist a professional divorce lawyer. At that point, it would not just be half of my assets you would claim, but even a single strand of your hair would belong to me. You would find it impossible to leave with nothing. Gu Xiqing's lips twitched in admiration as she gave a thumbs up, expressing her respect. You are truly remarkable. You flatter me, she replied, feeling weary. Ascending the stairs, she changed into a fitted black dress, donned a dove gray oversized coat, slipped on short black boots, and grabbed a metallic chain black handbag. Descending once more, she locked eyes with Lin Qing, who was waiting for her on the sofa. A glance at Gu Xiqing's ensemble revealed an air of intellect, yet it was not suitable for obtaining a marriage certificate. She returned upstairs to change her attire and called her assistant to acquire 2 dresses suitable for the occasion from the mall to meet them at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Gu Xiqing reassured Xinxiang, informing her of her plans to collect the marriage certificate with Lin Qing, which sent Xinxiang into a flurry of disbelief over the phone. Are you really going? Xinxiang's incredulous voice echoed through the receiver. Gu Xiqing rubbed her temples, responding with a muted Xiqing, I don't know what has transpired. But whenever I see him these past few days, I feel a wave of goosebumps. He seems different, and I worry for your safety in his company. Although she wished to celebrate Gu Xiqing's long-awaited love after 7 years. She had witnessed the hardships endured during this time and hoped fervently that Gu Xiqing would encounter a good man who truly cherished her. I can't leave S-City now. Gu Xiqing sighed, her fingers weaving through her hair, massaging her forehead. Perhaps I shall observe a fitting moment to assess the situation. She contemplated arranging a meeting between him and Dai Qian, setting the stage for a media frenzy to ensure they couldn't avoid public scrutiny. As for the Lin family, she expressed her desire for a divorce, and Lin's father, being reasonable, would likely acquiesce. Dai Qian was wholly focused on Lin Qing, and she would naturally stoke the flames, amplifying the situation without needing to utter a word. All right, Xinxiang chuckled with resignation. No matter what you decide, I shall always be your steadfast support. If it comes to it, I'll find someone to give Lin Qing a good beating. I know, with President Shen as my ally, I am indeed fortunate. Hearing footsteps approaching from the staircase, she said, I must hang up now. As Lin Qing descended, he caught sight of her bashful smile, which froze the moment he laid eyes on her. His gaze fell upon her phone, brow furrowing slightly. Who are you so cheerfully conversing with? In the next instant, he approached in swift strides, snatching the phone from her hand, grasping her wrist, and unlocking it with his fingerprint to check her call log. Lin Qing, you. His actions were fluid and decisive, leaving no room for reaction. By the time she processed what had happened, it was over. In exchange, you may inspect my phone at any time, he stated, lowering his gaze to access the settings on her device, recording his fingerprint for future unlocks. Gu Xiqing watched in astonishment at his audacity. What on earth are you doing? What do you think? After completing the fingerprint registration, he returned her phone. Let us go. The Civil Affairs Bureau will soon open. Lin Qing, you may come to regret this. As he pulled her out the door, Gu Xiqing kindly warned him. After we obtain the certificate, the one you must cherish will indeed become the type of lover discussed among affluent women. His deep affection for Dai Qian surely meant he would not allow someone as radiant as her to fall into the shadows of being a wealthy man's secret mistress. Wouldn't he? Chapter 45, Establishing Ground Rules. I wish Lin Qing would shove her into the car, his lips curling into a sinister smile that sent chills down their spines. The men behind them would apologize to me for their foolish words. Gu Xiqing felt a wave of coldness seep into her very bones, utterly convinced that Lin Qing was capable of committing truly horrifying acts. Let us establish some ground rules before we obtain the marriage certificate. Since we cannot avoid this, let us set some boundaries. Lin Qing turned to her, intrigued.
Oh?
The third rule, continue living as you did before, without disturbing my work as you have these past few days. I will refrain from creating tedious encounters to irritate you, as I did previously. I hope we can clarify this unpleasant situation and put an end to it. Lin Qing rubbed his temples, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized her. Gu Xiqing, are you blatantly trying to draw a line between us? Are you suggesting that only the officials can play with fire while the common folk must not even light a lamp? Why can he be Dai Qian's boyfriend, yet I cannot remain single? Are you dissatisfied? Lin Qing raised an eyebrow. Were we not on better terms before? As the car began to move, Gu Xiqing felt no desire to engage further in conversation. Stripped of the lens of deep affection, he now appeared before her as a fearsome beast. The pity that should have been felt was replaced by a predatory wolf ready to pounce and shred its prey. Gu Xiqing, I advise against harboring any delusions of starting anew, for such absurd notions must be cast aside. What you must do now is marry me. undergo a medical examination, prepare for conception, and bear children. I do not wish to have children with you. Gu Xiqing pressed her forehead, overwhelmed by a mix of frustration and indignation. Her emotions had grown increasingly violent, making it difficult to find a breakthrough. She did not want to be with him, not for a single second. Every cell in her body screamed to escape. Once was enough. She was not some wretched soul incapable of living without him. Her grip on the steering wheel faltered momentarily. You have no choice. Lin Qing parked the car steadily in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. You owe me a child. Lin Qing, if you desire a child, seek out Dai Qian. She would gladly bear one for you. Dai Qian craved everything that Gu Xiqing cherished and possessed, seizing it to flaunt. Is it truly your wish to witness my union with Dai Qian? Chapter 46. Let the past remain in the past. Gu Xiqing expressed her heartfelt hope that the ill-fated couple would find happiness together.
Oh.
Lin Qing raised an eyebrow. Your wish will come true. Grasping her hand, he felt its coolness and tightened his grip. I shall marry Dai Qian and host a wedding that will astound the world. I trust you 1T hide away in tears when that day arrives. You can have a lover, but I cannot? Gu Xiqing scoffed, perplexed by his sentiments. We are two strangers devoid of love. Why bother with a marriage certificate? Forget it. Gu Xiqing recalled her past, loving him so humbly. And now she wished only to knock herself out and forget everything. Indeed, the observer has clarity, while the participant remains ensnared in confusion. At that moment, she was wholly absorbed in love, utterly oblivious to the absurdity of the farcical situation unfolding before her. Donning the crisp, white shirt brought by her assistant, she sat against a striking red backdrop to capture the image of their marriage certificate. Gu Xiqing remained silent throughout, for she believed that any further words would be futile. He wore a cold expression, his eyes filled with disdain, while she, clutching the certificate photo as if it were a treasure, bounced joyfully. Tears of happiness streaming down her face. It felt like a lifetime ago when her boundless energy seemed inexhaustible. Gu Xiqing, are you engaging in a game of feigned aloofness? Lin Qing, holding 2 marriage certificates, observed her disdain for the document, a subtle pang of discomfort stirring within him as he recalled those times. Let us not dwell on past embarrassments, Gu Xiqing interjected, asserting that what mattered most was the present. Was bringing up the past merely to remind her of how amusing she once was? Indeed, it was rather humorous. And now it was clear why Xiang felt both pity and anger upon seeing her. Witnessing her furious little self, Lin Qingxuan's heartache deepened. How he longed for the days when her heart and eyes were filled with thoughts of him. Shall we head to the hospital? Changing the subject, he opened the passenger door. Shall we go? You go ahead. Gu Xiqing, feeling irritable, declined to enter the vehicle. I will go to the hospital on my own shortly. Where are you headed? Noticing her refusal to get in, he closed the door and approached her. A walk, perhaps? I will accompany you. Lin Qing. I am fully aware of how bothersome I used to be. Just go wherever you wish, all right? To the hospital, then. Gu Xiqing simply desired a place to be alone. His presence was more burdensome than going to the hospital. As you wish. The car departed from the Civil Affairs Bureau, arriving at S City First People's Hospital half an hour later. Gu Xiqing did not seek out her uncle to take the VIP route. Instead, like most patients, she registered herself for a blood test and a CT scan. Lin Qing also underwent a full-body examination, only to find upon exiting that Gu Xiqing was not waiting for him in the corridor. He called her, but the call went unanswered. Chapter 47. A chance encounter with Xiao Chen. Gu Xiqing surveyed her surroundings, unable to locate Gu Xiqing's figure. Could she have taken this opportunity to slip away? With this thought, Lin Qing clenched his jaw and called again, but once more, there was no answer.
Meanwhile,
Gu Xiqing watched from a distance as her uncle was surrounded by a throng of doctors, being escorted to the next ward, her heart aching painfully. She yearned to rush into his embrace and weep, yet feared causing him distress. Thus, she could only gaze from afar, promising herself to meet him once her own matters were settled. With a heavy heart, she glanced at her phone displaying missed calls, and without a second thought, blocked his number. At this moment, she wished to avoid Lin Qing entirely. His presence reminded her of her own humility, of the self that had lost all dignity and sensibility, consumed solely by thoughts of him. Xiao Qing? A startled exclamation broke the air. Gu Xiqing looked up. Xiao Chen? Xiao Chen, his neck immobilized in a brace, his bruised face still bearing the marks of injury, yet smiling broadly as he approached her. What brings you here? Visiting your uncle? Or, with eyes gleaming, are you here to see me? I came, she replied. You truly came to see me? Xiao Chen leaned against the wall with a cane, murmuring in a tone of grievance, Xiao Qing, that day I was indeed too impulsive, but Lin Qing was excessively harsh. Look at me now, my injuries are still not healed. It was true that Lin Qing had struck him with considerable force, leaving him wrapped in a cast. Gu Xiqing appraised him from head to toe and advised, "When you see him again, keep your distance, understood?" Sighing helplessly, Xiao Chen replied, "I should have gone to seize the bride that day." Gu Xiqing could not help but chuckle at his words, her gentle brows and captivating beauty lighting up the moment. "Ha ha ha, it's almost mealtime. Is there anything you wish to eat? It's on me." Xiao Chen's eyes sparkled. Indeed, she was the one he adored. With a mere smile, she had stolen his heart. "I want to eat whatever you choose." Gu Xiqing pondered for a moment. "There's a restaurant across the street from the hospital that I've always missed. Shall we go there?" "Sounds good. But can you walk that far?" He still relied on his cane. Surely, he could not manage to cross the street. Concern flickered in Gu Xiqing's eyes. Xiao Chen had been injured because of her. And if he were to fall while they dined, she would feel like a jinx. "I'm perfectly fine," Xiao Chen declared, tossing aside his cane and bouncing up. "Look, I move like a nimble rabbit." Gu Xiqing was taken aback. "I took most of the hits to my face. My legs are fine." It appeared her worries were unfounded. Gu Xiqing smiled lightly, relieved he was well. "Let us go then." Yet, there was still a twinge of pain. Xiao Chen immediately clutched his chest, feigning weakness. "I haven't slept well at night. If Xiao Qing could call me every day, perhaps I would recover faster." Gu Xiqing, amused by his antics, felt her previous irritation dissipate momentarily. "I will make time to call you and remind you to take your medicine." "Good." As the elevator doors opened, Xiao Chen excitedly stepped in, only to slowly back out again. Gu Xiqing peered past his back and met Lin Qing's bottomless, dark eyes. A jolt of electricity coursed through her, causing her to shiver unexpectedly. Xiao Chen was compelled to step back from the elevator, nearly stumbling to the ground. Gu Xiqing steadied him, glancing up and asking, "What are you doing here?" "That's what I should be asking you," Lin Qing retorted. His gaze fixed on her hand supporting Xiao Chen, the anger in his eyes flaring. He had been unable to locate her and had used his authority to access the surveillance footage, only to discover she was here visiting. He had assumed she was there to see her uncle, not realizing she was meeting Xiao Chen. Chapter 48. If you wish to think that way, there's nothing I can do. "Xiao Chen, I'll treat you to a meal next time," Gu Xiqing said, patting his shoulder. "And remember to take your medicine on time." Xiao Chen opened his mouth to retain Gu Xiqing, but upon meeting Lin Qing's predatory gaze, he felt a chill run down his spine. Xiao Qing in his current state, he was no match for Lin Qing and would only add to Gu Xiqing's worries. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming to see your uncle? You even blocked his number." "Gu Xiqing, you're something else." Gu Xiqing rubbed her hands together, avoiding his piercing gaze filled with suppressed fury. "I don't need to report everything to you. What were you about to do with him?" "Gu Xiqing, are you upset that I interrupted your precious time together?" As she exited the elevator, she declared, "If you wish to think that way, there's nothing I can do." Lin Qing's forehead was adorned with protruding veins as he suppressed his fury, walking beside her. "Gu Xiqing, do not provoke me." Gu Xiqing shot him a disdainful glance. "What am I provoking you for?" Lin Qing found himself incensed by the piercing gaze she directed at him, one he had never encountered before. The flames of rage within him blazed ever higher, drowning out his reason. He seized her, drawing her into the fire escape, pinning her against the wall, and in an instant, sealed her lips with his own. Did she truly despise him? "Lin Qing, let me go." Gu Xiqing struggled, pushing against him. But he tightened his grip, entwining their fingers and pressing her hands against the wall. "Lin Qing, release me, let go." His demeanor instilled fear in Gu Xiqing, prompting her to push against him repeatedly. "Is it that distasteful for you to be kissed by me?" Lin Qing's anger surged. His teeth clenched as he abruptly bit her lip, using his thumb to wipe away the stubborn, aggrieved tears from the corners of her eyes. Leaning closer, he whispered in her ear, "Gu Xiqing, remember, when you provoke my wrath, it is you who will suffer." With a kiss, he quelled her panic. Half an hour later, he lifted her chin and kissed the tip of her nose, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. "Shall we go for a meal?" "Not going." Gu Xiqing turned her head away, tears spilling uncontrollably from her eyes. "Are you angry?" "Your angry demeanor is indeed a rarity," Lin Qing remarked, his thumb brushing against her still flushed cheek. "Would you like me to carry you out?" Gu Xiqing sniffled and shook her head. The next moment, he swept her up in his arms, declaring, "You cannot walk, so I shall carry you." The reason she could not walk was undoubtedly due to him. "Gu Xiqing, choose a destination. We shall honeymoon." Hailing Bay. Gu Xiqing closed her eyes weakly, burying her head in his shoulder, to Hailing Bay. Previously, during the first month of their marriage, he had taken Dai Qian to Hailing Bay for a month. During that time, media reporters clamored to cover it, producing an uncountable number of videos and photos. This time, under his name, he called for Dai Qian to join them, fulfilling both of their desires. Lin Qing paused, a slight frown creasing his brow. Let's choose another place.
Work.
Gu Xiqing's spirits plummeted. No honeymoon then. Gu Xiqing, you know that place? Lin Qing struggled to voice, uncertain how to articulate Hailing Bay. That place, where he had previously spent a month with Dai Qian. Was she being deliberate? Choosing that location on purpose. Chapter 49. In truth, you possess a sociopathic violent personality. You wish to visit Hailing Bay with your beloved? How could I possibly tarnish your future honeymoon destination? Gu Xiqing pouted, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Then I shall select Tiansheng as my honeymoon locale. Gu Xiqing, stop this nonsense. Gu Xiqing touched her bitten lip, wincing in pain. What nonsense am I causing? Was it not you who asked me to choose a place? I chose, yet you are displeased. Lin Qing set her down, opened the car door. Finding her expression both infuriating and amusing, he relented. Very well, we shall go to Hailing Bay tomorrow. Gu Xiqing fastened her seatbelt. After notifying Xiqing of her safety, she posted a WeChat moment visible only to Dai Qian. Tomorrow, I shall be off to Hailing Bay for my honeymoon. For the next month, I shall be a blissful woman. Lin Qing watched her enter the car, then glanced at his phone, reminding her, pull me out of your blacklist. Noticing her lack of response, Gu Xiqing lowered her voice slightly. She deleted that series of phone numbers from her blacklist. Do not add my number back to the blacklist, Lin Qing warned her. If there is another occurrence, and you will divorce me? She retorted, finding amusement in the prospect of blocking him daily. Lin Qing's expression darkened, rendered speechless by her words. If there is another occurrence, I cannot guarantee that I will not engage in some excessive actions. Have you ever consulted a psychiatrist? Perhaps you possess an antisocial personality disorder. Gu Xiqing felt a shiver run down her spine, nervously squeezing her palms, using the pain to numb her fear. Though she appeared to be a delicate little kitten, she spoke with a fearless bravado. Lin Qing chuckled. There is no need for veiled insults. If you wish to criticize me, do so openly. Gu Xiqing rolled down the car window, gazing at the receding scenery, disinterested in continuing the conversation. The test results would be available in 4 hours, subsequently delivered to the Tinghai Villa by a dedicated courier. As lunchtime approached, Lin Qing parked in front of an upscale Western restaurant in the city center. At this hour, the restaurant was nearly empty. The attending waiter remarked, Miss Dai Qian is filming here. The director's team has reserved the restaurant. Had it not been for our acquaintance with Mr. Lin, we would not have dared to open the doors. Observing Lin Qing's expression, the waiter quietly reminded him, Mr. Lin, Miss Dai Qian is filming on the second floor's outdoor terrace. I will arrange a nearby table for you. The relationship between Dai Qian and Lin Qing was common knowledge throughout the entertainment industry, even among those uninvolved in it. It was only a matter of time before Lin Qing held a press conference to declare to the world that Dai Qian was his. Lin Qing instinctively studied Gu Xiqing, hoping to detect some unusual emotional shift on her face. However, after a moment, he found her smiling, graciously allowing the waiter to lead the way. I am the vice president of Tiansheng. Here is my business card. Noticing the waiter's confusion regarding her identity, Gu Xiqing presented her business card, unexpectedly encountering the goddess of S City while accompanying Mr. Lin. The waiter smiled slightly. Vice President Gu, you are quite beautiful, certainly no less than a major star. Lin Qing furrowed his brows, gazing intently at Gu Xiqing. Were it not for the knowledge that her staged accident had claimed Dai Qian's life, her current demeanor would lead one to believe she admired Dai Qian, as if she were a devoted fan. Chapter 50. Tiansheng boasts a formidable and beautiful female CEO. Their table was situated close to the outdoor terrace, allowing them to see Dai Qian, dressed in a flowing white gown with her dark hair cascading down her shoulders, diligently engaged in her filming under the director's guidance. After the waiter led them to their seats, he went to inform the restaurant manager. Aware of Lin Qing's esteemed presence, the manager hurriedly approached to greet him. Mr. Lin, this is our restaurant's newly crafted coffee. Would you care to try it? Although he addressed Lin Qing, his gaze was fixed on Gu Xiqing. And who might this be? Gu Xiqing handed him her business card. Vice President Gu, I have heard so much about Tiansheng's formidable female CEO. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Lin Qing lifted the coffee cup to take a sip, savoring it before looking at her. Since this is your first visit, allow me to present you with the menu. The manager felt somewhat awkward and smiled as he went to fetch the menu. After finishing her shoot, Dai Qian donned a warm coat and glanced indoors, immediately spotting Lin Qing. Gu Xiqing, seated opposite Lin Qing, was entirely overlooked by her.
Qing.
I couldn't wait to come over. Are you here to see me? Do you know my schedule for today? Gu Xiqing quietly consulted the waiter beside her, inquiring about the delectable dishes. Lin Qing hoped to see a trace of her former excitement reflected in Gu Xiqing, yet she seemed oblivious, engrossed in her own selections. Qing. I knew you wouldn't truly be upset with me, Dai Qian said as she settled next to Lin Qing, wrapping her arms around his, her tones sweetly flirtatious. I'm so happy you came to see me. I bet you know that after I finish the scene today, I have the afternoon free. What shall we do with this newfound time? Xiqing remained absorbed in her choices, requesting, please bring me another cup of fresh coconut coffee. Certainly, the waiter nodded. Is there anything else you would like to order? We have some new items on the menu that you might want to try. I won't be needing anything else. But you can ask General Manager Lin and the others, Xiqing replied, pushing the menu towards Lin Qing. His expression was solemn, shrouded in a cloud of unspoken thoughts. It was only then that Dai Qian noticed someone seated across from her. Sister, you came to see me too? She excitedly nestled into Lin Qing's embrace, incredulous. You despise me so much, yet here you are. If my parents knew, they would surely be moved to tears. The waiter, overhearing this shocking revelation, stood in astonishment, unable to believe it, and discreetly pricked up his ears. The director and crew from the outdoor terrace packed up their gear and entered, greeting Lin Qing and Xiqing. Xiqing nodded slightly and then turned to Dai Qian, stating, I wasn't aware you were filming here. She added, I came to discuss business with General Manager Lin. Implicitly, she indicated that Lin Qing was aware of her filming here, which was why he chose this restaurant for their meal. Lin Qing felt a pang of discomfort. In the past, he relished seeing Xiqing jealous. Her sorrow and suppressed grievances brought him joy. So, wherever she was present, he would openly display affection with Dai Qian. He had intended to employ the same tactic once more to provoke her, thus did not refuse Dai Qian's advances, yet her eyes betrayed no emotion. She no longer loved him. As she had stated, the old version of her had perished on the operating table. Chapter 51. No longer willing to endure the torment of online bullying. She picked up her handbag and beckoned the waiter over. How much for this table? The waiter, engrossed in his task, quickly opened the ordering app on his phone and checked. Vice General Gu, your total is 2,003. Lin Qing pried Dai Qian's hand away and stood up, striding after Xiqing. She followed the waiter to the front desk to settle the bill, puzzled by his pursuit. I have something to attend to first, General Manager Lin. You and Dai Qian enjoy your meal. Dai Qian hurriedly chased after him, her face pale as she clutched her stomach. Qing, my stomach hurts. Could you accompany me to the hospital later? Greetings. This establishment accepts payments via WeChat and Alipay. The enchanting cashier at the front desk gazes intently at the trio, offering a warm reminder. Xiqing retrieves her phone to make a payment. Dai Qian. I have a matter to discuss with her. Please treat the director and the others to this meal. Lin Qing, visibly impatient, pries Dai Qian's hand away, stating, if you're unwell, allow someone to take you to the hospital. Observing Xiqing exiting the restaurant, he angrily pursues her. Xiqing. Are you pretending to be deaf? He strides after her, eager to clarify, I had no knowledge of her presence here. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, during an international conference, Xiqing, adorned with a Bluetooth headset, converses with a Jia, please organize the proposal materials. I shall arrive shortly. Xiqing. My intention was not to come here for her. Noticing her indifference, he obstructs her path, insisting, look at me. I do not deceive you. I wish not to meddle in your affairs. Xiqing ends the call, wishing to avoid being stripped bare by Dai Qian's ardent fans, and does not desire to receive any cursed dolls or black and white photographs. Descending to procure a dessert, she finds herself doused in coffee. Are you resenting me for not intervening back then? Lin Qing comprehends her implication. He was aware of the situation and found it quite entertaining. Each day, he observed Xiqing, eager to witness her breakdown amidst the online harassment, hoping to seize the opportunity to strike again. Yet, she continued to fulfill her work obligations, enduring a year of insults, stalking, and humiliation. You are overthinking. Xiqing had never anticipated his intervention, thus could harbor no resentment towards him. This time, she vowed he would not allow her to suffer such unwarranted tribulations. A white vehicle halted by the roadside, Xiqing's taxi. Lin Qing, seizing her wrist, gritted his teeth in frustration. Must you only heed your own desires? Do you refuse to listen to anything I say? The driver of the white car, witnessing Xiqing's predicament, hesitated, contemplating whether to assist. As the passenger was forcibly dragged towards another vehicle, he promptly exited and rushed over. Release her. If you do not, I shall call the police. Chapter 52. Surveillance footage. The driver engaged in a struggle with Lin Qing, while Xiqing, sensing the situation deteriorating, quickly intervened. Driver, let's go. If we remain, the innocent bystander will suffer. Xiqing was well aware of Lin Qing's propensity for violence. Xiao Chun had been hospitalized due to his aggression. Sir, your actions are unlawful. The driver forcefully swatted Lin Qing's hand away, sternly warning him, "My passenger does not wish to accompany you, should you persist." Driver. "I am late for work. Let's not argue with him. We should leave." Gu Xiqing gently tugged at the driver's shirt sleeve before Lin Qing could unleash his fury. Recognizing the passenger's desire to avoid escalating the situation, the driver shot Lin Qing a fierce glare, ensuring Gu Xiqing entered the vehicle safely. "License plate number?" Gu Xiqing fastened her seatbelt and provided the number. The car gradually pulled away, merging into the stream of traffic. Lin Qing clenched his fists, the knuckles cracking ominously. Once, she pursued him relentlessly, akin to a famished dog, her eyes sparkling with delight whenever she caught sight of him, eagerly seeking his affection. At an opportune moment, his phone vibrated, an assistant calling to inform him that the surveillance footage from 6 months ago, which had been damaged, was now repaired and placed on his desk. Surveillance footage? He hung up, hastily driving to the office. Upon entering, he tore open the folder, extracted the USB drive, and inserted it into his computer to view the video. His door was unlocked, hesitating for a mere 2 seconds before the group of people caught up to him. She pushed the door open and concealed herself in the dimly lit room. What ensued unfolded as expected. A group of classmates arrived early to invite him for a hike, only to find him lying beside Dai Qian. Dai Qian, sobbing with a crumpled blanket in her grasp, felt wronged, while he experienced a throbbing headache, a buzzing sound echoing in his ears. At school, Dai Qian had always been the ugly duckling, entering the Gu family with her mother. She grew up under the relentless bullying of Gu Xiqing, who could not bear to see her thrive. On the few occasions he witnessed it, he saw Gu Xiqing pour a bowl of soup over her head in the cafeteria or angrily slap her. Thus, he reassured her, saying, "Stop crying. I will take responsibility for you." From then on, he gained a clearer understanding of how wicked and malicious Gu Xiqing truly was. To torment Dai Qian, Gu Xiqing would toss snakes at her while she bathed and place needles in her shoes, driven by jealousy over her dancing prowess. Chapter 53. Secrets known only to Lin Qing. During family meals, she would throw temper tantrums, refusing to eat unless appeased, indiscriminately attacking everyone around her. At school, small cliques would conspire to bully her, enlisting student council members to humiliate her in various ways. Countless acts of cruelty transpired, each time Dai Qian recounted them. She would sob uncontrollably, and he would hold her tightly, comforting her as she wept in his embrace. This was a painful truth he had long been reluctant to accept. Yet now it lay starkly before him. Lin Qing still could not reconcile this Gu Xiqing with the one he knew. Therefore, even if it were indeed the truth, he could not absolve the present Gu Xiqing of her misdeeds. Frustrated, he removed the USB drive and placed it in the safe beneath the bookshelf behind him. Inside the safe lay a phone with a cracked screen, which he had sealed away on the day he reincarnated in this body. He gazed at the phone for a while before powering it on, as if opening a clandestine diary of unrequited love. The notes contained Gu Xiqing's preferences, while hidden albums showcased her from her school days. Gu Xiqing, leaning against the windowsill, gazed out at the scenery, the spring breeze lifting her hair like ink flowing into his heart, stirring tender emotions. Gu Xiqing, running on the playground, exuded youthful vitality. On a snowy day, she sat by the roadside, lost in thought, her nose and eyes tinged with red, tears of grievance lingering at the corners of her eyes. On graduation day, he had stealthily passed by her, capturing a photograph of her silhouette from behind. The memo states that since the dawn of my memory, my life has been a monotonous repetition of the same events until her arrival shattered this despondent stillness. She is a vibrant and passionate beam of light in my mundane existence. I cherish her incessant chatter, her regular phone calls, and her tireless sharing of her daily experiences. She serves as my source of energy, rejuvenating me when I feel drained. I believe the least I can do is fulfill her desires and make her my wife, vowing to love and protect her, to become the person she longs for. Like a venomous needle piercing through his heart, Lin Qing's affection for Gu Xiqing is profound. The duration of her admiration for him mirrors the length of his own feelings. His grip on the phone tightens involuntarily, producing a crackling sound. Gu Xiqing's ardor is well known throughout the school, while his affection remains subtle, known only to himself. Thankfully, it is a secret confined to him alone. Lin Qing nearly grinds his molars in frustration. He places his phone deep within the confines of the safe, closes it, and locks it away. This secret must not be disclosed to Gu Xiqing. After a meeting, Gu Xiqing, exhausted, rests her forehead on her hands, which are folded on the table. Sister, matcha milfai. Ajia places a dessert before her. Shall I fetch you a cup of coconut milk coffee? Having just engaged in a verbal battle, Gu Xiqing feels too fatigued to move. Chapter 54 reflects on how petty people can be. This group remains as formidable as she remembers. Previously, She had spent 3 days and held multiple meetings to reach a conclusion. This time, however, they laid out all future pros and cons in a single session, leaving the decision in their hands. As Lin Qing remarked, Tiansheng is not short of funds. The older members, seeing her unwillingness to relent, even threatened to terminate the collaboration, but immediately consented to all subsequent agreements. Raising her weary head, she spots the mill fight before her, her spirits lifting slightly as she takes a bite, regaining some vitality. Ajia enters with coffee, setting it down beside her. Sister, there are egg tarts in the pantry. I brought you two. You are so considerate, Xiqing praises Ajia with a thumbs up. Having skipped lunch, by the time she arrives at Tiansheng, the cafeteria doors are locked. She scavenges for something to quell her hunger before diving into her proposals. The meeting was draining, leaving her feeling utterly exhausted. Ajia chuckles shyly. As your assistant, I must take good care of you. Besides, it's all about the salary increase. He often sends her a little extra for her efforts. Finding a superior like him is no easy task. After finishing the mill fight, Xiqing hands him a document, instructing him to contact General Manager Yang and schedule a meeting. As Lin Qing arrives at Building B, it coincides with closing time. The employees, upon seeing him, freeze in place, too fearful to breathe, worried that any misstep could jeopardize their monthly salary. They watch him enter the exclusive elevator before finally exhaling in relief. In Xiqing's office within Building B, she opens the door to the lounge and collapses onto the bed, weary. I think I shall sleep here tonight, she muses. As Tiansheng is merely a half-hour drive from Tinhai, and she feels utterly drained, reluctant to move at all. With weary eyelids lifted, the enchanting twilight outside the floor-to-ceiling window was gradually concealed by a blue veil. The lights of towering edifices twinkled like countless stars beneath the night sky. An ethereal beauty that felt almost surreal. Exhaustion enveloped her, mentally, physically, in every conceivable way. Yet she could not escape the reality of being legally bound to Lin Qing, a relationship that felt more like a prison than partnership. She longed to flee this dismal city, to find refuge in a land where no one recognized her. Turning over in bed, Xiqing's lips curled downward in a sorrowful arc. However, the opportunity for escape was nowhere in sight. Lin Qing's demeanor suggested a deliberate vendetta, an intention to torment her, to trample upon everything she held dear. Why would he grant her even a moment to flee? Sighing, she pondered how one could harbor such pettiness. Having been given a second chance, why couldn't they simply coexist in their separate lives? Though she had once intruded upon his existence during her tenure at Tiansheng, she could honestly say she had not faltered. Her performance had been commendable. What justified his need to deliberately torment her upon this new beginning? The vexation of karmic retribution weighed heavily upon her as she lay in bed, gradually regaining some vigor before dragging her weary form into the shower. Clad in a soft, cream-colored dress, she rummaged through her wardrobe for a pair of shoes from the spare cabinet at the bottom. Between high heels and slippers, she selected a pair of pristine white cotton slippers. Suddenly reminded of the necessity for precautions, she hastily decided to visit the pharmacy. Grabbing her bag, she opened the door. Upon stepping outside, she was startled to find Lin Qing silently seated on the office sofa, his presence unnervingly imposing. As she emerged, his gaze shifted toward her, filled with an unsettling intensity. Chapter 55. You're actually an old man in your 80s or 90s. The weather was pleasantly cool, with a night breeze promising to bring a chill, so she donned a coat over her white dress, her fair legs nestled in the cotton slippers, exuding an air of casual elegance. A grimace of discomfort danced on Xiqing's lips as she forced a smile. Does President Lin have business with me? During work hours? He addressed her as President Lin? Lin Qing rose, approaching her with a slow, deliberate stride, an aura of danger emanating from him. Are you interested in playing an office romance game with me? As he closed the door, his polished shoes wedged into the gap. With a mere gentle push, he forced the nearly closed door ajar. Still upset about what happened at noon?
No.
Xiqing did not wish for him to enter. This confined space was her sanctuary, and she did not want it tainted by his presence. However, the disparity in strength was overwhelming, and in the next moment, the door was violently thrust open, sending her tumbling to the ground. She watched helplessly as he stepped inside and shut the door behind him. Why didn't you come to find me? Call me when work ended? Lin Qing loomed over her, observing the disarray of her fall. Xiqing, I waited for you for ages. Are you a child? Do you need someone to tell you when work is over? Struggling to rise from the floor, pain coursed through her as her eyes, once gentle like a moonlit lake, now blazed with fury. Lin Qing's gaze held a profound intensity, almost feverish. You used to call for me. What had she ever seen in him? A shiver ran down Gu Xiqing's spine, prompting her to retreat against the wall, fearful he might truly drag her to the edge. Lin Qing, what on earth happened to you? How did you become so extreme and terrifying? Although he had previously been perceived as fierce, that was merely the assessment of adversaries. His roughness towards her stemmed from instinctual outbursts, and his indifference could be attributed to their infrequent encounters, leaving only faint impressions. Now that their interactions have increased, could he truly be such a paranoid and terrifying individual? Do you wish to know? Lin Qing turned around and seated himself beside the coffee table by the floor-to-ceiling window, observing her with a mix of amusement and trepidation. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Shall I enlighten you? Gu Xiqing perked up her ears. Having been reborn 3 years into a parallel timeline, the very occurrence was already bizarre enough. She couldn't help but wonder why he had followed her here. Lin Qing cleared his throat, his expression unchanged as he studied the curiosity etched on her face. His mood improved considerably. In truth, it was nothing extraordinary after your demise. I wed Qian, and we had a pair of adorable twins, leading a blissful and fulfilling life until the end of my days. It would be unwise to inquire further. Gu Xiqing lowered her gaze, pondering for a long moment before arriving at a startling conclusion. So, you are essentially an old man in his 80s or 90s. Cough. Cough. Lin Qing nearly fainted, his eyes wide in disbelief, his lips twitching and brows furrowing in frustration. Gu Xiqing. An old man in his 80s or 90s. How could she even conceive such a notion? Chapter 56. An old man in his 60s or 70s. Is that not so? Gu Xiqing, noticing his anger, contemplated again. An old man in his 60s or 70s. After all, a natural death is simply the result of aging. The thought of a youthful and vigorous body housing the essence of an elderly man filled her with an indescribable sense of nausea. Her complexion paled, and she felt a wave of revulsion rising within. Where are your thoughts wandering, Gu Xiqing? Seeing her distressed expression and the evident disdain in her eyes, Lin Qing's face darkened dramatically. Cease your absurd imaginings. Had I not married Dai Qian and had children? Go find her and propose, engage and marry 3 years with 2 children, living lovingly into old age. What is the purpose of wasting time entangled with someone unrelated to this? It was absurd to have gone through the trouble of obtaining a marriage certificate with her. Indeed, it seemed that an elderly mind was at play, perhaps afflicted with Alzheimer's, mistaking identities. Gu Xiqing, can you not survive a day without provoking my ire? Lin Qing was left speechless by her audacity. Springing to his feet in frustration, nearly grinding his teeth in anger as he glared at her. Fine, I shall tell you. I perished in a car accident the year after your death. Are you satisfied now? Gu Xiqing found it hard to believe. She had no knowledge of what transpired in the world after her demise, making it impossible to discern truth from falsehood in his words. The earlier statements seemed more credible. Noticing her silence, Lin Qing rubbed his forehead, suppressing the rising anger within, and spoke reluctantly. There was no need for deception in such matters. I, Gu Xiqing, distanced myself from his approach, sliding along the wall to the side. As long as you are content, it matters not to me. The gritted tone of her voice mingled with the encroaching darkness, sending a shiver down her spine. She understood. He was right. When she died, he was merely 28 years old. If he truly lived to 90, he would have long forgotten her existence. It is not necessarily the case. Perhaps she has become a topic of conversation among them, a source of amusement during their leisurely chats, reminiscing about that fool who pursued him relentlessly. Alas, it is truly a dark chapter, an indelible stain on the past. Gu Xiqing fell silent for a moment, gently responding with a hum. After tomorrow's morning meeting, I shall join you at the airport, and we will set off for Xiqing Bay. Lin Qing frowned, feeling an unsettling suspicion that her mind was concocting some ill-intentioned scheme. Last time, she had slipped away unnoticed, attempting to leave S-City. It seemed she was eager to escape once more. Is S-City truly that dreadful? Is she so impatient to distance herself? Chapter 57. Must he be so abstract? I shall rest here with you for the night. Lin Qing released her hand, removing his suit jacket and tossing it onto the nearby sofa. I will lead the morning meeting, and once it concludes, we shall head directly to the airport. Lin Qing. I have no clothes for you here. Gu Xiqing had informed him previously that his attire was absent. Why did he not heed her words? Does he intend to venture out in his bearskin? During my shower, assistant will bring over the clothes. Lin Qing smirked derisively, placing his glasses gently in her palm. Do take note, and retrieve my clothing. Without allowing Gu Xiqing a chance to retort, he strode into the shower, shutting the door behind him to wash away the fatigue of the day. Listening to the sounds of the shower, Gu Xiqing couldn't help but roll her eyes. 2 minutes later, his phone vibrated amidst the garments strewn across the sofa. With a resigned rub of her temple, she exited the lounge. Assistant Wu stood at the office door, accompanied by several staff members pushing clothing racks. Madam, these are the president's garments. Upon seeing Gu Xiqing, Assistant Wu's previously stern expression softened into a warm smile. You have worked hard. Please take them to that area. Gu Xiqing gestured towards an empty section within the office. Assistant Wu cleared a path, allowing the staff to carry the racks inside, laden with the types of clothing Lin Qing typically wore, even including intimate apparel, along with sleepwear and robes. This set is for you to wear tomorrow. Assistant Wu handed Gu Xiqing a separate bag, containing a new style personally selected by the president today. Currently, there are no more than 3 of this women's design in the entire country. Though the packaging remained unopened, Gu Xiqing recognized the garment. Previously, Dai Qian owned one, and the other ladies in the circle were competing fiercely for the remaining 2. Wealthy individuals, after all, must don rare pieces to maintain their status. I understand. It is getting late, you may call it a day. Assistant Wu's lips curled into a slight smile. Very well. The staff who arranged the clothing exited alongside Assistant Wu, leaving the office. Gu Xiqing took the robe from the rack and made her way back to the lounge, the large door closing automatically behind her, restoring the office's chilly ambience. Lin Qing had finished showering, standing before the full-length mirror, drying his hair in the nude. Upon entering, Gu Xiqing's vision darkened momentarily, nearly leading her to believe she had opened the wrong door. Must Lin Qing be so abstract? Where has his maturity and composure gone? With a disdainful flick of her eyes, she closed them and tossed the bathrobe to him. Embarrassed, are we? Lin Qing raised his hand to receive the robe, donning it with deft movements as he secured the tie, a teasing smile gracing his lips. Haven't you seen me in such a state before? Gu Xiqing found herself at a loss for words, stifling her thoughts as she mentally chastised him. I've truly never seen you like that before. There are numerous restaurants nearby. Shall we dine out? Observing her puffed cheeks and the displeasure etched across her face, Lin Qing felt a softening in his heart. Or shall we order takeout? It was cold outside, and ordering in seemed the most prudent choice. Except during their student days, they had never enjoyed takeout leisurely together, savoring the fleeting passage of time. Either option works, he added. Gu Xiqing, however, had lost her appetite. She originally intended to procure some medicine, but with him around, he would inevitably see what she bought. What do you wish to eat? Lin Qing opened the takeout app, perusing the listed restaurants. Come and take a look. Chapter 58. Gu Xiqing, let us start anew. Reluctantly, Gu Xiqing approached and casually clicked on a restaurant, selecting a meal set from the homepage. I just remembered I left a document in the conference room. After placing the order, she found an excuse to leave. Gu Xiqing, if you continue to work like this, people will misunderstand that I'm exploiting my employees. Lin Qing grasped her wrist, pulling her close, wrapping his arm around her waist, his tone unconsciously gentle. Gu Xiqing recalled how he had previously delegated all work to her, becoming an utterly hands-off manager. The Lin family, with its vast enterprise, overshadowed even Tiansheng, which, despite its dominance in S-City and control over a significant portion of the domestic industry, was but a mere ant standing before an elephant when compared to the Lin family. Thus, during that time, in his fury, Lin Qing had deliberately intensified Tiansheng's KPI metrics, placing the fate of Tiansheng and its numerous subsidiaries squarely in Gu Xiqing's hands. She had to work diligently to meet the standards, lest his wrath inadvertently affect innocent parties. I've grown accustomed to it. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Xiqing lowered her gaze, concealing the bitterness in her heart. Intense work provides me with a sense of security. It had been that way before. When busy, she could cast aside all thoughts, focusing solely on work and achieving her goals. Occasionally, she would break down, but she would quickly regain her composure. Looking back, Gu Xiqing admired her former self, a relentless career woman fueled by adrenaline, whose life revolved around work and Lin Qing. She yearned for his approval, to be acknowledged by him, to validate that the Lin family had made no mistake in choosing her, for she indeed possessed the capability to be his partner. Yet, after all her efforts, she was left with a diagnosis of stomach cancer as her reward. I must strive not to repeat the past. Lin Qing tilted his head, his gaze fixed on her serene face. She sat quietly beside him, watching the distant glow of lights outside, so close, yet so far away. Gu Xiqing, let us start anew. A rare flash of anxiety and hope flickered in his eyes. What she desired most was indeed him, since they were given a second chance. Why not embrace a fresh beginning? Gu Xiqing looked up, puzzled, meeting his deep-set eyes. I was just pondering about tomorrow's meeting and didn't he quite catch what you said? Lin Qing opened his mouth. His previous words caught in his throat like dumplings stuck in a teapot, refusing to emerge. Observing his struggle, as if the words he longed to say would invoke divine retribution, Gu Xiqing took her phone and announced her intention to work outside. The tranquility of solitude was almost foreign to him, and perhaps he felt ill at ease, while Gu Xiqing also found herself uncomfortable. Sitting there, her mind wandered aimlessly, recalling past events and her foolish sacrifices. These memories struck her like an unrelenting hammer, mercilessly reminding her of how laughable her previous existence had been. Gu Xiqing was interrupted by Lin Qing grasping her arm, questioning the necessity of her late-night work. Chapter 59. Everyone has their own responsibilities. Besides these, there were former collaborators she could reconnect with to expedite projects. It was 9 o'clock. Lin Qing furrowed his brow in dissatisfaction. Look at the building across. There are still many people working at this hour. In the office area, across the way, she could vaguely see numerous individuals busy typing on keyboards or making phone calls. None were idly sitting. Irritated, Lin Qing stood up. From our position, if everything must be done personally, what is the purpose of having those employees? Everyone has their own responsibilities. Gu Xiqing could not fathom his sudden irritation. Working overtime was commonplace, especially for her, as it had become as instinctive as breathing. In this position, I should be more prudent and set an example for everyone. She knew well how coveted her role as vice president was, and if she did not strive diligently, she would be the one trampled underfoot. This would disappoint the Lin family. It was her suggestion to join Tiansheng, believing that proximity would facilitate better interaction with him. She had merely proposed it, not anticipating that it would lead directly to the vice president position. The Lin family, having a close relationship with her grandmother's side, favored her greatly. To them, a minor vice president role was inconsequential. If it faltered, a mere wave of the hand could remedy the situation. Yet, Gu Xiqing did not wish to treat this as a mere pastime. She possessed the capability and was determined not to disappoint them. Gu Xiqing, are you really going to be obstinate? Lin Qing was genuinely surprised by her dedication to work. The challenging projects he had assigned to her before had indeed been few. Whether by fate or mere coincidence, Lin Qing's phone suddenly rang. The first call went unanswered, and a second followed. Gu Xiqing glanced at the incessantly ringing phone. Aren't you going to answer? Taking a deep breath, Lin Qing suppressed his anger and answered the call. Lin, something terrible has happened. Qianjia fell from a wire during a shoot tonight. This is her assistant calling. The voice on the other end was frantic, accompanied by the sound of suppressed sobs. Lin, Qianjia is currently unconscious. We are heading to a nearby hospital. You should come and see her. Lin Qing opened his mouth to respond, instinctively looking up to find Gu Xiqing had already left the lounge. Send me the address. He hung up and exited the lounge. Gu Xiqing donned her spectacles, sipping her coffee while intently gazing at the project proposal on her computer screen. Lin Qing felt a torrent of emotions. If she were to voice her desire for him to stay, he might reconsider. Yet she chose silence, merely lifting her gaze to cast a fleeting glance at him before returning to her tasks. As she descended in the elevator, she fortuitously encountered a delivery person brushing past him, carrying their ordered meal. Chapter 60 signified that she had, with her own hands, handed him the scythe that would lead to her own demise. Lin Qing stood motionless, observing the delivery person hurriedly entering the building while on the phone. In less than a minute, the delivery person emerged with the meal. Lin Qing frowned and called Gu Xiqing, but the line signaled that she was busy. Had she not eaten the takeout? Just then, Assistant Qian's call came through. President Lin, are you on your way? Qianjia is in distress. I'll be there shortly. Lin Qing rubbed her temples, ending the call and driving to the hospital mentioned by her assistant. In Building B of Tiansheng, Gu Xiqing's office was a flurry of activity as she organized the materials and proposals needed for the meeting the following morning. Checking the time, it was already 10:30. The pharmacy would still be open at this hour. Throwing on her coat, she descended to procure some medication. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to purchase several extra packets just in case. President Shen, I'm going to your villa for the night, she texted Xiqing, who was abroad. The memories of Lin Qing lingered in that place, causing her heart to feel heavy. Xiqing, amidst discussions with clients, received her message and, unfazed by the predatory gazes of the men around him, calmly sent her the villa's access code. Upon receiving the code, Gu Xiqing drove to Xiqing's villa in the city center. The Guanshan Lake Villa area, as the name suggests, featured a vast man-made lake, tranquil and beautiful under the night sky, reminiscent of a full moon. Skillfully parking her car in front of the villa, she entered the code and drove inside. After finding her designated room, Gu Xiqing washed up briefly before collapsing onto the bed, fatigue overwhelming her as she swiftly drifted into slumber. It was not a pleasant dream. She found herself observing a farcical scene in which her former self humbly begged for affection. The pain from her upbringing had hindered her ability to love herself, leading her to mistreat her own being and granting others the opportunity to do the same. She had, with her own hands, delivered the scythe that would lead to her own slaughter. She had permitted them to humiliate and harm her. Awakened from her dream, dawn was breaking. Clutching her chest, gasping for breath, she descended from the bed and splashed cold water on her face, allowing the chill to clarify her tumultuous emotions. Drawing back the heavy curtains, she was met with bright daylight. Checking her phone, it was nearly 11, well past the time for the morning meeting. Missed calls? 53? Xiqing ran her fingers through her hair, perplexed by the string of red notifications. Opening them revealed a barrage of calls from Lin Qing, interspersed with a few from Ajia. Her WeChat also displayed several missed calls from Lin Qing. Ajia left her a message. Sister, President Lin has cancelled the meeting, saying you two are going on your honeymoon. Make sure to enjoy it. The message was sent at 10 o'clock, while Ajia had called at 9:30. It seemed the morning meeting did not take place, as Lin Qing had arrived. Xiqing had managed to sleep through the night, but still felt weary, having not rested well in recent days. Finally attempting to relax, she found herself dreaming, leaving her feeling as if she had not slept at all. While rinsing her mouth, she sent a message to Ajia. Got it. Just as she sent the message, Lin Qing's call came through. It rang for 2 seconds before disconnecting and then redialing. Xiqing guessed Lin Qing was nearby Ajia. Where are you? As she pressed the answer button, she was met with a barrage of questions that sent shivers down her spine. Chapter 61. Where could Xiqing be? Lin Qing, gripping the phone, exited the office area and walked to the elevator, waiting for it to arrive.
Send me the address.
The voice on the other end fell silent. Xiqing.
Send me the address.
Apart from Zhuhai Garden, he could not fathom where else she might be. Recalling their previous encounter at the bar, where he had searched for her in vain, he felt increasingly frustrated. Xiqing?
Where are you?
I'm coming to find you. Xiqing opened the refrigerator, finding only a few meager fruits inside. With a sigh, she poured herself a glass of warm water. Hearing Lin Qing's exasperated voice, she irritably hung up the phone. The abrupt disconnection left Lin Qing feeling suffocated, his anger causing him to toss his phone aside. Just then, the elevator doors opened and unfortunate employees, encountering the furious president, hurriedly pressed themselves against the wall to escape. With an afternoon flight approaching, it was almost time to leave. As for the luggage, he could purchase new items upon arrival. At the airport, Lin Qing emerged from Tiansheng with a stormy expression, radiating an icy aura. His assistant, Wu, fervently prayed for Xiqing to arrive soon, fearing for his own well-being. After what felt like an eternity of waiting, he finally spotted her at the International Terminal's Gate 2. Madam. Seeing Xiqing was like catching sight of salvation, Wu rushed over, tears of joy brimming in his eyes. Madam, you have finally arrived. The president is in the VIP lounge. I'll grab a bite first, then head up, Xiqing replied, unhurriedly walking into a restaurant within the airport. Wu clicked his tongue, trembling as he pulled out his phone to call Lin Qing. President, the madam says she will eat before coming up. Already filled with pent-up frustration, Lin Qing was further irked to learn that she intended to dine at the airport. Clenching his fists, he gritted his teeth. Where is she? Wu, sensing the ominous tone, broke into a cold sweat. President, the madam is at a restaurant on the 2nd floor of the airport. I will send you the location. Just as Xiqing savored a delicious bowl of soup, she noticed Lin Qing approaching with fiery eyes. Aren't you going to explain? He inquired, taking a seat across from her. He had spent the entire night pondering her whereabouts, yet she appeared revitalized, showing no sign of remorse upon seeing him. What is there to explain? Xiqing maintained a calm demeanor, methodically savoring the meal before her. Where have you been? Lin Qing's forehead throbbed with tension, his simmering anger escalating significantly. As he fumed, the dumpling hovered near his lips, neither consumed nor dismissed. Then I shall eat by myself. For reasons unbeknownst to her. Observing his plight elicited a hint of amusement in Xiqing. Chapter 62. Do you not have a home? Lin Qing recalled that Xiqing had always had someone by her side, a person who would defend her and shield her from life's tempests. That individual was Xiqing. During their student years, she had joined Xiqing in tormenting Dai Qian, and after graduation, whenever Xiqing wept, she would reach out to various companies in the entertainment industry to sabotage Dai Qian. Without Xiqing's protection, Dai Qian would have been torn apart by the two of them long ago. Xiqing would also foolishly seek trouble with him, though it was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Lin Qing believed that if Xiqing were a man, Xiqing would undoubtedly follow her, without hesitation. Contemplating this filled him with an uncomfortable bitterness, akin to spilling a jar of vinegar. Do you not have a home? Xiqing, her gaze fixed on the noodles in her bowl, nodded without hesitation upon hearing his question. Xiqing. That place was her solitary sanctuary, but it had become tainted since Lin Qing's visit. A place that had lost its essence could no longer be considered her home. Gu Xiqing stood, declaring, "I have finished eating." Lin Qing found himself at a loss for words. It seemed an invisible river separated them. As Gu Xiqing walked ahead, her pale skirt fluttered like a rose in the wind, swaying gracefully with her steps. Those who brushed past her couldn't help but steal an extra glance, mistaking her for a prominent celebrity. Lin Qing's dark gaze remained fixed upon Gu Xiqing, who appeared blissfully unaware of the presence trailing behind her. Upon entering the VIP lounge, she found a seat. Just as Lin Qing was about to sit across from her, a sudden figure pushed him aside. "Gu Xiqing?" the stranger exclaimed in surprise, excitedly taking a seat opposite her. "It really is you. I thought I was mistaken." The man, clad in a white suit with dark golden hair, looked at her with palpable enthusiasm. "What a coincidence. Are you heading overseas for a performance?" Gu Xiqing, momentarily astonished, quickly recognized the individual before her, producing a business card to hand to her. "Here, this is my card. Do come support me when you have the chance." Xiqing continued to chatter. "It's been half a year since graduation, and I hadn't heard from you. I never expected to run into you here. Are you also traveling abroad? Where to? What time is your flight? Perhaps we're on the same one." "I'm working at Tiansheng since graduating," Gu Xiqing replied, offering her own business card in return. "This trip is for a project negotiation." Lin Qing stood to the side, observing their oblivious exchange, his narrowed eyes reflecting an unfathomable darkness, simmering with indignation.
"So,
the vice president dispatched by Tiansheng is you, after all?" Xiqing gazed at the business card, admiringly giving her a thumbs up. "I heard my old man mention that the vice president of Tiansheng, despite being a woman, leaves no room for negotiation during discussions. She is quite formidable and seems eager to set a trap for you. Ha ha, you must assist me in persuading Xia Lao to grant me a moment of respite." Gu Xiqing listened, a faint smile gracing her lips. As their conversation unfolded, Xiqing finally noticed Lin Qing, who stood nearby, exuding a quiet fury. A shiver ran down his spine as he recalled, "If memory serves me right, Tiansheng is his enterprise, isn't it?" Gu Xiqing affirmed with a nod, introducing Xiqing, saying, "This is Lin Qing, the president of Tiansheng, my superior." Chapter 63. Do you know me well? "Oh." Xiqing scrutinized Lin Qing from head to toe, reminiscing about events from half a year prior, smacking his lips. "Lin Qing? Have you married Dai Qian?" At the graduation ceremony 6 months ago, he had caused quite a stir with Dai Qian, claiming he would take responsibility for her, and he had presumed they were already wed. The piercing gaze of Lin Qing sent a chill down Xiqing's back, prompting him to dismiss the matter. "Well, your affairs are of no concern to me." Without waiting for Lin Qing to respond, he hastily donned his sunglasses and exited the VIP lounge with his manager. Gu Xiqing waved goodbye, a smile on her face as she watched him leave. Xiqing remained, unfazed as always. During his student days, he aspired to be a singer, and upon graduation, he indeed became a popular one, destined to shine even brighter. He remarked that he would take the plunge. If his singing career faltered, he would simply inherit the family fortune. Thus, he has consistently maintained an optimistic outlook, both in the past and present. Not yet satisfied? A whisper of frustration echoed in his ears, akin to a chilling breeze that swept through him, and Gu Xiqing's smile abruptly faded. Lin Qing snatched the business card from her hand and tossed it to the ground. "You still believe that someone like you would have a particularly good rapport with others?" Lin Qing scoffed, surprised that she had garnered more connections than he had anticipated. "I have always been exceptional." Gu Xiqing observed Lin Qing discarding the card with a frown and bent down to retrieve it. Lin Qing grasped her arm, preventing her from picking it up. "Exceptional? I am indeed remarkable." Gu Xiqing brushed off his hand and sat aside, merely feeling somewhat lost in your presence. Lin Qing detected the undertones of her words, a tightness forming in his chest. "Regretful? Not at all." Gu Xiqing pouted, treating it as if it were someone else's affair. "To love boldly and pursue with abandon. Even if the outcome is not as desired, at least I've made an effort. But if the effort is misplaced, the outcome will inevitably be flawed." Lin Qing suppressed the tumult of emotions within and endeavored to keep his voice calm and untroubled. "If you apply yourself a little more now, perhaps the results will align with your desires." "Apply myself to what?" Gu Xiqing looked at him quizzically, her eyes crinkling with laughter. "Do you mean working diligently?" "Indeed. I am striving to improve. I am working hard to prevent gastric cancer. Should misfortune strike, I shall seek treatment promptly. Of course, for now, I must endeavor to ensure that events unfold as anticipated. For instance, will Dai Qian arrive at Xiqing Bay as scheduled? If something transpires between them there, she would have the perfect excuse to extricate herself." "Gu Xiqing, do you comprehend the meaning behind my words?" Lin Qing sensed her deliberate evasion of the topic. I do not know, Xiqing replied, raising her hands in a gesture of indifference. I simply wish to focus on the present efforts. Xiqing. You were never like this before. Lin Qing felt a pang of anguish in his heart, a pain so intense it rendered him breathless. The Xiqing, who was once wholly devoted to him, yearning with a humble affection, seemed but a dream, so unreal compared to the radiant person before him now. Xiqing sipped her tea, her expression composed. Do you truly understand me? Is it merely that you recognize I am no longer the person I once was? The facets she had previously revealed were only those of her love for him, merely the humble side that laid bare her vulnerability. Yet, a person is never solely one-dimensional. She was not merely a romantic fool or fragile. Otherwise, after 3 years, she would have been consumed by the very people who belittled her. Lin Qing was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, he had never truly sought to understand what kind of person Xiqing was. Chapter 64. He must have overlooked something significant. He only perceived her as an insufferable fool, entirely consumed by love, capable of extravagant actions in the name of affection. Even after his liaison with Dai Qian, she shamelessly approached him. Why would he invest in understanding the life trajectory of someone who lacked even a semblance of self-respect for the sake of love? It is nearly time for us to depart. Xiqing's voice interrupted his thoughts. We have a 6-hour flight ahead. You may inform me. Lin Qing stepped forward, grasping her hand firmly despite her refusal. What sort of person are you? Lin Qing furrowed his brow. Xiqing, can you not express yourself properly? I speak only the truth. You are fully aware that you are not that kind of person. Xiqing pondered earnestly for a moment. Well, I indeed am that person, she asserted. Lin Qing's lips moved, uncertain of how to respond. The plane soon took off, and Xiqing donned her sleep mask and headphones to listen to music. In the scant memories he searched through, Xiqing did indeed possess a face. One aspect transformed into a shy girl upon seeing him, while in his absence, she morphed into a rebellious youth, bullying others, specifically targeting her stepsister, Dai Qian. She had cornered Dai Qian in the hallway on numerous occasions, brandishing her book to strike Dai Qian's face. Not to mention, she frequently rallied her peers to join in her bullying. Yet, upon encountering him, she would sprint toward him with sweetness, and in those moments, he found her to be disingenuous and repulsive. Strangely, despite being such an insufferable individual, most students in the class enjoyed her company. Was it the thrill of joining her in bullying others that drew them to her? Lin Qing at that time did not understand and did not delve deeper. Subsequently, she served as the student council president for 2 years, her behavior at school growing increasingly brazen. Lin Qing mused that he must have overlooked something essential. His heart felt shrouded in a fog, obscuring his vision. After 6 hours, Xiqing awoke from her slumber, and the plane had already landed at the airport. Upon their arrival, a vehicle awaited them, and they promptly set off toward the villa. Tiansheng has established an enterprise here, taking advantage of the flourishing tourism industry to create a luxurious resort. As the car approaches the mountaintop retreat, a breathtaking vista unfolds, showcasing the amber-hued twilight and the shimmering surface of the sea. Where do you wish to go tomorrow? Lin Qing inquired, observing Xiqing, who stood at the resort's railing, gazing into the distance with a solemn expression, lost in contemplation. Heartbreak Bay, a place rich with memories of his past with Dai Qian, flooded his mind. The media's relentless coverage had painted a vivid picture of their tumultuous relationship. During that time, Xiqing sought refuge in her office's lounge, trembling in tears as she watched the relentless portrayal of their love on screen. For an entire month, she was ensnared by the daily clips of the Tianqing heir and his entertainment industry muse, each moment a visceral reminder that turned her stomach. Chapter 65. I will go to the places I wish to visit on my own. Even now, the thought induces nausea. Gripping the railing tightly, Xiqing shook her head vigorously, striving to dispel the haunting memories that threatened to drag her back into despair. Are you feeling unwell? Should we call Xiao-sun to check on you? Lin Qing reached out to support her, only to have her shy away. I simply did not anticipate the beauty of Heartbreak Bay. It is as stunning as a game promotional image, unreal in its splendor. Xiqing, wherever you wish to go in the future, I shall accompany you, Lin Qing declared, his hand momentarily suspended in the air before he once again embraced her waist, drawing her close. If you're tired, rest for a while. If you feel unwell and do not wish to go down, I can send Xiao-sun to check on you. I will go to the places I wish to visit on my own, Xiqing replied, pressing her hands against his chest to push him away. He, too, was a fool in love, unsure of how to express to her that his heart had been unwittingly filled by her presence. He longed for the days when her gaze was solely upon him, when her love was unwavering. Yet, he feared that one day, she might choose to leave him. This ominous premonition intensified, gnawing at his sense of security. He had never before experienced such a profound fear of loss. Now, he was terrified, reminiscent of the day he could not reach her, even resorting to tracking her whereabouts. But with past experiences, she had learned to evade him. How could he rekindle the love she once held for him? Leaning against his chest, Xiqing listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. The sea breeze, infused with the fragrance of mountain flora, swept past them, as if an invisible hand had severed the delicate thread that once connected them. Once upon a time, she yearned to nestle in his embrace. There were moments when she sat on a park bench, shivering in the cold wind, tears brimming in her eyes as she watched the throngs of people, silently praying for his silhouette to emerge from the crowd. Being with you always brings forth the painful memories of my past, reminding me of how repulsive I feel. Her voice trembled as tears blurred her vision. I wish to rest, to leave a city. Do not even think about it. Lin Qing tightened his hold on her, resting his chin atop her head, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. If you wish to rest, I can allow that. If you wish to leave a city, I will accompany you anywhere. But if you intend to sever our ties, that I cannot permit, I will not allow it. The mere thought of his life devoid of her presence, devoid of her incessant chatter, rendered his world silent once more. In the stillness of the night, he could only listen to her voice messages, longing for her, his heart aching with a profound discomfort that felt suffocating. I cannot permit you to leave me. Refrain from uttering such words again. Xiqing, promise me. Do not speak of leaving, you must promise. Leaning against his chest, Xiqing closed her eyes and remained silent for what felt like an eternity. Long enough for Lin Qing to believe she had fallen asleep. Lin Qing, I failed to comprehend why, having forsaken your beloved, you wish for me to remain. Xiqing could not grasp this. She was acutely aware of how deeply he cherished Daiqian, how distasteful she was to him. She understood this better than anyone else. Chapter 66, Like a Dream. You must stay to atone for your past actions. Lin Qing's words transformed as they reached his lips, though his heart harbored different sentiments. They morphed into these utterances, regret already spilling forth. Upon hearing this response, Xiqing inhaled deeply. Atonement should indeed have a time limit. Was 7 years sufficient? 7 years? Lin Qing scoffed. Isn't that overlooking the future 3 years? Xiqing felt an urge to confront him, questioning why he deemed it necessary to include the forthcoming 3 years. However, she lacked the energy to argue with him now. 7 or 10 years were merely matters to discuss with him. Once Daiqian arrived at Xiqing Bay, once she extricated herself, the vastness of the world would render a century irrelevant to her. I'm hungry. Let us dine. She nudged him. Lin Qing tousled her hair, then took her hand, intertwining their fingers seamlessly. Downstairs, the chef had prepared dinner. Xiqing lacked an appetite, consuming only a couple of bites. Upon returning to the room and completing her minimal evening routine, she lay on the bed. Lin Qing joined her, suggesting they rest early to enjoy the day ahead. Xiqing murmured a non-committal response and turned away. Lin Qing enveloped her in his arms, fearful that upon awakening, she might vanish. As dawn broke, Lin Qing gazed at the peacefully slumbering Xiqing, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. He gently brushed aside a strand of hair from her forehead, his fingertips delicately tracing her cheek. Her brow, her eyes, her smooth skin, her soft lips, she appeared as a masterpiece illuminated by the gentle morning sunlight. Upon awakening, Xiqing found Lin Qing gazing at her with tender eyes. Her mind momentarily faltered, unable to discern whether this was a dream or reality. Staring at him in a daze, she struggled to differentiate between the two. Perhaps only in dreams would he gaze at her with such gentleness. Nestling into his embrace, she sought a comfortable position and soon drifted back to sleep. Lin Qing was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly, the sound melodious. He held her close, remaining in bed for 2 hours before finally rising. When Xiqing awakened again, it was 9 in the morning, and breakfast had already been served in their room. Awake? By the verdant window, Lin Qing was engaged with his notebook, tapping away as though attending to matters of work. Xiqing rubbed her sleepy eyes. Her mind clouded with confusion. It seemed she had just awakened again. Suddenly, she sat up in bed, casting an awkward glance at him. However, he remained composed, as if oblivious to her predicament. Did I just wake up? She inquired tentatively. Lin Qing, without lifting his head, continued to revise the document he had received. You were exhausted last night. You slept soundly until now. A sigh of relief escaped Xiqing. It appeared that her previous experience had indeed been a mere dream, a figment of her imagination. She caught a glimpse of herself exhaling in relief, a slight smile tugging at her lips. Breakfast is on the table if you dislike it. I can have the chef prepare something else. After freshening up, Gu Xiqing regarded the light breakfast on the table and took a sip of milk. When she had no particular cravings, she was not overly finicky about her meals. After finishing her meal, she changed her attire and applied her makeup. Lin Qing closed his notebook and sat nearby, watching as she dusted her face with powder, shaped her brows, sculpted her features, applied lipstick, and curled her hair. Each stroke enhanced the beauty of her already exquisite visage, adding a captivating filter to her appearance. Chapter 67. Witnessing the most detested person attain happiness. Where shall we go? As she finished her preparations, Lin Qing approached her, placing his hands on her shoulders and resting his chin atop her head, gazing at Gu Xiqing in the mirror. To the seaside, perhaps? I've heard that Xiqing Bay's waters are unlike any other.
All right.
At the coastal side of Xiqing Bay, the sea shimmered with an ethereal crystalline glow, resembling shattered stars scattered across the surface, making it a popular photo spot for many. Dai Qian, with her long, creamy white curls, donned a blue-purple mermaid tail as she gracefully posed on the rocks. Yes, just like that. Sister Qian is truly stunning. That pose. Let us do it again. The photography team tirelessly captured the enchanting silhouette of the mermaid under the sun. The spectacle attracted a throng of onlookers, and Gu Xiqing and Lin Qing found themselves pushed to the forefront of the crowd. After finishing her shoot, Dai Qian floated in the water, awaiting assistance to remove her mermaid tail. Upon spotting Lin Qing among the crowd, her calm eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. Xiqing, she called, waving at him and drawing the attention of many toward Lin Qing. Before Lin Qing could pull Gu Xiqing away after recognizing Dai Qian, her greeting had already ensnared numerous gazes. Gu Xiqing discreetly melted back into the crowd. Isn't that the Lin Qing from Tianjin? How enviable that his girlfriend is here for filming, and the busy CEO has come along as well. I must capture this moment. The crowd buzzed with chatter, and as soon as Dai Qian's mermaid tail was removed, she joyfully splashed into the water, leaping into Lin Qing's embrace. Xiqing, she exclaimed, her arms around his shoulders, her eyes brimming with joy. I can't believe I ran into you here. Did you come to see me? You must be worried about me, right? Her words were sweet and soft, yet her gaze lingered on Gu Xiqing amidst the crowd, provoking a reaction from her. I know you're busy. I didn't even hint at this trip, and yet here we are. What a delightful surprise. Gu Xiqing slightly turned her head, covering her mouth in a gesture of mock retching. As Dai Qian embraced Lin Qing, the blissful image of her rising onto her tiptoes was captured by the camera and swiftly disseminated online, igniting a fervor across the internet. Lin Qing gently pushed her away, momentarily rendered speechless by the anticipation gleaming in her eyes. Seizing the moment, Dai Qian rose on her toes and delicately placed a kiss upon his lips, conveying her understanding without uttering a word. This act provoked a chorus of cheers from the crowd, which grew denser by the second. In that moment, Lin Qing found himself ensnared, and by the time he recalled Gu Xiqing, she had already embarked on a yacht, sailing into the sea. Was this the plan? Shen Xiang pondered, chewing on the unpalatable meal before her. Gu Xiqing gazed at the shimmering surface of the water, her spirits dampened, acknowledging the deviation from her expectations, yet feeling an overwhelming desire to depart. Standing amidst the throng, witnessing Dai Qian's ecstatic sprint towards Lin Qing, the happiness radiating from her face was enough to evoke tears. At that moment, it felt as though an invisible hand had tightened around her throat, rendering her breathless as she helplessly watched the person she despised the most attain joy. Xiqing, though I support your decision to leave Lin Qing, I cannot help but feel that allowing Dai Qian to fulfill her desires is a bitter pill to swallow. Chapter 68. The Grudge with Dai Qian. What is truly unjust? The grudge with Dai Qian has been avenged in that very moment. She desires this man. So be it. Gu Xiqing feigned a carefree smile, reminding herself that there were countless men in the world, and she was not particularly distressed over the absence of this one, was she? Indeed, without Lin Qing, our Xiqing has become much wiser, agreed Shen Xiang. Upon arriving at the pier, a vehicle would await to escort you to the airport. I have arranged everything for your journey, so you can depart without worry. Gu Xiqing felt a warmth envelop her heart, moistening her eyes. With you by my side, I fear nothing. Once you reach your destination, I shall come find you, and we shall not return until we have reveled to our heart's content. Gu Xiqing nodded, and after hanging up, she hurled her phone into the sea. The yacht arrived at the pier, and she took a car to the airport, flying to a land unknown even to her. Ever since she confided in Shen Xiang about her intention to leave City S and start anew, Shen Xiang had been diligently preparing for her departure. Whenever an opportunity arose for her to escape, Shen Xiang would be there as her steadfast support, guiding her away from all that bound her. Xiqing Bay. The phone lines were dead, and despite searching the lodge thoroughly, no one could be found. Xiqing must be hiding. You needn't worry. She has always been this way. Dai Qian accompanied him in the search, seeking to comfort him. Ever since childhood, whenever she faced adversity, she would run away from home, hiding until her parents sought her out. Lin Qing cast a glance at her, remaining silent. The security personnel at Xiqing Bay mobilized entirely, even issuing a notice. Anyone who spots the woman on the large screen and provides information leading to her at the mountain lodge would be rewarded handsomely. Dai Qian stood in astonishment, realizing that she had been oblivious to Lin Qingshuan's concern for Gu Xiqing. Was he not the one who loathed her the most? Why are you here? Lin Qingxian halted his steps, turning to face Dai Qian, who had been trailing him. The cold glint in his eyes sent a shiver down her spine. I came here to shoot an advertisement, as you can see. What a coincidence. Lin Qingxian gradually became aware that something was amiss. What was the purpose of filming advertisements in a foreign land, a romantic vacation destination? Indeed, upon encountering you, I felt a surge of happiness. It was the first time Dai Qian had seen such a side of Lin Qingxian, yet a sense of foreboding made her swallow hard. You are well aware that I came here with Gu Xiqing, yet you acted in a manner that could lead others to misunderstand. Lin Qingxian grasped her wrist, pulling her closer, gazing into her eyes that were becoming increasingly misty. Are you not aware that Gu Xiqing and I are married? Dai Qian. You said you would take responsibility for me, she whimpered, tears streaming down her face like rain on a pear blossom, feeling utterly wronged. From childhood to now, whatever Xiqing desired, our family provided. I merely wish to be by your side. Is that too much to ask? Lin Qingxian, exasperated, released her. We have been classmates for many years. I won't hold a grudge over what transpired 6 months ago. You may continue your career as a star, and I will invest in you, but I do not wish to see the media sensationalizing baseless rumors. Dai Qian's sobs ceased as she stared at him in disbelief. Xianqing, what are you saying? Do you intend to break up with me? Chapter 69. The Guardian of Xiqing. His words were unequivocal. He was fully aware of the events from 6 months prior. Dai Qian had deceived him. Xianqing, please let me explain. I can clarify everything. Panic overtook Dai Qian as she grasped his hand, pleading, please don't leave me. Everyone knows you are my boyfriend. If you break up with me, I will be devastated. The day at Xiqing Bay was chaotic. Some were in love, others were taking wedding photos, and some were even offering rewards for those who had left on yachts. Throughout the entire day, they searched the bay, but found no trace of anyone. Gu Xiqing, you truly are relentless. The moment I grant you solitude, you contemplate escaping my side. Gu Xiqing had established roots in this foreign land, opening a bookstore and visiting the hospital 3 times a week for treatment of early-stage stomach cancer. Whenever Xiang had free time, she would accompany her to explore nearby countries. When Xiang visited, she would bring news from S City. In S City, all was calm. In the business realm, Lin Qingxian exhibited his authoritarian nature, not only joining the business association under his own name but also swiftly ascending to the position of vice president. How wonderful! Gu Xiqing stretched languidly. Such delightful weather is perfect for napping in a lounge chair. What about my uncle? Oh, he inquired if I knew where you had gone. Xiang replied, pouting as she sat beside Gu Xiqing, embracing her as one would a cat. But I certainly want to tell him. I don't want him to worry about you. We'll consider whether to inform him once you have fully recovered. That's good. Xiang gently cupped Gu Xiqing's face, gazing into her bright eyes, feeling a pang of sadness. You know, when you mentioned the possibility of early-stage stomach cancer, I was terrified. I almost thought I would lose my treasure. But look, I'm fine now, Gu Xiqing reassured her, wiping away the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes. With you by my side, I will be all right. Yes, I am the guardian of Xiqing, Xiang nodded. After dinner, Xiang hurried to catch her flight, leaving in a rush. Gu Xiqing sat in the bookstore, her head bowed as she meticulously arranged the newly arrived books. The tightly closed door was gently pushed open, allowing the soft night breeze to flow in. The steady sound of footsteps echoed, approaching the figure seated beside the bookshelves. Quietly standing behind her, he awaited her to finish her task, to rise, and to notice his presence. As Gu Xiqing categorized the books, she heard a noise and gestured toward the payment counter. The visitor remained silent, making no move, placing the books back on the shelf. She turned around in confusion and was met by a pair of calm, yet chilling eyes. Chapter 70. Have you rested enough? Isn't it time to return? Following Xiang, I was indeed able to find you. His voice was tranquil, devoid of any emotional turbulence. Gu Xiqing was momentarily taken aback, awkwardly tugging at the corners of her mouth, but failing to conjure a smile. She had scoured the entirety of Xiqing Bay and even retrieved her phone. which she had tossed into the sea. Upon repairing it, she discovered that her last call was to Xiqing. It wasn't that he hadn't come to find her immediately. Rather, he had wished to grant her the time she sought for rest. Lin Qing. Gu Xiqing thought as she touched the bookshelf. Perhaps due to her prolonged squatting, her legs felt weak, and she could only lean against the shelf to maintain her balance. "You've come?" she asked. As she stepped back, he advanced. "It's been a year. Haven't you rested enough?" Gu Xiqing found herself at a loss for words, glancing around in a panic and gesturing toward the window. "Let us sit down and talk."
All right.
His prompt agreement relieved her. She poured 2 glasses of golden rum, placing ice cubes in his. Lin Qing savored the rum, his gaze fixed intently upon her. She wore a locally inspired dress, her hair styled in 2 low ponytails adorned with flowers, exuding the fragrance of sunflowers from a summer field. Gu Xiqing shook her head. "You have no say in this." The depths of Lin Qing's eyes glimmered with a cold, piercing light. Now that he had arrived, he would not allow her the time to leave. Lin Qing. "It's been a year. You wouldn't still be holding a grudge over past events, would you?" Gu Xiqing found it incomprehensible. Life should be about moving forward. So why did he continue to cling to her, making it seem as if they were deeply entwined? Is that not acceptable? Lin Qing raised an eyebrow, his gaze unwavering. "Gu Xiqing, you cannot pretend as if nothing has transpired." She secretly scoffed. In this timeline, nothing had ever happened between them. After a prolonged silence, Lin Qing spoke softly. "Stay here? Then your room shall accommodate an additional occupant." Gu Xiqing felt that with Lin Qing around, her nearly healed ailments would soon resurface, and she would eventually be driven to frustration. "Lin Qing, I am here to recuperate. Please do not disturb me." "Where else could you recuperate?" he replied with a cold snort. "Are the nation's top medical facilities beneath your notice? Is the Lin family estate not serene enough? If you dislike recovering at the Lin family estate, wherever you wish to go in the country, just point it out on the map and I will take you immediately." "I like it here. I wish to stay here," Gu Xiqing asserted firmly. "Very well, I shall remain to accompany you." Lin Qing downed the contents of his glass in one gulp and rose, heading upstairs without further ado. Gu Xiqing swiftly intercepted him, asking, "What are you planning to do?" "After a morning meeting and a midday flight to this place, I am utterly exhausted." Lin Qing rubbed his temples and replied, "I intend to rest. There are hotels nearby. You should sleep there. Is it that after a year apart, you find me unworthy?" Lin Qing chuckled softly, lifting a hand to caress her pouting face. "Gu Xiqing, I wish to rest here. I refuse. You are not welcome here. Then you can expel me. If you push me out, I shall not return." Lin Qing chuckled again, spreading his arms wide, allowing her to shove him playfully. Chapter 71. I am a rogue. Are you a little rogue? Despite Gu Xiqing exerting all her strength, the man before her remained as immovable as a stone pillar. "Fine, if you stay here, I shall go to the hotel." He did not budge. If she left, he would follow. Fuming, Gu Xiqing turned to retrieve her handbag and the door key from the front desk. Lin Qing promptly followed. She was as slippery as an eel, and he could not shake off his concern for her. Though she claimed she was heading to the hotel, she might just drive to the airport instead. "Aren't you supposed to be resting here? Don't follow me." Gu Xiqing shot him an exasperated glare as he trailed behind her. "You mustn't follow me. With your legs on me, do you think it's enough to simply say no?" Lin Qing chuckled, his eyes sparkling like a clear spring beneath the gentle warmth of the sun. Gu Xiqing, both irritated and unable to resist him, was vibrant and charming, like a playful kitten that he found utterly irresistible. "Lin Qing, you are incorrigible," Gu Xiqing finally managed to express, having searched her mind for the most fitting word to describe him. Lin Qing accepted her insult with ease, replying, "I am indeed a rogue." "Are you not a little rogue yourself?" Gu Xiqing felt a rush of frustration and turned toward the door. Lin Qing's laughter rang joyfully as he followed her strides, only to find himself successfully locked outside. Through a pane of glass, he watched Gu Xiqing turn away from the door without a hint of regret as she secured it. Lin Qing found himself bemused, realizing that after a year apart, she had learned to play tricks on him. He had assumed she was genuinely headed to the hotel based on her earlier fierce demeanor. As she exited the bookstore, she swiftly shut the door behind her. The lights flickered off, leaving only a small bulb illuminating above him, akin to a spotlight revealing him as the jester for all to see. Upstairs, he contemplated calling Xiqing but hesitated, fearing it might worry her. After a shower, he settled against the edge of the bed, arms crossed, staring blankly at the wall adorned with books and sketch pads. Outside, a storm brewed, with thunder rumbling and rain pouring. The weather here was notoriously capricious. A bright morning could swiftly transform into a downpour by noon, alternating between sunshine and rain. Even with the chaos of his thoughts, Xiqing found no inclination to sleep, despite the fatigue tugging at her eyelids. At this hour, he should have departed. After a moment's contemplation, she hesitated before cautiously making her way downstairs, peering through the glass door to see if he had indeed left. It appeared he was gone. Xiqing carefully opened the door and lifted the lightweight bookshelf that had been stationed at the entrance back into the store. Several books lay upon the shelf, now considerably dampened. With a pang of anguish, I gazed at the rain-soaked volumes, lamenting their fate as the downpour intensified, sending a shiver through me. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the side of the door, gripping the frame with force. Lin Qing? I stared in disbelief, my eyes widening. Why was he here? In this torrential rain, instead of resting at a hotel? He seemed deeply troubled by the sight of the drenched books, while rainwater dripped from his hair, obscuring his sharp gaze. With a voice that whispered like a demon, he pried open the door, declaring, Xiqing, do you not care for my suffering? Lin Qing, teeth clenched, yanked the door wide, seizing my startled hand. Chapter 72. Do I care whether you love me? Am I to let you remain out of reach? He kicked the door shut behind him, pinning me against the bookshelf. In the dim light, I could see the terror in my eyes reflected in his, a cold smirk curling his lips, his tone laced with derision. Xiqing, do you not love me? Why do you fear me? Why do you evade me? As I beheld the fierce anger blazing in his eyes, a quiver ran through me, my teeth chattering in fear. The sight of him now resembled that of a wild beast, ready to devour anyone who dared to speak amiss. I have told you, I do not love you anymore. I have long since moved on. The words I meant to utter were trapped behind my lips. His forceful kiss left me breathless. I pushed and struck him, my feet kicking at him, yet he remained as immovable as a mountain. In his fury, he bit my lip, drawing blood, a coldness settling in his gaze, accompanied by a disdainful sound. You no longer love me? Pain radiated from my lips, the metallic taste of blood flooding my mouth, and I squinted my eyes, trembling, my voice betraying my terror even in silence. Was I so frightened of him? Gripping my chin, he compelled me to meet his gaze. The frantic rhythm of my heartbeat and my hurried breaths echoed in the hushed atmosphere, piercingly clear. Lin Qing, I do not love you. I have moved on. My defiant voice rang out in the darkness, akin to a stone dropped into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across his heart. Just as I inhaled a breath of fresh air, he sealed my lips once more with another kiss. Do you know how I have endured this past year? He implored. Every day and night, I thought of you. Between business trips abroad, I traversed multiple countries to catch a glimpse of you, to witness your happiness in my absence. My heart bleeds for you. His bitter reproaches echoed in my mind, the chilling intensity of his words sending a shudder through me, raising goosebumps across my skin. Lin Qing, please calm yourself. His hands cradled my fear-stricken face, the madness in his eyes instilling dread. Xiqing, I care not for your affections. Your heart can only belong to me. A voice, infused with a tempestuous rage, resonated in my ears. I have granted you ample time for your freedom. From this moment forth, you must love me anew, with the same fervor and devotion as before. Lin Qing, startled by the intensity of his words, turned pale, her scalp prickling with unease as her back pressed against the bookshelf, swallowing hard in silence. With a furrowed brow, he tightened his grip on her chin, tilting his head slightly, his voice husky and laced with confusion. Is it impossible to do so? Shall I brew you a cup of ginger tea to warm you? You are drenched. You might catch a cold. Xiqing trembled, raising her hand to caress his stern cheek, attempting to soothe his emotions. However, he stepped back, causing her hand to hover awkwardly in the air. After a prolonged silence, he lowered his gaze, gently wiping away the tears that had streamed from the corners of her eyes out of fear. I apologize, he murmured, I miss you dearly. Chapter 73. Anger is detrimental to health. Xiqing lounged in a chair, basking in the warm sunlight, a gentle breeze rustling the strands of hair that shielded her eyes. Ever since Lin Qing had intruded uninvited 3 days ago, he had completely made this place his own. Still angry? Lin Qing entered, carrying desserts and fruits. Upon seeing her sulking in the chair, radiating resentment, he approached and knelt beside her. I shall regulate my strength next time. I promise to heed your desires. Do not remain upset. Anger is harmful to one's health. Xiqing turned her face away, ignoring him. I was wrong, Lin Qing said, unable to restrain himself as he playfully pinched her cheek, his fingertips gently brushing her chapped lips, his gaze smoldering. I simply miss you too much. Xiqing opened her mouth and bit down on his finger with force. A mischievous little kitten, Lin Qing laughed, unperturbed by her actions. Is that better? If one finger does not suffice, you may choose from all 10. Lin Qing. I feel as though if I were to slap you, you would still grasp my hand and lick it. Utterly perverse.
What? What is wrong with me?
Lin Qing leaned closer, his warm breath caressing her delicate face, teasing her. Why do you have a kitten's blush? She should have bitten down harder, drawing blood. Want to sharpen your teeth? Go ahead. His deep, melodious laughter echoed above her. Xiqing attempted to rise from the chair, yet he restrained her, rendering her immobile. In a fit of frustration, she bit down fiercely, breaking the skin and tasting blood. She finally released him upon hearing his muffled wince of pain. Was that satisfying? Lin Qing caressed her face, observing the lingering fire in her eyes, both amused and exasperated. Today, the sky was clear and unblemished. Throughout the past half-month of Lin Qing's uninvited presence, Xiqing found herself inexplicably fearful upon seeing him, her legs weakening. He was indeed a demon of the present world. This day marked her final visit to the hospital for treatment. Fortunately, Lin Qing had been sated, refraining from any further displays of primal instinct in recent days. Xiqing wearily nodded. Staying here was not a sustainable solution. She pouted. I truly appreciate you weaving this web of lies for me. And how shall I be thanked?
He teased.
I shall merely speak. Lin Qing's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes brimming with mischief. Undeniably, I am a rogue. Lin Qing's proud words plunged Xiqing into darkness, obscuring her vision of the future. After a year apart, Xiang had not mentioned that Lin Qing had changed. Noticing Xiqing's reluctance to engage, Lin Qing pulled the car over to the roadside. Xiqing, let us live together harmoniously. Live harmoniously? Apart from this past year of stability, there had not been a single day in her life where she could relax. Upon returning to the country, she was uncertain of the dreadful experiences that awaited her. For instance, facing various forms of gender discrimination in the workplace. Perhaps it was more comfortable in this remote little country, running a bookstore and immersing herself in the world of books every day. Chapter 74, A Brazen Secret Affair. Sister, next time you plan to leave Tianqing, please give me a heads up. Xiqing was both amused and exasperated by his antics. You've reached such a position. If I were to leave Tianqing, would you truly want to follow me? Ajia, with a hint of grievance, sniffled. Sister, you are so capable. Going solo could yield great results. Who knows? I might just become a partner in a startup by following you. Ajia was skeptical that a serious illness could strike so suddenly during a honeymoon. They had heard that at that time, the president had offered a multi-million-dollar reward for leads. The collaborations they had previously discussed were progressing smoothly. With Tianqing gaining entry into the financial consortium, Ajia highlighted the key developments of the year, mentioning that the president had opened several new branches in other districts and that Dai Qian had been appointed president of the L City branch a month ago, holding 50% equity in the subsidiary. Ajia felt discontented, muttering quietly, I see that company as one that the president set up for her. It was a media company specializing in connections to the entertainment industry, essentially Dai Qian's studio following her solo endeavors. A year ago, she had held a press conference urging people not to speculate about her relationship with Lin Qing. Yet anyone with clear sight could see that every one of her works had Lin Qing's investment. It seemed as though they were engaged in a brazen secret affair. You can say those things in front of me, Xiqing said with a gentle smile, reminding him not to let the president overhear. I merely feel it is unjust for you, sister. I know wealthy men can be fickle, but I did not expect the president, so charming, to also be the one who eats from one bowl while eyeing the pot. Keep such thoughts to yourself, Xiqing replied. Glancing at the contract before signing her name in English, there's no need to feel injustice on my behalf. Life is simply like this. Ajia took the contract, acknowledging her sentiment. There was no need to exit the elevator only to unexpectedly encounter the president with a sullen expression. Finally, she could leisurely take a break after completing her work and leave early. She had never appreciated such days before. Now she realized how little she had cherished them. Unable to refuse their hospitality, Xiqing followed them to the restaurant. After a year apart, those employees who had initially resented her surprisingly missed her so much. A realization that took her aback. Xiqing? As soon as she stepped through the restaurant door, a sharp voice cut through the air. Recognizing the voice, Xiqing felt a wave of nausea and had no desire to respond. Xiqing, are you deaf? This woman was Dai Qian's mother, Dai Jiao. Ajia intercepted Dai Jiao, stating, if you have something to discuss, please convey it to me, and I shall relay it to our vice president. Dai Jiao raised her eyebrows dramatically upon hearing the mention of the vice president, casting a scornful glance at Xiqing's retreating figure. Oh, the vice president? How did she ascend to such a position? Surely it was through the favors of men. Her words drew the attention of others in the restaurant, who began to whisper and glance towards Gu Xiqing. Chapter 75. The mistress forces the original wife to step aside. Are you aware that your words could have legal repercussions? Ajai's brow furrowed, sparks of anger igniting in his eyes. You are spreading unfounded rumors and slandering others. Have you also been one of her conquests? Dai Jiao smirked at the mention of the law, feeling triumphant. Her brother worked at a law firm, and as the wife of the president of Gu Corporation, who would dare to challenge her? You are being unreasonable. This was Ajai's first encounter with such a person, having never scolded anyone throughout his life. He was at a loss for words. Gu Xiqing pressed her fingers against her trembling brow, suppressing the fury within her. It was no wonder they referred to her as a mistress. Her thoughts were steeped in vulgarity. Turning to face Dai Jiao, her eyes glinted with a chilling intensity, causing Dai Jiao to instinctively take a step back. Dai Jiao, I have refrained from causing you trouble. You should be grateful for my mercy. How dare you still provoke me? She approached Dai Jiao deliberately, her words sharp as ever. You relish in spreading rumors, just like your contemptible daughter, who harbors lofty aspirations but spews lies with ease. Who are you calling contemptible? Gu Xiqing, who are you referring to? Dai Jiao, struck at her core, raised her hand to strike Gu Xiqing. A resounding slap echoed through the restaurant, drawing the attention of onlookers. The daughter of a shameless mistress. What else could she be? Gu Xiqing rubbed her wrist, wincing from the force of the blow. What are you doing? A cold, authoritative voice accompanied by a heavy hand struck Gu Xiqing's face, sending her staggering backward. Ajai reacted swiftly, catching her before she fell. Gu Xiqing, have you become arrogant now that you are the vice president? Have you forgotten the lessons I imparted? Gu Xiqing tasted the metallic tang of blood in her mouth, spitting it out as she looked at Gu Hao with a mocking smile tinged with bitterness.
What?
Are you here to teach me a lesson now? Lock me away without food? Or perhaps throw me out of the house? Or burn all of my mother's belongings in front of me? And don't forget transferring my shares to those lowly women. Before she could finish, another unexpected slap caught her off guard, too swift for Ajai to intercept. Dazed and seeing stars, Gu Xiqing fell to the ground, her head spinning. Gu Xiqing, if you utter such unfilial words again, I swear I will end you. Even in a public restaurant with onlookers, Gu Hao showed no mercy. This is wrong. Ajai trembled as he stood protectively in front of Gu Xiqing. Assault is against the law. He turned anxiously to the crowd. Someone, please call the police. What are you staring at? Are you waiting for a tragedy to unfold? Gu Xiqing felt the sting of pain on her face. Rising from the ground, I wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth, lifted my gaze to the enraged middle-aged man before me, and offered a self-deprecating smile. Am I unfilial? Indeed, I am exceedingly unfilial. If I were truly filial, I would poison your meals and send you to my mother to bow in repentance. Enough, sister. Don't say any more. Ajia is frightened by the police's imminent arrival, fearing that in the next moment, this man might shove him aside and strike you. Onlookers gasped in disbelief, astonished to witness the emergence of an archetypal villain. They had not anticipated such a scene. Someone secretly amplified the video they had just recorded. Is this what they call a greeting? The world has changed so rapidly. Greetings now take this form? Chapter 76. The manifestation of a malicious stepmother. The girl who had turned up the volume was momentarily taken aback. She was merely a refined girl here to savor French cuisine. Do not leave. Jia obstructed the exit. You just slandered and assaulted our vice president. We have called the police. You cannot depart. Indeed, you woman. Just defamed him and now wish to leave? The crowd rallied behind Jia to stop Dai Jiao and Gu Hao. We have eyes and ears. You were the one who initiated the attack. Are you still trying to elevate your status as a mistress? As more and more people gathered, it became evident that the malicious stepmother was taking shape before their eyes. It is often said that with a stepmother comes a stepfather. Today, I witnessed someone capturing Gu Hao and Dai Qian on their phone. How can a father behave in such a manner? Even the fictional cruel stepfathers in novels know to hide their actions from the public. The intense discussions reverberated around the room. Gu Xiqing, having received ice from a server, sat aside, applying it to her face. Meanwhile, employees in the second-floor business suite waited in vain for Jia and Gu Xiqing to descend, eventually learning that Gu Xiqing had been struck by her own father. Vice President, your face. A girl with a ponytail gasped, covering her mouth in shock upon seeing Gu Xiqing's swollen visage. She then glared fiercely at Gu Hao. How could you, a grown man, bring such force against your own daughter? The vice president, typically so refined and free of blemish, now bore an extensive bruise. How long would it take for her to recover?
It was heartbreaking.
Others voiced their indignation, directing their ire at Gu Hao. Jia stepped away from the crowd to call Lin Qing. President, there has been an incident here. President, the party has been abruptly cancelled.
Jia?
Lacking the spirit for pleasantries, hung up the phone and rushed to interface with the arriving police officers. Gu Hao, a director of the Gu Group in S City, was merely given a verbal reprimand as the police went through the motions of protocol. The team leader bowed and smiled, escorting him and Dai Jiao out. In stark contrast, Gu Xiqing was to be detained for 24 hours. This is a double standard. Jia protested on Gu Xiqing's behalf. They are the assailants, the ones who slandered her. Why should our vice president be the one held? Having once believed in the police's impartiality, today was an eye-opener regarding their biases. They were wrong to strike, and we have provided education. Yet, she, the team leader, sneered at Gu Xiqing, has been to the police station more than once. Her vile disposition warrants our leniency in detaining her for 24 hours. Jia, his face flushed with anger, clenched his fists and vehemently warned them, "You shall regret this." The two policemen exchanged amused glances, replying, "We shall wait and see." Chapter 77. I am here to take you home. Gu Xiqing had spent more time in the police station than in her own family home, each time being picked up by her uncle. "Sister, are you really not going to call the president?" This was Jia's first encounter with Gu Xiqing's biological family, and he was shocked to discover that the poised and formidable individual he had known in professional settings had such a tumultuous past. Was it truly commonplace for her to be in police custody? Hesitantly, he took the card, concern etched on his face. "Sister, are you really all right? Your face. Should I call the president? Am I that fragile?" Gu Xiqing touched her stinging cheek, her brow furrowing in displeasure. "Let us just go. I wish to be alone for a while. Sister, I will come to pick you up tomorrow." Gu Xiqing curled up against the wall, squatting on the ground with her arms wrapped around her knees, burying her head within them. She had thought that by distancing herself from the Gu family, she could maintain the peace and beauty she had worked so hard to cultivate. Until Gu Hao's 2 slaps shattered her illusion. A self-deprecating smile tugged at her lips as she gently wiped away the rebellious tears from the corners of her eyes. She would sever ties cleanly. Perhaps Gu Hao's blows had been too forceful. She felt lightheaded and, before she realized it, drifted off to sleep. As she teetered on the edge of slumber, the iron door swung open. "President Lin, you've misunderstood. We have not neglected the madam in any way." The flustered team leader, drenched in sweat, cast a reproachful glance at Gu Xiqing, who was sleeping in the corner. "Captain Wang. Captain Wang. The director is calling for you." Without allowing the team leader a chance to explain, a young officer hurriedly rushed over, casting a curious look at the silent man standing aside and kindly warning the team leader, "Captain, the director does not look pleased." Lin Qing removed his black coat and draped it over Gu Xiqing, lifting her effortlessly into his arms. His calm, dark eyes emitted a chilling aura. Lin Qing? Gu Xiqing wondered if she was dreaming, for she had never expected to see him. Had it not been for their arrival at the restaurant, she would have remained oblivious to the explosive events that had transpired. The father she had cherished in her memories had publicly struck her, while her empathetic stepmother turned out to be a woman of cruel words. This was their first encounter with such chaos, leaving them horrified and devoid of appetite amidst the lavish feast before them. What did it matter if she didn't want him to worry? She simply did not wish for him to know of such turmoil. Carrying her, he navigated past Captain Wang and several other officers, leaving the police station under the astonished gazes of onlookers. Chapter 78. Why incarcerate anyone else but the daughter-in-law preferred by the Lin family? President Lin. It is my failure to manage my subordinates. I shall rectify this, the director rushed to say, but before he could finish, the car was already departing from the police station. "Director, I am but a minor figure. Must you also flatter?" As the team leader Wang followed, he scratched his neck, displaying a face of disdain and confusion. The director, filled with frustration, delivered a sharp slap, admonishing him, "Remember, Lin Qing is merely a slender branch of the Lin family. Do not provoke them. It is well known that the Lin family in S City fiercely protects their own." In his youth, he had the fortune of being supported by them, which allowed him to ascend without hindrance from an ordinary individual to the position of director within a decade. Wang, bewildered by the slap, covered his face and disdainfully watched the car vanish in the distance, muttering in dissatisfaction, "This isn't a feudal dynasty. We are well into an era of reform and opening up. Why should we fear such things?" Noticing Wang's attitude, the director sighed and shook his head. Xiao Wang, I misjudged you. A transfer notice will arrive shortly. Prepare yourself mentally." It was unfortunate that he had to deal with the Lin family's favored daughter-in-law. Gu Xiqing was a familiar face at the police station. After all, one must often dine and converse with influential figures to reach such a position. Thus he had memorized many family connections. The Lin family was discreet, akin to a venomous serpent concealed within the grass, rarely revealing their true nature, especially during wedding ceremonies. Had it not been for his slight affiliation with the Lin family, he would not have known that Gu Xiqing was indeed the wife of Lin Qing. Rumors had long circulated about Lin Qingxuan's affection for Dai Qian, the daughter of his mistress, yet he had never publicly acknowledged their relationship. Last year, as a public figure revered like a goddess, Dai Qian, adorned with sunglasses and a mask, held a press conference to clarify her relationship with Lin Qingxian. It was a farcical one-man show, with Lin Qingxian notably absent throughout. While others may remain oblivious, he was well aware that Dai Qian's future had been adversely affected, forcing her to deny all previous sensational marketing efforts. The streets were bustling with life in the evening as traffic snarled on the way to the Tinghai villa. Startled, she suddenly sat up, her heart racing, and her gaze met a pair of gentle eyes. Had she been dreaming? Lin Qingxian brushed aside the disheveled strands of hair from her forehead, seemingly verifying whether this moment was indeed reality. Gu Xiqing, exasperated, rubbed her temples. Struggling to articulate a response, you? Confusion clouded her thoughts, leaving her momentarily speechless. Does it hurt? She wished to conceal her disheveled state from Lin Qingxian. Chapter 79. From this moment on, I shall learn about you. Lin Qingxian extended his hand, palm up, inviting her to place her hand in his. Gu Xiqing shook her head, covering her face, her disheveled hair perfectly concealing the mark of the slap. I truly am fine. She remained steadfast by the window, unwilling to approach. Since she would not come to him, he decided to go to her. Lin Qingxian sat beside her, gently prying her hand open to examine the red imprint of a palm on her face. Furrowing his brow, he asked, if I had not arrived at that restaurant, how would you explain your absence at home tonight? I drank too much with the staff and ended up sleeping at Xinxiang's place, Gu Xiqing replied, her voice diminishing under the intensity of his gaze. Did you often deceive me in such a manner before? During a time when he was unaware of the dreadful circumstances she was enduring, did she bear all of it alone? Vivid images of her surged in his mind, her sitting at a bus stop in the frigid cold, tears streaming down her face, her lowering her head in his presence, hurriedly pulling her long sleeves to cover her arms before fleeing. These were the memories he held dear. Thus, when he often saw Gu Xiqing weeping, was it the Gu Xiqing who had been cast out of her home? We were once strangers. Gu Xiqing felt a pang of sadness, sniffing back her tears, her long lashes casting shadows over the tears swirling in her eyes. There was no need to lie to you. Strangers, were we? Lin Qingxian sighed softly, enveloping her in his embrace, gently patting her back to console her. From this moment onward, I shall endeavor to understand you. Gu Xiqing listened quietly to the rhythm of his heartbeat, feeling the warmth of his body gently spreading to her, remaining silent. The vehicle resumed its journey, traversing the bustling city, weaving through towering edifices and finally entering the long, tree-lined avenue of the listening to the Sea Villa district. Upon seeing Gu Xiqing's swollen, red face, he gasped in shock. How brutal! What enmity could drive someone to strike with such ferocity? It was a near miss. Her eardrum could have been perforated. He hurriedly urged Gu Xiqing to sit on the sofa, retrieving the medical kit he had brought, disinfecting her injured face before applying a warm compress and bandaging it. Lin Qingxian raised an eyebrow slightly, a mixture of amusement and a chilling severity in his gaze, gritting his teeth as he looked at him. I, Lin Qingxian, am not so cowardly as to strike a woman. Qiao Xin smiled awkwardly, stepping back to maintain a respectful distance. Who was she? She was your wife. Setting aside her identity as your spouse, how could the esteemed vice president of Tiansheng be assaulted? Qiao Xin truly could not fathom who, besides Lin Qingxian, would dare to lay a hand on Gu Xiqing. In Tiansheng, he often encountered Gu Xiqing, and each time, she left an impression of a gentle, humble, and graciously beautiful woman of strength. She could deftly negotiate with seasoned professionals and dine with her employees without any hint of superiority. Such a beloved leader, who would be so foolish as to harm her? Qiao San was perplexed. Chapter 80. There must be a reason for his actions. Ah, President Lin. It's quite late now. This villa is spacious. Surely there is a guest room? Qiao San was reluctant to leave. Rarely did he have a holiday, and to be summoned by a phone call only to find no meal offered? None. Lin Qingxian cast a cold glance at the door, his demeanor unfamiliar and unyielding. Returning to the living room, he picked up the medical kit from the table, glaring fiercely at Lin Qingxian before reluctantly stepping outside. Gu Xiqing sent a message to Xinxiang, informing her that she was fine, and inquired about the situation at the AJ restaurant. Ajia replied that everything had been handled, so there was no need for her to worry. A cup of warm milk was placed before her. The housekeeper has left. I'll see what ingredients we have. Gu Xiqing accepted the milk, surprised by his words. You can cook? Lin Qing raised his hand, helplessly ruffling her hair a couple of times. Is it truly such a remarkable feat to know how to cook? Why the astonishment? Of course. Upon learning this for the first time, one would find it intriguing. Xiqing awkwardly lowered her gaze, sipping her milk. It was indeed the first time she had heard that Lin Qing could cook. She had thought she knew him well, only to realize that her youthful impulsiveness had clouded her judgment in love. Perhaps it is time to reassess your understanding of me. Lin Qing gently placed a kiss on her forehead, declaring that he would first check what ingredients were available in the kitchen. Xiqing touched the warmth on her forehead, watching him busily move about the kitchen. In the past, this space had been permeated with the nauseating aura of him and Dai Qian, where every corner bore witness to their unabashed entanglement. Now, however, the space had transformed. Some decorations were different, the layout had changed, and the kitchen had been altered. The dining area, which once had a wall, now featured a floor-to-ceiling window, allowing one to relish both the seaside view and delightful cuisine. In the kitchen, he retrieved half a silver cod, rinsed it clean and marinated it with salt, pepper, and cooking wine. Methodically, he prepared a sauce, placing shredded scallions and ginger atop the fish. Once the water in the pot boiled, he steamed the silver cod for 45 minutes, allowing it to rest for an additional 2 minutes after turning off the heat. Finally, he garnished the dish with scallions and presented the steamed silver cod at the dining table before proceeding to prepare other dishes. Xiqing suddenly shook her head, forcibly extinguishing the flicker of hope that had quietly reignited within her. There is no such thing as a free lunch. There must be a reason behind his actions. Xiqing found it hard to believe that Lin Qing, after his rebirth, would suddenly fall in love with her. Trusting in his affection for her felt no different than believing a wicked stepmother in a fairy tale would treat Cinderella kindly. The ingredients in the refrigerator were replenished daily. The aunt would bring fresh produce in the morning and collect any leftovers in the evening, leaving little behind. Sifting through the limited ingredients, he managed to concoct a visually appealing and delectable meal. Xiqing cautiously picked up a piece of cod and tasted it, finding it indistinguishable from what she would have enjoyed in a restaurant. He truly could cook. Chapter 81. Xiqing spoke not a word of truth. Lin Qing sat across from her, bemused by her careful tasting. Do my dishes appear to be a culinary disaster? He chuckled lightly, noticing her cautious demeanor. One might think he had poisoned her. It was anything but. After savoring a sip of the delicious beef and radish soup, with tender meat and flavorful broth, it was hard to comprehend that he had prepared it. Lin Qing rested his chin on his interlaced fingers, quietly observing her as she took small bites of the dish, leisurely sipping her soup. It was a serene and beautiful moment. Alas, a ring from a phone shattered their idyllic world. Upon seeing the caller, Lin Qing's gentle expression darkened instantly. He picked up his phone, walked to the balcony outside the kitchen, and closed the door before answering. Qing, I've heard about today's events. Is Xiqing all right? Rest assured, I will contact the beauty salon and have the director I know take a look at her face. On the other end of the line, Dai Qian's anxious voice resonated. I truly did not foresee such a dreadful occurrence. Father has always been a gentle soul. There must be some misunderstanding at play. Lin Qing massaged his temples, gazing at the tranquil sea in the distance, his heart in turmoil. What do you wish to convey? He queried. You have met my father. He is not one to act impulsively or violently. It must be that Xiqing said something that disturbed him, provoking his ire. Are you calling to suggest that she deserved to be struck? Dai Qian's gaze fell, and after a moment of silence, her voice quivered with a note of injustice. Qing, that is not my intention. I believe there is a misunderstanding. Do not be deceived by Xiqing's innocent facade. I am aware that you dislike being misled. I deceived you out of my deep affection, but Xiqing is different. She speaks not a word of truth. Lin Qing ended the call. In the past, he would have unconditionally believed Dai Qian's assertion of misunderstanding. However, this time he had reviewed the restaurant's surveillance footage and gleaned the entire sequence of events from a passerby's phone. Entering the room, he ascended the stairs. Xiqing was in the bathroom, having hastily washed up. Gazing at her face, which was swathed in bandages, she understood why Qiao Sun had been so astonished. The bruising was extensive, almost covering half her face, a sight that would startle anyone. The tightly shut door swung open as Lin Qing entered, removing his tie and unbuttoning his shirt, casting his garments aside. Xiqing watched him as he nonchalantly turned on the showerhead, washing away the fatigue of the day. Together? Lin Qing raised an eyebrow, his heated gaze resting upon Xiqing, who donned a soft, skin-hugging white nightgown that accentuated her alluring figure, radiating charm at every moment. Her ears flushed slightly, her heart raced, and she hurriedly turned to exit the bathroom. Chapter 82. Are you so afraid of me? Lin Qing emerged from the bathroom to find the bedroom eerily empty, the bed pristine as if untouched. Scanning the room, he noted her absence. Gu Xiqing? The guest room was vacant. It appeared she was in the study. Upon pushing open the study door, he found her indeed present. The room was dimly lit. The computer screen set to a gentle brightness, not harsh on the eyes. She was intently focused on the documents on the screen, the dense numerical data blurring into an incomprehensible haze after prolonged scrutiny. Lin Qing's heart, which had been suspended in worry, finally eased. Having experienced her tendency to slip away twice before, he almost feared she might attempt to escape once again. Hearing his approach, Gu Xiqing saved her work and looked up at him. What is it? Does she truly enjoy working so much? You should rest. I will join you once I finish reviewing this month's financial report. I have already reviewed it, Lin Qing replied, striding over to forcibly shut down the computer. He seized her wrist, insisting, time for bed. But I can manage on my own. She protested. Pulled from her chair, Gu Xiqing stumbled into his embrace. Instinctively clutching his arm, only to release it hurriedly, yet he held her tightly, their bodies pressed close together. In the quiet study, the only sounds that filled the air were their hurried, disordered breaths. Lin Qing tossed Gu Xiqing onto the center of the bed, and the moment she made contact with the soft mattress, she was propelled upwards, only to be immediately ensnared in his embrace. Lin Qing buried his head in the crook of her neck, his warm breath brushing against her skin, sensing her slight tremor of apprehension. With a husky chuckle, he teased, "Are you so afraid of me?"
No.
Not at all. Gu Xiqing turned her head away, glaring at him defiantly. Absolutely not. The following morning, the sky was clear and cloudless. Gu Xiqing, rubbing her sleepy eyes, instinctively stretched her arms and yawned, only to be overcome by a wave of soreness that left her sprawled on the bed, unwilling to move. The pervasive ache that coursed through her body was entirely Lin Qing's fault. She had been utterly exhausted the previous night and yearned for just a bit more sleep. You have an early meeting today. Cuddling against his iron-like, warm body, she turned to poke his shoulder. His tightly shut eyes cracked open slightly, revealing a weary slit. Afternoon works too. With that, he pulled her closer, resembling a reluctant child wishing to linger in bed. Just a little longer, I am so tired. Gu Xiqing's lips twitched in annoyance, secretly muttering to herself, serves you right for being tired. Yet, she had indeed stayed up late the night before and still felt a hint of drowsiness. Nestled in his arms, it wasn't long before she drifted off into a deep slumber. By noon, Lin Qing arose and instructed the housekeeper to prepare a light meal before heading to a meeting at Tiansheng. After the meeting concluded, Assistant Wu knocked and entered. President, Miss Dai Qian has been waiting for you in the reception room for 2 hours. Lin Qing had been occupied with meetings since his arrival, each lasting 3 hours. Dai Qian, aware of his schedule, could only wait idly in the reception area. Previously, she had been in Lin Qing's office, but after his cold and heartless demeanor a year ago, she could no longer act as she once did. After 2 long hours, she finally awaited the conclusion of Lin Qing's meeting. Tell her I'm busy. There's something I need to discuss with her, he instructed. Unwilling to see Dai Qian at that moment, their relationship had not completely severed, as he still held onto the memories of their past, granting her a slim chance of hope, despite the lies she had spun over the past 3 years. Chapter 83. Gu Xiqing is a formidable individual. President, Miss Dai Qian asked me to convey a message. She has some videos to show you. In the reception room, Lin Qing entered and closed the door behind him.
Qing.
I know that regardless of what I say, it will be difficult for you to believe me, Dai Qian said, her heart sinking as she turned to face him, only to be met with his indifferent gaze. Ever since he had promised to take responsibility for her, his eyes had been filled with warmth. A stark contrast to the current chill. All of this was instigated by Gu Xiqing. The surveillance footage revealed Gu Xiqing, clad in her high school uniform, wielding a kitchen knife as she chased Dai Qian and Dai Jiao, shouting that she intended to kill them both. Even when she inadvertently harmed her beloved father, she remained unperturbed in her pursuit of Dai Qian and Dai Jiao. Dai Qian's eyes brimmed with tears of grievance as she swiped her finger across the screen to view the next video. In the sweltering summer night, while everyone else slept, Gu Xiqing carried a bucket of oil from the kitchen and poured it at each entrance of the villa before resolutely igniting a fire. Fortunately, the housekeeper discovered it in time, otherwise they all would have perished in that inferno. There exist numerous videos depicting the confrontations between Gu Xiqing and Gu Hao, which Dai Qian meticulously presented to Lin Qing. Throughout her life, whenever things did not go her way, she would create a scene. The turmoil at home was insufficient, and she would continue her tyranny at school. You must have witnessed her domineering demeanor as well. Haven to you? Even her father, who is typically gentle, has been driven to a state of irritability by her, with noticeably more hair than her peers. I am aware that she is now your lawful wife, and I recognize that you may be skeptical of my words. I have come today solely to inform you that Xiqing is adept at masquerading as delicate. Do not be deceived by her facade. Merely observing the videos reveals the tempestuous and fearsome nature of Gu Xiqing. What sort of person harbors the desire to harm their own family or to set them ablaze in the dead of night? Such visions are indeed terrifying. Lin Qing understands that when Gu Xiqing is cornered, she is capable of actions far beyond ordinary comprehension, while others may engage in trivial disputes. She escalates matters to the extreme. This aligns perfectly with her modus operandi. I have taken her tablet, opened the photo album, and deleted the videos one by one. I have also accessed the backup and erased all of those recordings. I hope that no one else, apart from you and me, will ever know of them. Qing Xian? Dai Qian gasped in disbelief, never expecting him to choose to delete the videos. He was not like this before. He would have shared her disdain for Gu Xiqing, standing firmly by her side. Undoubtedly, Gu Xiqing's actions were reprehensible. Lin Qing also deleted the photographs of the two of them on the tablet. However, as she stated, the fact of Gu's infidelity during marriage is undeniable. Anyone in his position would be emotionally stirred. Qing Xian, I can understand her emotional outburst. But you know that she is far from the person she pretends to be. How can he be so blindly partial to Gu Xiqing? Was he not once repulsed by her? Did he not avoid her at all costs? Each encounter with Gu Xiqing would cast a shadow over his countenance.
Why?
Since last year, has he begun to shield her from scrutiny? Chapter 84. The makeup is beautiful. Do not cry and ruin it. What charm does Gu Xiqing possess? In what ways does she surpass me? I have exerted myself to become a beloved actress, to be seen by many, including him. I was merely a step away from marriage, yet she outpaced me. After the graduation gala, our family intended to approach the Lin family for clarification and to solidify the marriage, but upon learning of this, Gu Xiqing fled her home. Within days, the Lin family had chosen her to be Lin Qingshuan's wife. And what of you? Lin Qing inquired, raising an eyebrow, with his onyx-like eyes gleaming with sharp intensity as he tossed the tablet back to her. Is the person standing before me truly you, or merely a guise? Do you not comprehend who I am? Dai Qian's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Xiqing adores you, and I do too. I lack her audacity and dare only to love you silently from the shadows, hoping that one day you might notice me. I acknowledge that I erred at the graduation gala, but do you truly intend to reject me over such a trivial matter? Qing Xian, you know my feelings for you. What you see before you is the entirety of me, laid bare and unembellished. A pair of bright eyes now resembled a shimmering lake, with crystalline tears cascading down her delicate cheeks. I love you, and I do not wish for you to be deceived by her. Lin Qing helplessly raised his hand to wipe away the traces of her tears. Your makeup is beautiful. Do not let it be ruined by tears. Qing Xian? Dai Qian exclaimed with unbridled joy, immediately grasping his hand and pressing her face into his palm. Qing Xian, you will still treat me kindly, won't you? Outside the reception room, a striking figure approached. Madam, you may proceed to the president's office, Assistant Wu said, closely trailing behind Gu Xiqing. His expression fraught with anxiety as he gazed at the firmly closed door of the reception room. Is he not in the reception room? I can simply find him there. Gu Xiqing, clutching the documents in her arms, was puzzled as to why she needed to go upstairs when the reception room was merely a few steps away. This document requires his signature. I believe there is still ample time today. Once he signs, I shall deliver it, and the other party will perceive our earnestness. Gu Xiqing stated, pushing open the door to the reception room. Assistant Wu wished to intervene, but it was too late. As the door swung open, the scene that met their eyes was Dai Qian nestled in Lin Qingshuan's embrace, softly weeping. Lin Qing gently patted her back, murmuring something unknown to her. Gu Xiqing had convinced herself that she no longer loved him, having long removed Lin Qing from her heart. Yet, witnessing their intimate moment still caused a pang of sorrow within her. The surroundings fell into a profound silence, the world reduced to Dai Qian's pitiful sobs. Assistant Wu had not anticipated such a scenario within the reception room. He had envisioned them seated face to face, fearing that Gu Xiqing might misunderstand even in that scenario. The reality, however, was worse than he had imagined. Miss Dai had come to discuss important matters with the president, and he could only awkwardly attempt to explain to Gu Xiqing. Lin Qing merely wished to convey to Dai Qian that as a celebrity, her tear-streaked makeup would tarnish her image and might lead to unsettling portrayals by the reporters lurking downstairs. Unbeknownst to him, she had leaped into his arms as if seeking a refuge, pouring out her sorrows. He was not a heartless man, seeing her so distressed. He reached out to caress her head, urging her not to leave the reception room in tears. The situation, however, became even more complicated. Chapter 85. You owe me an explanation. As the documents were handed over, Gu Xiqing was accustomed to encountering the sight of him and Dai Qian reveling in each other's affection. Gu Xiqing, she called as she prepared to leave with the documents. Hastily chasing after her, come to my office. Before he could finish, Gu Xiqing had already turned and was walking away, dialing a call to a Jie to have the car brought to Building A. I will go with you. Her departure was so nonchalant that Lin Qing understood that if he did not clarify matters, the misunderstanding would deepen. He did not wish for Gu Xiqing to be misled. Having ended the call, Gu Xiqing stood at the elevator entrance, glancing at Lin Qing, a gentle smile gracing her lips. I truly apologize for interrupting your moment. I should have heeded Assistant Wu's advice and waited for you upstairs in your office. Lin Qing felt a pang in his heart. It is not as you imagine between us.
Who is your ally?
Lin Qing stepped into the elevator, standing beside her. His heart racing anxiously in the fleeting seconds as if it were about to leap from his chest to confront her directly. Gu Xiqing shifted her stance, maintaining a distance of an arm's length, asserting that she did not require a crutch. She was her own most formidable pillar of strength. This had been true in the past, and it remained so in the present. Grant me the opportunity to explain, Lin Qing said, his throat dry, knowing that no matter how he articulated the earlier situation, it would prove inadequate. Gu Xiqing, things between us will not revert to how they once were. The hurried footsteps abruptly halted. Revert to how they once were? Gu Xiqing's fingers trembled as they gripped the documents, feeling as though a knife had sliced through her innermost being, an uncontrollable flow of anguish. That is a matter between you and her. Gu Xiqing, you must understand that is not my intention. Gu Xiqing inhaled deeply, lifting her gaze. If you truly love her, it is not too late to clarify everything now. Are you severing ties with me? Lin Qing raised his eyes, emotions surging within him. Gu Xiqing, I forbid it. Gu Xiqing regarded him with an expression of indifference before turning to leave. Jie had already parked the car at the entrance. Gu Xiqing. Lin Qing hastily stepped forward, snatching the documents from her grasp and handing them to Jie in the driver's seat. You take these. Jie was bewildered. What is happening? Did you two have a quarrel? This document is crucial for the negotiation. Should I leave first? Sister? Before you go, perhaps you should consult Gu Xiqing. Gu Xiqing opened the door to the back seat, only to have Lin Qing swiftly shut it, his piercing gaze directed at Jie. Do you not understand? Lin Qing, do not act irrationally. Gu Xiqing pushed his hand away from the car door handle. Jie, you may proceed. With Gu Xiqing's clear directive, Jie drove away. You have something to say to me? Very well, I shall grant you the time. Speak. Gu Xiqing crossed her arms, raising her chin to meet his gaze, and upon noticing his prolonged silence, raised an eyebrow in displeasure. Lost your voice? She had shown me some videos. Gu Xiqing, without needing to think, knew exactly which videos were detrimental to her. So, you are deeply pained by her plight? Chapter 86. I believe what I see. Am I truly such a fickle person in your eyes? Lin Qing's expression darkened suddenly. Oh, indeed. Gu Xiqing replied without a moment's hesitation. So you are quite compatible. Lin Qing was both infuriated and amused by her words, recognizing the veiled insult. Gu Xiqing, do you only believe what you see? Gu Xiqing's mind raced through every image of him with Dai Qian. Undeniably, these images left no room for defense. Yes, I believe what I see, she mused, recalling the first time she stumbled upon them in a passionate embrace, the disarray of clothes strewn from the entryway to the couch, where they had been entwined in fervor. Lin Qing felt an overwhelming heaviness envelop him, trembling, his countenance dark as he fixed his gaze upon Gu Xiqing. You need not remember it in such detail. I remember her seated upon your lap, your hands clasped around her waist. Am I to believe my eyes are deceiving me? Gu Xiqing. Lin Qing's lips moved, yet no words emerged. That is the truth, irrefutable. In an attempt to provoke her, to nauseate her, and to humiliate her, Lin Qing thought that these memories would vanish only upon his demise. Yet, he knew that one day they would resurface in his mind, indelibly etched in his memory. Gu Xiqing had almost forgotten these images, but upon witnessing his intimate interactions with Dai Qian today, they flooded back. How revolting, utterly repugnant. How had she managed to endure such a moment? Was it truly the case that love could encompass all? Gu Xiqing, those were matters of the past. Observing her retching, Lin Qing felt a sharp pang in his heart. Had they not agreed to start anew? He had erred, his decisiveness had been misguided. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, let us divorce. I cannot accept my husband's infidelity, nor the revolting actions he has displayed before me. Had she proposed divorce at their first encounter, would she have been spared the subsequent revolting events? The repercussions of this situation bore a portion of her own responsibility. It was her tolerance, her lack of self-respect that led to this. Even if they were to start afresh, those unpleasant memories lay hidden like nightmares in the depths of her heart, seemingly forgotten, only to resurface unexpectedly one day to startle her. Do not leave. Lin Qing felt his heart convulsing violently, yearning to burst forth from his chest and embrace her. I will not divorce you, and you must not entertain thoughts of leaving me. Xiqing, I have wronged you in the past. Let us begin anew, shall we? The scent of Dai Qian's perfume wafted from him, causing Xiqing to feel dizzy with revulsion. She raised her hand to push him away, but he remained as immovable as a mountain. You smell of her perfume. Holding her breath, she managed to utter, I am going to be sick. If he did not release her, she would surely vomit upon him. Chapter 87. You're the cat, and your entire family are cats. Lin Qing was taken aback, hastily letting her go and frantically removing his shirt, tossing it aside.
All right.
Let us skip work and go have afternoon tea. Lin Qing bent down to grasp her wrist, attempting to soothe her anger. Please, let us calm down, shall we? I am not angry, she retorted, but I saw the little catess for bristle. Lin Qing pulled her closer and gently ruffled her hair. Let us buy some cat treats to appease the upset little cat, shall we? Unable to restrain herself, Xiqing rolled her eyes dramatically and kicked him sharply at the thigh. Lin Qing, you're the cat and your entire family are cats. You are correct. My entire family consists of cats. The heel of her shoe struck his leg, causing Lin Qing to grimace in pain as he limped before her. So, this irritable little cat, please tell me what cat treats would soothe you? It took Xiqing a moment to process his words, realizing in her anger that she had entangled herself in a contradiction. She was still his legal wife, which meant she was part of his family. The thought alone was enough to make her feel nauseous. Yet, she could not lay blame on others. After all, she too bore some responsibility. Had she possessed the clarity she now had back then, she would have long since escaped her torment. Your superior has commanded you to accompany him for a meal. Lin Qing grasped her hand, playfully asserting, this is an order. I cannot grant you the right to refuse. In my computer files, there are over a dozen resignation letters. Could you kindly select one for me to approve? Xiqing, you seem to indulge in writing resignation letters whenever you find yourself with idle time, do you not? Lin Qing, at this juncture, would certainly not relinquish his hold on her. She was as slippery as an eel, capable of slipping away if he were to let his guard down for even a moment. Previously, he had discovered one letter, and now she claims there are many? Has she made preparations to flee at any moment? Last year, while he was distracted, she ventured to an obscure little country, making it exceedingly difficult for him to locate her. It took him half a year to trace her itinerary after her business trip abroad, only to find her hiding away in an unknown locale, running a bookstore, living a carefree, fairy tale existence. Without delay, he rushed to find her. Yet he merely observed from a distance, watching her and Xiqing walk hand in hand, radiating joy, without wishing to intrude. He granted her time to contemplate, to savor the freedom she desired. Yet, it seemed she had entirely forgotten his existence. Additionally, at the hospital she frequented, he had discreetly invested a substantial sum, ensuring he was privy to the results of her treatments, which indeed proved effective when coupled with a positive mindset. He pondered that if he remained absent, she would continue to live in such a carefree manner, devoid of any contact with anyone from her homeland aside from Xiqing. At Tianjin, I can only attain the position of vice president. Xiqing smiled faintly, expressing her yearning for broader horizons. Upon your departure, you'll have to start from scratch. Lin Qing deftly intertwined his fingers with hers, saying, at Tianjin, you may assume my position. Henceforth, you shall be General Manager Gu, and I shall be Vice President Lin. Chapter 88. Lin Qing, you are a robot. At my grandmother's home, only my uncle and mother remained, and with my mother's passing, only my uncle was left, who has yet to marry. The only person capable of earning the trust of my grandmother and uncle, while also being of assistance, is her. Selfishly, I believe it is better for Lin Qing to refrain from visiting my grandmother's house. The relationships must eventually be clarified. I would prefer they not become overly complex. Xiqing, that is our family, Lin Qing corrected her. She had become estranged, now casually referring to it as your family, something she would never have done in the past. It felt as though she had distanced herself from him once more. Your topic transitions are too abrupt. Please hold for a human operator. Xiqing felt 3 black lines form on her forehead, her lips twitching. Lin Qing, you are such a robot. You have been transferred to a human operator, service number 010. Lin Qing spoke with mechanical precision, resembling a robot. One can reach a level of speechlessness that results in laughter. Xiqing found herself in such a state, the once domineering and resolute Lin Qing now feeling increasingly distant, while this vibrant version of him drew ever closer. You smiled. Lin Qing's voice was warm and magnetic, imbued with a hint of tenderness. Your smile signifies a willingness to embark on a fresh beginning with me. Gu Xiqing immediately suppressed her smile. Gazing out at the scenery beyond the window, she chose to disregard his words. A fresh start? She found it utterly unattainable. As they waited at a traffic light, Lin Qing's fervent gaze rested upon her. Throughout the journey, she merely stared at the landscape outside, oblivious to what captivating sights lay beyond. Your gaze resembles that of a pervert. The words of Gu Xiqing struck Lin Qing's heart like a bullet laced with poison, causing an ache that was both painful and amusing. Ah, I am indeed peculiar. He mused. Your concern, Gu Xiqing, is rather unnecessary. Yet, as he comforted her, urging her not to cry, he proposed, shall I avenge you? Gu Xiqing merely pouted. Vigor? More like firepower. What could Dai Qian's video possibly showcase? You truly understand me. I told her not to weep, lest her makeup be ruined. Lin Qing, steering the wheel, turned a corner, reflecting on the fact that as a spokesperson for their brand, her sorrowful visage could be fodder for gossip from competitors. Gu Xiqing nodded with an air of indifference, prompting Lin Qing to embrace her, seeking to alleviate her tears. For the first time, he found her unreasonable tantrums exhausting, yet oddly enjoyable. It was a testament that beneath her tough exterior, Gu Xiqing harbored love for him. Gu Xiqing, may I interpret this as jealousy? He inquired. I speak the truth. Jealousy has no bearing here, she retorted with seriousness, slightly shocked but not to the point of envy. Should he acquiesce to a divorce, the application would be promptly placed in his hands. Chapter 89. Unable to acquiesce to Lin Qing. Is that so? Yet your expression betrays you. Lin Qing's deep, melodious laughter resonated from his chest. Gu Xiqing, will you remain by my side, for my peace of mind? Gu Xiqing chose silence. Will you be with me? Lin Qing, unwilling to play the fool in matters of the heart, had contemplated various outcomes throughout her solitary year abroad. The most favorable resolution would be to acknowledge his feelings and be with her. The cabin fell into a contemplative silence. Gu Xiqing gazed at the vehicles ahead, urging him to drive carefully. She could not grant Lin Qing a definitive answer, preferring to maintain a state of readiness to depart at any moment. In this manner, she could overlook past grievances, yet the thought of being together filled her with dread. She feared she would become an utterly madwoman, obsessively dwelling on every past transgression, resurrecting old grievances, and ultimately sabotaging everything. Thus, they remained in this state. The smile on Lin Qing's face visibly faded. After half an hour's drive, they arrived at a restaurant nestled on a lawn. They chose a table by the window, and a server approached to take their order. Just like him, Gu Xiqing thought. Feeling distressed and lacking appetite, she handed the menu to Lin Qing, instructing him to order whatever he wished for her as well. Lin Qing recalled her preferences noted in his memo and placed an order accordingly. While they awaited their meal, the ambience in the restaurant suddenly grew lively. Faintly, someone called out, Xia Yi, Xia Yi. Spotting Gu Xiqing by the window, Xia Yi, who had seen her with a forlorn expression, disregarded his manager's protests and decided to dine there. This is the downside of fame, he lamented. I'm too handsome and talented. Amidst the crowd, he approached Gu Xiqing's table. May I join you? He asked, noticing the absence of companions. Lin Qing lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Xia Yi, whose charming gaze sparked a silent clash of emotions. Allow me to treat you this meal, Xia Yi offered. Gu Xiqing smiled gently. But I must admit that there are indeed others here. Let us call Xiqing too, along with a few other old classmates like Xiqing. Shall we spend a few days at our old haunt? Lin Qing furrowed his brow slightly, his cold gaze fixed on Gu Xiqing. Old haunt? Do they possess a secret base? You merely wish to summon Xiqing and conveniently include me and Xiqing, don't you? Gu Xiqing, with a playful grin, exposed Xia Yi's little scheme. Isn't it still you? Aren't you and Xiqing inseparable friends? Please help me invite her along. Xin, the esteemed executive, is currently occupied abroad. Gu Xiqing shrugged, stating that when she gets busy, I cannot reach her. Xia Yi's smile faltered at once. Alas, even a heartthrob like me experiences romantic predicaments. Gu Xiqing pressed her forehead, striving to suppress her rising smile. Xia Yi was a remarkably talented idol singer. Yet in the presence of familiar faces, she revealed a different side. Chapter 90. Xia Yi was astonished. Lin Qing, seated nearby, absorbed their conversation. And upon realizing that Xia Yi's intentions were not merely frivolous, his guarded heart gradually relaxed. Two attendants arrived with their ordered meals, presenting the dishes before them. Within Gu Xiqing's order, 3 additional desserts appeared, tiramisu tart, a slice of Basque cheesecake, and matcha cheese scones. Gu Xiqing stared in astonishment at Lin Qing, whose order lacked any extra sweets. What's this? Lin Qing pretended not to notice her surprise, nudging the wasabi shrimp within her reach. Don't you like it? Gu Xiqing shook her head. Meanwhile, Xiqing, who had been waiting for her meal, caught an unusual scent and boldly moved her chair to sit closer to the two. Gu Xiqing, tell me honestly, is Lin Qing truly just your superior? When we last met, that's what you claimed, but it seems there is something far more complicated now. We are married. Lin Qing calmly stated while savoring his tomato bolognese pasta, uttering 5 heart-shattering words with serene composure. Gu Xiqing leisurely twirled a small portion of black truffle cream pasta, placed it in her mouth, chewed for a moment and swallowed. What? Is this for real? Xiqing could no longer contain his astonishment. Even as a public figure, an idol beloved by many in the restaurant, his charming demeanor faltered in the face of such shocking news. You truly captured Lin Qing's heart? You didn't inform us of such a monumental event? When did you get married?
Wow.
Gu Xiqing, you've abandoned us, not even telling me about your wedding? Were you afraid I couldn't afford the red envelope? In that moment, he was a whirlwind of surprise and delight. They all knew that ever since Gu Xiqing, 8 years ago, had fallen into a ravine during a school outing and was rescued by Lin Qing, she had developed an uncontainable affection for the reticent youth. This was indeed a passionate and well-known crush throughout the school. Even after graduation, she had not managed to win his heart. Please, take a seat and compose yourself first. Gu Xiqing found herself in a state of bemusement, eliciting laughter and curiosity from the onlookers in the restaurant. If this continued, it would only be a matter of minutes before various videos featuring him would surface on short video platforms. Lin Qing raised an eyebrow and cast a fleeting glance in his direction. It was not too late to give in now, yet he chose not to. With a roll of his eyes, Xiqing quickly regained his composure after his initial excitement, expressing his disbelief. I feel as though you are deceiving me. Gu Xiqing sighed in regret, lamenting the fact that they had not managed to fool him. So you were indeed trying to deceive me earlier, correct? Xiqing still could not accept the fact that Gu Xiqing had secretly married after graduation, a revelation that had eluded her close companions. As for their conversation, he had missed it, his ears having been momentarily elsewhere. Chapter 91. Childhood sweethearts, wait until I finish speaking. Don't push me. Xiqing sighed in resignation as he was nudged back to his own table, facing a group of enthusiastic admirers, and had to greet them with a smile. Lin Qing's dark eyes resembled an unfathomable abyss. Have you known each other for a long time? According to Xiqing, she had many companions. And aside from the infatuated Xiqing, there seemed to be others as well. They had lived in the same neighborhood, attended elementary school together, and progressed through middle school, high school, and university side by side. Gu Xiqing dabbed her lips with a tissue, reflecting that if one were to count the time, they could indeed be considered childhood sweethearts. When she had been cast out in the past, it was thanks to their support that she had managed to survive. Childhood sweethearts? Lin Qing squinted, a dangerous glimmer flickering in his gaze. Growing up together, what else could it be called? Gu Xiqing was perplexed by his expression. She had indeed grown up alongside Xiqing, Xiqing, and Xiqing. They stood united with her, comforting and encouraging her during her moments of despair, particularly when she was ridiculed by a significant portion of the school for her fervent pursuit of him. It was Xiqing and the others who defended her and accompanied her through her antics. The term childhood sweethearts was certainly fitting. It seems I know nothing about you at all, Lin Qing mused, allowing his gaze to fall. Despite attending the same high school and university, and being married for 3 years, he realized he understood Gu Xiqing not at all. Her culinary preferences were recorded based solely on the notes he had made prior to this time. An inexplicable worry gnawed at him, a fear that one day, his former self would reclaim this body. Having finished the remaining 2 desserts, Gu Xiqing called for a waiter to pack them up, intending to enjoy them in the car. As she passed Xiaqing's table, he quietly reminded her, Gu Xiqing, call me when Xiqing is free. I will, she replied, though it was highly probable that Xiqing would be unavailable. The only daughter in her family, Xiqing was cherished by her parents. She had diligently assisted in the family business since middle school, and as time passed, she became increasingly proficient. By the time she reached university, her parents entrusted the company to her before embarking on a world tour. Thus, Xiqing was indeed very busy, making it difficult for anyone to meet with her. On the way back, Gu Xiqing nibbled on her dessert while scrolling through entertainment news on her phone. The sweetness of the dessert faded as she observed the tumultuous relationship between 2 individuals in the headlines. Wasn't that just a reflection of her own tumultuous connection with Lin Qing? Urgently contact Asia and reach out to the public relations department to address this sensational news. Forward the entertainment news to Asia. Gu Xiqing's anxious voice piqued Lin Qingxuan's curiosity regarding the content that warranted the involvement of the PR team. In the past, during various scandals with Dai Qian, she had never appeared this distressed. As the car pulled over, he reached out and took her phone, glancing at the screen. Was that not a picture of him and her? Did this truly necessitate the PR department as intervention? Chapter 92. In search of an unsatisfactory man. Gu Xiqing. Why are you so frightened? Lin Qing, on the contrary, perceived this as an opportunity, allowing everyone to be aware of his marriage to Gu Xiqing, to recognize him as a married man, and to acknowledge her as a married woman. Naturally, she was fearful. You had a scandal with Dai Qian just before I married you. I wish to live, and you wish to die. Before long, as they arrived at Tianjin, a throng of overzealous fans obstructed their path. When did I ever have a scandal with Dai Qian? Was there not one previously? Gu Xiqing opened a short video application and typed their names into the search bar. Indeed, their joint videos remained abundant, edited sweetly. Gu Xiqing, this is not me. Lin Qing pointed at one of the many videos, asserting that he hadn't been present at that time. Then this must be it? Gu Xiqing scrolled through the videos, showing him the advertisement footage of herself and Dai Qian, suggesting, look how popular your couple's videos are. Gu Xiqing, can we refrain from discussing these irrelevant matters in the future? Lin Qing felt a prickling discomfort. Her words often unsettled him, and he admitted that she struck a nerve. Each jab felt like a boomerang returning repeatedly, deeply uncomfortable. Fine, as long as my face remains out of the public eye. Gu Xiqing searched for today's related topics. The PR department was swift in their actions. Not only had the videos vanished, but the trending headlines were also taken down, and numerous accounts had transformed into gray avatars. It seemed they had not negotiated but opted for a forceful suppression instead. Lin Qing's expression darkened, his gloomy eyes fixed on her. Am I truly that unremarkable? Indeed. Gu Xiqing nodded, stating, you see, I am quite exceptional. If everyone discovers that my husband is a fickle man, with a wife at home and starlets outside, I would undoubtedly be the subject of daily ridicule. They would say things like, with such a beautiful figure and face, how could she choose such an unsatisfactory man? I have indeed faced such derision before. Regardless of gender, anyone who could belittle her, anyone capable of breaching her psychological defenses, would resort to the most disparaging remarks. However, during that time, she had a protective veil of infatuation and was impervious to their words. They even suggested, leave that man and be with me. I will ensure you are nurtured more delicately than a flower. Lin Qingxuan's brow furrowed tighter. These were her past experiences? Just hearing about it conjured vivid imagery. Gu Xiqing's throat felt parched, and as she attempted to say something, she realized it might be too late for words. Back then, she had cried while calling him, sending him voice messages, and he had ignored her. Gu Xiqing smiled at him. Without the rose-tinted lens of romantic infatuation, the man before her, though strikingly handsome, was merely a good-looking man. Handsome men were as plentiful as the stars in the sky. It's nothing, Lin Qing shook her head as the car resumed its journey, gradually making its way into the city. Sister, Dai Qian has terminated her contract with us. Just as Gu Xiqing settled into her seat, a Jia approached with a termination agreement in hand, revealing that there were still 2 years remaining on the contract, which Dai Qian had chosen to end herself. She had even paid the hefty penalty of tenfold the breach fee in one go. Chapter 93. The Tragedy of Commercial Marriage. Gu Xiqing sipped her richly aromatic coffee. You've worked hard today. You can leave early. All right, sister. If you need anything, feel free to call me. Jia glanced at his watch. It was only 5 in the afternoon, with an hour left until quitting time. However, given the opportunity to leave early, he had no intention of lingering at the office unless Gu Xiqing required his assistance with any matters. Gu Xiqing nodded, transferring some money to him. Use this for your meal. I was supposed to meet with General Yao today, but you ran an errand for me. I appreciate it. Sister, you're too kind. Jia insisted, considering it part of his duties as Gu Xiqing's assistant. To his surprise, he received 1,000 yuan as a tip, his eyes lighting up with joy. Then I'll head out.
Go on.
As Jia exited the office, tranquility enveloped the room once more. Glancing briefly at the termination agreement, Gu Xiqing noted the tenfold penalty of 10 million. Dai Qian had handed it over without batting an eye. After all, she was the cherished daughter of Gu Hao, and the Gu Group was a sizable enterprise. Even if Dai Qian lacked the funds, Gu Hao would undoubtedly provide her with the necessary sum. If Gu Hao withheld it, Lin Qing would not pressure Dai Qian for the penalty either. As the president of a media company in L City, it would be difficult for him to bear witness to his beloved woman's downfall. Setting her pen down, Gu Xiqing stretched and rubbed her sore arms as she made her way to the lounge. The relentless pace of her previous life had drained her of all energy. She now possessed less than a tenth of her former vigor. After a shower, she lay in bed, fatigue weighing down her eyelids, her gaze vacant as the sun retreated, replaced by a canopy of twinkling stars against the deepening twilight. As night fully descended, the lights in the towering buildings flickered on, restoring a quiet stillness to the once bustling structures. The workday had come to a close. Gu Xiqing lazily turned over, activated the Do Not Disturb mode on her phone, donned a sleep mask, and drifted into slumber. In Building A of Tiansheng, Lin Qing stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the bustling commercial street below, quietly listening to the cacophony of surrounding noises on the phone. Mr. Lin, the old lady has vomited all the medication she took today. A nurse, having seized the disheveled woman's phone, expressed her concerns to Lin Qing with a furrowed brow. She hasn't eaten and keeps insisting on going out. Qing, tell your father to let me out. I don't want to stay in this place any longer. A faint ripple of emotion crossed Lin Qing's eyes as he closed them and rubbed his brow. After a moment, he instructed the nurse to take good care of her. Upon ending the call, he realized his hand was trembling. Such is the nature of commercial marriage. It forcibly binds together two individuals who are entirely unrelated and harbor no affection for one another, leading inevitably to mutual destruction. The father, a financial tycoon nurtured by the intoxicating allure of power, is a staunch patriarch, self-centered in all matters, domineering and devoid of empathy. After marriage, he indulged in a life of debauchery, welcoming any woman who approached him without reservation. A year later, my mother, lost in a haze, gave birth to me, her mind already frayed. From the moment I can remember, my mother spent her days either drinking or medicated, sprawled on the couch in a stupor, resembling a living corpse. A sudden tremor coursed through my heart, and upon focusing, I found nothing but emptiness. The one who would think of me in every situation, who would cling to me no matter my actions, Gu Xiqing. My heart felt as though it were being tightly squeezed, the pain rendering my complexion pale. Leaning against the glass wall, I crouched down, gasping for breath to alleviate the suffocating ache. I longed for Gu Xiqing. Rising unsteadily, I attempted to call her, but the line remained silent, unanswered. Before descending to the garage, I resolved to visit Gu Xiqing's office in Building B. The office was eerily quiet, with a vast floor-to-ceiling window framing the bright night scenery outside, starkly contrasting the somber interior. It was only 8 in the evening. Had she already left? I called Gu Xiqing again, but still, no response. Glancing towards the concealed door of the lounge, I approached and gently pushed it open. She lay there, peacefully asleep, wearing an eye mask. Lin Qing chuckled silently, thrilled by her presence, yet saddened by her unresponsiveness. He quietly closed the door and retreated to the bathroom for a brief wash. After drying himself and fixing his hair, he climbed into bed, enveloping her in his embrace. Xiqing, he murmured in a husky voice, his warm breath caressing her neck, causing her to shiver and stir awake. Removing her eye mask, Lin Qing watched as she groggily opened her eyes, a gentle smile gracing his lips, filled with an affection that was almost palpable. I missed you. Gu Xiqing, still caught in the remnants of sleep, could only make out his figure, the words escaping her comprehension. In the middle of the night, Gu Xiqing suddenly sat up, rubbing her drowsy eyes and shaking her head in resignation. This was not a dream. Lin Qing had come directly to her lounge after work to sleep. This was her sanctuary. If he wished to rest at any hour, he ought to furnish his own office. Lin Qing poked her, receiving no reaction. He prodded her solid shoulder again. Get up, Lin Qing. No response came from the sleeping figure. She then playfully poked his cheeks, alternating between left and right. Get up. Get up for what? The slumbering man suddenly grasped her hand, pulling her forcefully into his broad embrace, his large hand resting on her waist, drawing her closer. In a husky voice, he murmured, Gu Xiqing, you wake me up in the middle of the night. What do you desire? In her muddled state, she momentarily forgot that Lin Qing was unlike anyone else. While others might feel awkward resting in another's domain, he was unbothered. Lin Qing held her tightly, suppressing the fiery heat within him, burying his head in the crook of her neck, mumbling, all right, let's sleep. They slumbered soundly until dawn broke. Due to her early slumber, Gu Xiqing awoke with the dawn. After freshening up, she descended to the street opposite Tiansheng to procure some breakfast. The previous night had been remarkably tranquil. Despite sensing Lin Qing's steadily rising body temperature, he remained motionless throughout the night, which surprised Gu Xiqing. At such an early hour, having never shared a meal with him before, she was oblivious to his culinary preferences and thus ordered a platter of crystal shrimp dumplings and crab yellow buns, salted egg yolk shrimp porridge, scallion oil noodles, and seaweed shrimp pancakes with paper-wrapped shumai. Upon returning to the office and entering the lounge, She found Lin Qing already awake and rinsing his mouth. Unbeknownst to her, he had prepared an entire set of personal grooming tools in the modest lounge, along with a change of everyday clothes, pajamas, a bathrobe, formal attire, and an assortment of accessories, including ties, lapel pins, watches, tie clips, and cufflinks, which filled her decorative cabinet to the brim. One might easily mistake this place for his bedroom. "I called you," Lin Qing's slightly wistful voice echoed as she stepped into the lounge. Gu Xiqing was taken aback. Her phone hadn't rung. Placing the breakfast on the coffee table, she picked up her device, realizing the Do Not Disturb mode had activated until 8 o'clock, and it was currently only 7. "I activated Do Not Disturb," she explained, settling down and arranging the breakfast on the table. "Would you like to eat?" Lin Qing naturally picked up another unopened box. Such an ordinary morning, sharing a meal together, unfolded unexpectedly and effortlessly. He silently mused, stealing glances at Gu Xiqing. "Is there something on my face?" she inquired, with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Lin Qing replied, "I have no plans for today. What about you?" Guangmao District stands as the most bustling center of S City, with Bluebird Mall at its heart, occupying a prime location. Its connectivity is unparalleled, and it accounts for 5% of the monthly revenue across all projects in Building B. She intended to buy gifts for the Lin family to bring to Lin Lao and the others next week, while also checking on this month's earnings. The bruises on her face had yet to completely fade. After purchasing the gifts, she needed to visit a beauty salon. When visiting the Lin family, she would need to stay for 2 or 3 days, and if they noticed her facial injuries after she removed her makeup at night, they might mistakenly believe her relationship with Lin Qing was strained. "I'll go with you," Lin Qing said. After finishing his meal, he tidied up the coffee table and selected an outfit suitable for a day out from his wardrobe. Despite the simplicity of his attire, his height rendered him akin to a model. Gu Xiqing watched him as he selected a watch, shaking her head in silent resignation. Once Lin Qing donned the watch and looked up, he found Gu Xiqing ready. She wore a pale white long-sleeved fitted dress that perfectly showcased her figure. Her inky hair cascaded down, and as she walked in her high heels, she resembled a blooming pure white rose, radiant and striking. Fortunately, standing beside her, he felt somewhat matched. Chapter 96. A gift for you in times of confusion. Unable to refuse Lin Qing's company, Gu Xiqing reluctantly entered his car, allowing him to drive them toward Bluebird Mall. Throughout their journey, the two remained enveloped in silence. Gu Xiqing pondered over which gifts might convey her heartfelt intentions, while Lin Qing reflected on his mother residing in the nursing home. Only when I ceased my relentless fixation on the past did it transform into a timeless essence. That firefly became my memory, eternally suspended in that twilight, and until I embraced the reality of its stillness, it fueled my progression. I no longer felt the need to seek it out. Gu Xiqing lowered her gaze in contemplation, seemingly ensnared in her past. Despite her earnest efforts to live fully, the remnants of unpleasant memories would invariably shatter the walls she had painstakingly erected within her heart. Over the course of the past year, since her return, aside from addressing her stomach cancer, she had not made any beneficial changes for herself. Perhaps it was time to genuinely invoke some transformation. The radio host concluded and played a soothing melody as the vehicle traversed the expansive sea bridge, the ocean shimmering with dazzling reflections, breathtakingly surreal. She resolved to live vibrantly for herself, no longer merely to be seen by someone else, nor to warm another's heart. It was simply for herself. To live passionately and brilliantly. What thoughts crossed her mind? Why such exuberance? Lin Qing's curious voice broke through her reverie. Gu Xiqing pressed her lips together, her eyes curving into a gentle smile, contemplating some delightful occurrences. Lin Qing glanced at her, the glaring sunlight casting a soft, enigmatic beauty upon her, rendering her irresistibly captivating. He wondered what had sparked such a sudden uplift in her spirits. At the Bluebird Mall, having made a prior call to the management, they arrived via the VIP entrance, escorted to the exclusive lounge by an attendant. Upon learning that the two presidents from Tianjin were visiting, the mall manager hurriedly emerged from his office, adjusting his attire as he walked. His assistant trailed behind, clutching documents nervously, fearful of falling out of step. It was uncertain what made these two executives so intimidating that even the usually mild-mannered manager appeared pale and briskly moved toward the VIP room. The assistant followed closely, anxious not to lag behind. In the VIP room, after the attendant served 2 cups of tea to Gu Xiqing and Lin Qing, a procession of individuals entered, showcasing the latest jewelry not yet available for pre-sale. Noticing Gu Xiqing's indifference, a new group came forth, adorned with the jewels, parading slowly before them. This piece. Gu Xiqing pointed to a purple gemstone necklace, recalling Lin's grandmother's fondness for the color. The design was meticulous, unlike anything she had previously encountered. And acquiring an exclusive design from the designer would ensure Lin's grandmother would not suffer any embarrassment when wearing it. The attendant carefully removed the necklace from the model's neck and presented the matching ring and earrings to Gu Xiqing. Satisfied, she instructed her to package the entire set. With the jewelry for Lin's grandmother chosen, her attention turned to selecting for Lin's grandfather. Lin's grandfather was not particularly interested in such adornments, but had a penchant for tea, which was not easily sourced to meet his discerning taste. President Lin. Vice President Gu. Gu Xiqing pondered where to go for tea later, contemplating whether to seek out her uncle for a canister of his prized tea collection. Her thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a wave of excitement. The door to the VIP room swung open, revealing a young man who approached with palpable enthusiasm, followed closely by a curious assistant who eyed Gu Xiqing and Lin Qing with intrigue. They were not intimidating figures. Rather, they appeared quite youthful. He had assumed they were a middle-aged man and woman, but instead, he found a dashing gentleman exuding charm and a strikingly beautiful lady whose gaze was both fierce and gentle. "I just received word that you would be visiting for an inspection, so I brought along this quarter's financial ledger," the young man said, raising his hand to signal his assistant to present the notebook. Chapter 97. Insufficient wallet balance. The assistant promptly opened the notebook and handed the documents to Lin Qing. Inside the VIP room, Lin Qing perused the financial statements while Gu Xiqing continued to select jewelry. In addition to Elder Lin and his wife, several other relatives from the Lin family were present. As a granddaughter-in-law, she had to consider gifts for other distant relatives as well. So she chose 4 or 5 sets of jewelry suitable for middle-aged women. She also selected 3 sets from a crystal diamond floral design series, favored by younger girls, along with some handbags and scarves, acquiring them without a second thought. The manager watched in astonishment, unable to comprehend how Gu Xiqing could navigate such high-end luxury items as if she were strolling through a dollar store. "Wrap it all up and send it to this address," she instructed decisively. Half an hour later, Gu Xiqing sighed in relief as she surveyed the gifts she had chosen. Now, all that remained was to procure Elder Lin's tea, which posed a dilemma. It was common knowledge that he adored tea, and he typically received the finest selections promptly upon their release. To truly present him with a tea worthy of his palate, she would have to request some of her uncle's antique tea. Having finished reviewing the quarterly statements, Lin Qing noted that they bore no difference from the reports he received at Tiancheng. "Have you made your selections?" he inquired, extending the notebook and documents to the anxious manager standing nearby, then turning his gaze towards Gu Xiqing. "If you have matters to attend to, feel free to carry on. I shall browse on my own," Gu Xiqing replied as she rose from the sofa and exited the VIP room, strolling leisurely. She paused to admire a pair of shoes here and a fragrance there. "Was there nothing that caught your fancy earlier?" Lin Qing asked, following her closely, his eyes mirroring her every glance. With so many attendants in the VIP room displaying an array of luxury items that would leave any woman spellbound, Gu Xiqing had selected gifts for others without choosing anything for herself. "Insufficient wallet balance. The prices out here are more suited to my means," she remarked, clicking her tongue in disappointment. She harbored the desire to indulge, yet her financial reality was a constraint. The gifts she had just procured had already cost her nearly 30 million. Her uncle's wedding gift had set a modest target. After living abroad for a year, her expenditures, including medical treatment, barely exceeded 20 million, with the treatment being the bulk of the cost. Purchasing a fully renovated bookstore occupying 2 floors accounted for 30% of her expenses, leaving little for leisure. The Lin family was affluent and had seen it all. Though she had carefully selected these gifts, there was no guarantee they would be appreciated. Nonetheless, protocol dictated that she present them, which left Gu Xiqing feeling a pang of regret. In the past, she believed that as his family and relatives having finally become his wife, she must choose the finest gifts to avoid any gossip, and thus, she willingly spent without a hint of regret. Not only did she not lament the expenditure, but if Lin Qing wished, she would have gladly offered her very heart for him to behold. Now, however, she was in anguish. This was not merely 3,000 or 30,000, but a staggering 30 million. After a year of diligent work at Tiancheng, her total annual income barely reached 40 to 50 million, a result of tireless effort throughout the year. Yet, returning empty-handed would surely invite whispers. The exquisite black handbag before her, with its impeccable material and craftsmanship, captured her heart at first glance, but upon seeing the price tag of 550,000, she felt a pang of regret. After selling her apartment in Zhuhai Garden, she had envisioned purchasing a new home outright in City A. Observing her frown over the recently spent money, Lin Qing couldn't help but smile, the tenderness in his eyes almost palpable. Noticing her gaze fixed on the handbag in the display case, he beckoned the attendant to retrieve it and wrap it up. Chapter 98. The Spousal Relationship. The manager and his assistant trailed behind, engaging in hushed whispers. The assistant, lowering his voice, inquired, "Manager, what is the relationship between President Lin and Vice President Gu?" Their interactions seemed more complex than mere colleagues. Although their wedding had been quite understated, the manager, as a member of Xiqing Group, was privy to some insider information.
What?
The assistant's face reflected disbelief as he stole a few more glances. Having recently joined, he was unaware of the profound connection between the president and vice president of Xiqing Group. Nevertheless, they made a striking couple. "I can manage on my own." As the attendant presented the handbag, just as Lin Qing was about to pay, Gu Xiqing intervened, swiftly offering her own card to the attendant, saying, "I'll take care of this." Gu Xiqing? The gentle smile that had adorned Lin Qing's face vanished in an instant. What did she mean by that? The attendant, caught between the two black cards, felt uncertain about whom to choose. "Use my card," Gu Xiqing insisted, extending her card forward. The attendant hesitated briefly before tremblingly accepting her card to take to the front desk. "I have my own funds." Gu Xiqing met Lin Qing's sorrowful gaze, and after a slight raise of her brow, she offered a faint smile. "You needn't pay for me. This gift is from me to you. It has nothing to do with your wealth." Lin Qing gazed at her for a long moment, a dull ache forming in his heart. She was rejecting him, refusing anything that he offered. She did not want his gifts, nor did she want him. "I am accustomed to purchasing what I desire myself." Gu Xiqing proceeded to the front desk, where the attendant had already placed the handbag in a box and wrapped it in a shopping bag, waiting for her at the entrance. As she reached for the bag, Lin Qing swiftly took it from her grasp. "You need to amend that habit." Lin Qing grumbled in displeasure, holding the shopping bag in one hand while clasping her hand with the other, their fingers entwined. Gu Xiqing preferred not to engage in further disputes, for in the end, it was she who would bear the consequences. As they walked, stopping occasionally, Gu Xiqing refrained from entering another shop, as if surveying the surroundings, completing a circuit of each floor before proceeding to the next. The manager trailed behind, hesitant to utter a word. "Tomorrow, I shall visit my uncle to procure a jar of his cherished tea. In the past, when I presented gifts to Elder Lin, I failed to meet expectations. Although he said nothing, it was evident that he accepted my offerings with reluctance. Is there truly nothing left to purchase?" Lin Qing expressed skepticism, believing it to be an excuse. Gu Xiqing nodded, affirming that there was indeed nothing. Her purpose for visiting the Bluebird Mall was twofold: to review the accounts and to procure gifts for the Lin family. Having examined the quarterly report and completed her gift shopping, she found there was nothing further to acquire. Gu Xiqing stood at the elevator entrance, awaiting its arrival. Chapter 99. Encounter. "You truly are a prodigal." Lin Qing stood beside her, both anticipating the elevator's ascent. Gu Xiqing messaged Jia, and upon hearing his sardonic remarks, she raised her eyes, scrutinizing his grim visage. "Shall I send you something as well? After all, isn't work merely a means to earn? As a leader, occasionally bestowing benevolence upon subordinates can elevate their spirits and inspire a sense of responsibility towards their duties. What could be amiss with that?" Lin Qing gazed into her bright, sparkling eyes, a hint of a smile gracing his cool lips. "You said it, there can be no backing out." Is that merely an illusion?" Gu Xiqing felt an unsettling sense that his smile harbored ulterior motives, sending shivers down her spine. The elevator doors opened just in time, and as she was about to speak to Lin Qing, her gaze met that of another occupant. Their eyes clashed in a fervent collision, akin to a raging fire meeting a gentle rain. "Xiqing?" Xiao Chen paused for a moment, excitement lighting up his features as he waved at Gu Xiqing. "What a coincidence to encounter you here." He chose to selectively ignore Lin Qing, whose previously stoic expression transformed into a radiant smile upon seeing Gu Xiqing. Despite the comfortable indoor temperature, a chilling breeze seemed to envelop her. Calmly stepping into the elevator, her gaze fell upon the plethora of shopping bags he carried, most filled with items favored by women. "What is this?" Before Gu Xiqing could finish her inquiry, Xiao Chen lifted the shopping bags. "These are for my mother and sister." He hesitated momentarily, then added, "Xiqing, my sister misses you quite a bit. Would you care to visit my home?" Lin Qing's already foreboding countenance darkened further, clouds gathering ominously. "Visit your home?" He wrapped his arm around Gu Xiqing's waist, asserting his claim. Surprised by the sudden embrace, Gu Xiqing attempted to pry his hand away. Frowning, "What are you doing?" Xiao Chen observed their interaction, feeling a pang of bitterness within, though he maintained a warm smile.
"All right."
As the elevator descended to the ground floor, he called out to Gu Xiqing before she exited, "Xiqing, my number remains the same. You can call me if you need anything." A year ago, after he was discharged from the hospital and learned of her departure abroad to a beautiful country with temperate seasons, he longed to abandon all his affairs to seek her out, to take a chance for himself. Yet, Shun Xiang had stopped him, stating that she wished to be alone and preferred not to be disturbed. Even her uncle is unaware of her whereabouts, and only Shin Xiang knows her new phone number. As the Mid-Autumn Festival approaches, she visits the Blue Bird Mall with her family, expecting an ordinary day. However, the moment the elevator doors open, she appears like a stunning landscape, unexpectedly invading his heart. Chapter 100. You are neither an acquaintance nor a friend. I will call you when I need something.
Goodbye.
Gu Xiqing's final words were drowned out by the pain in her waist as Lin Qing pulled her away from the elevator entrance. Lin Qing, are you out of your mind? She questioned, unaware of the force he was exerting. Does he not realize how much it hurts? Seeing Xiao Qin brought him joy. And Lin Qing held her close, the scent of jasmine enveloping him, while a glance downward revealed her alluring figure. His mouth felt parched, and he tightened his grip around her waist. From an outsider's perspective, they resembled a couple deeply in love. Listening to his words, Gu Xiqing nodded slightly. Encountering acquaintances was indeed delightful. Then why didn't you smile when you saw me? Lin Qingxuan's lips curved upwards, recalling her initial reaction of fear and subsequent rejection upon seeing him in a foreign land, which left him feeling unsettled. You are neither an acquaintance nor a friend. She opened the car door, settled into the passenger seat, fastened her seatbelt, and managed a wry smile. I need to visit a beauty salon. Initially intending to go alone, she found herself unable to escape his insistence, and thus he drove her there, entering the name of the upscale beauty salon frequented by the affluent women of S City. The car started and slowly departed from Bluebird Mall. Inside the vehicle, Gu Xiqing gazed at the handbag worth over 500,000, her heart aching. She didn't actually need the bag that much. Lin Qingxuan's cool voice broke the silence. You don't need it. Had it not been for his intention to buy it for her, she would not have paid for it herself. Today's expenses are a bit high. I need to take it easy. Noticing her resentful expression, Lin Qingxuan's lips lifted slightly. I've already informed him. Due to the substantial amount, it cannot be transferred to your bank account immediately. Gu Xiqing turned her gaze toward the bustling crowd outside the car window, choosing not to respond. Half an hour later, the car halted in front of the beauty salon, where the staff warmly welcomed them inside. In the VIP room, facial and body treatments would take at least 2 hours. Did he really intend to wait here? I will wait for you, Lin Qing replied, displaying no urgency as he leisurely sat on the sofa, casually enjoying the fruits brought by the receptionist. Gu Xiqing pressed her lips together, confirming details with the beautician beside her, choosing to ignore him. As a high-end beauty salon catering to affluent women, the beautician quickly recognized that their relationship was not ordinary and offered a polite smile, without further comment. 3 hours later, after a complete treatment and a full-body massage, Gu Xiqing felt drowsy. The dim lighting in the room created a summer evening ambience, intensifying her sleepiness. Lin Qing entered after finishing a phone call and found Gu Xiqing dozing on the bed, covered only by a towel, looking soft and sweet like a delightful cake. Her body was adorned with delicate beads of sweat, her small face flushed with color, continually enticing him in that dimly lit space. She settled onto the sofa, placing a pillow over her legs to conceal the sudden rise of a tent, quietly awaiting her conclusion. Half an hour later, Gu Xiqing emerged from the VIP bathroom after a shower, wrapped in a towel. Chapter 101. What are you so anxious about? What are you afraid of? Gazing into the mirror at her skin, smooth and tender like a peeled egg, she felt a sense of satisfaction. The bruises on her face had faded significantly. With a couple more days of ointment, they would vanish entirely. The bathroom door swung open, and Gu Xiqing caught sight of Lin Qing approaching. Finished? He inquired. Gu Xiqing nodded. Lin Qing moved closer, resting his chin on her shoulder as he observed their reflections in the mirror. Feeling his gaze upon her like that of a wolf eyeing its prey, Gu Xiqing's heart skipped a beat. Lin Qing, she murmured. What's wrong? Lin Qing embraced her from behind, inhaling the faint floral scent emanating from her, as if his weary body and spirit were rejuvenated in an instant. Suppressing his impulses, he pecked her cheek and said, I'll wait for you outside. Gu Xiqing's taut nerves relaxed, and she exhaled deeply. Closing the bathroom door, she meticulously cleansed every inch of her body, ensuring no part was overlooked. After scrubbing for a considerable time, she finished and stepped out, only to find Lin Qing absent from the VIP room. As she opened the door to leave, a receptionist spotted her and hurried over, warmly inquiring, Do you need any additional services, dear customer? Noticing her smooth, fair skin, the receptionist casually recommended other products, saying, We just received a new item today. Would you care to try it? Gu Xiqing shook her head and proceeded to the front desk to settle her bill. Gu Xiqing? What an unfortunate coincidence to run into you here, a disdainful voice interrupted as she completed her payment. Turning to see the speaker, Gu Xiqing couldn't help but smirk. Seeing you here disgusts me as well. Dai Qian removed her sunglasses, scrutinizing her from head to toe, and her gaze faltered upon noticing the hickey on Gu Xiqing's neck. Where's Lin Qing? You're asking me? In the presence of so many people, Gu Xiqing preferred to avoid a confrontation. After paying, she moved toward the exit. I don't know. Dai Qian glared at her menacingly, issuing a warning. Lin Qing is mine. You'd better not overestimate your worth. Oh, came Gu Xiqing's nonchalant reply, instantly igniting the wrath that lay dormant within Dai Qian. Yesterday, she had gone to Lin Qing with a video, having humbled herself, only for him to remark, "Don't cry and ruin your makeup. It will affect your brand image." Seeing Gu Xiqing's unreasonable behavior in the video, he had insisted that no one else should know about it and even deleted the footage. When did Lin Qing begin to lean towards Gu Xiqing? Was it because he realized she had deceived him? But it was she who was supposed to be with him that night, not Gu Xiqing. Dai Qian felt she was the one destined to marry Lin Qing. Gu Xiqing, do you really believe Lin Qing loves you? Pursuing closely, she grasped Gu Xiqing's hand. Anger twisted her beautiful visage into a grotesque expression. He only favored you out of pity. Once he tires of you, he will cast you aside. Much like before when you were merely worthy of being expelled from your home, left to wander the streets. So, what are you so anxious about? What do you fear? Gu Xiqing pried her hand away, observing her exquisite face, her pair of eyes, once lauded across the internet, now marred by a nauseating hostility. Before graduation, it was only you who could join their little group on excursions and revelries. Was he not infatuated with you? What are you afraid of now? Chapter 102. Better than what some cannot attain. Dai Qian ground her teeth, unnerved by Gu Xiqing's calm demeanor, which seemed like a complete transformation since her marriage to Lin Qing. Each encounter left her trembling with trepidation. In the past, she could exploit Gu Xiqing's hatred towards her and her mother to incite chaos in public, driving her into madness and rendering her unreasonable. But now Dai Qian was panicking. Fearing that Lin Qing's feelings were more than mere amusement, she feared he might genuinely love Gu Xiqing. After their marriage, his attitude towards her had undergone a complete reversal, compelling her to hold a press conference last year to formally declare that they had no intimate relationship. Everything was merely the whispers of netizens, the marketing ploys of the media. He was just her senior, offering assistance to a fellow student and friend through investment. He had severed all ties between them completely. At the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala, the Lin family should extend an invitation to you. Gu Xiqing observed her flushed face with indifference, her seemingly gentle reminder laced with an icy gleam that sent shivers down one's spine. You are a star now. Go rent an haute couture gown. Do not tarnish my reputation. Raising her hand, she gently caressed Dai Qian's cheek. After all, I am the eldest daughter-in-law of the Lin family. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, my future children will inherit the family legacy. My maternal home must not appear too shabby. Gu Xiqing, like a spark igniting a pile of dry kindling. A fierce blaze erupted. Dai Qian's eyes widened, fury blazing within them like two searing flames. Her once fair complexion now flushed crimson. Gu Xiqing, do not become too complacent. You have tormented Lin Qing for so many years. How could you not know how repulsive you are to him? She bit her lower lip tightly, the pressure seemingly enough to draw blood. Gu Xiqing was acutely aware. It was precisely this understanding that made her realize how foolish and laughable her past self had been, leading her to resignation. Her foremost priority was not to love another, but to cherish herself. Only then would someone love her, better than what some cannot attain. Yet, Gu Xiqing was more than willing to use Lin Qing to provoke Dai Qian. Having spoken, she brushed aside the arm blocking her path, her disdain unmasked. Gu Xiqing, cling to your pride. In the year you were absent, you have no idea how much transpired between Lin Qing and me. It's just that no one is willing to expose our relationship. Do you truly believe he loves you? Dai Qian, unwilling to concede, reflected on her life, where she had never failed to obtain what she desired, except in matters concerning Lin Qing. Perhaps it should be said, in matters concerning Gu Xiqing. On that day, she should have drugged Gu Xiqing and handed her over to an older man. Throughout the year, nothing transpired between her and Lin Qing, yet Gu Xiqing, far away abroad, remained oblivious. Once her defenses were shattered, she could fabricate any story. Gu Xiqing maintained her composure, while you appeared as a frantic jester. Your gaze pierced through her, fixating on Lin Qing, who had just emerged from the elevator. The man you desired had arrived. Dai Qian also played her part, suddenly seizing Gu Xiqing's hand to strike her own face. Gu Xiqing, you have never managed to craft a persona, which is precisely why you are so detestable. Her eyes glistened with tears, yet her lips involuntarily curled upwards, as if welcoming the dawn of victory. Gu Xiqing scoffed softly, her hand delivering a crisp slap that echoed throughout the hall. Chapter 103. Prohibition against public disturbances. The bustling receptionists within the hall trembled in shock, turning their gazes toward Gu Xiqing. Dai Qian, aghast, questioned whether Gu Xiqing had truly struck her. The sudden, fiery sting coursed through her body. This face is insured. Gu Xiqing actually slapped her. Gu Xiqing suppressed her rising smile. How had she never noticed Dai Qian's penchant for public theatrics before? It was, indeed, rather amusing. Upon meeting Lin Qingxuan's puzzled gaze, Gu Xiqing stifled her laughter for a moment, rubbing her sore wrist. You said it yourself? If I'm angry, I'll continue to strike you, then I shall not hold back. Dai Qian, feigning ignorance of the presence behind her, retreated in trepidation. Xiqing, if you are not satisfied, then go ahead. Gu Xiqing watched her inch closer to Lin Qingxian, her mirth unabated, and raised her hand once more, the sharp sound ringing out again. Dai Qian's head buzzed as she leaned back weakly, nearly collapsing to the ground. Just then, she received a call from Assistant Wu, who had summoned her to an impromptu conference call. Lin Qingxian sidestepped Dai Qian's advancing figure, succinctly explaining his earlier absence. Casting a glance back at Dai Qian, his voice, cold and devoid of emotion, struck her as unfamiliar. As a child star, you should take the time to hone your craft. I do not wish for my investment to yield nothing in the end. Not only Dai Qian but Gu Xiqing also found it astonishing. The Lin Qingxian she knew would do anything for Dai Qian. Aside from being unable to resist his family's arranged marriage, he had given Dai Qian everything. Had it not been for the accident that sent Dai Qian away, they might have spent their lives in mutual disdain without ever divorcing. Without a compelling reason, separation was utterly impossible. Dai Qian, clutching her stinging, flushed cheek, held back tears that shimmered in her eyes, sobbing in grievance. Lin Qingxian. Can you not see her true nature? Lin Qingxian gazed deeply at her. The once perceived fragile little rabbit now repulsed him. The sight of Dai Qian reminded him of the days he had been deceived. During their school years, she had begun to project an image of a pitiable victim, constantly bullied by Gu Xiqing, to seek his protection. Back then, the entire school was aware of Gu Xiqing's affection for him, and despite numerous rejections, he remained undeterred in his pursuit. As fate would have it, he had developed a sense of disdain towards Gu Xiqing, which led him to assist her with her requests quite naturally. He brought her along in all endeavors and even permitted her to join the club. It was only after she was gone that he realized she had been deceiving him all along. Let us go. He reached out to take Gu Xiqing's hand. However, Gu Xiqing feigned sending a message on her phone, evading his outstretched hand, and walked towards the door. As twilight approached, the streetlights outside the beauty salon flickered to life. The sidewalk teemed with people rushing home from work, alongside a group of students engaged in playful banter. The evening breeze caressed her cheeks, and the sounds of happiness enveloped the tranquil and lovely dusk. Perhaps it was the soothing sensation of a full-body massage she had just experienced. But Gu Xiqing felt exceptionally joyful. Dai Qian stood rigidly like a statue, her gaze fixated on the departing figures of Lin Qingxian and Gu Xiqing. Her eyes brimming with hatred, akin to two unfathomable icy pools radiating an unbearable chill. Chapter 104. The sun has risen from the west. Gu Xiqing. Do not become too complacent. Sooner or later, Lin Qingxian will belong to me, Dai Qian. Among all the men she had encountered since her debut as a child star, only Lin Qingxian held the highest regard. She strived diligently to achieve greater success in the entertainment industry, ensuring that more people noticed and remembered her, all in pursuit of standing beside him, shedding the identity of an illegitimate child, and becoming his resplendent wife. Thus, Lin Qingxian was an absolute necessity for her. Having learned from Gu Xiqing's past with Lin Qingxian, she understood that urgency was not her ally. She must proceed with caution. Only by instilling a renewed aversion in Lin Qingxian towards Gu Xiqing could she hope to transcend the rigid dynamics of their relationship. On the way back, Gu Xiqing donned her headphones, lost in music, while Lin Qingxian drove, occasionally glancing at her. He was acutely aware that Gu Xiqing's actions in the beauty salon had been deliberate, aimed at drawing Dai Qian closer to him. In the past, he would have undoubtedly embraced Dai Qian and reproached her. After all, such incidents were not uncommon before. Gu Xiqing, he said as they waited at a traffic light, removing one of her Bluetooth earphones, do refrain from such antics. Are you concerned for me? Gu Xiqing blinked innocently, a smile gracing her lips. You were so indifferent just now. I thought you were unconcerned. I know what kind of person you are. There is no need for you to engage in self-deprecating behavior to reinforce my preconceived notions about you. Lin Qingxian felt a sense of helplessness. Her innocent demeanor was akin to a kitten seeking affection, tugging at his heartstrings. Gu Xiqing pouted slightly. If you are truly concerned, just say so. I shall put in more effort next time. You, Lin Qing found himself both amused and exasperated, a chuckle escaping him in the confined space. I worry for your well-being. The sun has risen from the west, Xiqing replied, clearly skeptical. Lin Qing turned the steering wheel. What do you feel like eating? Anything is fine. After indulging in an array of desserts and fruits in the VIP lounge, Xiqing was not at all hungry. Lin Qing drove them to a rooftop restaurant, where they could dine under the starlit sky. As night descended, the serene atmosphere was accompanied by the enchanting melodies that filled the quiet restaurant. In the dimly lit restaurant, lights flickered on in succession. Xiqing turned her gaze toward the source of the sound, discovering a man proposing. He had previously coordinated with the restaurant manager to orchestrate this surprise engagement. Above, the night sky was adorned with a drone light show, culminating in the display of the proposer's name, as he inquired whether she would marry him. One could see a woman in a white gown, surrounded by friends and family, moved to tears, nodding in excitement. Witnessing the happiness of others brought moisture to Lin Qing's eyes as well. He observed the romantic proposal scene ahead, his gaze timidly landing on Xiqing. They had not experienced such a proposal. Their wedding had been rather hasty. His eyes shifted downward, noticing her slender, fair fingers devoid of a wedding ring. A year ago, they had agreed to purchase rings, yet they had not done so. He alone wore the male counterpart of the wedding rings. Sensing Lin Qing's gaze, Xiqing lifted her eyelids to look at him, questioning what was the matter. Was her makeup smudged? Lin Qing chuckled softly, a bittersweet shadow lurking in his eyes as he merely gazed at her. Throughout this year, he had been watching her from unseen corners, yearning for her. Chapter 105, like a little cat guarding food. Xiqing felt it was rather intrusive to ask. Who knew what intentions he harbored? If he wished to watch, let him be. It would not cost her a thing. Two waiters approached with their meals. Hello. Here is the food you ordered. Lin Qing expertly cut his steak into pieces and naturally exchanged it for hers.
I do not fancy your choice.
Xiqing swiftly used her fork and knife to secure her steak. Lin Qing glanced at her and then at his own, raising an eyebrow. The dishes were identical. Observing her like a little cat guarding its food, he made no further demands. He leisurely speared a piece of his steak, savoring the flavors. The following days would be a holiday, a time for ample rest. Opening his computer, he began organizing the work he had neglected that day. There were several project proposals requiring her approval, some contracts of lesser importance that Jia had already handled. What remained for her were significant projects that necessitated careful consideration. Xiqing meticulously examined the proposals, comparing 3 similar ones repeatedly. After much contemplation, she ultimately settled on one. With the proposal finalized, she turned her attention to the contracts. Rubbing her brow, she diligently reviewed the terms within, confirming her electronic signature. Once she completed signing all the contracts, she realized an hour had silently slipped away. After an hour in the gym, Lin Qing emerged, having washed away the sweat. Noticing a faint light emanating from the study, he approached and opened the door. Xiqing, are you asleep? He inquired. Why was she laboring so diligently? Even with urgent contracts, there was no need for haste. Those genuinely wishing to collaborate with Tianqing could afford to wait for the holiday. Xiqing removed her glasses, massaging her weary eyelids. After saving the revised proposal and sending it to a Jia's email, she interlaced her fingers above her head and stretched luxuriously. Lin Qing gazed intently at her as she stretched, a gentle smile unconsciously blossoming in the depths of his dark eyes. Are you trying to make everyone believe I am exploiting you? He remarked, noticing her fatigue yet unwillingness to sleep. Xiqing waved her arms and stretched her limbs, rising from the leather office chair with a yawn. You go ahead and sleep. I will freshen up. As she picked up her nightgown and headed to the bathroom, a smile involuntarily curled at the corners of his mouth. Moments later, as Xiqing opened the bathroom door, she stumbled directly into a warm embrace. Lin Qing's soft lips pressed against hers, silencing the words she had yet to utter. He pinned her against the door, greedily kissing her moist lips. Fresh from her bath, the delicate fragrance of shower gel enveloped her, enticing him closer. Lin. The heat of his breath washed over Xiqing's face, sending a tingling sensation coursing through her body, reminiscent of the soothing warmth of a hot spring. Xiqing, Lin Qing caressed her warm cheek, and once more, he captured her lips in a fervent kiss, deepening their connection as their fingers intertwined, lost in each other until the midnight hour. Chapter 106. Truly a terrifying man. The following day, sunlight streamed through a crack in the curtains, rousing the occupant of the bed, who rolled over and shielded her eyes from the brightness. Frowning, she opened her dazed eyes, her mind momentarily blank before every cell in her body screamed in protest from soreness. Lin Qing, you are truly a terrifying man, Xiqing muttered, rubbing her aching arms, her teeth clenched. If her gaze could kill, the murderous glint in her eyes would have obliterated him. What is so terrifying? Lin Qing chuckled, gently flicking her forehead with his finger. Her indignant expression was utterly adorable, resembling an angry little bird brimming with vitality. He embraced her tightly, his large hand soothingly tousling her hair. Tell me, what is so frightening? I'll change. Xiqing pressed her lips together, speechless, and resorted to elbowing his abdomen in an attempt to extricate herself from his embrace.
Humph.
A light laugh echoed in her ear, and just as she broke free, he suddenly pulled her back into his arms, his heated breath enveloping her. In the next moment, his lips pressed down on hers with fervor. Xiqing's protest was cut short as Lin Qingxuan's morning kiss brimmed with desire and possessiveness. The air around them felt suffocatingly warm, almost stifling. Lin Qing, enough. This is an attempt at murder. Xiqing placed her hands on his face, tousling it in a futile effort to push him away, feeling as if she might faint from lack of oxygen. Observing her flustered demeanor, Lin Qing's lips curled into a satisfied smile, a muffled chuckle resonating within his chest. Not content, he pecked her lips once more before finally releasing her. He rose from the bed, washed up, and made his way to the study. Sir, the tea set you acquired has been delivered this morning, came the message from Assistant Wu as he opened his computer. Xiqing's uncle, Du Mingqing, shared the same passion for tea as Lin Lao. While Lin Lao savored it, Du Mingqing collected it. With no fine tea available at present, he opted to select a superior tea set from an antique shop to gift Du Mingqing. Having departed from Tianjin for a year, she still navigated her duties with remarkable agility, just as he had remarked, as if she were merely on a business trip. At the Jiangning Charity Gala, Lin Qing scrutinized the itinerary, her brows furrowing slightly at the mention of the Shen family's birthday banquet and the multitude of drinking engagements. Did they consider her a mere vessel for liquor? Each event listed bore the names of various executives, and she truly wondered if they were concerned about the potential ramifications of excessive drinking. She was not worried for herself, but for him. Immediately, she dialed Ajia. Ajia, happily shopping in the mall with his bonus, felt his enthusiasm doused by her call like a bucket of cold water. President, Sister mentioned that these drinking engagements are unavoidable, but rest assured, I will accompany her and ensure she does not overindulge. Lin Qing, increasingly agitated, pressed her fingers to her temples and ended the call, her irritation growing with each glance at the drinking schedule. She descended to the kitchen, retrieving a can of beer from the refrigerator. Upon cracking it open and taking a sip, the refreshing coolness spread within her mouth, soothing some of her rising ire. After a few more sips, the delicate bubbles danced on her tongue, imparting a light and airy sensation, while the crisp and rich flavor, with a hint of bitterness, revealed the exquisite harmony of hops and malt. The drinking engagements were inescapable, but this time he would accompany her, and she was determined to discover whether they were indeed unavoidable or merely unfeasible. Chapter 107. For a time, spouses Xiqing awoke groggily from her slumber, momentarily disoriented as she gazed out the window. Was it morning or afternoon? The ache in her body elicited an involuntary groan as she struggled to rise, her legs feeling like jelly, and she collapsed back onto the bed. That Lin Qing, such a pervert. After a lengthy period of cursing him while sprawled on the bed, Xiqing finally mustered the energy to get up and head to the bathroom. She selected a set of gray-blue pajamas from the wardrobe, casually pinning her hair back with a sharp clip, and ambled downstairs. Her stomach grumbled. She felt as though she might perish from hunger. As she reached the bottom of the stairs, she beheld Lin Qing in an apron, holding a bowl of soup. He stood at the kitchen doorway, tilting his head to observe her, the sunlight filtering through the dining table window casting a gentle glow upon him, creating an oddly dissonant sight. Xiqing diverted her gaze to the dining table, where several dishes had already been arranged. There were 2 portions of salmon and mushroom rice, a serving of Thai curry shrimp, a plate of lemon-seared chicken, and the 3-flavor soup he held. When she attempted to speak, she realized her voice had gone hoarse. Lin Qing placed the 3-flavor soup in the center of the table, ladling a bowl for her. Have a sip first. It will stimulate your appetite. Xiqing regarded the dishes, which rivaled those of a professional chef, and then looked at him, who seemed entirely uncharacteristic of someone who could cook. Even though she had known of his culinary skills beforehand, she was astonished at the extent of his abilities. In the past, when others cooked, my mother was never at ease and refused to eat. Thus, I had no choice but to learn to cook. Perceiving Xiqing's curiosity, Lin Qing took a seat across from her and began to recount the untold stories of his past. Xiqing was somewhat familiar with Lin Qingxuan's mother. During her lucid moments, she was a gentle and elegant matron, greatly pleased with her daughter-in-law, always eager to share her treasures. Yet, There were days each month when she would become irrational, her emotions unraveling, rendering her unrecognizable to anyone. It is unclear what she has endured to become the person she is now. In the past, I only knew your preferences in food, unaware that they were also those favored by her. Lin Qing, upon hearing the shift in her address, frowned slightly, noting that she had never referred to her as auntie before. Xiqing paused for a moment, then explained, previously, I was your wife. Addressing her as auntie or mother was quite natural. Now, however, it feels impossible to utter such words. She often felt as though her former self resembled a headless fly, deeply enamored yet entirely oblivious to the object of her affection, lacking any clarity. Did she truly love him? Upon introspection, she realized that she felt no flicker of romantic attraction towards him now. Reflecting on the past, she could not even recall the emotions associated with those moments of infatuation. You are still my wife, Lin Qing stated, lowering his gaze to conceal the shadows in his eyes. Despite having spent several hours preparing a lavish meal, the flavors eluded him entirely. We are merely temporary spouses, he continued, finding the very term difficult to utter in that moment. Is one's lack of love sufficient to constitute a marriage? Temporary? Lin Qing raised his gaze, his eyes burning with intensity, the chill within them palpable. Xiqing, please clarify what you mean by temporary. Did she genuinely wish to distance herself from him? Meeting his gaze, Xiqing offered an awkward smile. We were always destined for divorce. You are well aware of that. The divorce agreement was presented by him. She had received not a single cent from the Lin family's wealth, though she had no desire for it. What does it mean to be destined? Xiqing, I will not divorce you. Chapter 108. The overbearing CEO falls in love with me. The circumstances now differ from those 2 years hence. What is she guarding against? Divorce? He had no intention of parting ways. Xiqing pouted, delicately lifting a piece of chicken to savor it slowly. If he chooses not to divorce, so be it. After 2 years of separation, she could initiate proceedings. Put aside your little schemes and remain comfortably in S-City. Lin Qing observed her eyes darting about, easily surmising that she was plotting her escape at the soonest opportunity. Oh, Lin Qing, you're so domineering. Lin Qing maintained a serene expression, his serious tone nearly causing Xiqing to choke. The overbearing CEO, do you not like it? Coughing, Xiqing turned her head away, suppressing laughter. Lin Qing, refrain from indulging in those absurd tales. Did he not find the notion somewhat awkward? Assistant Wu had recommended several books. Lin Qing could not fathom what was amusing her.
Was not his title that of CEO?
Her calling him overbearing seemed to fit perfectly. Meanwhile, Assistant Wu, engrossed in a game at home, suddenly sneezed, rubbing his nose before resuming his dragon-slaying escapades with his teammates. Xiqing wished to laugh, yet she had never allowed herself to do so freely in his presence, fearing it might startle him. What sort of books did Assistant Wu suggest? She queried. The overbearing CEO falls in love with me series? How absurd. Doesn't that place him in a ridiculous predicament? Was it truly that amusing? Observing her doubled over in laughter, Lin Qing frowned. Xiqing, please stop laughing. She nodded, yet her lips could not suppress their upward curve. Lin Qing, you should discard those books recommended by Assistant Wu. Xiqing had not anticipated that Lin Qing would indulge in novels typically adored by naive young girls enamored with love. And he has adeptly put it into practice. His imposing figure shattered before her once more. The stern and unyielding man from her memories, who was indifferent to everyone, has vanished without a trace. In the laughter that Xiqing could no longer suppress, Lin Qing vaguely deduced that the term overbearing CEO was hardly a flattering description, and he silently noted it, planning to dock Assistant Wu's salary upon returning to work. Stop laughing. Eat quickly. Xiqing glanced at him before burying herself in her meal. After finishing dinner, with the sky still bright, Xiqing tidied up, preparing to head to the hospital. Just so happens, I need to go to the hospital as well. As soon as they stepped outside, Lin Qing's car pulled up, the passenger door opening invitingly for her to join. I have my own car. Xiqing was reluctant to ride with him. Every time they went out together, it was never as simple as just leaving. They had to take a taxi beforehand, which was a hassle. Lin Qing glanced at the passenger seat, then back at her, his resolve unwavering as he urged her to get in. Reluctantly, Xiqing entered the vehicle. Lin Qing, don't you have anything else to do? Wherever she went, he followed. Wasn't he supposed to be busy before? Now he seemed to have an abundance of time. I'm quite free this Saturday, Lin Qing replied with a slight smile. Put on your sleep mask and call me when you arrive at the hospital. After a satisfying meal, she felt a bit drowsy and wished to rest a little longer. If it weren't for her visit to the ancestral home tomorrow, she wouldn't want to go to the hospital now. Lin Qing acknowledged her with a sound, starting the car and smoothly driving towards the city center hospital. Inside the hospital, Du Mingqing had just completed a live surgery and stepped out of the operating room, removing his surgical cap and mask. Chapter 109. Uncle. After changing out of his scrubs and washing his hands, he engaged in conversation with a group of young doctors before heading to his office. Uncle. Upon opening the office door, he was greeted by the sight of Xiqing, whom he hadn't seen in over a year, looking much slimmer than he remembered. Xiqing immediately felt guilty and suppressed her beaming smile. Don't worry. The gifts are all prepared, but how could I not come? Is something wrong? Du Mingqing glanced at Lin Qing standing beside Xiqing. His eyes filled with a murderous intent toward Lin Qing, yet softened to a gentle stream when looking at Xiqing. Uncle will take you for a full checkup. I'm perfectly healthy. Xiqing waved her hand, not wishing to burden her uncle with concerns about her health. After the examination, he would certainly discover that she had undergone nearly a year of treatment, which would worry him. Quickly shifting the topic, she said, Uncle, I came to ask you for some tea. Du Mingqing narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint in them.
Tea?
What kind of tea? Although his gaze was fixed on Xiqing, his attention was directed at Lin Qing. Xiqing leaned forward, grasping Du Mingqing's hand and playfully coaxing him. Uncle, please help me? If I bring ordinary tea, I'll surely be ridiculed. Do you want to see me humiliated? Thank you, Uncle. Xiqing exclaimed excitedly, throwing her arms around Du Mingqing. You're the best. All right, Uncle isn't swayed by your charm, he replied, though he gently ruffled her hair, his tone softening. Uncle will help you, but there are conditions. Lin Qing, holding a disposable cup, gazed into it where the tea leaves floated, his mood as heavy and oppressive as a sky laden with dark clouds. Xiqing had never exhibited such a playful demeanor with him before. Was this truly the essence of her interactions with her family? Lin Qing rose to follow her, as Xiqing had a room at her uncle's house. It was nothing significant. He took her hand, intertwining their fingers, and expressed mild surprise at her ability to be so endearing. Xiqing's vision blurred momentarily, her lips twitching as she retorted, Isn't this a normal human skill? Why wouldn't I know how to do it? You've never done it with me, Lin Qing said, his gaze lowering, revealing a shadow of sorrow in his eyes. Xiqing parted her lips, attempting to counter his statement, yet found herself at a loss for words. To act coy with him? By the time she might have begun, she would have likely been dismissed. Previously, he had denied her the opportunity. Now, it seemed entirely unnecessary. Chapter 110. Uncles are truly wonderful. When I require your assistance, I shall see, she said dismissively, hastening to catch up with Du Mingqing ahead. Lin Qing's eyes brightened at the prospect of her encountering a significant dilemma that would necessitate her seeking his help. Du Mingqing's villa was located within the Guanshanhu residential area, while Xinxiang's villa was situated near the north gate, and Du Mingqing's was closer to the south gate. Upon entering, the housekeeper, who had worked in the villa for many years, greeted Xiqing with a cheerful smile, inquiring if she would be staying the night after dinner. Knowing that Xiqing would not remain with Lin Qing present, Du Mingqing instructed the housekeeper to prepare dinner and invited Xiqing to accompany him to the collection room. The room was filled with an array of teas, some of which were rare and unseen outside. Lin Qing followed silently, marveling at the extensive collection Du Mingqing had amassed over the years. Could he have been the one secretly competing with grandfather for tea all this time? Xiqing gave her uncle a thumbs up, declaring, Your presence is indeed a blessing. Du Mingqing chuckled lightly, jesting as he reached above her to retrieve an antique tea jar that was clearly of considerable age, suitable for gifting. Take this jar of black tea with you. In the right environment, it can be preserved for a long time, becoming increasingly fragrant. This one is perfect as a gift for old Lin. Uncle, you are wonderful. Xiqing exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the jar of black tea, her smile radiant. Du Mingqing affectionately ruffled her hair, asking if there was anything else she desired.
No.
That's all, Xiqing replied, shaking her head as they exited the collection room together. Your room has been tidied up for you. Before dinner is ready, would you prefer to play chess with your uncle or take a look at your room? Xiqing felt a twinge of curiosity about whether her room would match her memories of it, and with a hint of regret, she told Du Mingqing, I'll play chess with you next time. I haven't been here in ages and miss my bed. Go on then, I'll call you when dinner is ready. Du Mingqing said with a gentle smile, observing Xiqing as if she were his most beloved sister. His sister had adored being playful with him, often trailing behind him, calling out for him to buy her things. Now it was her only descendant, calling out uncle instead. Lin Qing had always remained in a state of neglect, observing the interactions between Xiqing and Du Mingqing with a sense of melancholic detachment. He suddenly realized that he could not penetrate her world. Once, it was she who desperately sought to integrate into his life and realm, but now the roles had reversed. Xiqing ascended the stairs, effortlessly navigating to the door of the room, she once inhabited. Standing at the threshold, she inhaled deeply, her hand trembling as it reached for the doorknob, yet hesitating to push it open. After a prolonged moment of indecision, she finally mustered the courage to open the door, revealing the familiar layout of her room. The plush princess bed adorned with numerous plush toys, the swing on the balcony still intact, and the jasmine flowers flourishing, clearly well tended to each day. Upon entering for the first time, Lin Qing was enveloped by the youthful exuberance that radiated from the pastel decor of the room. A wall adorned with photographs caught his eye. As he glanced over the collection, a sudden shout broke the silence. "Ah, you can't see that." A pair of hands swiftly covered his eyes, and the panicked voice added, "You mustn't look at this." Chapter 111. The Unveiled Past. Gu Xiqing, flustered, stood protectively before Lin Qing, attempting to shield him, but he remained steadfast. Through her fingers, he had already glimpsed what she wished to conceal. "I saw it." He gently removed her hand and picked up a photo that had been pieced together on the wall. 2 individual photos of the two of them, merged into one. A subtle smirk playing on his lips. "Your skills could use some refinement." It featured both his portrait and hers, 2 distinct images captured in varying scenery and weather, forcibly combined by her hand. Gu Xiqing's face burned with embarrassment as she dared not look at the composite photo. "That picture is from long ago. Please don't look at it. It's so humiliating." How respectful of her uncle to leave her room untouched. Even the photos remained unaltered. She had forgotten about this incident, and now it was too late to tidy up. She wished fervently to vanish into the ground. But look here. Lin Qing's amusement intensified as he scanned the photo wall, where a significant number of images featured his likeness. From these snapshots, one could discern the profound affection of a young girl. Some photographs were inscribed with the date they shared a meal in the cafeteria on the same day. Gu Xiqing, at a loss for words, could only facepalm.
How mortifying.
"I truly can't bear this." The shared air of that afternoon had drained away all fatigue. Lin Qing, reading the inscriptions aloud, broke the spell.
"Ah."
"Lin Qing, what are you doing? Stop reading." Gu Xiqing erupted, realizing she could not prevent him from looking, hastily attempting to remove the photos. But he pushed her aside. "Can't look, huh?" "So, Gu Xiqing, you're quite the voyeur?" "I am not." Gu Xiqing's face flushed crimson, her ears and neck burning with embarrassment. She protested vehemently, yet the multitude of photographs rendered her objections laughable. "Lin Qing, these are all dark secrets. Please don't look." Covering her face with her hands, she felt every cell in her body scream with excitement as the fervent, unrequited love of her youth was laid bare before him. In retrospect, she was indeed quite naive and innocent back then. "Oh, the sky is falling. Is my fondness for you a dark chapter in my history?" Lin Qing plucked another photograph, scrutinizing the youthful Gu Xiqing, who, clad in a simple school uniform, radiated an undeniable charm. "It is my past transgressions that are a black mark, irrelevant to you." Gu Xiqing's cheeks flushed crimson. "For all of this belongs to the past. Do not misunderstand, I no longer harbor feelings for you." She has moved on, and he must not be led to misconstrue her intentions. "Will you never have feelings for me again?" Lin Qing's previously buoyant mood plummeted like the sun dipping below the horizon, fading into oblivion. They say that when one loves another, even the lens is filled with affection. Each photograph speaks of her love for him, starkly contrasting with her current rational self, creating a painful rift within her. Gu Xiqing nodded, rummaging through a box to meticulously stow away each photo. "Indeed, these images ought to be burned. Keeping them is simply too unsettling." "Give it to me." Gu Xiqing gazed at the photograph he was forcibly holding together. Lin Qing raised his hand high, preventing her from reaching for the picture. "What are you planning to do?" Gu Xiqing remained silent, clutching the box as she descended the stairs, with Lin Qing trailing behind her. Chapter 112. Is it or isn't it? In the kitchen, he procured a lighter and made his way to the vacant space in the backyard.
Gu Xiqing.
Upon witnessing her ignite the lighter, Lin Qing's heart tightened. "Are you really going to obliterate your past memories? Can you truly not bear to face them?" Gu Xiqing regarded the hundreds of photographs in the box without a trace of hesitation, seizing one and setting it ablaze. These should never have existed. Retaining them serves only as a perpetual reminder of her past foolishness. Lin Qing swiftly snatched the photograph from her grasp, wresting the lighter away as well. "I'll buy it from you." "Lin Qing, are you out of your mind? Just give it to me." Gu Xiqing thought Lin Qing had lost his senses. They were merely useless photographs, and he was offering to buy them? As if he had money to burn. Lin Qing seized the box from her embrace, declaring, "Now it belongs to me." Gu Xiqing, unable to contend with him, huffed in exasperation. "This person in the photographs is not you. The words spilled from her lips before she could think, leaving Lin Qing momentarily stunned and Gu Xiqing frozen in place. The Lin Qing captured in those photographs is not the Lin Qing of today, nor is the Gu Xiqing in them the same as she is now. Lin Qing lost interest, placing the photographs back in the box, gazing at his younger self playing basketball in one of the images, feeling an unfamiliarity wash over him. This is not him. None of this captures his essence. Not a single photograph belongs to him. He will never see the photographs that truly represent his life. Gu Xiqing sat on the sofa, carefully surveying the room. At first glance, it appeared to be her warmest sanctuary. Her desk was not pink, it was a soft cream. She used a notebook here, while there was a desktop computer. The painting on the wall depicted a white deer in the snow. Yet her preference lay in simple black and white line art. Thus, this was not her room. And her uncle was not truly her uncle, even though her uncle loved her dearly. Just as the uncle she knew had, he remained a different individual. Here, those who loved her continued to do so, yet an overwhelming sense of unworthiness persisted. This affection was not directed towards her, it was intended for another version of herself. Lin Qing sat beside her, clasping her hand with tenderness, assuring her of his presence. He understood the turmoil within her thoughts. Are you afraid, Lin Qing? Gu Xiqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears, overwhelmed by guilt for suddenly being reborn in this place, causing her original self to vanish. Lin Qing tightened his grip on her hand. At first, yes. There are many differences, yet he is still a part of me.
Is he not?
The other version of me in a parallel world. I would rather be dead, Gu Xiqing sobbed softly. Tears the size of pearls falling onto the back of her hand. I should have died. This was not her life. She had taken over another's existence, obliterating that other self. Gu Xiqing, you mustn't utter such words again. Lin Qing embraced her, gently stroking her hair.
Here, you still have me.
Gu Xiqing buried her head against his chest, weeping quietly. The furnishings in this room were hers, yet not entirely hers. They were strikingly similar, yet vastly different. Chapter 113, I used to truly adore you. Wait, Uncle will say I bullied you. Lin Qing gently patted her back. Don't be upset, I am here too. Gu Xiqing choked out a response, wiping her tears away. Although her feelings for Lin Qing had waned, the fact that he shared the same world offered her a semblance of security. At the very least, there was someone present in her vicinity. Regaining her composure, she and Lin Qing gazed at the wall of the room. I used to truly adore you, Gu Xiqing said, dabbing at her tears while recounting the beginnings of her infatuation. That year, the school organized an outing to the mountains, and I was pushed off a cliff, sustaining grave injuries. I lay in that valley for what felt like an eternity, hearing wolves howl at night, too frightened to sleep, fearing I would never awaken again.
Yet,
I ultimately succumbed to sleep. When I opened my eyes, the sun was rising, casting brilliant rays upon me. You appeared as a savior in my world. I couldn't hear your words, but I knew you attempted to carry me, only to realize my injuries were too severe for that, so you lifted me instead. The lush trees raced past me, and the sky above widened as you sweated, droplets occasionally landing on my face. Gu Xiqing lowered her head and chuckled softly.
Yes.
That was me, utterly entranced. In the barren wasteland of her existence, that was the sole glimmer of hope that had emerged. Thus, she yearned to seize it, only to discover, in the end, that her desolate land held no budding hope. Her actions were a mere farce, a tragicomedy. She seems to be living better than I am, Gu Xiqing mused, observing the photographs on the wall. In those pictures, she smiled radiantly, devoid of such profound pain. She had merely chased after the one she adored, seeking to establish a semblance of presence while maintaining a respectful distance. Lin Qing remained silent, his lips pressed together. At that moment, upon seeing her lying on the ground, he was struck with panic. Initially, he had been navigating a narrow path with his companions, but soon found himself lost. As he walked, he stumbled upon a figure ahead. Upon closer inspection, he realized she was surrounded by blood. In that instant, his mind blanked, consumed only with the imperative to save her, to get her to safety. After scooping her up and rushing out, his arms became numb, causing him to miss a basketball game, and he endured several days of scolding from his good friends, who accused him of prioritizing a heroic rescue over the well-being of his brothers. In truth, one might have thought this incident was concluded. However, a month later, she began inquiring about him, and from that point on, her incessant voice echoed throughout his life. Miss, young master, dinner is ready. Came the voice of an aunt from outside, interrupting the somber atmosphere that enveloped the two within. I'm coming. Gu Xiqing hastily retrieved her powder compact to touch up her makeup, ensuring no traces of tears remained on her face. Downstairs, Du Mingcheng was already seated at the head of the table. Lin Qing and Gu Xiqing sat nearby, and they dined until well past 9 in the evening. Are you really not going to stay the night at your uncle's? Du Mingqing stood at the door, gazing at Gu Xiqing in the car. Perhaps it was due to the long absence, but he felt an undeniable disparity between her current demeanor and the spirited girl he once knew. Was it a result of her marriage? Had the once boisterous girl subdued her nature and matured into adulthood? Chapter 114. Returning to the Lin family's old residence. Uncle. We shall come again next time. Gu Xiqing waved her hand. Du Mingqing nodded slightly. Do inform your uncle in advance next time. I shall have Aunt prepare your favorite dishes.
All right.
The vehicle slowly began to move, and the window rolled up. As the window sealed shut, the smile that had adorned Gu Xiqing's face instantly faded. Despite being her most beloved uncle, an unsettling feeling gnawed at her, making her feel as though she were stealing someone else's affection. Don't overthink it. Lin Qing turned on the soothing instrumental music within the car. Your uncle still loves you. Of course, my uncle loves me. But it doesn't matter. She thought to herself, I cannot dwell on this any longer. Such thoughts will drive me mad. The journey home was marked by silence between the two. Meanwhile, preparations were already underway at the Lin residence, with staff diligently arranging Lin Qing's courtyard and setting up new furniture and bedding, particularly in the bedroom, at the behest of the matriarch. Both the pillows and blankets were changed to vibrant red. Observing the room, which resembled a bridal chamber, Lin Lao furrowed his gray-white brows slightly. This a bit excessive? Grandmother, this is truly over the top, remarked a short-haired woman accompanying Lin Lao, her eyes wide with disbelief. When my brother enters the room, he will surely be taken aback. He doesn't even like Gu Xiqing, she continued. Seeing this scene will undoubtedly frighten him away. What do you know? The matriarch's face flushed with indignation, and she glared at the two. Zhao Ran, your brother has been married for over a year, and your sister-in-law has shown no signs of life. As an elder, should I not assist him? Must I simply watch him remain in this state? But my brother has someone he likes, Lin Xiao Ran murmured softly. The matriarch frowned. Such words must not be spoken in front of your sister-in-law. All right. You're all just busying yourselves for nothing, Lin Lao said, surveying the cheerful room, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. Trust me, this is the right decision. Madame Lin huffed at Lord Lin, continuing to instruct others to commence the preparations. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Lin family's ancestral estate, a procession of globally limited luxury cars flowed in. Leading the way was Lin Qing's vehicle, with those of a younger generation dutifully following behind. In a prominent family such as the Lins, the hierarchy based on lineage has always held great significance. Lin Qing, being the firstborn of Madame Lin's first child, naturally garnered much attention. Young master, young mistress, the attendants at the entrance bowed respectfully. Lin Qing, hand in hand with Gu Xiqing, entered the centuries-old manor. They traversed the winding corridors, passed through an artificial bamboo grove and a lotus lake, ultimately arriving at his courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance, they were greeted by a cacophony from within. You must listen to me. Why aren't you paying attention? This arrangement is so festive. Madame Lin's irritated voice echoed from inside. Following closely was the exasperated Lord Lin. If he doesn't like it, just wait and see. He.S. as stubborn as your son. Chapter 115. The carefully arranged bridal chamber. Grandmother, I think removing that red pillow and bedding would suffice. It's far too conspicuous. Even a young person would find it overwhelming, Lin Qing remarked, glancing at Gu Xiqing and pulling her inside. What are you discussing? A warm and graceful voice resonated from outside, causing Lin Xiaoran to swiftly hide behind Lord Lin. Initially intending to embrace Lin Qing, she halted upon seeing Gu Xiqing, her hands resting upon Gu Xiqing as she scrutinized her closely. You've lost weight. I know you've been overseas for a year on business. Don't take everything upon yourself. Let your subordinates handle their responsibilities. If they falter, let them know to seek help from grandmother. Gu Xiqing's lips curled slightly, understanding the reference to grandmother. Elder brother, Lin Xiaoran cautiously called out to Lin Qing, indicating he should ascend to inspect his room. Grandmother has prepared your room for you, she remarked, her excitement akin to that of a child eager to present a reward. Is that so? Lin Qing replied, taking Gu Xiqing's hand as they ascended the stairs. Madame Lin watched their tightly clasped hands, her smile widening. Lin Xiaoran, perplexed, wondered if the rumors had been mistaken. Hadn't Gu Xiqing claimed at the wedding that her elder brother favored someone else? A brief investigation revealed that the woman indeed had some connection to her brother. Upstairs, Lin Qing opened the door to a room adorned with festive decorations, momentarily taken aback before quickly recovering. Grandmother, I truly like it. The bridal chamber was newly arranged, devoid of any remnants of the past. See, I told you Xianqing would appreciate it. Madame Lin beamed at the pair behind her. Lin Qing surveyed the surroundings, genuinely pleased. Thank you for your hard work, grandmother. Elder brother, you like it? Lin Xiaoran was astonished. He actually likes it? Really? Is he not just saying that to spare grandmother's feelings? Gu Xiqing understood Lin Xiaoran's surprise, as she had always been attentive to Lin Qingshuan's affairs. She was the first to know of any significant developments. Indeed. Lin Qingxian gazed at the wedding photograph prominently displayed in the room, a sense of fondness washing over him. Gu Xiqing also admired that picture, capturing the moment she entered during the ceremony, taken from behind by the photographer. It was truly beautiful and dreamlike. Lin Lao's lips twitched in response. As long as he liked it, that was sufficient. Could it be that this young man genuinely harbored affection? How foolish of him to worry unnecessarily. We must not disappoint Grandma's arrangements. The voice echoing in her ears startled Gu Xiqing, prompting her to retreat 3 steps. Eyeing him with caution. Lin Qingxian, is your energy level excessively high? Only just realizing this? Lin Qingxian raised an eyebrow, his gaze unabashedly trailing downwards. Chapter 116. Distributing Gifts. Gu Xiqing inhaled sharply. Lin Qingxian, it's broad daylight. Has it never been daytime before? Lin Qingxian chuckled lightly, finding her flustered demeanor utterly irresistible. His words rendered Gu Xiqing's face instantly crimson as she frantically fanned herself. He truly was becoming increasingly shameless, daring to utter any words and engage in any actions. A low, pleasurable chuckle emanated from Lin Qingshuan's chest. Let us take a breather. We shall head over shortly. We are to meet many people later. I understand. Gu Xiqing nodded. Reflecting on past experiences, she recalled the numerous trials she had faced in the evening, with him merely observing coldly from the sidelines. That mid-autumn festival dinner had been particularly dismal. Alone amidst the crowd, she watched Dai Qian and him gracefully dance on stage, while those around them cheered and applauded. Would this year replicate that evening's narrative? Gu Xiqing was uncertain. Perhaps it would, or perhaps it would not. It would be better to find a reason to initiate a divorce directly. That evening, after dining, in the open garden, several attendants approached in succession, bearing gifts that Gu Xiqing had purchased earlier. Grandma, this is for you. Gu Xiqing presented the first gift box to Lin Laotai. I know you love purple. When I saw this, I immediately thought of you. I hope you like it. Lin Laotai opened the box, and though it could not compare to her treasured collection, it was far from being subpar. Xiqing is thoughtful. Grandma loves it. Eagerly, she adored herself with it, showcasing it to everyone present. The crowd enthusiastically praised its beauty. Indeed, it was stunning, the purple hue exuding opulence and mystery. Next was the turn of Lin Lao. Grandpa, I know you enjoy tea. This is for you. Gu Xiqing handed him the tea canister. Just by observing the canister, one could tell it was extraordinary, prompting Lin Lao to smile in satisfaction, acknowledging Xiqing's thoughtfulness. Lin Xiaoran sat beside her parents, occasionally lifting her phone to type, chatting with her friends. This is for Xiaoran. Gu Xiqing's voice surprised her, prompting her to look up. I have one too. This is the floral series design for this quarter. This set features the 1,000 birds bloom. The attendant opened the black box to reveal an exquisite set of necklace, earrings, and bracelet from the floral series. It was a luxury brand favored by young girls in recent years, with only 10 sets released globally each quarter, making it exceptionally expensive. For me? Lin Xiaoran's eyes sparkled with excitement, repeatedly pointing to herself for confirmation. Gu Xiqing nodded in affirmation. After confirming her choice, Lin Xiaoran excitedly adorned her neck with the necklace. Trembling as she caressed it, her voice breaking, "Thank you, sister-in-law. I absolutely adore it." Lacking the financial means of her elder brother, she could not afford such an extravagant set, nor would her parents indulge her in such a lavish and impractical collection. Sister-in-law, you are the best. She had misjudged earlier. This was indeed the true sister-in-law. Lin Qingxian, seated nearby, wore a smile at the corner of her lips. The remaining 2 sets were designated for Qiao Shi and Qiao Mo. Gu Xiqing instructed the attendant to take the remaining sets away, ensuring that every young woman in the family received a gift. Lin Xiaoran nodded, then lifted her phone to capture the moment, snapping selfies with her necklace. In Chapter 117, titled The Fortune Spender, Lin Qingxian observed, for the first time, someone speaking such blatant falsehoods with such ease. She had cast aside all pretense, retreating to a corner of the earth. Guilt? It was imperceptible to her. Gu Xiqing smiled politely, unable to discern any flaw in her demeanor, nor could she see her heart bleeding. There was no remorse. She was merely pained by the loss of her money, which amounted to nearly a year's salary. Sister-in-law, if brother bullies you in the future, I will protect you, Lin Xiaoran declared with fervor, thumping her chest, but as her gaze met Lin Qingxian's, she shyly averted her eyes. Her bravado was merely words. She knew she could not stand against her elder brother. These gifts were intended for her uncle and aunt. Gu Xiqing smiled knowingly and instructed the attendant to deliver the remaining gifts to Lin Xiaoran's parents. Her mother, Su Muxue, received a jade necklace and a limited-edition handbag, while her father, Lin Maohai, was gifted a watch valued at 3 million. Other gifts were distributed to the significant members of the Lin family. Those who had previously held biases against Gu Xiqing could no longer speak freely in the household after receiving such generous offerings. Truly, she was a fortune spender. As Lin Qing walked beside her, observing her demeanor, she chuckled softly, suggesting that next time, such extravagant purchases were unnecessary as they were not incapable of affording such luxuries, and might not appreciate them. She took Lin Xiaoran's hand, gently massaging her palm with her thumb, and urged her to check her account. Due to the substantial amount, the transfer could not be processed immediately, but it should have been received by now. Gu Xiqing retrieved her phone, opened her messages, and saw the bank notification that had arrived earlier in the afternoon. She thought she had misread, but upon closer inspection and counting the 8 zeros, she gasped. Lin Qing, what is this? What was he doing, transferring such a large sum of money to her? My personal account has limited liquidity. I can only spare you a little, Lin Qing lamented, shaking his head. Wait until year-end, and I'll give you a bit more. Buy whatever you desire. Gu Xiqing's lips twitched. She thought, is this what you call a little? It was nearly equivalent to her 3-year salary. Given the fluctuations in her performance, her salary varied. But this amount felt like a boast. What? Do you think it's insufficient? Lin Qing teased, looking down at her with a smile. You are indeed the true fortune spender. Gu Xiqing tucked her phone away, muttering to herself quietly. Lin Qing gazed at the darkening sky and led her to a nearby pavilion to sit down. I shall not squander my money on you. Whom do you expect me to spend it on? Gu Xiqing tilted her head, contemplating seriously. How could I possibly know whom you would spend it on? I harbor no great possessiveness over your finances. Although she had often been cast out of her home by Gu Hao since childhood, she had her uncle and Xin Xiang to assist her, and she was capable of earning her own money. Thus, she did not require monetary salvation. Chapter 118. Please possess me. From this moment forth, not only should you possess my wealth, but also my very being. Lin Qing pinched her cheek. Do you understand? You are insane, Gu Xiqing retorted, rolling her eyes in silence. Adorable, Lin Qing pecked her on the tip of her nose. Gu Xiqing genuinely believed that if she were to slap him, he would most certainly grasp her hand and lick it. How revolting. Lin Qingxuan's eyes shimmered with a gentle light, the corners of his mouth curving upwards, sketching a delicate arc that rendered him even more charming. Gu Xiqing would rather he maintained his previous cold demeanor, finishing his business and departing, rather than behaving like a creep as he did now. The evening breeze carried the fragrant scent of lotus flowers from the lake, brushing against their cheeks, and Lin Qing felt elated. He cherished these tranquil days. During work hours, they each busied themselves, yet after work, they would dine together and take leisurely strolls. Such simple and beautiful moments should continue. Gu Xiqing glanced at her phone, noticing a friend request on WeChat. Xiao Ran has added me. Lin Qing observed her screen, where the request bore the note. Sister-in-law, I am Xiao Ran. If she disapproved, she could simply ignore it. Prior to today, Lin Xiao Ran had little regard for Gu Xiqing, but afterward, she had become one of her ardent admirers. Gu Xiqing accepted Lin Xiao Ran's friend request. There was no particular fondness or aversion. She simply felt indifferent. They were not closely acquainted, but she distinctly remembered that Lin Qing liked someone, and she would too, assisting them in times of need. During the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet, she had aided Dai Qian with numerous tasks. Gu Xiqing fixed her gaze upon the lake, closing her eyes as the wind caressed her face. The Lin family would invite Gu Hao and the others for the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet, as it was a day for family reunion. She wondered if Dai Qian would behave as she had previously, stirring up a bit of chaos. Without external support, it was indeed challenging to sever ties with the Lin family. Lin Qing sat nearby, switching off his phone, admiring her serene visage as she faced the wind with closed eyes, extending his hand to touch her cheek, yet hesitating for fear of disturbing her. He wished she could remain by his side in such tranquility forever. Assistant Wu had informed him that she had purchased a house in City A. Was she planning to move there? She had her legs and he had his. If she sought adventure, he could accompany her. The following day, Gu Xiqing joined the Lin family members to admire flowers, take photographs, and was even dragged by Lin Xiaoran to attend a show. Thanks to the distribution of gifts the day before, everyone had received something, and thus the elders of the family held a favorable impression of Gu Xiqing. Many of the younger individuals were also inclined to associate with her. After all, who would not appreciate the generous spirit of a benevolent fortune bringer? For instance, When they went to see a show, and she admired a particular piece, the elder sister-in-law generously purchased the same model for them. It was sheer bliss. Gu Xiqing smiled faintly, her lips pursed. After all, it wasn't her money being spent, so there was no heartache. Upon returning to the Lin family's ancestral home, the garments intended for the next day's banquet had already been delivered. Madam, the matriarch mentioned that if you are not fond of this, you may choose another. The attendant presented a water-blue mermaid gown, its beauty reminiscent of a siren's tale, with a design that was both simple and fantastical. The attendant gazed at Gu Xiqing in astonishment. Is this for us? Do we have one too? Yes, Gu Xiqing nodded. I am uncertain how many are in the old residence. If someone has not received one, please inform me. Understood, thank you, madam. The attendant said with excitement as she departed with the box. On her way, she encountered Lin Qing and hurriedly concealed the box behind her, standing respectfully to the side. Young master. Lin Qing merely glanced at her to realize that Gu Xiqing had once again been generous. Almost everyone who conversed with her managed to gain some benefit, although it mattered little to her. It is merely catering to their preferences, Gu Xiqing mused, selecting accessories to complement the gown while unfazed by Lin Qingshuan's gaze. They had received advantages from me, and in return, would be more inclined to assist me. Even fishing requires bait. Arriving without any indication of goodwill leaves one vulnerable when challenges arise. Are you truly so uneasy? Lin Qing approached her, placing a ruby necklace he had just received from the matriarch before her. This necklace, a treasure symbolizing status from a century ago in a foreign royal family, could serve as both a necklace and a crown, and had been a cherished possession of the matriarch, seldom seen. Gu Xiqing glanced at the necklace, her pupils momentarily narrowing in shock, though she quickly regained her composure. The unpredictability of life is daunting. She pushed the necklace back towards him, stating, "This mermaid gown is perfectly suited to a blue gemstone necklace. This one is too ostentatious and doesn't suit me." Gu Xiqing was not convinced that this was a gift from the matriarch. If it were something else, she might believe it, but something of such value? Impossible. Lin Qing, I truly do not need it. You will wear it tomorrow evening, Lin Qing insisted, selectively ignoring her refusal. Given his firm demeanor, Gu Xiqing reluctantly accepted the necklace. Muttering softly, "Then I shall be greedy and sell it at auction." How distasteful. After tomorrow night, you can return the necklace to grandmother. Lin Qing sat down beside her with a smile lingering in his eyes. She rarely takes it out. If you refuse her gift, it would sadden her greatly. Very well. Gu Xiqing nodded, subtly taking a seat at a distance from him. Observing her little maneuver, Lin Qingshuan's amusement deepened. In a bar in City S, speak. What is it that you wish to discuss? Xiqing looked at the woman before him, feeling annoyed as he longed to escape the dark, noisy bar for a breath of fresh air to revive his lungs, which had just inhaled toxic fumes. Dai Qian rested her head on one hand, lazily leaning against the bar while occasionally swirling the high-stemmed glass in her hand. Don't you fancy Gu Xiqing? I could assist you. The matters between me and Xiqing do not require your concern. Were it not for her mentioning urgent issues regarding Xiqing, he would not have come to meet her in such a place. Dai Qian, with her lips slightly pouted, gazed into the swirling red wine in her goblet and said to you, she and Lin Qing are in a sham marriage? Does it look like a pretense to you? During your school days, you were not proactive. If you do not make a move now, she will never glance your way for the rest of her life. So what? As long as she is happy. Even if I suspect that Gu Xiqing's words are not genuine, her happiness is what truly matters. Lin Qing is the person she has long admired and pursued. What difference does it make if she is with him? Is that not the happiness she yearns for most? Chapter 120. The eve of the Mid-Autumn Gala. Xiqing, should I call you weak or incompetent? Dai Qian scoffed disdainfully. Can you not see? Lin Qing does not care for Gu Xiqing. He is merely toying with her emotions. Once he grows tired, he will discard her like trash. You surely do not intend to feign concern, do you? Rather than languish in the shadows where Gu Xiqing cannot see your sorrow, why not collaborate with me? I will assist you, and you will assist me. I will win over Lin Qing, and you will gain Gu Xiqing. Would that not be advantageous? Dai Qian's words struck Xiqing like a hammer, each blow resonating within his heart. He wavered, yet he could not acquiesce. Dai Qian, cease your petty schemes. I shall not partner with you. He desired to pursue Gu Xiqing openly and engage in a formal relationship with her, rather than resorting to deceitful tactics to bring her to his side. Dai Qian tilted her head back and drained her goblet, placing it upon the bar before stepping closer to Xiqing, observing the turmoil in his eyes with a derisive smirk. In matters of the heart, being an upright gentleman is futile. Xiqing took a step back, pushing her away. I can wait for her. Then you may wait a lifetime, Dai Qian retorted, thrusting a pre-prepared business card into his hand. Tomorrow night, the Lin family's Mid-Autumn Gala will invite the prominent figures of S City. In my pursuit of Lin Qing, I may act uncontrollably. When Gu Xiqing finds herself without her Prince Charming to rescue her, just imagine how many will mock her. Decide wisely and contact me. Without allowing Xiao Chen a moment to respond, Dai Qian strode away with confidence, her heels clicking assertively against the floor. Holding the business card, Xiao Chen fell into contemplation. He believed Dai Qian's words, having grown up alongside Gu Xiqing and participated in the conflicts between them. Gu Xiqing was no actress. She did not conceal her anger. And she had long suffered under her bullying, ultimately becoming the one wronged. If something were to transpire tomorrow night, he quickly turned to chase after Dai Qian. I will stop you. As the bodyguards moved to intercept him, she raised her hand, signaling them to stay put. Turning to face Xiao Chen, who appeared conflicted and seething with resentment, she knew she had baited him successfully. Very well, I look forward to your interference. With the bait set, the subsequent events would unfold more smoothly. Once in the car, she called a trusted individual to procure the necessary supplies. Tomorrow night would indeed be a lively affair. In preparation for the evening's banquet, a throng of industrious individuals gathered on the lawn at the foot of the mountain behind the old residence, commencing their activities from the early hours of the morning. By afternoon, the once ordinary lawn had transformed into a lavish banquet venue. A circular space was cleared in the center of the lawn, designated for dancing. Anticipating that the festivities would extend late into the night, several seldom-used rooms were tidied up for the guests who would be staying over. As dusk descended, vehicles began to pour into the Lin family estate, filling the previously empty grounds with an array of luxurious cars. Within the courtyard, Gu Xiqing gazed at her exquisitely made-up reflection in the mirror. The ruby necklace sparkled brilliantly under the lights, making her appear as a regal mermaid princess. Behind her, Lin Qing presented her with the wedding ring. Put it on, he urged. Gu Xiqing, recalling the ring she had long forgotten, retrieved it and placed it on her ring finger. This pair of wedding bands, which she had chosen, was simple in design yet rich in meaning. She had once cherished the thought of him wearing it, but now it seemed rather ordinary, merely a commonplace ring. In Chapter 121, Gu Xiqing's wedding ring was mentioned. Although she could forego wearing it on ordinary days, in such a significant setting, it felt appropriate for her as his wife to don the ring. After a lengthy absence, she was wearing the wedding band again, and the sight of it on her finger felt strangely awkward. If you don't like it, we can customize a pair of rings you prefer, Lin Qing remarked, noticing her frown and mistakenly assuming her discontent. He remained oblivious to who had purchased and prepared these wedding rings. How could I not like it? Gu Xiqing mused, gently stroking the ring on her finger. Her gaze lowered to conceal the tumult of emotions hidden beneath her lashes. I had to plead with Assistant Wu for quite some time to acquire your ring size. This was a selection I pondered over for ages. Yet, it felt as if the fragments of a shattered mirror could not be mended, no matter how advanced the repair techniques. These scars were embedded within her, akin to veins concealed beneath the skin, seemingly healed, yet omnipresent. She and Lin Qing existed in this state of being. Gu Xiqing was unaware that Lin Qing felt a sharp pang in his heart, although she stood before him. She felt infinitely distant. She looped her arm through his, her eyes sparkling with brilliance, masking any signs of sorrow or regret. Let us go. All right, Lin Qing replied, uncertain of what to say, his thoughts in disarray. The wedding ring was hers, yet she chose not to wear it. She had reiterated, time and again, that her love for him had faded. Should he relent, should he sign the divorce papers, she would turn and walk away, without hesitation. No. He could not let her go. Xiao Chen and Xiao Nian represented the Xiao family at the mid-autumn banquet. Upon their arrival, they were escorted to the banquet venue by the staff. Dai Qian's car followed closely behind Xiao Chen's. As soon as he alighted, she too exited her vehicle. Clad in an elegant black gown, her hair was styled in an updo, with a few strands delicately framing her face. Standing there, she resembled a proud and beautiful black swan, utterly captivating. Even the most charming young gentleman, accustomed to the company of beautiful women, cannot help but squint in her presence. Dai Qian relishes the gaze of these admirers. Her relentless efforts to maintain her figure and beauty are all in pursuit of a day when every eye is fixed upon her. She enters the reception vehicle. En route to the banquet venue, her assistant has taken the liberty of informing the butler at the Lin family estate that Dai Qian will be staying the night, requesting a room to be arranged. Upon receiving the room key, the assistant contacts Dai Qian, saying, Qian, your room is on the second floor. I will come by shortly to show you. Although the assistant is puzzled as to why they would rest at the Lin residence, especially with a filming commitment out of town the following afternoon, they dutifully head to inspect the room, memorizing the route to guide Dai Qian later. Dai Qian hangs up the phone, scanning the crowd for her target. After a thorough search, she fails to spot Gu Xiqing, Lin Qing or Xiao Chen, but instead notices Lin Xiaoran, clad in a striking white strapless gown. Lin Xiaoran is animatedly conversing via video call, exclaiming, "Look, I arranged this flower myself. Isn't it beautiful?" She showcases the magnificent floral arrangement on the table. "And this," pointing to her neck, she boasts, "is the perfect complement to my outfit. This dress was a gift from my sister-in-law." If you knew that there was a sister-in-law who immediately showers her sister-in-law with gifts upon meeting, you would be just as thrilled as I am. As Dai Qian weaves through the throng, she approaches Lin Xiaoran and greets her. "You must be Qingshuan's cousin." Having familiarized herself with the key familial connections within the Lin family, she recognizes that this young woman is the closest sister to Lin Qing. However, upon seeing Dai Qian, Lin Xiaoran's playful demeanor swiftly dissipates. "What cousin? I am his sister," she retorts, annoyed. "Even Qing referred to me simply as sister. How can you be so oblivious? You are the cousin." "I am Dai Qian, Qingshuan's junior at school," Dai Qian responds, enduring the sharpness of Lin Xiaoran's words with a gentle smile, continuing her introduction. Lin Xiaoran, abruptly cutting off her video call, scans the area for Lin Qing, her expression towards Dai Qian growing increasingly frosty. "I heard from my brother's friends that at your graduation party, you had ulterior motives towards him, which ultimately caused my sister-in-law to suffer. Why do you? A mere mistress of a mistress, not content yourself with being a white moonlight in the entertainment industry? Why come to our family to stir up trouble?" Though Lin Xiaoran generally pays little heed to gossip, she cannot escape the incessant chatter of those around her. Just days prior, she was oblivious to such matters until she received a necklace from Gu Xiqing, after which a flood of acquaintances rushed to share the latest gossip, leaving her in a state of astonishment. They questioned why her brother exhibited such different attitudes before and after his marriage. It turned out he was not so foolish as to neglect reviewing the surveillance footage, uncovering the truth of the events. Dai Qian's meticulously crafted visage twitched slightly, her smile nearly faltering. "I am unaware of what Xiqing may have conveyed to you that has led to such a profound misunderstanding between us." Lin Xiaoran crossed her arms defiantly, tilting her head to regard her with disdain, her gaze reminiscent of one surveying a jester crawling at her feet. "The elder sister offered no words, yet I gleaned more from the whispers of your classmates." A contemptuous snort escaped her lips, serving as a warning. "This is the territory of the Lin family, and should you dare to overstep, I shall not be as accommodating as my elder brother. I will unveil your disgraceful secrets, without hesitation." "I do not comprehend your words. My conscience is clear," I declared. Dai Qian, realizing she could not sway the person before her, retracted her smile, her countenance cooling, now imbued with a sharp, detached beauty. "My brother and I are truly in love. He was coerced into marrying Xiqing. Otherwise, we would have long been together openly." "How fitting that you would be a mistress," Lin Xiaoran retorted, spitting in disdain and stepping back, unwilling to taint herself with such filth. "Women like you are common in our family, each proclaiming their love to be genuine. I have yet to encounter a woman who did not claim to be in true love. Their adage is that only those unloved are mistresses. Thankfully, her father loves her mother. She grew up in a loving household. Otherwise, she would have gladly pummeled a mistress at the first sight."
Dai Qian's face darkened. Lin Qiaoran.
"Do you lack manners? Did your parents teach you to defame others?" Lin Xiaoran made a face at her, dismissing the relevance of manners in the presence of someone so detestable. Dai Qian's eyes blazed with fury. Were it not for her facade, she would have yanked Lin Xiaoran's hair and taught her a lesson in decency. Chapter 123. Who is she? Lin Xiaoran was disinclined to continue the conversation. Spotting an acquaintance in the distance, she bypassed Dai Qian with a smile, greeting the other person warmly. In the crowd, Dai Qian seized the cocktail named Tears of a Mermaid, her anger causing her hand to tremble despite her flawless composure. Suppressing her inner fury, she vowed that Lin Xiaoran would receive her comeuppance. Once she became Lin Qingshuan's wife, she would not spare Lin Xiaoran. Tonight promised a grand spectacle for all to witness. If the Lin family could endure this, they were truly magnanimous. The thought of the intriguing events that would unfold that evening caused a flicker of excitement in Dai Qian's eyes, the corners of her mouth barely lifting. As night descended, the banquet began to buzz with life. A specially invited singing group performed an opening dance, followed by the host, who delivered a lengthy introduction before announcing the start of free mingling. True to memory, the entire Lin family gathered for this year's family portrait, a dense assembly of over 100 individuals. "Deputy Gu, or should I say, Mrs. Lin today?" He raised his glass to toast with Gu Xiqing, lowering his cup slightly in deference. "They say you are dedicated. I was skeptical until tonight, witnessing you seize every opportunity." Many present were prominent figures from S City, some indulging in merriment while others sought business prospects. He Ta laughed lightly as Gu Xiqing gently sipped her drink, smiling at her. I wish you a delightful evening. Do come to Tiansheng for tea when you have the chance. He raised his glass, clinking it with hers. Certainly, certainly. After a pleasant exchange, they successfully secured a plot of land, leaving Gu Xiqing in high spirits. She moved to a quieter area to sit down. The first round of dancing had concluded, and the next would commence in 10 minutes. Gu Xiqing set down her glass and walked towards the center of the dance floor. Adorned in a fitted, strapless mermaid gown that elegantly revealed her back, the hem brushed the ground, swaying with each step she took, captivating the attention of those around her. Who is she? Curious glances were exchanged among onlookers. A slightly older gentleman squinted, recognizing her, but unable to place her. Is she from the Du family? He ventured uncertainly. The girls from the Du family were renowned for their beauty, leaving a lasting impression on all who encountered them. He recalled attending the birthday celebration of Old Master Du, where he had seen a family portrait hanging on the wall, along with several young ladies from the Du family, unforgettable in their allure. Which one from the Du family? A younger man pressed on, eager to pursue if she were unattached. Whispers circulated behind her, but Gu Xiqing paid them no mind, continuing her stride toward the dance floor. Chapter 124. A Shared Dance. Many had already found partners on the dance floor, and a gentleman, noticing the solitary Gu Xiqing, approached eagerly, extending his hand. Dear lady, might I have the honor of dancing with you? Gu Xiqing lowered her gaze, offering a gentle smile as she placed her palm in his. I'm sorry, but I already have a partner. Just as his hand made contact, a melodious and refined voice resonated from behind them, prompting the man to look back in confusion. Gu Xiqing turned to see Xiqing, dressed in a white suit, resembling a prince illuminated by the stage lights, making his way toward her. Xiqing, may I have the honor of being your dance partner? He asked, his step steady as he navigated the crowd. Yes, Gu Xiqing replied, captivated by the tenderness in his eyes, and she nodded, placing her hand in his as he led her gracefully to the center of the dance floor. The stage lights enveloped them, creating an enchanting atmosphere akin to a dreamlike forest, where only they existed, accompanied by the sweet melodies in the air. Xiqing held her waist, his heart racing within his chest, as if yearning to break free and rush towards her. On such a beautiful evening, Lin Qing had abandoned her amidst the throngs of people, yet Xiqing's presence brought her solace. Xiqing, you look exquisite tonight. He longed to taste her lips, to possess her entirely, to ensure that she belonged only to him. Feeling the fervor in his tone, Gu Xiqing's heart skipped a beat. A wave of anxiety coursing through her, causing her to falter in her steps. The hem of her gown inadvertently caught the foot of a passerby, sending her tumbling into his embrace. The sound of his heartbeat resonated like thunder in a storm, echoing in her ears as she fell into his arms. Xiqing was instantly parched, his fingers tightly entwined with hers, gripping her hand firmly, while his other hand around her waist tightened its hold, bringing her body flush against him. The fragrant softness of her touch sent his heart racing once again, and in his nervousness, he stammered, "Come with me." In that exquisite moment, he found himself too anxious to articulate his thoughts, instead gazing uneasily into her bright eyes. I lost my train of thought just now, Gu Xiqing said, pressing her hand against his chest to steady herself as she pulled away from his embrace, maintaining a safe distance. Shall we conclude this by sharing a drink? He had been on the verge of losing control, yearning to whisk her away from this place, to escape everything. Thankfully, he managed to rein himself in. The two proceeded to the bar to fetch some wine. The intimate contact they had shared on stage had been captured by a watchful observer and sent to Lin Qing's phone. Just as Lin Qing exited the Lin family conference room, he received a message from an unfamiliar number. Upon opening it, he was greeted with a snapshot of Gu Xiqing and Xiqing locked in a gaze on the dance floor, Xiqing's fervent eyes and Gu Xiqing's slightly flushed cheeks. Gu Xiqing, he mused. She has only been away from me for a brief moment, and she is already eagerly seeking Xiqing? Chapter 125. I am unworthy. The unknown number sent another message moments later, featuring an image of a hotel room door. Though it bore no explicit explanation, the implication was unmistakable given the previous photograph. Lin Qing clenched his phone, remaining silent for a few seconds before hastening to the hotel room floor. Young master. A server carrying a tray of tea exclaimed as he hurried past the banquet area, stepping aside to make way for him. Lin Qing cast him a fleeting glance, downed the drink from the server's tray in one gulp, and continued on his way to the guest rooms. The server, both anxious and fearful, watched him finish the drink, only exhaling in relief once he was out of sight. He wondered why that celebrity had asked him to wait for the young master here, claiming that as long as the young master drank that glass of wine, he would receive a substantial sum of money. Although uncertain of what lay ahead, he hoped it would not be anything detrimental. Meanwhile, Gu Xiqing and Xiqing found a secluded corner, seated on a bench as they gazed at the distant mountains and the starry night sky. Last time I saw you, I didn't get a chance to ask how you have fared during this past year abroad, Xiqing said, glancing at Gu Xiqing. The night breeze gently lifted a few stray strands of hair that hung by her ear, yet it was his heart that stirred with ripples of emotion. You know how it is with me, he replied, his gaze dropping. Unlike Lin Qing and Gu Xiqing, he lacked the privilege of inheriting his family's enterprise after graduation. The authorities still resided with his father. He often accompanied his father to broaden his horizons and learn the intricacies of human relationships. He occasionally thought of her, wondering if she was faring poorly in some corner of the earth, whether she was eating well, though they could not meet. Looking up at the night sky and breathing the air made him feel fortunate, for they were at least under the same starry expanse, inhaling the same air. Gu Xiqing casually plucked a wildflower nearby, gazing at its delicate, white petals. She lowered her eyes, reflecting on Xiao Chen's need to bravely pursue the right girl when the opportunity arises, ensuring he does not miss the chance to meet a worthy partner. Even if her future diverged from Lin Qing, she harbored no desire to inflict pain upon Xiao Chen. Presently, all was tranquil. Lin Qing had no intention of seeking a divorce. Even if litigation were to arise, victory was unattainable without his consent. My beloved stands before me, Xiao Chen mused, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. He finally summoned the courage to declare, I will wait for you, until you are ready to approach me. He vowed to wait eternally for her. Xiao Chen, life is long, and the world beyond is splendid. You should not confine your heart solely to me. Venture forth to discover and seek out a remarkable girl. Do not persist in the manner of your past, fixated on a single individual. Such devotion is unwarranted. The world is vast, teeming with wonder, and beautiful girls are destined to meet even better companions. Xiao Chen met her gaze earnestly, declaring, I wish to safeguard my rose. Whenever she needs me, I shall always be her unwavering support. Gu Xiqing felt unable to meet his sincere, fervent eyes, hastily averting her gaze. You do not deserve to act so for me, she replied. Most importantly, she was not the Gu Xiqing of this world. Should they discover the secret, how would they perceive her? Chapter 126 unfolded as anticipated. Gu Xiqing dared not contemplate the repercussions of her secret being unveiled, fearing the disdainful glances from those she held dear. No one could accept that their closest friend had been so fundamentally altered, even if the essence remained unchanged. Like the rose of the little prince, countless identical blooms existed, yet only one belonged to him, nurtured with his heart. Thus, despite the multitude of similar roses, only that particular blossom was truly his. In that moment, she was herself, yet not herself. You are worthy, Xiao Chen immediately countered. Xiqing, you deserve the very best this world has to offer. Gu Xiqing smiled softly, remaining silent. Even from afar, the sounds of merriment echoed. She and Xiao Chen distanced themselves from the gathering, fearing an encounter with unwelcome circumstances. As the hour grew late, Dai Qian should have already commenced her endeavors. Young madam. A servant rushed to find Gu Xiqing, the very same girl who had delivered her dress the previous day. Young madam, something terrible has happened. The servant exclaimed, hands on her hips, bending over to catch her breath, casting a wary glance at Xiao Chen, unsure of whether to reveal the news. What has occurred? Gu Xiqing urged her to speak plainly. The servant hesitated, her brow furrowed in distress, struggling to find the words, yet eager for Gu Xiqing to know. The young master is in a guest room with a woman. Someone saw him enter, followed closely by a woman in a black dress. An hour has passed, and they have yet to emerge. I grew curious and listened at the door, hearing alarming noises. Considering how good young madam is, I hurried to find someone to inform. After searching extensively, she finally located Gu Xiqing. Gu Xiqing raised an eyebrow in surprise, astonished that Dai Qian's target this time was none other than Lin Qing. Are you certain? She inquired, feigning concern. The attendant nodded vigorously. I am absolutely certain. My sisters and I work at the Lin family estate. And it was one of my sisters who informed me. Gu Xiqing glanced over at the silent Xiao Chen, feeling troubled. I cannot go alone. I should summon Lin Lao and the others to accompany me. If this is indeed true, I will need someone to advocate for me. If fortune smiled upon her and she caught them in the act of infidelity, it would provide the perfect opportunity to stir up a scene and then seek a divorce. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows, turning his gaze toward Gu Xiqing. From her expression, he discerned no sorrow or anxiety, not even the slightest hint of tension. As if all of this was anticipated. No matter what transpires, I shall stand by you, he assured her. Gu Xiqing pressed her lips together and smiled gently. I am fine. Please go and summon Lin Lao and the others. The attendant hesitated. Is it truly necessary to make such a grand spectacle of this? It might end poorly. I will go and see. Gu Gu Xiqing replied, confidently making her way toward the guest room area, with Xiqing closely following. The attendant stood still for a few seconds, then hurriedly sought out Lin Lao and his wife. In one of the guest rooms, the atmosphere was thick with a drug-induced haze that disoriented the senses. Chapter 127. Are you satisfied with this outcome? In a neglected corner, Dai Qian found her hands and feet tightly bound by a dark green tie, her body writhing like an unsettled insect on the ground. Lin Qing, she exclaimed, realizing that the door had been yanked shut from the outside, trapping her within. The effects of the drug gradually began to consume her consciousness. As if she had plunged into boiling oil, the scalding liquids searing her skin. This colorless and tasteless drug, potent in its effects, was a unique concoction prepared for her by a friend studying medicine. A single drop was added to Lin Qing's drink, and a couple of drops were infused into the room essence. By the time she realized something was amiss, it was far too late. Lin Qing was hers to seize. Yet, he had the audacity to Lin Qing. Like a stubborn insect, she struggled toward the tightly shut bathroom door, only managing to inch forward after what felt like an eternity. Her body was rendered immobile. It was unbearably hot, scorching, and dry. Inside the bathroom, Lin Qing's veins bulged as he gripped the edge of the sink, his body engulfed by a feverish blaze that ravaged his rationality. He stared into the mirror at his sweat-drenched visage, distorted by the effects of the drug, and forced a trembling, defiant smile at the corners of his mouth. Do they think such a ploy can ruin me? They underestimate me. Gu Xiqing stood at the door, grasping the handle, taking a deep breath before slowly pushing the door open. As the door creaked ajar, darkness enveloped the room, save for the light spilling from the bathroom. A rustling sound emanated from the bed. I will take a look, Xiqing said, feeling his way along the wall to turn on the light before stepping inside. To his dismay, the large bed revealed no sign of entangled bodies. Involuntarily, I cast my gaze towards the tightly closed bathroom door, my heart racing with anxiety as an inner voice urged me to enter and open the door. Xiqing, unable to find Lin Qing and Dai Qian in the room, looked around in confusion. Inadvertently, he nearly tripped over Dai Qian, who lay unconscious on the floor, her body still trembling.
Qing.
Xiqing called out to Gu Xiqing, hoping she could check on Dai Qian's condition. With Dai Qian dressed so scantily, he was at a loss as to where to place his hands to assist her. Turning back, he noticed Gu Xiqing slowly advancing towards the bathroom. As Gu Xiqing raised her hand, an inexplicable surge of panic gripped her heart. Her trembling hand pressed against the glass of the bathroom door, and she closed her eyes, silently inhaling and exhaling. Is Lin Qing inside? Applying a slight force, she pushed the door open. Lin Qing? Upon entering, she beheld his figure. He stood hunched over before the mirror, gripping the edge of the sink, sweat from the agonizing effects of the medication dampening his shirt. Gu Xiqing's heart quaked uncontrollably, and instinctively, she shut the door and locked it, not wanting anyone outside to witness his vulnerable state. Her legs, betraying her control, moved towards him. Lin Qing. Her outstretched hand hesitated, afraid to make contact. A familiar voice suddenly resonated from behind her. Lin Qing stiffly raised his head, his crimson eyes reflecting her panic. Blood from his mouth dripped down to his neck, staining his pristine, white shirt. Are you satisfied to see me like this? Chapter 128. Go out. Gu Xiqing gazed helplessly at the disheveled Lin Qing, whose blood-soaked, gritted teeth resembled a lone wolf battered from battle, advancing towards her with a broken body. Her vision slowly descended, her mind erupting into a cacophony of chaos, rendering her incapable of thought. She gasped, covering her mouth in shock. A dangerous aura approached, and as she attempted to retreat, her legs felt as though they were encumbered by lead, rooted in place. According to the servant, he had been in this room for an hour. Dai Qian had been tied and discarded outside, while he remained in the bathroom during her entrance. Lin Qing, you. Under the influence of this drug, with an alluring woman outside, he chose to confront the situation alone. Lin Qing placed a hand on her shoulder, summoning his last ounce of strength to pull her close against the wall, gripping her shoulder fiercely. Gu Xiqing. His voice was hoarse, each word a struggle to articulate. Did you not see the fingers you longed for? His grip tightened on her shoulder, the drug still coursing through him, igniting a firestorm within that scorched his very insides, consuming his consciousness and reason. Are you disappointed? His body radiated heat, more intense than ever before. The pain in her shoulder prompted Gu Xiqing to inhale sharply as she met his gradually unfocused gaze, her brow furrowing slightly. Just hold on. The doctor will be here soon. Yet Lin Qing released her, allowing his body to uncontrollably sway to the side. Her demeanor clearly indicated that she was aware something was about to transpire that evening, yet she remained astonishingly composed, seemingly unfazed. Gu Xiqing hurried to support him, preventing him from collapsing directly onto the floor in a rather ungraceful manner. "You go out," Lin Qing urged, grasping her hand and gently prying it away from his arms. "I'm going out," Xiqing replied, flustered as she tidied his disheveled clothing and rose to her feet, casting a worried glance his way. "I will go and summon help." Outside the bathroom door, Xiqing stood waiting. Upon opening the door, Xiqing immediately encountered him, deep in thought with his brows furrowed. "What is it?" she asked, glancing over at the bed, where the dark green ties that had restrained Dai Qian's hands and feet had been removed. She was now tossing and turning on the bed in distress. "It's nothing," Xiqing replied, his gaze drifting past her, filled with concern as he peered into the bathroom. "Is he all right in there? The effects of the drug are quite potent. It will take some time for him to recover." Xiqing sighed in resignation. Dai Qian has once again resorted to her usual methods of administering drugs. It was the same at the graduation party, and tonight is no different. "Madam," called a voice from outside, the attendant's footsteps approaching. "The elder ladies have said to leave this matter in your hands, and that it should not be disclosed to others." The attendant appeared bewildered, cautiously glancing into the room before nodding. "I will fetch Uncle Wang immediately." Before long, the steward arrived with a group of individuals, swiftly and efficiently escorting Lin Qing and Dai Qian to separate rooms. Chapter 129, A Fateful Entanglement. Xiqing stood in the corridor, arms crossed, quietly observing the doctors bustling in and out. Xiqing, standing beside her, noticed her impassive expression and voiced his concern. "If you're tired, perhaps you should rest. I will call for you if there are any updates." In truth, Xiqing slightly parted her lips, her gaze silently fixed on Lin Qing's room. Lowering her eyes, she contemplated that the simplest way to resolve the effects of such a drug was through the most primal form of human communication. Two sparks collided, igniting and extinguishing in the darkness, only to be reborn at dawn. She had no intention of aiding Lin Qing, and he, for his part, refrained from pressuring her as he usually did. This provided ample justification for divorce. Xiqing lifted her skirt and stepped outside, reflecting. "Lin Qing and I are but a fateful entanglement." "Is that so?" Xiqing's gloomy eyes suddenly brightened. "Do you no longer love him?" He had witnessed her chase after Lin Qing, a girl brimming with innocent affection on a sun-drenched day. Her fervent and bold love rendered his feelings insignificant. "Indeed." Xiqing's lips curled into a bittersweet smile, fully aware that Xiqing spoke of her own feelings as well as his. Their youthful love should remain in that beautiful era. Several times, Xiqing opened his mouth to speak, but each time he swallowed his words in vain. Xiqing remained rooted in place, watching as his figure gradually melded into the distant shadows. The banquet venue in the distance remained lively, with young men and women singing and dancing on stage, instruments in hand. The usually imposing executive sat in the audience, earnestly applauding, occasionally leaning in to whisper to those beside them, casting appreciative glances at the individuals on stage. Xiqing stood at a distance, quietly observing for a while. She removed her high heels and walked barefoot on the grass, seeking a tranquil corner where she sat down, gazing at the twinkling stars above. She lingered on the grass for quite some time, until the lights of the banquet dimmed and the crowd dispersed, before she finally rose. Returning to Lin Qing's courtyard, she changed out of her formal attire into casual clothes, took his car keys, and descended the stairs to leave. The foggy roads of S-City at 3 in the morning welcomed her with half-open windows, the cool breeze brushing against her face and heart, keeping Xiqing alert. The car drove all the way to the cemetery in Huannan, where beneath the gravestone lay her mother. Chapter 130. It was not her who embarrassed herself. The neglected gravestone, overgrown with wild grass from a year of disuse, was tended to as Xiqing softly spoke to Du Mingtang, expressing her thoughts about her. She cleared the wildflowers and weeds, wiping the gravestone clean. After half an hour, seeing the polished gravestone in front of her, Xiqing smiled gently, promising to return. The closer she engaged with those she cherished, the more she felt a dissonance with the world around her. With a sigh, Xiqing traversed the graveyard under the moonlight, entered her car, and closed the door, preparing to rest inside. Tonight, it was not she who felt embarrassed. Meanwhile, at the Lin residence after urgent treatment and a sedative, Lin Qing's temperature had finally decreased. Next door, Dai Qian woke up earlier, immediately whisked away by her assistant. In a disheveled apartment in downtown S-City at 5 in the morning, clothes were strewn across the floor. As she rose, Dai Qian went through her morning routine as if the events of the previous night had never transpired. As a dazzling starlet, she was always required to don evening gowns for various gala events, living under the glare of camera flashes. Her skin was like flawless white porcelain, unmarred by any blemish. Perfection was paramount. "I'll be more careful next time," the man shrugged, "but I must admit, you surprised me last night by calling me over." Use it and toss it aside? He raised an eyebrow, a roguish smile dancing on his lips. Who has angered my dear? Dai Qian felt a surge of irritation at the thought of Lin Qing, and under the influence of medication, she found herself powerless against him. She had intended to pin him down but found herself bound and cast aside instead. That was not the end of it. Upon waking in a daze, she was surrounded by a throng of people, Lin family members and a cadre of doctors. Their gazes were filled with derision and disdain, making her feel as if she were in hell, trapped in that place for even a second longer. Lin Qing awoke in his own room, still infused with a sense of festivity, yet the bed was neatly made, devoid of any signs of having been slept in. It must have been an illusion.
He thought he saw Gu Xiqing.
Shaking his head, he got out of bed. In the corner of the wardrobe lay Gu Xiqing's discarded gown, and a ruby necklace rested within a transparent display case. She glanced around, failing to spot her figure. It was still early, and she should be in her room. Descending the stairs, she found the ground floor eerily silent, devoid of any presence. The weather today was rather dismal. The Lin family's ancestral home, situated far from the city and nestled in nature, was shrouded in mist, exuding an air of desolation. A wave of unease surged within Lin Qing as he opened each room downstairs, only to find her absence. Gu Xiqing. She was nowhere outside the courtyard either. At this hour, where could she be? Chapter 131. Last night, you witnessed it all. Each face bore an expression of indifference towards life and death. Even the usually vivacious Lin Xiaoran and her youngest sister, Lin Xiaoma, had shed their smiles. Gu Xiqing swiftly maneuvered her car to the side, wishing to remain unseen by them. The private affairs of the Lin family were not something she wished to entangle herself in. The courtyard belonging to Lin Qing was where his father had resided during his lifetime, isolated at the edge of the Lin family estate to avoid disturbances. Surrounding the courtyard were artificial lakes, rockeries, and bamboo groves, creating a serene environment reminiscent of a modern Chinese-style residence. It was a tranquil haven, undisturbed by the outside world, ideal for contemplation. Setting her car in the adjacent garage, she stepped out and inhaled the crisp, natural air deeply. The chilly weather was perfect for lounging on the sofa and watching television. Where have you been? A suddenly raspy voice startled Gu Xiqing, causing her to instinctively step back, colliding with the car door. Where have you been? Lin Qing, his eyes half closed, scrutinized her with a serious expression. At work, her attire consisted of various stylish shirts paired with skirts, always exuding elegance and charm. When at home, she donned soft, comfortable sleepwear, resembling a delicate peony in a greenhouse. For events, she showcased her figure in fitted gowns. Today, however, she appeared in a black tactical jacket and cargo pants that concealed her skin, a sight he had not previously encountered. I went hiking, Gu Xiqing replied, rubbing her elbow, which had accidentally bumped into something. She observed him, although robust. He now appeared slender. The morning breeze fluttered his loose silk robe, revealing his well-defined chest beneath. Her heart raced suddenly. While many might occasionally attend to their needs privately, witnessing it firsthand in such a context was utterly startling and overwhelming. Swallowing hard, she shyly averted her gaze. Aren't you cold dressed like that on such a chilly day? Even the fleeting hint of shyness did not escape Lin Qing's watchful eyes. Are you concerned for me? He stepped closer, pressing her against the car, looking down at her from his height. Did you see what happened last night? In that moment, his mind had been clouded, holding on to only a fragment of consciousness, mistaking it for a mere illusion. Yet, he felt a surge of annoyance, vexed that she had hoped for his misstep. Yes. Gu Xiqing hesitantly nodded, her gaze flitting away, avoiding his. Such intimacy was something she would rather not have witnessed. I would rather witness him and Dai Qian entwined in a passionate embrace, their affection palpable. After all, I have been accustomed to such scenes in the past. The year following your death, Lin Qing leaned in, his eyes shimmering with brilliance, a subtle smile curving his lips, evoking a hint of self-mockery. His refined and elegant voice whispered in her ear, when I miss you dearly, it manifests like this. His words coursed through her like a current, causing Gu Xiqing to involuntarily shudder, an indescribable shock surging within her. Noticing the unnatural flush on her cheeks, Lin Qing discreetly approached, a playful huff of reproach escaping him. You abandoned me to climb a mountain last night? Chapter 132. Heartless. In such circumstances, she dared to venture into the mountains? Gu Xiqing, how could you be so unfeeling? His heated breath caressed her neck, igniting a ticklish sensation, prompting her to shrink away and deftly escape his embrace. It's splendid that you are well. I shall take a shower and change. With that, she swiftly ascended the stairs, her footsteps light as if gliding. The lingering fragrance of jasmine mingled with the crisp morning air, igniting a yearning in the heart. In the master bedroom's bathroom upstairs, Gu Xiqing swiftly rinsed off and donned a champagne-hued satin slip dress, settling before the mirror to apply her makeup. Though unaware of the meeting taking place at the Lin residence so early in the day, it was likely she would soon encounter old Master Lin and old Madame Lin. Dressing elegantly and adorning herself with exquisite makeup was a mark of respect towards others. After finishing her makeup, she styled her hair into soft waves, cascading down her back like seaweed, and adorned herself with a pearl necklace and dangling pearl earrings. She twirled in front of the mirror, exuding grace and poise, her fair complexion and curvaceous figure presenting an overall vision of perfection. Lin Qing leaned against the doorway of the cloakroom, observing the one inside, as she admired her own beauty. The gentle smile in his eyes resembled ripples created by a stone cast upon a tranquil lake, becoming increasingly pronounced. Awakening suddenly from a nightmare that morning, had it not been for the overly cheerful and strikingly decorated room arranged by his grandmother, he might have believed himself to be in that world devoid of her. Momentarily regaining his composure, he glanced at the empty space beside the bed. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, his heart skipped a beat, apprehensive that she might slip away unnoticed. In S City, there was little to retain her. Those unencumbered by ties are often the first to depart. Hearing the sound of a vehicle, he hurried outside to find her with her eyes closed, inhaling the essence of nature. A mix of exasperation and resignation washed over him. Climbing a mountain? What a feeble excuse. Gu Xiqing caught sight of Lin Qing leaning against the door, his gaze fixed on her with a disconcerting intensity, sending shivers down her spine. Hastily, she draped a coat over herself, wrapping herself snugly. They were deliberating the events of the previous night, considering how to address the situation without causing you distress. Being your family. Observing Gu Xiqing's wary demeanor, he approached her, embracing her from behind, resting his head on her shoulder. His lips parting as he spoke with a tone imbued with vulnerability and grievance. Gu Xiqing, this is the second time I've been drugged. Will you not seek justice for me? Gu Xiqing shuddered, feeling the goosebumps rise on her arms. Lin Qing, behave yourself. Lin Qing's gaze was shadowy as he encircled her slender waist, drawing her into his embrace. I am perfectly normal. As if in punishment, he bit down on her shoulder, leaving a deep imprint of his teeth.
Ouch.
You dog. Gu Xiqing was caught off guard by the sudden bite, the sharp pain in her shoulder causing her to frown as she raised her hand to push his face away. Lin Qing, stop it. Your husband has been drugged. This is a grave matter, and you show no reaction at all? Not satisfied with just one bite, he sank his teeth into her once more. Gu Xiqing attempted to push his face away, but instead, she fell into his trap, her fingers caught in his mouth. Chapter 133. Anger. Lin Qing, you truly are insufferable. Gu Xiqing exclaimed in irritation as Lin Qing nibbled on her finger, observing in the mirror her pained expression as she furrowed her brow, slightly loosening his grip. If you're angry, go confront the one who drugged you. Should she exhibit some reaction? Lose control? Go mad? Weep uncontrollably? The clear bite mark on her fair, pinkish fingers was too conspicuous. He was doing it on purpose. He knew full well that Dai Qian would cause trouble. How could he blame her for not being prepared? Tell me, Lin Qing murmured against her ear, only voicing what he wished to know. Why were you in the dance hall with Xiao Chen? Wasn't I your dance partner? Had it not been for someone posting photographs of her dancing with Xiao Chen, he would not have blindly believed the second image. You weren't even there. Gu Xiqing angrily pried his large hand from her waist. And since when is it solely you as my dance partner? In the dance hall, anyone who is alone seeks a partner. There are no fixed partners.
Oh.
So, any man can dance with you? Lin Qing tightened his grip on her waist, pulling her body flush against his. Do not act irrationally. Lin Qing gazed up with a sorrowful expression, observing the woman he held in his embrace. Her petite figure accentuated by the contrast to his own. He leaned down, gently kissing the nape of her neck, his tone nearly frenzied, filled with possessiveness. Gu Xiqing, your other half can only be me. Your partner in life, in the dance hall, in your career, can only be me. A tingling sensation surged through Gu Xiqing as she raised her hand to push him away. We must go downstairs. Stop fooling around. Did you not go hiking yesterday? Lin Qing grasped her hand, with Xiao Chen, I presume? Thus, she could remain indifferent even if he had been drugged, uncaring of how dire the situation might become. No. Gu Xiqing shook her head resolutely. She had not gone hiking, but rather, visited the cemetery to see Du Mingtang. On this day of familial reunion, she missed her mother dearly. When he was in dire need of help, she was absent, having sneaked away from the old residence under the cover of night. If you insist on thinking that way, I have nothing more to say. Gu Xiqing turned her head in resignation, prying his hand away to escape his embrace and step aside. Nothing more to say? Lin Qing's expression darkened further, his displeasure evident as he furrowed his brow. With a heart burdened by unvoiced resentment, she exhibited an indifferent demeanor, showing neither concern nor explanation, which ignited the already smoldering frustration within him. What did you and he do? The solitary night spent together, a man and a woman, inevitably led him to contemplate other possibilities. Yet, he took a deep breath to suppress his fury, leaning against her, pleading for solace, yearning for her to care for him just a little. Never mind, as long as she remained by his side, he could endure everything else. Chapter 134. Why are there so many questions? Gu Xiqing, where is your heart? Just show me a shred of concern. Despite uttering pitiful words and displaying a wounded expression, Gu Xiqing remained oblivious to his grievances, instead feeling an insurmountable pressure. Why did you leave the banquet with Xiqing? Why didn't you come to find me? Gu Xiqing, in a state of turmoil, looked up, irritated, asking where all his questions were coming from. Lin Qing, upon hearing this, forcefully grasped her chin, compelling her to meet his gaze. Her eyes burned with frustration, clearly displeased by his presence. Gu Xiqing, is your heart made of stone? Your man, your husband, has been schemed against, and you show no concern. His words filled Gu Xiqing with helplessness. She swiftly swatted his hand away, massaging her sore chin. Why should I care? You and her, aren't you mutually affectionate? Isn't tonight as affair better for you? She truly did not care whether he would engage in such acts with Dai Qian under the influence of drugs, even without substances. Hadn't they often been inseparable in the past? What was he complaining about? Gu Xiqing, what is it? Gu Xiqing raised her neck defiantly, meeting his furious gaze. Did I say something wrong? You. Lin Qing, amused by her defiant demeanor, lifted his head and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. You are not wrong. I am the one at fault. With gritted teeth, he left in a huff. Gu Xiqing watched his figure vanish at the door, slightly pouting. Both of them were indeed neurotic. After a discussion regarding last night's incident, Du Mingqing, upon learning of the situation, directed pressure towards the Lin family, which proposed two plans. The second plan considered that Dai Qian is Gu Xiqing's sister, allowing her to decide how to handle the matter. Lin Qing gently tapped his fingers on the table, listening to the proposals on the other end of the line. I'll discuss it with Xiqing, he replied. After hanging up, he turned to the leisurely Gu Xiqing, who was flipping through pages of a book. The choice lies with you. How do you wish to proceed? Gu Xiqing closed her book, pursed her lips into a faint smile, though it did not reach her eyes. Plan 1, you wouldn't mind, would you? She had overheard both proposals during the call, as he had put it on speaker. Dai Qian hadn't anticipated that her attempted deceit would backfire. Had she truly slept with Lin Qing, at least a relationship would have formed, and the repercussions would not have been severe. In elite circles, it was common for men to have multiple affairs outside their marriages, often met with disdainful laughter. Yet she had failed. Gu Xiqing's sardonic demeanor made Lin Qing feel exceedingly uncomfortable. A heavy stone seemed to press upon his heart, suffocating him and making it difficult to breathe. Striding purposefully to her side, he angrily snatched the book from her hands, grasped her wrist, and bit down on the back of her hand, watching as his teeth left an imprint on her skin. Only then did a fraction of his anger dissipate. Lin Qing, you foolishly astounded, gazed at the bite mark on her hand, disbelief etched across her face. What madness had overtaken him? Truly, he was behaving like a dog, nipping at others without provocation. Perhaps he needed a rabies vaccination. Chapter 135. A rabies shot. Lin Qing was quite pleased with his handiwork. Her furious incompetence only elevated his spirits. In his memory, he had always been aloof, cold, and taciturn. How had he devolved into someone who snapped and bit at the slightest disagreement? Lin Qing contemplated, stroking his chin. Perhaps the environmental pollution had taken a toll on him. After all, the incident occurred in a desolate area, and he had inadvertently been infected by a corpse lying on the ground. Gu Xiqing felt a torrent of vitriolic words catch in her throat, leaving her in an uncomfortable predicament. His response to her overtly sarcastic remarks was utterly baffling. What a lunatic! What's wrong? Are you concerned for me? Lin Qing leaned closer, his face inches from hers. Since you worry about my well-being, why not summon a doctor to examine me? Aren't you supposed to have your own personal physician? Gu Xiqing retorted, poking him gently between the brows to push him away. Even private doctors deserve a break. Do you wish for me to become a tyrannical employer? Lin Qingxuan's eyes sparkled with a playful glint as he fixed his gaze upon Gu Xiqing. Faced with his shameless demeanor, she found herself at a loss. It was a miracle she had managed to endure thus far. Have you not slept all night? I spent the entire evening out, and did not rest. The smile on Lin Qingxuan's face faded at an alarming rate, his expression darkening to such an extent that it sent a shiver down Gu Xiqing's spine. She nearly forgot that he harbored suspicions about her spending the night with Xiqing. I visited the cemetery to see my mother yesterday. You may review the surveillance footage along that route. She hastily clarified her whereabouts the previous night to prevent any misunderstandings that could lead to trouble between Xiao Chun and herself. The jealousy that had once flared within Lin Qing was extinguished in an instant. The dark fire in his deep-set eyes transformed into concern. Next time, I will accompany you. Let us discuss that later. I am not you, so do not assume I am like you. Gu Xiqing pouted, scrutinizing him from head to toe. The gloom that enveloped him gave the illusion of fragility, akin to a vulnerable lamb. As fatigue began to envelop her, she stifled a yawn and announced her intent to leave the study. I shall go sleep. You attend to your affairs. After watching her depart, Lin Qing remained silent for a moment before opening his computer and donning his Bluetooth headset. President, the collaboration with Miss Dai has been completely halted. In the secretary's office, Assistant Wu adjusted his Bluetooth headset and poured himself a cup of coffee to invigorate himself. Approaching the floor-to-ceiling window, he gazed out at the towering buildings of City S. Typically softened by the gentle gaze he reserved for Gu Xiqing, his eyes now brimmed with scorn. In her quest for the presidency of the company in City L, she had terminated all prior collaboration contracts. We were now her sole remaining option. Chapter 136, Beneath the Surface of Calm, and What of the Gu family? Lin Qing sat in his study, opening his notebook and adjusting his glasses. Assistant Wu gazed at the plummeting stocks of the Yuanqing group. Silently marveling at Lin Qing's prowess as his superior, his actions were indeed decisive. The Gu family stocks had been in freefall for 2 consecutive days, and it was anticipated that within another 2 days, they would reach the point Lin Qing had predicted. Lin Qing replied with a nonchalant instructing to contact the right people and acquire them at the lowest point. After a brief pause, he inquired, has there been any development on the public opinion front? All the materials have been prepared as per your instructions, Assistant Wu said, scrolling through the explosive documents on his computer. His breath hitching as he widened his eyes at the revelations regarding Gu Hao and Dai Jiao. The Phoenix man was greedy, initially targeting Du Mingtang. However, upon realizing that the Du family could not be easily deceived after winning her over, his true nature emerged. And he met Dai Jiao in a bar during the 2nd year of their marriage. The two hit it off, reveling in the dowry provided by Du Mingtang while simultaneously manipulating her. Only after completely draining her did they disdainfully abandon her at home, waiting for illness to take its toll. Just days after Du Mingtang's death, before the mourning period had even passed, Dai Jiao brazenly moved into the luxurious mansion recently purchased by Gu Hao, along with her 11-year-old daughter, Dai Qian. At that time, Gu Xiqing, merely 10 years old, came to the painful realization of the truth and desperately sought to expel Dai Jiao and Dai Qian. Assistant Wu, covering his mouth in astonishment, meticulously examined the timeline of events marked in the documents, admiring the private detective skills while feeling a pang of sympathy for Gu Xiqing. The usually gentle and resilient Vice President Gu had such a tumultuous childhood. Noticing the prolonged silence from Assistant Wu, Lin Qing furrowed his brow. Wu, after the Mid-Autumn Festival, we will tackle this, starting with Dai Jiao. Lin Qing typed away at his keyboard, his dark eyes glinting with an icy resolve as he prioritized safeguarding Gu Xiqing from these matters. Rest assured, President, even if you do not mention it, I will emphasize this to the media heads, Assistant Wu assured with determination. The president had been devising a plan to uproot the Gu family for a year, and he would not falter at such a critical moment. Lin Qing offered a faint acknowledgement before ending the call. He spent the afternoon engrossed in work until dusk. When an incoming call from Grandma Lin interrupted him, with a voice full of concern, she expressed her worries about the distressing events at home affecting Xiqing, urging him not to be consumed by work but to comfort and spend time with her. I understand, Lin Qing replied, shutting his notebook before exiting the study and proceeding to the hall, where he noted the arrival of the star-rated hotel chef, directing him toward the kitchen.
Grandma.
You needn't worry. Xiqing is a bit upset, but I will take good care of her. With a sigh, Grandma Lin continued, this situation is not entirely your fault. Do not be too hard on yourself. Once you and Xiqing resolve this, come over for dinner tomorrow. It's rare for the whole family to gather. Yet such an embarrassing incident has occurred. The mere thought of it frustrated Grandma Lin, fearing it might upset her health. Understood, Lin Qing said, hanging up the phone and ascending the stairs. He gently pushed open the bedroom door, finding his beloved still lost in slumber. Chapter 137, Evening Moments. He tiptoed to the bedside and sat down, carefully placing his hand on her face, his fingers lightly smoothing the furrowed brow she wore in her dreams. Her skin was as pale as white jade, smooth and fair, and any trace upon it became conspicuously evident. As one's gaze traveled gradually from her furrowed brow downwards, it encountered the elegantly sculpted neck, marked by the imprint of his teeth. The traces he left were not limited to her neck, her collarbone, shoulders, Her entire form bore the silent testament of his possession, quietly announcing to those who coveted her that she belonged to him. A gentle touch on her face ignited a slight itch in Gu Xiqing's skin. As she groggily opened her eyes, she beheld the man before her and rasped. "What is it?" "Look at you," Lin Qing murmured, his fingers resting upon her lips, gently caressing her mouth. The sight of her drowsy and bewildered expression was utterly captivating. Gu Xiqing furrowed her brow and closed her eyes once more, her still sleepy mind taking a moment to discern whether she was ensnared in a dream or embracing reality. "You seem a bit strange." Perhaps it was the backlighting, or perhaps her lingering sleepiness, but the man before her appeared transformed. Despite his sharply defined features, there was an unusual softness to his visage now. Lin Qing leaned closer, propping himself up on the headboard, a playful smile dancing in his eyes as he observed the depth of her confusion. What seemed strange? His handsome features loomed closer, startling Gu Xiqing and causing her heart to race, abruptly shaking her from her stupor. It was evident now that she had been in a state of dreamy disarray. "I must have misjudged." A slight sting from her lips interrupted her as she spoke. The moment she parted her mouth, his lips crashed against hers with fervor, urgent and passionate, as if a wild beast were claiming dominion over her territory. The tempestuous kiss seemed intent on possessing every part of her, their entwined tongues igniting a fervent flame that nearly suffocated her amidst the overwhelming passion. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Qing reluctantly released her just as Gu Xiqing was on the brink of breathlessness. He gazed at her swollen, glistening lips, a satisfied smile gracing his face.
"You lured me in."
Though it was he who had initiated the kiss, he feigned innocence, claiming to be the one ensnared. Gu Xiqing lay on the bed, gasping for fresh air, and upon hearing his words, shot him an exasperated glare, her lips pursed in sarcasm. "Oh, how innocent you are." "Indeed, I am quite innocent." Lin Qing's grin widened as he pressed closer, his body aligning with hers. He took her hand and placed it atop his head, imploring, "Xiqing, soothe my wounded heart. You are utterly heartless." Lin Qing's brows drooped in mock sorrow as he lifted his head to look at her, feigning injury. "Are you truly going to cast me aside once you're done?"
"Done?"
Gu Xiqing blinked in confusion, her eyes locking onto his. Suddenly, a realization struck her, and her face flushed crimson. "Lin Qing, you pervert." His words were nothing short of scandalous. Lin Qing's laughter rose in pitch, teasing her as he rubbed her flushed cheeks. "Doesn't Xiqing enjoy it? Her body has always been honest with me," revealing her delight. "Lin Qing, be quiet." Gu Xiqing's face burned with embarrassment, her hands hurriedly covering his mouth to prevent him from uttering anything more shameful. Chapter 138. Lin Qing, you are revolting. Lin Qing's eyes glimmered mischievously, the laughter on his face uncontainable, and he took the opportunity to peck the palm of her hand. Lin Qing frowned tightly, his lips twitching in disdain as he gazed at her. "You are utterly repulsive. Which domineering CEO novel did you learn this from? You were never like this before." "Repulsive? Your previous demeanor hardly supports that claim," Lin Qing replied, his voice laced with sadness as he lowered his gaze, grasping her wrist gently. Their fingers intertwined, a delicate yet firm connection, evoking a sense of helplessness that might lead one to believe he was the victim in this scenario. Gu Xiqing turned her head away, her expression one of utter disillusionment. Her body still ached, and every slight movement sent waves of discomfort coursing through her. Despite her silence, it was he who seemed to feel aggrieved. Observing her helplessness, Lin Qing felt a surge of joy. "Are you hungry?" he asked with concern. "Shall we go downstairs together? Or would you prefer I bring it to you?" Gu Xiqing attempted to rise with all her might, but found herself lacking strength. In frustration, she mumbled, "I will report you." Lin Qing chuckled softly, raising his hand in a mock vow to appease her. "I shall heed your wishes and be gentler from now on. Do you not believe me?" He arched an eyebrow playfully. Without hesitation, Gu Xiqing rolled her eyes dramatically. "Your trustworthiness with me is in the negative." "Would he truly be gentle?" "Not a chance."
"Is that so?"
Lin Qing feigned hurt upon hearing her words. "If my credibility is negative, then who holds the highest regard in your heart?" "That would undoubtedly be Xiang. She has always been first in my esteem. As for Xiqing, he stands next in line, having grown up alongside me through thick and thin," she replied, dismissing the need for further conversation with him. After another attempt at rising, Gu Xiqing finally managed to lift herself from the bed. "Do not push yourself. Take some time to rest," Lin Qing urged, his eyes filled with concern for her struggle. "Who do you think I am doing this for?" Gu Xiqing huffed. No one could match his stamina. He had been relentless from morning till afternoon. Her body could hardly withstand such exertion. "I shall apply some ointment for you if you permit," he suggested, then stood to head downstairs to the study. Though Gu Xiqing was about to protest, he had already long strides away. In the study, he found a bottle of topical ointment that had been delivered by Qiao Sun for her use. He had just spoken with his grandmother and forgotten to bring it up. Retrieving the ointment, he returned upstairs and settled beside her, gently patting the space next to him. Come lie down. Let me apply it for you. Gu Xiqing reluctantly scooted closer to him. The ointment was slightly cool as Lin Qing twisted off the cap, his fingers gathering the milky substance. As he applied it to the bite marks on her neck, Gu Xiqing shivered involuntarily from the soothing sensation. It will feel better shortly, he reassured her softly, methodically spreading the ointment over her shoulder. Gu Xiqing bit her lip, allowing him to tend to her, her cheeks flushing deeper with each passing moment. I can handle the rest myself, she insisted, snatching the ointment from his grasp. Chapter 139. The Weasel pays a New Year's visit to the chicken. Lin Qing observed her, unable to suppress a smile as he lowered his head, a subtle grin playing on his lips. I believe your hands have yet to reach the point where they can wander freely across your back.
With that,
he took the ointment from her grasp and continued to apply it. Outside the window, under the clear sky, a sun shower began, with raindrops cascading to the ground, mingling with sunlight to create beautiful flowers adorned with tiny rainbows. Then you may proceed, Gu Xiqing mused, tilting her head in contemplation, realizing her limitations. She pouted slightly, lying on the bed as his gentle hands caressed her back. This rainy day was perfect for brewing a pot of tea while listening to music. Drowsiness gradually enveloped her, her eyelids growing heavy. Lin Qing, hearing the rhythmic patter of rain, methodically spread the remaining ointment on her arm. Are you tired? He asked, observing her sleepy demeanor with a soft chuckle. Gu Xiqing rested her hands on her face, reluctant to speak. All right, he murmured, pecking her lips gently, his voice tender as if it were a figment of her imagination. If you're weary, you should take a nap. As her eyelids grew increasingly heavy and her vision blurred, a cool breeze wafted in, inviting her to succumb to her drowsiness. Lin Qing's eyes sparkled with mirth. I shall go downstairs for a moment. With that, he turned and departed, his steps light, his spirits evidently high. Gu Xiqing yawned and soon drifted into slumber. Downstairs. Lin Qing first headed to the study. Upon retrieving his phone from the drawer, he was met with an alarming 99 missed calls, accompanied by several notifications of unfamiliar numbers. Among them were calls from executives of partner companies and others that were clearly harassing in nature. The incessant stream of nuisance calls and messages caused Lin Qing's brow to furrow in concern. Meanwhile, Assistant Wu, busy in the Tianjin CEO's office, was also inundated with harassment calls, and the official website had nearly been breached. Is this the power of fandom? Assistant Wu wondered in shock, hastily contacting the technical department to bolster the firewall and trace the IP addresses. Such audacity to breach Tianjin's network would necessitate a stern lesson. Capture them all. Lin Qing declared, his fingers tapping the desk, an icy determination in his gaze. Assistant Wu. The technical team is already tracking the IP addresses, he reported. Very well. Lin Qing replied, disconnecting the call and leaving the study. The head chef was diligently occupied in the kitchen, while other chefs assisted by washing, chopping, and serving dishes. Mr. Lin, the head chef greeted promptly upon seeing him. Lin Qing approached the dining table and sampled a spoonful of fish soup, finding the balance of sourness and spiciness delightful. Satisfied, he exchanged glances with the other chefs, who resumed their tasks. Lin Qing ladled a bowl of the exquisite fish soup and carefully plated each dish before ascending the stairs. As he approached the master bedroom, the door sensed his presence and opened automatically. Upon entering, he noticed Gu Xiqing, having just awakened, leaning against the wall en route to the bathroom. Seeing her in such a state, exuding a mix of irritation and vulnerability, he couldn't help but chuckle. Shall I assist you? No need, she replied with a smile that did not quite reach her eyes, wary of his intentions. Who knows what kind of help you mean, she thought, feeling as though he had nearly broken her back. Without further ado, Lin Qing walked over, scooped her up effortlessly, and carried her towards the bathroom, placing her gently on the sink. Let me help you after all. She squeezed toothpaste onto the electric toothbrush and handed it to him. Gu Xiqing gazed at the electric toothbrush, casting a resentful glance his way, akin to a weasel wishing a chicken well. Lin Qing acknowledged his ill intentions. Perhaps he would devour her entirely in the next moment. Chapter 140. Why should she? Why should she? She could only lower her head like an ostrich, diligently brushing her teeth. Lin Qing gently caressed her head, his fingers weaving through her hair, cradling it in his palm. His gaze tender as if he were cherishing a precious treasure. After a while, he turned to fill the bathtub with warm water. You go ahead and attend to your own matters. I can manage on my own. Gu Xiqing observed his busy figure through the mirror, preparing water and a bathrobe. Fatigue etching her brow. His excessive attentiveness surely concealed some ulterior motive. Cautiously descending from the countertop, she picked up a rinsing cup to fill with water, swishing the foamy toothpaste in her mouth before spitting it out. Once done, noticing his continued indifference, she frowned in displeasure and leaned against the side. Lin Qing, don't you have anything better to do? Day after day, it was rare to see him occupied. Perhaps a financial crisis would compel him to be busy again? Wasn't he once inundated with work? Today as online meeting, tomorrow as offline project signing, and the day after an overseas business trip. Why was he so leisurely now? Lin Qing, hearing her disgruntled tone, calmly placed flower petals on the water as surface, dipping a finger in to check the temperature, finding it just right.
No.
Gu Xiqing replied instinctively, resolutely declining. Of course, her refusal was futile. Late at night, after a day filled with turmoil, Gu Xiqing had no desire to move. After dinner, she nestled into the sofa, perusing the PPT sent by a Jia regarding work matters. Sister, the latest internal news. Dai Qian's works have all been removed, and all endorsements were terminated today. A Jia, while browsing various endorsement websites, exclaimed in shock, Sister, has something happened? A star in her prime, suddenly stripped of all endorsements in a single day, her projects from childhood now entirely removed. Her fans flocked to various websites, protesting on her behalf, only to have their accounts banned. At Lin Qing Media in City L, a sudden cacophony erupted in Dai Qian's office. Why should she? Why should she? Dai Qian's eyes reddened as she frantically paced, the flames of her fury intensifying. Grabbing a pen holder from her desk, she hurled it at the glass bookcase. Ah. Gu Xiqing should have followed me like a dog, eating my leftovers. Why are my works being taken down? Picking up her phone from the floor, trembling and biting her finger, she opened her contacts and dialed Lin Qing's number. On the third attempt, the call connected. Qingxian, please help me. As the call connected, tears streamed down Dai Qian's face, feeling utterly helpless as she sat on the carpet, surveying the chaos in her office. I'm about to start filming, yet Director Li replaced me. All my endorsements and works have been removed today. Wowu, Qingxian. I am utterly bewildered by last night's events. There must be a misunderstanding. Do you not trust me? Chapter 141. Lin Qingxian was meant to be with Dai Qian. Dai Qian wept inconsolably, her low sobs articulating the circumstances of the day. Lin Qingxian ascended the stairs with a steaming cup of coffee, pushed open the bedroom door, and approached Gu Xiqing, offering her the coffee. What transpired last night was not my doing. I love you, and I would never do such a thing to you. You must believe me. The phone crackled with Dai Qian's tearful explanations as Lin Qingxian gently lifted Gu Xiqing onto his lap, reclining comfortably on the sofa, allowing her to rest against him. The moon, rounder than last night, illuminated the evening sky even more beautifully. Qingxian, are you still there? After what felt like an eternity, without hearing Lin Qingxian's voice, Dai Qian wiped her tears, clinging to hope as she cautiously inquired, Qingxian, you'll help me. One to you? I have no one else, only you. The Yuansheng Group had been on a downward spiral since last year, surviving solely on her connections within the entertainment industry. Now, faced with sudden banishment, with the Gu family proving unreliable and others in the circle shunning her, Lin Qingxian was her only lifeline. This banishment must have been instigated by Gu Xiqing, manipulating the elders of the Lin family. If only Lin Qingxian would speak on her behalf, everything would return to normal. It must. He had always treated her with kindness, hadn't he? Always accommodating. He would assist her in times of trouble. Surely, he would help her this time as well. Do not panic. Grandfather and the others are merely upset. In a couple of days, their anger will subside, and all will be well. Lin Qingxian lowered his gaze, playing with Gu Xiqing's hair. As she opened the game and logged in, someone immediately sought to team up with her, prompting him to snatch her phone away in displeasure. Lin Qingxian held the phone high above his head, a smug smile gracing his lips, as he claimed it for himself. Dai Qian felt a wave of calm wash over her at Lin Qingxian's reassurance, but the next moment, she heard Gu Xiqing's voice. It struck her like a bolt of lightning from the heavens, shattering her fragile defenses and mocking her mercilessly. Qingxian. The call was disconnected. Lin Qingxian was hers. He was meant to be her man. From the moment she learned he was the eldest grandson of the Lin family, she had plotted to draw near him, immersing herself in their social circle and sharing countless experiences together. Could he not see that her heart was filled with him? Was it because of that incident at the graduation gala that he turned his back on her? Damn Gu Xiqing. Why did she not perish on the wedding day? It was all your fault. Dialing Dai Jiao, she lamented. Didn't my mother assist you enough? Now you blame her? Why not hold your friend accountable? Chapter 142. So close. Just a hair's breadth away. You dare to blame me now? I once suggested that while she was still young, she should be sent away. Perhaps abroad, where chaos reigns and a moment's misstep could lead to her disappearance. Who would be to blame? You dismissed my concerns, saying that a mere girl could not stir up any trouble. Yet here we are. She has stolen the man I cherish. As Dai Qian recalled her recent phone call with Lin Qing, only to be met with Gu Xiqing's voice, she felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation wash over her. Akin to a jester frantically pacing the stage, only to be toyed with by others. It was revolting, so revolting it made her want to retch. In her fury, she nearly ground her teeth to dust, wreaking havoc in her office. Lin Qing is the son of Lin Mahua, a man whose standing in the Lin family is unparalleled. For nearly 2 decades, he has forged the family's substantial influence. She nearly screamed into the phone, proclaiming that his son would one day lead the Lin family. I was destined to be his wife, just a hair's breadth away from that reality. Lin Qing is a responsible man. He would not abandon me. Had I succeeded on graduation night, everything would have been different. It was Gu Xiqing who ruined it all. With the backing of her uncle, Gu Xiqing had the audacity to confront the Lin family, demanding marriage with the Du family in tow, and to everyone's astonishment, the Lin family acquiesced to this absurdity. Before the wedding, Lin Qing was not the man he has become. Not long after, he showed her the surveillance footage from that fateful night, revealing that he was aware of the truth. Mother, I cannot afford to lose like this, she thought in despair. How could they conspire to silence her? After years of striving in the entertainment industry, to think it might all come to naught because of Gu Xiqing. Dai Jiao was in the car with Gu Hao, en route to the airport, when she heard the frantic cries on the phone and turned to Gu Hao for help. Gu Hao's expression darkened as he snatched the phone and hung up. Are you going to act recklessly along with her? Do you even understand the stakes at the Lin family? If she dares to confront Lin Qing, we could all be dragged down with her. A year ago, many subsidiaries of Yuansheng Group collapsed one after another. Long-term partners and suppliers severed ties, leaving Yuansheng in a precarious state. Gu Xiqing's marriage to Lin Qing was supposed to be a lifeline. If she merely informed him of Yuansheng's plight, he could revitalize the company, perhaps even better than before. Yet, that foolish girl, during her honeymoon, absconded abroad, severing all connections. Upon her return, she did not extend a hand to Yuansheng, showing utter disregard for her father. Brother Hao, that is your daughter. Dai Qian lamented, realizing her acting career was on the brink of collapse, while Gu Hao, now a father, only contemplated fleeing abroad with his funds. Dai Jiao looked at him with anguish. How can you be so heartless? If you truly care for her, get out of the car now. Gu Hao pulled over, reaching across her to open the passenger door. Go, and embarrass yourself with her. The Lin family was clearly enraged and demanded an explanation. What did Dai Qian's career mean in the face of this? If this did not quell their fury, his company would face dire consequences. Brother Hao, Dai Jiao could hardly believe that after so many years by his side, he could so callously abandon her and their daughter in a moment of crisis. The repercussions of this situation are entirely your doing. While I toil outside to provide for our family, you choose to teach her such values at home. Now that trouble has arisen, you come seeking familial assistance?
Humph.
Chapter 143, like a swarm of locusts. Are you implying that all of this is my fault? Upon hearing this, Dai Jiao glared at him in fury. You earn a living outside, but what about Qian? She has been working in the industry since childhood, enduring the hardships of being a child star. Do you not comprehend this? As a father, what support have you offered her? And now you dare to accuse me? With that, she angrily exited the vehicle. This is all Gu Xiqing's doing. She cannot simply accompany Gu Hao abroad. She must remain behind to confront Gu Xiqing and ensure she pays the price. You may leave. I will stay here with Qian. This matter cannot be brushed aside so easily. Since Gu Xiqing intends to ruin her daughter's career, she will not let Gu Xiqing escape unscathed. Seated by the window, Gu Xiqing, wearing Bluetooth headphones, quietly discussed the upcoming matters with Ajia. Sister, are you unwell? In just half an hour. Ajia had already heard Gu Xiqing sneeze several times. Gu Xiqing raised her hand to rub her nose. It must be someone cursing me. Indeed, Ajia chuckled softly. At this moment, sister, you are likely being maligned by countless mindless fans who cannot think for themselves. Haha. Gu Xiqing leaned back against the soft chair, sipping her vanilla coffee. A frost gradually formed in her eyes. Let them curse. Their idol is about to fall from grace. She had anticipated a repeat of past humiliations at the ball, but unexpectedly, a more severe blow was dealt, poisoning Lin Qing. Now, what a splendid outcome. She has been publicly shamed right on the Lin family's territory, sparing her the need to ensnare them. The Lin family will strike, leaving no blade of grass behind. In this profit-driven entertainment industry, who would dare to support Dai Qian? But will the president truly remain indifferent? A Jia muttered with concern, recalling that in L City, the executive president is still Dai Qian. I shall not meddle in matters between her and Dai Qian. Gu Xiqing scrolled through her organized documents, focusing on Yuan Sheng in the coming days to secure a swift acquisition. Sister, many are keeping an eye on Yuan Sheng. A Jia stifled a yawn, fearing Gu Xiqing would notice his fatigue. He shook his head to dispel the drowsiness. It seems someone wishes to seize the opportunity to acquire Yuan Sheng's stock at its lowest point. Do you know who it is? Gu Xiqing frowned. Aside from her, who else would be so invested in Yuan Sheng's future? It is evident to anyone with discernment that Yuan Sheng has fallen into decline, reduced to merely a shell. Yuan Sheng is neither too large nor too small, just sufficient for practice. Ajia nodded. I will arrange the itinerary and seek out this individual tomorrow. Chapter 144. Averse to interference. Very well. Gu Xiqing rubbed her eyelids and yawned. It is quite late. You should rest. After concluding her call with Ajia, Gu Xiqing rose, only to find Lin Qing seated on the sofa behind her, engrossed in his work notebook. Is it over? He lifted his gaze. A cold and piercing look directed towards her, prompting Gu Xiqing to respond with a soft hum. They were to set sail together the following day, and he suggested she retire for the night. Lin Qing adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, casting a glance at the adjacent bed. I shall join you shortly. He was burdened with a troublesome list that could not be resolved online. It necessitated a personal visit abroad for face-to-face discussions. Gu Xiqing was uncertain how much of her previous words he had absorbed. Anxiously, she observed him for a few seconds as he resumed his serious typing. Seemingly engaged in communication with someone of significance, his brows occasionally knitting in concern. She hoped he hadn't overheard. She preferred her matters to remain unintruded upon. Gu Xiqing retreated to the bathroom for a brief wash and changed into a nightgown. She climbed onto the soft, comfortable bed, yet sleep eluded her. The night sky outside was adorned with twinkling stars, while the room remained so silent that their breathing could be distinctly heard. It seemed they were both deliberately steadying their breaths, careful not to disturb one another. Lin Qing closed his notebook, removed his glasses, and pressed his fingers against his brow before heading to the bathroom for a shower. Can't sleep? He embraced her, noticing her restlessness, and gently touched her forehead. It felt a bit warm. Was she unwell? You must have napped too much during the day. Gu Xiqing turned over, her back to him. You should sleep first. When sitting up, she felt drowsy, yet lying down brought her insomnia. Her body craved slumber, while her mind remained alert. If you don't sleep soon, you'll doze off on the cruise tomorrow, Lin Qing softly advised, stroking her hair. Gu Xiqing responded with a muffled hum. Time gradually passed, and drowsiness began to take hold. When she next awakened, two cheerful maidservants stood beside her. Dressed in elegant uniforms, they held a vibrant green dress. Madam, you're awake. One exclaimed. If you do not fancy this one, we have many alternatives. The other maid eagerly gestured towards the opposite side of the room. Gu Xiqing's gaze followed, revealing a rack brimming with dresses of various styles and colors, alongside a plethora of newly delivered gemstone necklaces. The young master said that if you like them, you may keep all of them, the maidservant added. Gu Xiqing couldn't help but twitch her lips. She preferred just this green dress. The young master mentioned you would adore this one, and indeed, he was correct. Furrowing her brow, Gu Xiqing scrutinized the two excited maidservants, curious about what Lin Qing had conveyed to them or how much he had compensated them. It seemed that 2 out of 3 sentences were infused with Lin Qingxuan's name. You may continue with your duties. There's no need to attend to me, she said, rubbing her arms, which were prickling with goosebumps, in an effort to dismiss them. Yet, they gazed at her with bright, expectant eyes, their anticipation making her feel somewhat uneasy. Chapter 145. The conditions of that time. The young master instructed us to ensure you are well cared for today, as you were quite fatigued yesterday. The 2 maidservants showed no signs of leaving. Instead, they eagerly fetched her shoes, their eyes sparkling with hope as they awaited her to wear them. Gu Xiqing wished to urge them aside, insisting she could manage on her own, but the genuine, fervent looks in their eyes rendered her momentarily speechless. As she prepared for her bath, 2 attendants attempted to follow her into the bathroom, but Gu Xiqing firmly blocked the door, stating no need. The attendants, somewhat disheartened, let their faces fall and obediently stood aside. Their eyes were filled with envy as they gazed upon the exquisite gown hanging on the rack and the pile of jade jewelry. After Gu Xiqing finished her ablutions, she selected the jewelry and shoes to complement her dress, and her stomach began to grumble. Madam, are you hungry? One attendant inquired. Gu Xiqing lightly touched her belly and shot her a glance, as if to say, isn't that obvious? The attendants exchanged looks, contemplated for a moment, and then nodded. All right. They descended the stairs together, exchanging playful banter. Gu Xiqing poured herself a glass of water to soothe her throat, gathered her hair up, and made her way to the kitchen to see what food was available. The refrigerator held leftover ingredients from the chef's visit the previous day, and after a quick survey, she decided to prepare a tomato and minced meat pasta for herself. Upon entering the room, she carelessly tossed her suit jacket onto the sofa in the hall, loosened her black striped tie, and retrieved a bottle of water from the fridge, taking a few sips. Then, picking up chopsticks, she walked over to her, deftly picking up the pasta from her plate. This was the very reason the Lin family insisted on Lin Qing marrying Gu Xiqing. The Du family and the Lin family were evenly matched, and Gu Xiqing's mother, Du Mingtang, was the darling of the elder Du, as well as the beloved younger sister of Du Mingqing. Gu Xiqing was determined to marry Lin Qing, regardless of what others said about her. This was her first time seeking the Du family's assistance to leverage their influence for her own benefit. The conditions set forth by the Du family were exceedingly tempting. In this era of rapid technological advancement, if they continued to remain stagnant, they would inevitably be overtaken by emerging competitors. Only by keeping pace with the tides of progress could they hope to endure. The Du family had purchased an island abroad for research and development, contributing 70% of the manpower and resources, while the Lin family only needed to contribute 30% to enjoy the same results as the Du family. The stipulation was that Gu Xiqing must marry Lin Qing, and under any circumstances related to her, her opinions must be sought, ensuring she faced no grievances within the Lin household. Immediately, she contacted her uncle, requesting his assistance to introduce her to the Lin family, thereby exchanging her freedom for a marriage that would bind her. Chapter 146. Unfortunately, Gu Xiqing noticed that he had finished his pasta within a few moments of speaking. She turned her gaze toward the kitchen. Aside from some fresh ingredients, the refrigerator still contained dishes prepared by the chef yesterday. With lunch still some time away, she could cook something more to stave off hunger. I see there are still dishes in the kitchen. Lin Qing followed her gaze toward the fridge. Wait for me. With that, he rolled up his sleeves and, half an hour later, presented a steaming plate of tomato braised ribs at the table. Throughout this time, Gu Xiqing watched him as he chopped and washed vegetables, his movements orderly and methodical, causing ripples of emotion to disturb the calm surface of her heart. If only their beginning had been as simple and beautiful as this. To go to work and return together, to linger in bed on weekend mornings, to steal moments of leisure amidst their busyness. What a pity. Do you not like it? Lin Qing placed a small bowl of white rice before her, and, noticing her lowered gaze, gently inquired, "What do you like? I shall prepare it next time." "I have no particular preferences when it comes to food," Gu Xiqing replied, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips as she shook her head. Lin Qing, seated opposite her, added a piece of rib to her bowl, suggesting, "Why not try this?" The ribs, tender and juicy from the chef's careful preparation the previous night, fell effortlessly from the bone with a single bite. The sweet and tangy essence of the tomatoes had permeated every fiber, alleviating the richness of the meat and leaving behind a delightful fusion of savory and fruity aromas. "It's delightful. The balance of sweet and sour is just right." Lin Qing quietly observed Gu Xiqing as she savored her meal, a gentle smile curving his lips, akin to the soft caress of a spring breeze that warms the heart. Had he truly overlooked so many moments of happiness before? Simply watching her intently engaged in her meal filled his heart with a profound sense of joy, enveloping him in a tender warmth. His gaze was intensely fervent, prompting Gu Xiqing to set down her chopsticks and meet his eyes. "Is something on my face?" she asked. "The corner of your mouth," Lin Qing responded, retrieving a tissue and effortlessly wiping away the tomato stain from her lips. Gu Xiqing gazed into his deep, dark eyes, filled with endless tenderness, and felt her heart spiral into confusion. Hastily, she brushed his hand away, taking a tissue to wipe her mouth. "Thank you, I'm done eating. I'll go clean up now." With that, she fled the scene. Upon returning to her bedroom, she closed the door and leaned against it, feeling her heart race. Gu Xiqing chuckled softly at the irony, but soon tears began to fall, each drop like a pearl rolling down her cheeks, splattering onto the floor. 10 years. 3,600 days and nights of yearning for him. In over 87,000 hours spent orbiting his presence, he was the sole beacon in her otherwise shadowy world. Just the sight of him filled her with strength, enabling her to endure even the most daunting challenges. Despite knowing he despised her uninvited interruptions, she flitted around him like a moth drawn to a flame, heedless of the consequences. At that time, she desperately needed a pillar to cling to, and he was the glimmer of hope that had fortuitously fallen within her reach. Chapter 147. Making Amends for Regrets. It was a daunting task. Staring blankly at the row of dresses and the mountain of jewelry in her room, Gu Xiqing wiped away her tears. I shall live well in the present and accomplish all the things I once wished to share with him, compensating for the madness I embraced for his sake. Perhaps by mending these regrets, she could finally release him from her heart. Swiftly, she changed into a dress, adorned herself with a necklace, bracelet, and ring, and stood before the mirror to check her earrings and back chain. With her seaweed-like waves of hair paired with a translucent makeup look, she exuded an air of elegance and sophistication. As Lin Qing entered, he found her admiring her reflection and, from behind, enveloped her in an embrace, savoring the faint fragrance of jasmine that lingered around her. You look exquisite. Xiqing proudly lifted her chin, gazing at her radiant and elegant reflection in the mirror. Blessed with her mother's exceptional genes, she was undeniably beautiful. Her hand gently caressed the back of his, and with a soft, melodic laugh, she remarked how splendidly the dress complemented her. Let us proceed. Xiqing released his hand, gracefully stepping out of his embrace, and with a light-hearted stride, made her way to the door, aware that her grandmother and others had likely already set off. Moments later, Lin Qing retreated to the cloakroom to change his attire. He exchanged his black shirt for a deep green ensemble that harmonized with Xiqing's dress. After a quick shower, he affixed a silver tie clip to his tie and stood before the mirror for final inspection, satisfied with his appearance. Taking Xiqing's hand, they descended the stairs together. Outside, a driver awaited them by the car. At a certain ferry terminal in S-City, a vessel loomed as grand as a skyscraper, while the parking lot was filled with an array of luxury cars. Not only the Lin family was present, many prominent families, typically unseen in public, had also gathered, including the Du, Xia, Shun, Xiao, and Li families. Xiao Nian immediately spotted Xiqing walking alongside Lin Qing and waved excitedly. Sister Xiqing. Concerned that Xiqing might not hear, she maneuvered through the crowd, bouncing toward her. Sister Xiqing. It's me, Nian. Sister. Xiqing hesitated, taken aback. Was there an agreement? She rifled through her memories and indeed found one. On the day of their graduation photos, Xiao Nian had gifted her flowers, and they had promised to see the cherry blossoms together the following year. Sorry, Xiqing, she said apologetically, biting her lip in regret. I completely forgot. At that time, she had just arrived, her mind in disarray, solely focused on distancing herself from Lin Qing and everyone else in S-City. She had little time to ponder other matters. After all, in her world, she and Xiao Nian had never made such a promise. Chapter 148. The Agreement. It's all right. We can go see this year's first snow. Xiao Nian, not one to hold grudges, handed her a gift she had prepared in advance. I heard from my brother that you would definitely come here today. This is for you, cherry blossoms I picked last year, a gift for my sister. With a beaming smile, she extended the box toward her. Xiqing gazed at the small box in Xiao Nian's hands. Even the glaring sunlight could not compare to the brilliance of her smile. Momentarily entranced, she accepted the box, feeling a surge of energy radiate from it, sweeping away all her worries. While Xiqing was momentarily lost in thought, a few familiar friends approached her, greeting her cheerfully. Xiqing. Lin Qing stood nearby, feeling distinctly uncomfortable, as if he were an outsider, suddenly excluded from their camaraderie. Xiang handed a document to her assistant, exchanging a few words before walking over with Xiao Chun toward Xiqing. Observing her beside Lin Qing, with the sea breeze tousling their hair and skirts, for a fleeting moment, she found Lin Qing somewhat agreeable. If he treated Xiqing well, she could reluctantly accept him. Cherishing emotions for so long, one hopes he recognizes the value of what he has and learns to appreciate the person before him. Xiang gently released Lin Qing's hand and embraced Xiang, the two of them joyously holding onto each other for a considerable time before parting. Xiqing pondered how to convey her thoughts to Xiang and eventually remarked, on the night of the mid-autumn banquet, Dai Qian's attempt to drug Lin Qing failed. Her current predicament is entirely of her own making. Oh wow, Xiang exclaimed, raising her thumb in admiration. As expected of her. To dare set a trap for Lin Qing in his own territory? She's far too impatient. If she intended to employ the same tactics again, she should have chosen a more auspicious day. Last night, Dai Qian did reach out to him for assistance, which might prove helpful. Xiqing was uncertain, yet it mattered little. With the Lin family leading the charge, even if Dai Qian were to make a comeback, she would never regain her former status. She now bore a label that would likely attract many wealthy suitors. Perhaps? Xiang raised an eyebrow, her previously gentle gaze suddenly chilling. Let me tell you, if he helps Dai Qian, I will hire the finest divorce lawyer to represent you. We shall part ways with him. When he was abroad, his devoted demeanor led many to believe he cherished Xiqing deeply, yet now, in light of Dai Qian's troubles, he might extend his assistance to her. Hadn't he already done enough for Dai Qian? Had she saved his life? Then you must ensure you have the best lawyer for me. Gu Xiqing listened, a soft smile gracing her lips as she patted Shen Xiang's hand in a comforting manner. But rest assured, I am well aware. If he wishes to be with Dai Qian, I will not stand in their way. Only then did Shen Xiang feel a sense of relief. Chapter 149. They are my friends, not yours. Xiqing, you look stunning today, Xiao Chen remarked as he approached after observing their conversation. How have the past few days treated you? Gu Xiqing replied, looking at him in confusion. What's the matter?
She nodded, all right.
The day after tomorrow, Lin Qing would be leaving the country, granting her ample personal time. Lin Qing frowned, unable to suppress his irritation any longer. He pulled her from Shen Xiang's side and, with a low voice laced with displeasure, stated, Grandmother, and the others are waiting for us. Who are you? Xiao Nian, having never encountered Lin Qing before, noticed his arm resting possessively around Gu Xiqing's waist, pulling her close, and her expression darkened in anger as she attempted to push his hand away. Why are you hugging my sister? Brother. Who is this man? In her eyes, Gu Xiqing was destined to be her sister-in-law. Though this man was as handsome as her brother, he exuded a frighteningly gloomy aura. Lin Qing tightened his grip around Gu Xiqing's waist as she attempted to remove his hand. Stop being foolish. First, let us find grandmother. You can catch up with her later. Without allowing anyone else to speak, he tugged Gu Xiqing toward the direction of the elderly Lin couple. Lin Qing. Gu Xiqing stumbled slightly as he pulled her along. The height of her heels made it precarious. He often treated others as if they were invisible, only conversing with Gu Xiqing. Because they are my friends, not yours, Gu Xiqing retorted angrily, shaking off his hand and pointing at a tall man in a light-colored shirt amidst the crowd. He is your good friend from your student days. Li Xianjuan and Lin Qing were once known as the twin swords of the prairie during their university days, captivating many youthful beauties when they stood side by side. Together with Dai Qian, the trio frequently attended various club activities and explored the world beyond campus. Upon viewing the travel photos shared by Dai Qian on social media, Lin Qing nearly ground his teeth in frustration. He cast a glance at Li Xianjuan, with whom he had lost contact after graduation. Li Xianjuan, having noticed Lin Qing and Gu Xiqing, swiftly replaced his calm demeanor with a commercially polished smile. Long time no see, he approached, placing a hand on Lin Qing's shoulder, though his eyes gleamed with mischief as they fixated on Gu Xiqing. Oh, is this not that junior who always followed you around? What's her name again? After tilting his head in contemplation, he chuckled excitedly. It's Gu Xiqing, right? Qianqian's sister? The one who spends her days bullying my dear Qianqian. Qianqian has been hiding in the club crying. Had I not discovered it, I would have never known the rift between you sisters was so severe.
Indeed.
Gu Xiqing held no fondness for this individual, rolling her eyes in exasperation. I almost wished I could have put her out of her misery.
Chapter 150. Li Xianjun.
You reek. What is going on here? Li Xianjuan's gaze flitted between Lin Qing and Gu Xiqing, scrutinizing them for a moment before seemingly uncovering an astonishing revelation. He let out a derisive scoff. Lin Qing, you aren't truly with her, are you? Lin Qing removed the hand resting on his shoulder, his expression frosty. It has been a long time. Allow me to introduce you. This is your sister-in-law. I do not wish to hear you utter those words again. Sister-in-law? Li Xianjuan was evidently taken aback, realizing that Lin Qing, who had consistently ignored Gu Xiqing, had indeed married her, displaying a fierce protectiveness. Gu Xiqing, uninterested in engaging in banter, lifted her eyelids slightly, surveying him from head to toe with a look of disdain. Li Xianjuan, you reek.
With that,
she donned a polite smile. You two catch up. I shall take my leave. Wait. Li Xianjuan was momentarily stunned. Gu Xiqing actually accused him of smelling bad? And she intended to walk away? Gu Xiqing, could you repeat that? I've heard that ever since your marriage, you've been utterly bewitched, devoting yourself entirely to Gu Xiqing. What is so special about her? Are you blind to her misdeeds? Not to mention her wrongdoings towards Qianqian. Just consider the troubles she has caused you. As Li Xianjuan observed Lin Qing's expression darkening further, he continued his tirade. You allow her to cling to you like an insufferable pest, and yet you still chose to marry her?
What?
Is our Qianqian not good enough for you? She is exceptional and has feelings for you. Can you not see her heart? Say all your grievances at once. I do not wish to hear them twice. Lin Qing tightened his grip on Li Xianjuan's wrist, nearly crushing it. Gu Xiqing is my wife. I love her. I am aware of her matters. If you still consider me your brother, then rid yourself of that irritating facade. For the first time, Lin Qing perceived the malice from Gu Xiqing's perspective, and the visage of his former good friend from school now twisted into something grotesque and repugnant. The disdain within gradually ascended, prompting him to release her hand. When you meet old Master Li later, please convey a message on my behalf. The application for the Lin family's research project that he submitted has been rejected. Chapter 151. A merchant, driven solely by profit. Rejected? Lin Qing, what do you mean? My elderly father, despite his age, has lowered himself to converse with someone of your generation. How much energy has he expended over the past few months, only for you to declare it a rejection now? Lin Qingshuan's piercing gaze made Li Xianjing shudder. His voice faltered, tinged with guilt. You cannot be so heartless simply because I expressed a few words of concern for Gu Xiqing, can you? Many individuals are vying for this project, and the Li family's qualifications do not meet the minimum standards. Lin Qing turned to glance at Gu Xiqing, who was gradually disappearing into the crowd, then cast a cold glance at Li Xianjing. This matter is unrelated to Gu Xiqing. I am a merchant, and my focus lies solely on profit. Our families have maintained a considerable relationship, have we not? For this project, is it not permissible for outsiders to participate while excluding our family? Li Xianjing was genuinely incensed. Just moments ago, his father had instructed him to inquire about the outcome with Lin Qing, and now he was met with an outright rejection. This project is not solely at my discretion. If you believe my decision was influenced by your earlier remarks, you may inquire with the Du family. Perhaps they will grant you the necessary qualifications. Lin Qing smirked icily, reminding him that Gu Xiqing is the daughter of Du Mingtang. With that, he turned and strode off to pursue Gu Xiqing, leaving Li Xianjing in disarray amidst the winds. Gu Xiqing is indeed tied to the Du family. Du Mingtang, the sister of Du Mingqing, the beloved sister of Du Mingqing, is known as Du Mingtang, the little princess of the Du family. Although she later severed ties with her family, her daughter continues to receive their protection. It dawned on him why Lin Qing would marry Gu Xiqing. It was evidently due to the influence of the Du family behind her. What was left to claim as love? Li Xianjing scoffed, pulling out his phone to call Dai Qian, who was clad in a manner that concealed her identity. Qian, do not worry. With so many people around today, no one will recognize you. I will arrange for you to meet Lin Qing privately tonight. You know him. He has a soft heart and will assist you. Dai Qian covered her mouth, glancing around warily, fearful of being discovered. Ajing, thank you. Everyone else is unwilling to help me and even spreads rumors about me. You know I am not that kind of person, yet everyone listens to Gu Xiqing's one-sided story. She is intent on ruining me. If it weren't for you, I would be at my wit's end. Qian, please do not despair. I will help you. I will surely help you. You mentioned having no opportunity to interact with Lin Qing. I am bringing you to him now. Do not let your thoughts wander. Trust my arrangements. Upon hearing Dai Qian's sobs, Li Xianjing felt a pang in his heart, urging her anxiously. Someone will come to escort you upstairs shortly, leading you to a room. There is a ball tonight, and we will all attend. I will find an excuse to keep Lin Qing here. Can it really be done?
Dai Qian sniffled softly,
her voice filled with a heart-wrenching sense of injustice. Li Xianjing gently soothed her. There is nothing I cannot accomplish. Qian, please believe in me. I shall not allow Gu Xiqing to ruin your future. If she truly intends to destroy your prospects, I will ensure she vanishes into the sea.
Ah, Zhua.
You are truly remarkable. Dai Qian was so moved that tears streamed down her face. The most fortunate event in my life has been meeting you. Without you, I genuinely do not know how I would cope. I never anticipated that she would invite me to the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet only to slander me so cruelly. Chapter 152. Support. Li Xianjue, hearing Dai Qian's desperate sobs, repeatedly offered her gentle reassurances. Yet, the more he comforted her, the harder she cried, compelling him to hang up the phone and seek her out in person. Meanwhile, Gu Xiqing boarded the ferry and spotted Grandma Lin adorned with the necklace she had gifted her, her eyes sparkling with joy and a gentle smile gracing her lips.
Grandma,
come here, she called, as Grandma Lin waved her over warmly, beckoning her to stand by her side. You have faced much indignity these past few days. I have already given that scoundrel Xiqing a piece of my mind this morning, Grandma Lin said, her expression grave as she caressed Gu Xiqing's hand. Please do not take that night's events to heart. The Du family was also on the ferry, should Gu Xiqing lament her grievances before them. All that the Lin family had done would be in vain. I understand, Gu Xiqing replied with a knowing nod, then lowered her gaze, forcing a bittersweet smile. I know that night's incident had nothing to do with Xiqing. I do not blame him. It is merely that my sister would stoop so low as to make a fool of Grandma. You are far too kind-hearted, my dear. How could Dai Qian be your sister? She is nothing but the offspring of a wild woman. As she spoke, Grandma Lin's gaze sharpened, her eyes flashing with fury, wishing she could punish the woman who attempted to tarnish the Lin family's reputation. The Lin family, a prominent lineage, held their honor in the highest regard. Though they rarely communicated, when calamity struck, invoking the names of family members could often avert disaster. If Lin Qing were to be embroiled in a scandal due to Dai Qian, others would also be subject to ridicule and scorn. After all, she and I share the same father. I cannot simply ignore her, Gu Xiqing sighed, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. I have grown accustomed to competing fiercely since childhood. Foolish child, Grandma will stand up for you, Grandma Lin said, gently wiping away Gu Xiqing's tears with her wrinkled hand. You are not alone. You have your grandparents and many others supporting you. The many others certainly referred to the Du family. The day after the banquet, Du Mingcheng warmly inquired about the Lin family. Should they dare to resolve matters privately, their collaboration would also be at risk. When Lin Qing arrived, he found Grandma Lin comforting Gu Xiqing and recalling Li Xianzhua's earlier words. He frowned. He had heard such sentiments countless times. He once shared the same opinion of her as Li Xianzhua, believing her to be a wretched person until he uncovered the truth through his investigations. Approaching Gu Xiqing, he gazed down at her slightly reddened eyes, asking, "Have you been crying? What happened?" Immediately, Grandma Lin shot an angry glare at Lin Qing. Who has troubled dear Xiqing? Grandmother, do not worry. I have already taken care of it. Grasping Gu Xiqing's hand, Lin Qing urged, "Let us retreat to the room. We shall meet later." Lin matriarch yearned to inquire about the recent incident. How audacious it was for someone to provoke the Lin family's granddaughter-in-law, as if disregarding the Lin family entirely. Yet, witnessing Lin Qing hastily leading Gu Xiqing away, she could only stamp her foot in frustration, unable to chase after them. Chapter 153. Allow me to accompany you. Lin Qing led Gu Xiqing away from the throng to a serene restaurant on the upper deck of the ferry. Why are you in tears? He asked, seating her and gently wiping away the traces of sorrow from her eyes. Gu Xiqing sniffled and brushed aside his hand, asserting, "The wind made me tear up. I have not been crying." She had merely allowed a few tears to escape, not weak enough to weep over mere words. Not crying? Lin Qingxuan's lips curled into a smile, the mirth in his gaze deepening. Then what of these tears? Just putting on an act, Gu Xiqing retorted, lifting her chin and delicately dabbing the tear stains with her fingertip. You go about your business. I shall wander. In the past, she had roamed this ferry alone, watching couples dance at the ball, bidding on her favorite orchid at the auction, and enjoying the sea breeze with a drink on deck. Every year, the elite families of S-City hosted such maritime gatherings to maintain connections, ensuring that, beyond the confines of the city, they remained a united family. Let us sit together for a while, Lin Qing insisted, taking her hand. This spot is splendid. A glance upward reveals the vast ocean, while a gaze downward affords a view of the crowd on the deck. He reached out, gently caressing her head. Gu Xiqing, allow me to accompany you. No need, she replied, removing his hand and stepping outside the restaurant. Leaning against the railing, her eyes narrowed as she gazed at the receding dock, her heart heavy. Please, let me be alone for a moment. It was undeniable that for over a year, she had been retreating like a timid turtle, opting to escape rather than confront the root of her troubles. Standing once more on this ferry, the memories she had tried to suppress flooded her mind like refuse, suffocating her. During her time abroad, she had not encountered such overwhelming feelings. Lin Qing furrowed his brow. Observing Gu Xiqing's silhouette for an extended period before parting his lips to speak softly, I will come find you shortly. He intended to catch up with the elders, particularly those from the Li family. The restaurant was yet to open, leaving her alone within its confines. She settled into a window-side corner, supporting her forehead with her hands, closing her eyes in exhaustion. As time trickled by, the harsh sunlight gradually softened into a warm glow, and the restaurant began to buzz with activity. Footsteps approached slowly. Gu Xiqing lifted her head, following the sound. I searched everywhere and thought you might be here, Xiaochen said, sitting down across from her. I encountered Li Xianzhu. Did you meet him? Did he cause you any distress? No. Gu Xiqing shook her head, clarifying that Li Xianzhu had merely exchanged idle banter with her. Li Xianzhong is a rather disturbed individual. I just observed him lurking suspiciously, and I fear he may be up to no good, which is why I sought you out. I am concerned for your safety. Xiaochen recalls a harrowing incident at the swimming pool when he discovered Gu Xiqing. Her hands bound behind her and cloth stuffed in her mouth, floating lifelessly on the water's surface. In that moment, fear gripped him, his legs trembling as he crawled towards the pool, his hands quaking as he pulled her out. Upon hearing her heartbeat, he managed to suppress his tears. Subsequently, Li Xianzhong showed no remorse. He did not even recognize the gravity of his actions. I was fortunate not to drown her, he had said, his anger flaring when he warned Xiaochen that if he did not wish for Gu Xiqing to perish, he should keep a close watch over her, declaring that for every tear he saw from Qianqian, he would retaliate against Gu Xiqing. Listening to Xiao Chen's concerned words, Gu Xiqing offered a gentle smile. Do not worry about me. Li Xianzhong won't harm me now, unless he wishes to jeopardize the future of his entire family. Xiao Chen glanced around, asking, "Where is Lin Qing?" "He is busy," Gu Xiqing replied, signaling a waiter for a glass of juice. Xiao Nian also ordered a drink, her mind troubled by the potential for misfortune. Lin Qing, little Xiqing is just departing the ferry, not far from the shore. I can help you escape. I am genuinely afraid of that lunatic Li Xianzhong. The recent uproar surrounding Dai Qian has garnered widespread attention, making it impossible for them to remain uninformed. Li Xianzhong, as her devoted protector, is capable of committing unthinkable acts for Dai Qian. He fears for Gu Xiqing's safety amidst this turmoil. It remains uncertain whether Lin Qing is aware of what Li Xianzhong has done to Gu Xiqing. If he is complicit, she is in grave danger amongst such a crowd tonight. Everything will be fine. We are adults now, not children. We must consider the consequences of our actions, Gu Xiqing assured him, placing her hand atop his to soothe his troubled thoughts. Moreover, you and Xinxiang are here, and Xie Yi will also be present tonight. With you all around, how could anything happen to me? Little Xiqing, Xiao Chen grasped her hand in return, his outward composure betraying an inner turmoil that made his hand tremble. Opportunities for such physical contact were exceedingly rare, especially now that she is married. He could merely observe her from afar, wishing her the happiness she seeks. I cannot bear the thought of you being harmed. Xinxiang, Nian, and all of us do not wish for any harm to come to you. Let us leave together. They had little interest in this very day trip. Their presence here solely due to Gu Xiqing. The passengers were seasoned schemers, who could tell if their smiles were genuine or if they concealed daggers behind their backs. Shall we depart together? Xiao Chen's eyes shimmered with earnest emotion, and for a fleeting moment, Gu Xiqing wavered, realizing she, too, wished to leave this place. Just as she was about to respond, Lin Qing entered the dining hall. The moment he stepped in, his gaze immediately fell upon their entwined hands, and the warmth in his eyes swiftly turned to ice. Beneath the glaring sun, Xiao Chen felt an inexplicable chill penetrate his bones. As he turned, he beheld Lin Qing approaching with a somber expression. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on Gu Xiqing's hand, unwilling to let go. His previous weakness, which had prevented him from seizing the opportunity to stop the wedding, had led to Gu Xiqing's failed escape, and now he was filled with regret. He simply could not relinquish her. Strangely, a surge of courage welled within him, emboldening him to meet Lin Qing's frost-laden gaze. For a fleeting moment, the atmosphere grew heavy with silence, neither party uttering a word. Lin Qing furrowed his brow, questioning, "Aren't you going to explain?" Gu Xiqing, with a clear conscience, replied, "I was merely reminiscing with Aiken." "Reminiscing?" Lin Qing scoffed lightly, raising an eyebrow toward Xiao Chen. "You too are reminiscing?" Chapter 155. The Grudge, with Li Xianzhua. "Xiqing, consider moving in with Nian," Xiao Chen said, suppressing his dry lips as he stood reluctantly, gazing deeply at Gu Xiqing, as if attempting to engrave her into his very soul. "I live next door to Nian, and I can assist you at a moment's notice."
All right.
"I'll think about it," Gu Xiqing nodded, smiling as she watched him depart the dining hall. Lin Qing seated himself across from her, his brow knitted, his eyes glinting with an intimidating frost. What sort of nostalgic exchange necessitates handholding? And why must you contemplate residing in Xiao Nian's room? Are you implying that I might devour you? Gu Xiqing, I am your husband. Shouldn't you consider my feelings and maintain distance from your admirers? She was acutely aware of Xiao Chen's affection for her, his unwavering love, and his decision to remain unmarried for her sake. Yet, she did not repudiate his advances. In response to his barrage of inquiries, Gu Xiqing felt a weary heaviness settle upon her. With her gaze lowered, her emotions were a placid sea, and she wearily murmured, "I never complained when you were so closely entwined with Dai Qian." At that moment, Gu Xiqing began to suspect that she had been bewitched, repeatedly numbing her own senses. Was love truly a poison? Her words struck Lin Qing like a poisoned dagger, piercing his heart and churning the very flesh within, causing a sudden and profound anguish. "They are concerned that Li Xianzhua may take drastic actions against me, which is why they wish for me to join them." Gu Xiqing inhaled deeply, her tone measured as she elucidated, "I have had many grievances with Li Xianzhua in the past, though you likely remain unaware. Given how busy you were when Tiansheng was first established, what transpired between you two?" Lin Qing's countenance darkened as he scrutinized her. "What is it that I do not know?" "Personal grievances," Gu Xiqing replied, massaging her temples as she gazed out at the azure sky. "It is a matter of the past. There is no need for you to be informed." "Why is it not necessary?" A fierce fire blazed within Lin Qing's chest, threatening to consume his reason entirely. He had prided himself on his perceptiveness, only to realize too late that he had been deceived by Dai Qian's facade. The one blinded and deluded was he. The memory of his helpful, sunny friend now seemed to bear a mask, as today's encounter starkly contrasted with the past. Now she revealed that she had once harbored grievances with Li Xianzhu. In her memories, Gu Xiqing recalled that Li Xianzhu had often complained about her, yet they had never directly interacted. How could there be any lingering grievances? What was it that he remained oblivious to? It seemed unnecessary. Gu Xiqing languidly stifled a yawn. Arms crossed, gazing at him. Have you finished your tasks? Perhaps you should take a break? Gu Xiqing, I must understand what transpired between you and Li Xianzhu. Lin Qing's intuition insisted that it was not a mere triviality. He had to know. If Gu Xiqing remained silent, he would seek out Li Xianzhu. It's nothing really, just several close encounters with death at his hands, Gu Xiqing replied nonchalantly, downplaying the severity. Of course, as long as I survived, once I healed, I could join Xiang in confronting Dai Qian. On the surface, everyone appeared to be model students, with many matters never escalating to the forefront. Being the student council president afforded her ample opportunities to make things difficult for Dai Qian. Open and covert conflicts often resulted in immediate retaliation. This is between him and me. Close to dying at his hands? Lin Qing's forehead twitched, doubt clouding his ears. What exactly happened between you two?
What did she mean by that?
What had Li Xianzhu done to her? Perhaps he found me bothersome, always interrupting you, and had a poor attitude towards Dai Qian. Displaying the traits of a ruthless bully, often rallying Xiang and others to gang up on her. So Gu Xiqing simply waved her hand, suggesting it was merely about seeking revenge for her friends. Gu Xiqing was not wrong. From Lin Qingxuan's perspective, she consistently led a group of people, brazenly seeking out Dai Qian, even intruding into classrooms to drag her out for a beating. With Du Mingqing backing her, the school only offered verbal reprimands. So, what happened between you two? Lin Qingxian was disinterested in the school's affairs concerning her and Dai Qian. What he had witnessed did not necessarily reflect the truth. He merely wished to understand what Li Xianzhu had done to her that caused Xiao Chun and Xiang to react so nervously in his presence. She did not require anyone's assistance. If Li Xianzhu dared to lay a hand on her, the repercussions would extend far beyond mere schoolyard squabbles. They would entail the downfall of the Li family. After all, none of them were children anymore. And she was no longer that pitiable girl who once sheltered under the Gu family's roof. Setting aside the Lin family, the ferry was not solely occupied by the Li family. It also carried the Shen, Xia, and Xiao families, all of whom had close ties to her. The Du family was also involved. This was an annual gathering of city's elite, where the true power brokers of the city converged. If Li Xianzhu was truly so foolish, entrusting the Li family to him would be both tragic and lamentable. Seeing Gu Xiqing's impassive expression and her reluctance to confide in him, Lin Qingxian felt a pang of sorrow. Gu Xiqing, do you not trust me? The past is resolved and has concluded. It has nothing to do with you. You are my wife, my beloved. The words lodged painfully in Lin Qingxuan's throat, rendering him speechless. His face flushed. After a pause, his voice became hoarse, laced with barely concealed anger. How could it be unrelated to me? Gu Xiqing observed his irate demeanor, and with a resigned sigh, pressed her lips together. She poured a glass of warm water for him, encouraging him to soothe his throat. It was truly unnecessary for him to involve himself in matters that did not concern him, especially since they were remnants of the distant past. What did his interference signify now? She was more than capable of addressing her own issues. After all, she had lived 3 years longer than the current Li Xianzhu, experiencing far more trials and tribulations. Violence was certainly not the optimal solution to every problem. I will seek out Xiang, Lin Qingxian declared. Downing the water she had poured him in one swift motion, filled with a fiery indignation as he rose to leave. Gu Xiqing was momentarily taken aback. What was the source of his fury? She hurried after him, calling Lin Qingxian. Please, don't act recklessly. The man ahead seemed oblivious to her pleas, quickening his pace. On the other side of the ferry. Has the Z091 reagent trial been successful? Excellent. We will expedite the transportation of the necessary equipment. Xiang was engaged in a phone call with a doctoral colleague in the laboratory when she noticed Lin Qingxian striding towards her with an imposing presence. She excused herself from the conversation, hanging up and taking a cautious step back, regarding him warily. Mr. Lin, is there something you need? Chapter 157. No need to rehash the past. What had transpired between Gu Xiqing and Li Xianzhu? Lin Qingxian was direct, eagerly seeking to uncover the truth behind these bygone events. Xiang was perplexed, unable to fathom the urgency of his inquiry into such antiquated matters. He could not possibly be unaware Li Xianzhu had frequently utilized his villa in the city to keep an eye on Gu Xiqing. The most severe incident had nearly cost her life in the pool behind the villa, had it not been for Xiao Qin's timely intervention. Xiang. Gu Xiqing rushed up from behind Lin Qing, grasping Xin Xiang's hand and shaking her head. There's no need to dredge up the past. Do you truly wish to know? Xin Xiang countered, gently squeezing Gu Xiqing's hand, her gaze steady on Lin Qing. Xiao Chun would be more than willing to share. Lin Qing furrowed his brow as he glanced at Gu Xiqing, hesitating momentarily before turning away in frustration. Gu Xiqing attempted to stop him, but Xin Xiang pulled her down onto the sofa. You claim you no longer love him? Xin Xiang grasped Gu Xiqing's hand, her expression unusually serious. Why then do you fear a rift between him and Li Xianju? It's true that I no longer love him, Gu Xiqing replied, deflated like a punctured balloon. Slumping on the sofa with her hands supporting her face, exposing her past vulnerabilities as if she were a clown seeking attention. All that fervent passion of youth had long since faded into memory. Xiqing, we are all here for you, Xin Xiang said, opening her arms to embrace Gu Xiqing, softly patting her back. No matter what happens, you have us. Gu Xiqing lowered her gaze and nodded. In a dimly lit trading house on the ferry, Xiao Chun and Xiao Yuanhong had just concluded a lucrative transaction. The two walked side by side down the corridor, sharing light-hearted banter, while several staff members in black suits followed behind, carrying metal cases filled with the recently acquired goods. Xiao Chun humbly lowered his gaze, grateful for the lessons imparted by his father over the past year. At the end of the corridor, Lin Qing stood with his arms crossed, leaning against the wall, awaiting their exit. Uncle Xiao. Upon encountering Xiao Yuanhong, a humble greeting was exchanged. Xiao Chun felt a flicker of surprise at Lin Qing's initiative to approach him, given that their relationship was not one of frequent communication.
Ah, Lin Qing.
What a delight to see you here. Xiao Yuanhong raised his hand in a polite handshake, inquiring whether Lin Zong was there for business or another purpose. Xiao Yuanhong's gaze fell upon Xiao Chun. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Chun excused himself and found a secluded corner with Lin Qing. What brings you here? Lin Qing got straight to the point. What transpired between Gu Xiqing and Li Xianju? Are you not aware? Xiao Chun scoffed dismissively. Aren't you the best of brothers? The dual swordsmen of the prairie? Or rather, now a trio, with an unwelcome addition. Lin Qing frowned in displeasure. Tell me, what exactly happened between Gu Xiqing and Li Xianju? Why does everyone assume I ought to know? Are you not afraid that I might deliberately undermine your brotherhood? Xiao Chun crossed his arms, leaning against the wall, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Qing. You rarely forge brotherly bonds. Li Xianju is one of the few you acknowledged during your school days. Are you truly unafraid of the embellishments I might add? Speak. Lin Qing gritted his teeth, suppressing his rising anger. Let us start with Dai Qian. Xiao Chun sensed his agitation and offered him a cigarette. She is the daughter of the mistress from her father's extramarital affair. You are aware of this, aren't you? Lin Qing accepted the cigarette in silence, fully cognizant of the situation. Your mother married Gu Hao for 15 years. Dai Qian was born when she was 11. What does that imply? Gu Hao must have strayed at least 3 years into their marriage, Xiao Chun remarked disdainfully. Just after your mother's passing, Dai Qian and her mother moved in, while little Xiqing was only 10 at the time. Before that, it was just the two of them in the household. At such a tender age, with the burden of schooling and caring for her mentally unstable mother, how could she possibly cope upon learning of an elder sister 10 years her senior? With a mocking laugh, Xiao Chun continued. The day Dai Qian and her mother relocated to the villa Gu Hao had purchased, little Xiqing was overlooked entirely. The maid's quarters were even more spacious than her own room, inciting her ire. In retaliation, she took scissors and cut up everything visible in Dai Qian's room. From that moment on, enmity was sown between them. Dai Qian discarded all of their mother's belongings, and as for the expensive jewelry and jade, some were pawned off, while the gold was melted down to create new adornments for Dai Qian. When Xiqing was born, her mother drafted a will, ensuring her dowry, entirely belonging to Gu Xiqing, was preserved. This dowry included shares in the Yuan Sheng Group, a gift from her uncle. Lin Qing stood silently beside him, absorbing this narrative of which he had been previously unaware. The shares that should have rightfully belonged to Xiqing became Dai Qian's coming-of-age gift at 18. Furious upon receiving a notification from the board at school, Xiqing rallied others to confront Dai Qian. Li Xianzhong held a particular fondness for Dai Qian. Upon encountering her, he took it upon himself to defend her, seizing the opportunity while we were all preoccupied with our own affairs and absent from Xiqing. He summoned Xiqing to a villa he possessed in the urban district under the pretense of your name. There, she was confined in a dark room for 3 harrowing days. At this juncture, Xiao Chun lowered his gaze in derision, remarking that this was merely the first instance. As a grown man, he exhibited a brutal demeanor towards a girl younger than himself, leaving us horrified when we received his call instructing us to retrieve her. We remained oblivious to the torment Xiqing endured in your basement during those 3 days, only aware that she fell silent for several days thereafter. Ultimately asserting that this matter could not go unaddressed, it required reciprocity, prompting us to confront Li Xianzhong once. In retrospect, it is clear that such retaliatory measures accomplished nothing. With a deep sigh, Xiao Chun lamented Li Xianzhong's treachery. Often, while we were preoccupied with familial matters, Xiqing would seek you out, frequently encountering him and Dai Qian en route. Reflecting on the incident where Gu Xiqing nearly lost her life, Xiao Chen's voice trembled with emotion as he clenched his fist, delivering a blow to the wall. On one occasion, we had arranged to go for a night run after class, and she joyfully announced she had other commitments before departing. The following day, when she failed to contact us, I sensed something was amiss. After searching fruitlessly for her all afternoon, I decided to venture to your villa in hopes of fortuity. Chapter 159. Simple violence resolves nothing. I cannot fathom the deranged individual who would beat someone to a pulp, binding their hands behind their back and casting them into a swimming pool to fend for themselves. Had I not gone to Lin Qing's villa that day, you would have been oblivious to the situation. Thus, what is it that you wish to know? There remains much unsaid. Since the onset of high school, after Dai Qian became acquainted with Li Xianzhong, she had a vicious dog at her side, ready to bite at the slightest misstep. It was not until his graduation and subsequent departure abroad, a year ahead of his peers, that matters began to ameliorate. Yet, the situation did not improve significantly. Dai Qian possessed an exceptional talent for theatrics, skillfully igniting Gu Xiqing's emotions at opportune moments, leading everyone to believe that Gu Xiqing was the true bully. Lin Qing was wholly unaware of these occurrences. In the city, he owned not only a villa, but also an apartment in a high-rise, where he relished gazing out at the skyline while quietly attending to his work. The villa lay unused, with Li Xianzhong, a reckless youth, having been granted its occupancy due to his family's stringent oversight and meager financial support. I had always assumed he was merely frivolous, never contemplating the extent of his ruthlessness. After a considerable time, Lin Qing ground his molars and gently parted his lips. Is this all true? His unwavering gaze remained fixed on the treatment records before him, leafing through pages, some accompanied by CT scans. A sense of weariness enveloped him. When would this tit-for-tat cease? Simple violence resolves nothing. Lin Qing returned the cigarette to him, acknowledging his understanding. Before he could finish speaking, he turned and departed with heavy steps. Xiao Chen leaned against the wall, watching his retreating figure, and after a prolonged moment, discarded the cigarette into the trash before setting off in search of Xin Xiang and Gu Xiqing. In the bar on the ferry's first level, Li Xianzhuan and Dai Qian clinked their glasses together. Rest assured, I understand Lin Qing, Li Xianzhuan said, gently stroking Dai Qian's head. She wore a wine-red spaghetti-strap dress, her flawless and curvaceous figure illuminated by the dim lights of the bar, resembling a tempting apple. He swallowed hard, downing the contents of his glass, a confident smile curling at the corners of his lips. How could he possibly be fond of Gu Xiqing? It was merely the resources of the Du family behind her that piqued his interest. Tonight, I'll ensure your wishes are fulfilled, so please don't be disheartened, all right? Dai Qian nodded weakly, a faint blush gracing her cheeks from the alcohol, leaning closer to him. Zhong, I believe in you. I've been so overwhelmed these past few days. Li Xianzhuan instinctively embraced her, the softness enveloping him, his gaze deepening with fervor. I will help you. The air between them thickened with an unmistakable tension, as Li Xianzhuan cradled her back and captured her lips in a long-awaited kiss. The music in the bar surged like a tide as they held each other tightly. Chapter 160. So this is their relationship. The lights in the bar flickered around them. Li Xianzhuan and Dai Qian were lost in this moment, oblivious to the passage of time and space, consumed by each other's presence and an irresistible passion. Lin Qing, having learned from other members of the Li family that Li Xianzhuan was at the bar, reflected on many past events during his journey. He realized he had overlooked countless details. How could he have been so naive to trust Li Xianzhuan and Dai Qian while holding a bias against Gu Xiqing? Ignoring the occasional band-aid he noticed on her face? Upon entering the bar, guided by a server, he made his way toward Li Xianzhuan's booth. The cacophony of music muffled his footsteps, allowing the two lovers, locked in a passionate embrace, to remain unaware of his presence for a while. Dai Qian's eyes sparkled with a dreamy light, acutely aware of the warmth and softness of his lips, each touch sending electric shivers through her body. His kiss deepened, rendering her mind blank, filled only with endless sweetness and excitement. She slightly closed her eyes, wholly immersed in this intoxicating kiss infused with the scent of alcohol. Feeling his warmth and strength, As time slipped away, Li Xianjuan reluctantly released her, his fingers tracing her moist lips, greedily pecking her again. Qian, he murmured, his gaze soft and tender, as if intent on drowning her in his affection. He pulled her closer, reducing the distance between them. The flickering lights momentarily illuminated their dim corner. Lin Qing? The tender smile that had graced Li Xianjuan's face vanished in an instant, as he instinctively pushed Dai Qian away and stood up awkwardly, caught like a thief. Lin Qing? Dai Qian, still entranced by their recent kiss, felt her mind go blank at the mention of his name, her face paling as she raised a hand to nervously tussle her hair, attempting to conceal her flushed cheeks. Lin Qing never anticipated that he would stumble upon such a distressing scene. Upon his initial sighting, disbelief washed over him, as if time had come to a standstill in that very moment. Yet, shortly thereafter, the fog of confusion that had troubled him began to dissipate, revealing the underlying truth of their relationship. This was why Li Xianju was so enraged, why he had incessantly slandered Gu Xiqing in front of him. How foolish he had been to heed only one side of the story, hastily condemning Gu Xiqing without due consideration. The three individuals remained silent for an extended period. Li Xianju fixed his gaze on Lin Qing, while Dai Qian buried her face in her hands, turning her back to him. As Dai Qian trembled, attempting to rise, Li Xianju's voice pierced through the tension. Lin Qing, come here. Lin Qing, rubbing his hands together, followed behind him. Qing, let me explain. I have no interest in your affairs. My bond with her is merely that of classmates, nothing more. As he spoke, Lin Qing walked towards the exit, removing his Jacques Draw's watch from his wrist and clutching it tightly. In a surge of pent-up fury, his fist, laden with rage, struck Li Xianju's face with a resounding thud. The sound of a heavy object crashing to the ground echoed throughout the bar, drawing the attention of every patron. Dai Qian gasped, covering her mouth with her hands, too frightened to meet Lin Qingxuan's gaze, yet a flicker of excitement coursed through her. Lin Qing was furious. He cared for her. Lin Qing.
Ah.
Li Xianju, caught off guard by the sudden blow, staggered, his vision swirling with stars as he furiously clambered to his feet, only to be met with yet another punishing strike. Chapter 161. Witnessing the commotion. Tasting the metallic sweetness of blood, Li Xianju grasped his aching face and unsteadily rose, eyeing the calm demeanor of the man before him, whose eyes blazed with fury. Terrified, he recoiled, resembling a headless fly desperately seeking an escape. What was wrong with Lin Qing? He had never courted Dai Qian. Why was he acting so irrationally? The onlookers behind him hastily parted to create a pathway, retreating to a safer distance in fear. Dai Qian stood frozen for a moment, then descended from her booth. Just as Lin Qing gripped Li Xianju's collar, preparing to deliver a third punch, she mustered the courage to grasp Lin Qingxuan's arm. Qing, please let me explain. It's not as you perceive. Lin Qing, have you lost your mind? You're already married. Why do you care about me and Qian? Having caught his breath, Li Xianju spat blood, glaring menacingly at him. Lin Qing raised an eyebrow in displeasure, shaking off Dai Qian's hand, and with all his might, he landed a third blow on Li Xianju's left cheek, causing blood to gush forth from the wound, creating a horrifying spectacle. Gasps arose from the crowd, some fearing for their lives, while others hurriedly scurried to summon security. The commotion quickly drew the attention of others on the ferry, and in the nearby mall, Xiang, Gu Xiqing, and Xiao Nian were purchasing rare items that could not be found once they disembarked. Sister, it seems there's a fight over there. Xiao Nian tugged at Gu Xiqing's hand, pointing towards the second floor of the mall, where a bar was situated. A considerable number of people were rushing towards it, while security personnel, armed with electric batons, made their way over in an orderly fashion. Xiang hurriedly scanned the items in her hands and completed the payment, excitedly tugging at Gu Xiqing's arm. It's the first time I've seen a fight break out here in all these years. I wonder who has the audacity to cause such a ruckus. Shall we go take a look? It's probably someone who's had too much to drink, acting irrationally. Why should we bother? Gu Xiqing, disinterested in the commotion, was more inclined to purchase some souvenirs from the place to bestow upon her subordinates in Building B of Tiansheng once they resumed work.
Come on, sister.
Let us go take a peek. I'm curious to find out who it is, Xiao Nian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, eager to discover the identity of the instigator. After all, the ferry was filled with affluent individuals. It was astonishing that someone dared to create such a disturbance. Let us go. There's rarely anything exciting to do here. It's a rare occasion for some lively entertainment, Xiang urged, already pulling Gu Xiqing along, with each of them holding one of her hands as they made their way towards the elevator. Gu Xiqing, feeling helpless against their enthusiasm, relented and followed suit. All right, but we're only going to observe from the outside, not go in. Agreed. Xiao Nian nodded earnestly, assuring her that they would remain outside. Inside the bar, Dai Qian had been forcefully pushed away by Lin Qing, crashing to the floor and wincing in pain, tears streaming down her face. Qing, please stop. Don't let my actions ruin your brotherhood. What happened earlier was due to the alcohol. We weren't in our right minds. She wept pitifully, her eyes wide with the terror of being caught in an affair, trembling as she inched closer to Lin Qing. If you keep this up, he may die. Lin Qing disdainfully discarded Li Xianju like refuse, his gaze coldly fixed on the blood seeping onto his watch. He won't die. Qing, please let me explain. It's not as you think. Dai Qian raised her hand, attempting to grasp Lin Qingxuan's arm to calm his frayed nerves. Chapter 162. Words that mislead. Is that Lin Qing? At the entrance of the bar, Shen Xiang, having pushed through the crowd, immediately spotted Lin Qing. His towering stature of nearly 6'3" made him stand out conspicuously amidst the throng, with those around him instinctively parting ways, making it nearly impossible to miss him. Xiqing, let us go. Shen Xiang instinctively tightened her grip on Gu Xiqing's hand, urging her towards the exit. Xiao Nian, filled with curiosity, squeezed her way inside, only to be greeted by the sight of Li Xianju sprawled on the floor, blood streaming down his face, causing her pupils to dilate in shock as she quickly covered her mouth. How terrifying! Her legs weakened, and she clutched Shen Xiang's arm to prevent herself from collapsing. The location of Lin Qing's violent outburst was not far from the entrance, and upon hearing Shen Xiang and Xiao Nian's voices, he lifted his head, locking eyes with Gu Xiqing across the room. It's my fault, Qing. I shouldn't have been drinking here with Zhong. Please, stop hitting him. I promise I won't associate with Zhong anymore. Dai Qian sobbed delicately, gripping Lin Qingxuan's arm tightly. Qing, please calm down and let me explain. Zhong and I are innocent. Our relationship is not as you perceive. As more people gathered, her words took on a more suggestive tone, transforming the turmoil into a theatrical display of jealousy and bold confrontations. Many people here recognized Dai Qian and Lin Qing, and quickly speculated about their complicated relationship based on various entertainment news from a year ago. How frightening! I swear I won't meddle in such affairs again. Xiao Nian pouted. However, that person seems somewhat familiar. Do you know her sister? Nian, we do not associate with such individuals. Shen Xiang gently patted Xiao Nian's head, asserting that she should never befriend such trash. Understood? I certainly won't. Xiao Nian proudly raised her head, declaring that only those of good character could be her friends. As the three outside walked further away, Lin Qing furrowed his brow and detached the hand that was clinging to his arm like a suction cup. Dai Qian, this is the last time I will spare your dignity. Xianqing? Dai Qian exclaimed in shock, unable to comprehend his words. Lin Qing narrowed his gaze, fixating on the barely conscious Li Xianjua on the ground, then turned to Dai Qian, the icy chill in his eyes causing her to tremble with fear. Xianqing, I didn't mean, perhaps it was the dim, flickering lights of the bar, or perhaps it was that she was truly seeing him for the first time. Dai Qian felt an oppressive force closing in on her, akin to the specter of death. I didn't mean it that way. I thought you were angry because you saw me and Dai Qian retreating. Her voice trembled, tears welling in her eyes. Xianqing, you know I am not that kind of person. Chapter 163. I am very clear about what I want. What kind of person are you? Lin Qing scrutinized her tear-streaked face, recognizing for the first time how insincere her sorrow appeared. Dai Qian panicked, despite her previous antics. She had never witnessed such disdain in Lin Qing's gaze, having only observed it as a third party. His eyes had always held a sense of care for her. Xianqing, I promise I will behave from now on. I will do whatever you ask. I won't act recklessly. Please don't abandon me, all right? She stepped forward to grasp his hand, but was evaded. Lin Qing gestured for the security personnel, who had hesitated to intervene, to come forward and instructed them to inform the Li family to take him for treatment, asserting that he was the one responsible for the altercation. Turning to survey the room, his voice rose in clarity. As for today's expenses at the bar, I shall cover them, and I hope everyone enjoys themselves. After exchanging a few words with the bar manager, who wore a smile more pained than sorrowful, Lin Qing reassured him, rest assured, I understand. Having resolved matters at the bar, he exited, while Dai Qian attempted to follow, only to be swiftly restrained by the security personnel who led her away in another direction. Outside the bar, a crowd had gathered, and upon seeing Lin Qing emerge, they collectively inhaled sharply. What a towering figure. Surely, one punch from him could incapacitate any of them. They dared not provoke him. In the scenic restaurant on the ferry, Shen Xiang pulled Gu Xiqing aside, her worry evident as she observed her. Xiqing, you wouldn't be secretly upset, would you? Why would I be secretly upset? Gu Xiqing replied, puzzled. Lin Qing and Xin Xiang lowered their voices, casting their eyes downward with a heavy sigh. Though you claim to no longer love him, you have pursued him for 7 long years, circling around him tirelessly. I imagine this must still weigh upon your heart. Allow me to lend you my shoulder.
Ha ha ha.
Gu Xiqing was amused by Xin Xiang's demeanor. In her memory, Xin Xiang was a formidable powerhouse, capable of conquering any catastrophic challenge that dared to cross her path. It was unexpected to witness her sighing just to comfort her. Patting her shoulder, she offered reassurance. I will not be saddened. Rather, it is you who must not furrow your brow on my account. Really? Xin Xiang expressed her disbelief. Indeed, Gu Xiqing affirmed, thumping her chest in promise. I am acutely aware of what I desire. And what is it that you seek? I can assist you, Xin Xiang said, clasping Gu Xiqing's hands with fervent intensity. With a mysterious smile, Gu Xiqing replied, you shall find out in due time. Xiqing, you have changed. You have learned the art of concealment. Xin Xiang feigned displeasure. Pouting slightly. You are provoking my ire. You will know in the future. Gu Xiqing patted the back of her hand gently.
For now,
just understand that my emotions will not be dictated by Lin Qing. Very well, I trust you, Xin Xiang said as she nestled beside Gu Xiqing on the sofa. But you must promise me that when you need me, you will reach out at once. Even if I am often in laboratories abroad, do not hesitate to disturb me. Whatever transpires, I shall always be your staunchest ally. The more Xin Xiang insisted, the more Gu Xiqing felt a pang of guilt. Fearing the day Xin Xiang might discover she was no longer the Gu Xiqing of this world, and how devastating that revelation would be. Satisfied with the assurance, Xin Xiang buried her head in Gu Xiqing's shoulder, speaking softly, Xiqing, the potion I have been developing over the years has successfully passed trials on lab mice. The next step is to consider human volunteers for testing. If successful, our company, Runaway Biotechnology, will command significant influence globally. Chapter 164, I will leave, but not just yet. Xin Xiang lifted her head, her gaze earnest as she locked eyes with Gu Xiqing. I must tell you, should I succeed, many will stand behind me. At that point, you need not fear the Lin family's power, nor worry about the repercussions Lin Qing may impose upon us after your departure. Gu Xiqing felt a tightening in her eyes, her nose tinged with a bittersweet ache. I understand your fear that Lin Qing may seek you out and bring harm upon us. You need not concern yourself with that. If you wish to leave, I can assist you in finding a more distant sanctuary. Here, apart from Du Mingqing, she had no family. The Du family only offered help to her through Du Mingqing's influence, while others spoke ill of her behind her back, even voicing unkind words in her presence, knowing she was Gu Xiqing's close confidant. I will depart, but not at this moment. Gu Xiqing gazed out the window at the sunlit sea, shimmering like 1,000 diamonds, and spoke in a voice that felt ethereal and unreal. I long to leave this place. Yet, the current state of technology had not yet reached the fantastical heights of cinema. Indeed, let us leave together, Xin Xiang said, embracing Gu Xiqing and nuzzling against her. Old Masterly, filled with disappointment, struck Li Xianju with a slap, leaning on his cane as he set out to confront Lin Qing. Just days prior, he had been informed that the submitted application would be approved. However, when Li Xianju revealed that it had not been, he sensed something was amiss. It turned out that this troublesome boy had provoked Lin Qing. To strike at the heart of the matter, Lin Qing had mercilessly targeted the Achilles heel of the Li family. If the Li family failed to enforce discipline, they could forget about sharing in the fortunes of the Lin and Du families. Meanwhile, the rest of the Li family relished the unfolding drama, secretly hoping that Li Xianju would further incite Lin Qing's ire, thus forever forfeiting his claim to their family's inheritance. Old Master Li, accompanied by his assistant, sought out Lin Qing, but to no avail. Observing his futile search, Lin Xiaoran could not bear to see him wandering aimlessly and felt compelled to inform him, Uncle Li, my brother wishes to be alone for a while. He will come to find you once he has calmed down. Within the confines of the tightly sealed VIP suite, Li Xianqing uncorked a bottle of aged red wine and drank deeply. Each glass was insufficient, prompting him to lift the entire bottle to his lips. It became apparent that he and Dai Qian had been gravely mistaken about their relationship. He was now desperately trying to salvage everything. Yet it seemed he had only succeeded in ruining it all. Gu Xiqing, standing at the bar's entrance, regarded him with an icy gaze, as if he were an inconsequential object devoid of emotion. Did she also believe that his impulsiveness stemmed from Dai Qian? Without a word, she turned on her heel and walked away decisively. Chapter 165. She, too, was a wretched person. Xin Xiang had been tirelessly busy for several days, and as she held Gu Xiqing, she unknowingly drifted into slumber. Gu Xiqing dared not move, sitting quietly as she listened to Shen Xiang's steady breathing. As night fell, the restaurant swelled with patrons. A waiter approached with a blanket, gently draping it over Shen Xiang. Xiao Nian continuously murmured about the evening's ball, eagerly awaiting Xiao Chen's arrival to escort her to change into her dress and dance in the ballroom. Did I fall asleep? Shen Xiang took a sip of the water the waiter had brought, moistening her throat. Gu Xiqing rose and made her way outside, navigating the expansive ferry with ease until she accurately located her room with Lin Qing. As she pushed open the door, a strong scent of wine assailed her senses, leading her to nearly question if she had entered the wrong room. Checking the door number confirmed, she was indeed correct. Lin Qing? She opened the door wider and turned on the light. There, slumped on the sofa, was Lin Qing, swaying slightly, an empty wine bottle in hand. Lin Qing, why have you consumed so much alcohol? The floor was littered with empty bottles. He had certainly indulged excessively. Hearing Gu Xiqing's voice, Lin Qing shook his head, raising his gaze toward her, as though a thick veil obscured his vision, preventing him from clearly seeing the figure before him, leaving only her voice audible. Xiqing. Lin Qingxuan's lips twitched as he let out a derisive laugh. Am I truly that terrible? Indeed, quite terrible. However, I cannot pass judgment. She seized the empty bottle from his grasp and poured him a glass of cold water, offering it to him. She, too, is a wretched person. Thus, she cannot judge others. Lin Qing grasped the cup, fixating on the ice cubes within, his demeanor as despondent as a deflated balloon, limp and vulnerable upon the ground, subject to the indifferent tread of passers-by. Xiqing, I implore you not to depart from my life. He could acutely sense that her heart was not anchored to him, nor to S-City, nor to this realm. During her working hours, she exhibited diligence, navigating her tasks with grace. Her 3 additional years of experience enabled her to preemptively secure various projects. Yet, despite her apparent competence, he could still perceive the absence of her heart in this place. Lin Qing was gripped by fear, a terror of awakening to find her gone. You have indulged too much. Allow me to check if the first aid kit contains any remedies for inebriation. A heavy weight seemed to press upon Gu Xiqing's chest, stifling her breath. Rising, she approached the location of the first aid kit, opened it, and rummaged for the detoxifying medication. Xiqing, do you harbor resentment towards me? Lin Qing swayed as he made his way to her side, enveloping her in his embrace from behind. Gu Xiqing's hand, clutching the pills, trembled slightly. Yet she allowed him to hold her. After a prolonged silence, she finally murmured, I do not resent you. Love, indeed, breeds a meticulous concern, a yearning for his undivided attention. Love gives rise to hate, a bitterness over his actions, questioning endlessly, why? Yet, witnessing him in a fit of rage as he confronted Li Xianju in the bar, and observing Dai Qian's attempts to intervene, she anticipated a stir within her soul, only to find herself utterly unmoved. Chapter 166. The Resurgence of Love. When had she relinquished her feelings? Turning, she placed the detoxifying pills into his mouth, urging him to consume them and rest soundly thereafter. Lin Qing clutched her hand, greedily pressing his face into her palm, his usually proud eyes now brimming with regret. His voice laced with profound sorrow. Xiqing, you are weary. Gu Xiqing rose on tiptoe, gently caressing his head, guiding him to the sofa. I shall soon summon someone to tidy up here. You must rest well. Was his excessive drinking a reaction to witnessing Dai Qian with another? This was the first time she had seen him in such a state, emotionally depleted, resembling a pitiful stray kitten. She pried his fingers from her wrist, draping a blanket over him, then retreated to the bedroom to change into a flowing black dress. Grabbing her phone and handbag, she called the cleaning staff before stepping outside to request they collect the scattered bottles. Lin Qing lay upon the sofa, his expression vacant, his vision blurred, only able to perceive her methodically tidying up before she opened the door and departed. As the door shut, the light dimmed, plunging the room back into an oppressive silence, reminiscent of countless nights spent in her office, where the desolate wind swept through time and again, leaving only the sound of their breathing in the stillness. After exiting the room, Gu Xiqing first visited a shopping mall, acquiring a selection of charming gifts, asking the staff to wrap them. The ferry would dock the next day, destined for Tiansheng Building B. Casting her gaze toward the bar on the second floor, it had returned to its previous vibrancy and revelry, with groups of young men and women laughing and entering together. She had more items to be packaged as well. The goods aboard this ferry will not be sold on land. They are exclusively available in this singular batch. Ascend to the topmost restaurant of the ferry via the elevator. Little Qing, Sister Xiqing. It is Xiao Chun and Xiao Nian. Gu Xiqing steps out of the elevator, adorned with a gentle smile. What brings you here? We expended too much energy on the dance floor earlier, so during intermission, we came to refuel. Xiao Nian replies, presenting a piece of dessert on a tiny fork to Gu Xiqing. Sister, try this. Gu Xiqing bends down to taste a bite. Delicate, sweet but not cloying, quite delightful indeed. Isn't it? Absolutely delicious. I feel invigorated now. Sister, let us dance together. I refuse to dance with my brother. He always neglects to wait for me, leaving me embarrassed. Xiao Chen rubs the back of his head, casting a guilty glance elsewhere. It's your own fault for forgetting the steps. You certainly did not appear this way when dancing with Sister Xiqing. She witnessed your seriousness at the banquet. Xiao Chen's face instantly flushes red. As he watches her open her mouth to continue, he hurriedly attempts to cover her lips. All right, enough already. If you keep talking, I want to be your fortune teller next time. Sister, let us go have some fun, shall we? Please? Sister. Xiao Nian deftly dodges, retreating behind Gu Xiqing, grasping her hand and pleading, Sister, I beg you. My brother is utterly indifferent to me, which resulted in everyone laughing at our dancing earlier. You are the best. Help us redeem ourselves. Chapter 167. Attending the ball. Gu Xiqing could not resist Xiao Nian's fervor and, unwilling to witness her tears, reluctantly agreed to accompany her to the ball. Upon entering, the ballroom's decor is breathtaking, with resplendent crystal chandeliers casting a soft, dazzling glow, illuminating the meticulously arranged dance floor. It is currently intermission. Xiqing energetically performs on stage, even taking the time to promote his new song, presenting himself as one merely eager to earn more hard-earned money on this ferry. Catching sight of Gu Xiqing, Xiao Chen, and Xiao Nian entering through the side door, he swiftly finishes a song, excitedly leaps off the stage, and waves towards Gu Xiqing. Gu Xiqing, tell me about this afternoon's events. As he approaches her, his eyes gleam with enthusiasm. I have been so busy today, seeking investments for my new MV, and by the time I realized it was already evening. He appears slightly regretful. Xiao Chen facepalms in disbelief. Xiao Chen, can you be serious for once? Do you really lack that little investment? I do. I am genuinely starting from scratch, bravely venturing into the idol singer realm. Without investments from the bosses, how can I fund myself? Xiqing glares at Xiao Chen. What would you, a pampered rich kid, know about this? Brother Xiao Chen, although your singing is lovely and you dance with great effort, you cannot speak of my brother that way. He is also a very hardworking person, all right. Xiao Nian stands defiantly before Xiqing, hands on her hips, but then recalls her dress, shifting to fold her arms, glaring fiercely at him. I refuse to waste time with you, you little brat. Xiqing made a playful grimace at Xiao Nian, then turned to Gu Xiqing and inquired, why not share something about you and Lin Qing? I've heard that he took bold action for Dai Qian. Is it true?
Xiqing.
Xiao Chen's expression suddenly darkened. Do you revel in gossip so much?
Huh.
Xiqing was momentarily taken aback, his smile faltering, unsure of how to comfort Gu Xiqing. Are you all right? What's wrong with me? Gu Xiqing frowned. I'm well aware of their affairs. As she spoke, she took Xiao Nian's hand. The next dance is about to begin, shall we? Xiao Nian nodded and, before leaving, made a face at Xiqing. You're so nosy. No wonder Sister Xiang dislikes you. Xiqing, tremblingly pointing at Xiao Nian, struggled to articulate a response. How can someone so young have such a sharp tongue? Xiao Chen patted his shoulder. Good luck with that. He then joyfully approached Gu Xiqing. Are you truly all right? I'm perfectly fine. Gu Xiqing handed him her handbag. Could you hold on to this for me? Xiao Chen beamed. Of course. As the lights gradually dimmed, music began to play softly, the melodious tune wrapping around them like silk. Elegantly dressed men and women took to the dance floor hand in hand. The floor gleamed like a mirror, reflecting the dancers' lively silhouettes, some in graceful long gowns, others in alluring short dresses, their hems swaying gently with each step, resembling flowers blooming under the night sky. Xiao Chen sat at a round table, his gaze fixated on Gu Xiqing, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Beside him, Xiqing clicked his tongue in amazement. Can't you be a bit bolder? Seize the moment. Chapter 168. Discussing life and aspirations. A gentleman does not take advantage of another's misfortune. Xiao Chen pursed his lips, observing Gu Xiqing on the dance floor, his eyes softening. I shall wait for her. In love, the one who takes initiative has the chance. I foresee you never having such an opportunity. Xiqing pouted, reflecting on his relentless pursuit of Shen Xiang, who remained as unyielding as ever, stirring his frustration. How vexing. I need a drink.
Goodbye.
Shen Xiang was far too busy, reserving her only free moments for Gu Xiqing. He had tried to arrange meetings multiple times, but to no avail. Just after finishing a conference call, Shen Xiang, while brewing coffee, sneezed and rubbed her nose. Am I catching a cold? It's Shun TB. Perhaps her harsh words during the meeting had provoked them, resulting in their scorn once the call ended. It seemed likely. They were merely a group of drunken young masters. They blocked the door, shouting for her to come out, tossing money against it. Dai Qian. Don't just pay attention to Lin Qing. We're wealthy too. The voices outside were relentless. With tears welling in her eyes, Dai Qian trembled on the sofa. Clutching her phone, her gaze fixed on the door. She feared that if she let her guard down, it would be kicked open. Since 2 days prior, she had been receiving calls inviting her out, clearly with ulterior motives. Today was even worse, as they had come to block her entrance. These rich young men were not to be trifled with, so even though they continued to pound on the door, those in the monitoring room could only turn a blind eye. Brother, the access card. A wealthy young man cleverly procured an access card and, with a display of servility, presented it. Now in possession of the card, the affluent youth, his face flushed with excitement, grinned widely. How could we ever compare to Lin Qing? We can offer far more than he ever could, he declared, placing the card at the sensor, which emitted a chime as the door swung open. Dai Qian's mind erupted in alarm. Observing their slightly intoxicated demeanor sent a chill down her spine, raising goosebumps across her body. What do you intend to do? One among the group surveyed the surroundings, smirking. We mean no harm. We are simply bored this evening and wish to share a drink and discuss life and aspirations with the starlets of S City. As he spoke, someone tactfully closed the door and drew the heavy curtain shut. Just as he had said, it was merely about drinking. And a bottle of unopened red wine was produced and placed on the table. Shall we share a glass? Get lost. The sinister glances of these individuals made Dai Qian wary. She eyed the wine with trepidation, her teeth chattering as she replied, I will not partake in drinking. We did not ask you to drink, the man remarked, perplexed by her fear. Sitting on the sofa, though he gazed up at her, the intensity in his eyes rendered her unable to meet his gaze. We merely wish to enjoy some wine. If we are pleased, it may ensure your continued prominence in the entertainment industry. Actor? Star? Singer? Is an investment the crux of the entertainment world? We can arrange for you the best scripts and directors. Another chimed in, while the rest of the group advanced, blocking any potential escape routes. Chapter 169 This night. If you come any closer, I will call the police. Dai Qian warned, retreating cautiously. The group cornered her, grinning lewdly. Call the police? Go ahead. Your phone is in your hand. You should know who I am. Dai Qian swallowed hard as they approached. Who are you? Of course we know. Who doesn't? You are the daughter of Dai Xiqing, the mistress of Gu Hao, chairman of Yuanxin Group. Just like your mother, they laughed, unabashedly scrutinizing her as if she were prey. To them, Yuanxin Group was nothing more than a small enterprise, incapable of challenging them. Moreover, Gu Hao's scandal was not a trivial matter, it was spiraling out of control, ultimately leading to Yuanxing's bankruptcy, suggesting that someone was orchestrating its demise behind the scenes. Xiqing, are you headed to the auction? Xiao Nian followed Gu Xiqing, lifting her skirt. Knowing her destination, she expressed her desire to accompany her. I want to see it too, but my brother won't allow me to go. Can you take me? The auction was typically filled with many mysterious figures, and the chaotic environment was not suitable for someone as young as Xiao Nian. It's too chaotic. Your brother is concerned for your safety. If you see something you like, the staff can provide you with a list and bid on your behalf. Xiao Nian frowned, biting her lip, but I want to experience the thrill of raising a paddle myself. Well. Gu Xiqing nodded slightly, and Xiao Nian joyfully leaped with delight. That's wonderful. I shall await your good news, sister. With a farewell to Xiao Nian, Gu Xiqing ascended the elevator. Upon reaching her floor, she traversed the corridor and noticed a door ajar, the sounds emanating from within causing her cheeks to flush. She hastily quickened her pace. At the end of the corridor, she turned the corner to find another hidden door, placing her access card upon it to gain entry. This passage housed only a scant few rooms, allowing only a select few to reside there, concealed from the ordinary eye. Even if discovered, none could enter without the proper access card. Pushing open her room's door, she found the formerly disheveled space, reeking of alcohol, now meticulously cleaned. No sign of Lin Qing graced the sofa. Upon entering the bedroom, she saw him standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the pitch-black sea. His voice was somewhat hoarse, and his demeanor appeared weary. Lin Qing approached her from behind, unzipping her dress while casting his gaze downwards, elucidating the events of the afternoon. I did not lose control due to Dai Qian and Li Xianju's matters. Gu Xiqing placed her burgundy gown on the bed. I am sweating. I shall freshen up. All right. As Gu Xiqing went to wash away the sweat, Lin Qing changed out of his black bathrobe into a well-tailored suit, selecting a burgundy plaid tie and fastening a ruby tie clip, awaiting her return. Chapter 170. It was not for her that I struck Li Xianju. Emerging from the bathroom, Gu Xiqing beheld Lin Qing, who had tidied himself and appeared revitalized. Teasing him playfully, "Are you off to a date?" "To accompany you to the auction." Lin Qing removed the original cuffs of his sleeves, replacing them with dark red gem-studded cuffs, looking at her. "Aren't you curious about the events of this afternoon?" "I am indifferent to matters between you." Gu Xiqing donned her dress, casually tousling her hair, transforming her center-parted locks into a stylish side-swept wavy hairstyle cascading over her shoulder, revealing the exquisite hollowed-back design. Lin Qing's gaze ignited with fervor, his throat subtly rolling. News of her failed attempt to ascend to Lin Qing's bed during the Mid-Autumn Festival had circulated within their circle over the past few days. The elite of S-City were interconnected, and even if they could stifle entertainment news, they could not silence the whispers of the crowd. Furthermore, Lin Qing's bold actions on her behalf this afternoon indirectly corroborated the authenticity of the earlier incident. Why this sudden concern for her? Lin Qing furrowed his brow, sensing her intent to push him towards others. "No, from the very beginning, she has consistently nudged me towards others." "Is this what you call concern?" Gu Xiqing raised an eyebrow, clutching a small handbag that could barely hold her phone as she moved towards the exit, her gaze lowered to conceal her emotions. "Let us consider it concern. Today, you altered your usual demeanor for her. You struck Li Xianju with such severity, and there are many seniors aboard this ferry, all observing you, awaiting your clear stance. Is this merely a dalliance? Or are you like others, maintaining one at home and another outside?" Lin Qing's bright eyes dimmed instantly, his brow tightening. "Gu Xiqing, I did not strike Li Xianju for her sake. I am concerned about the matter between Li Xianju and you." Lin Qing's throat felt parched as he licked his dry lips, his heart racing as he took a few hurried steps to catch up with her, grasping her hand. "I sought out Xiaochen to gather more details regarding you and him, and I am quite incensed. Should I then thank you for advocating on my behalf?" Gu Xiqing raised an eyebrow, her eyes revealing no trace of emotion. "Gu Xiqing, you must understand that my actions against Li Xianju were not merely due to Dai Qian. Do not heed the words of others." Upon noticing her lack of reaction, Lin Qing wished to continue speaking, but the words faltered on his lips, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Regardless of how he explained, from an outsider's perspective, it appeared that he had witnessed Dai Qian kissing Li Xianju, which incited his fury. "I will accompany you to the auction." Ultimately, he suppressed his frustration, walking alongside her in unison towards the corridor's exit. Gu Xiqing glanced at him and couldn't help but chuckle at his angry demeanor, remarking that such childishness would lead other executives to regard him with disdain in future project discussions. Once one's authority is undermined, they are viewed as a junior in the eyes of their elders, and these individuals are not known for their leniency towards the younger generation. They may attempt to do so. Lin Qing snorted coldly, tightening his grip on her hand. Chapter 171. Next time for sure. "Lin Qing, you are hurting me." Noticing the slight pressure in their intertwined fingers, he loosened his grip a bit. "You are not even wearing a wedding ring." Lin Qing lifted her hand, observing their delicate fingers intertwined, the bare ring fingers stirring a sense of unease within him. Gu Xiqing averted her gaze, feeling guilty. Next time for sure. Although she had worn the wedding ring a few days prior, she had forgotten where she placed it. Once cherished dearly. Now she doubted she could find it among her collection of jewelry. Next time? Lin Qing narrowed his eyes, the intensity in his gaze seemingly capable of burning through her hand. Gu Xiqing touched her nose with an awkward smile, assuring him that she would wear it on important occasions, so there was no need for concern. Currently, she remained the granddaughter-in-law of the Lin family. In gatherings with elders, she would retrieve and wear the wedding ring to avoid giving others an opportunity to gossip. However, in more private settings, such as attending the auction with Xiqing to bid on desired items, there was no necessity to don the wedding ring. Lin Qing gazed deeply at her, a tumult of emotions swirling within him, feeling an overwhelming sense of discomfort. As they walked side by side through the corridor, Gu Xiqing couldn't help but glance back at the previous room. The door that had been ajar was now firmly closed, effectively muffling any sounds from within. "What is it?" Lin Qing inquired, noticing her lingering gaze on the shut door. Gu Xiqing gently shook her head, dismissing it as nothing. Was someone she knew residing beyond that door? A wave of jealousy surged within him as he tightened his grip on her hand, urging her to move faster. "Did you not arrange to meet Xiqing at 11? It was now 10:55, and they still had to traverse the corridor, take the elevator down, and pass through several entertainment areas before reaching the auction's entrance. Clearly, 5 minutes would not suffice. Realizing time was running short, Gu Xiqing quickly messaged Xiqing, informing her that they would likely arrive a few minutes late. Xiqing gazed at the information, a sense of foreboding washing over her. How could someone who usually arrives punctually suddenly be delayed? Had something gone awry? General Manager Shen, Here's the list of items you requested. A staff member approached with a thick booklet in hand. Shen Xiang stared at the information for a couple of seconds, then set her phone down and earnestly began to peruse the list of rare items. Meanwhile, Gu Xiqing and Lin Qing traversed the corridor and descended the elevator. Upon reaching the auction house entrance, Shen Xiang spotted Lin Qing, and her previously gentle demeanor darkened instantly. Crossing her arms, she shot him an irritated glance. "What brings you here?" she inquired, followed by an exasperated glare directed at Gu Xiqing. Why did he come? Gu Xiqing felt helpless. She had no means to restrain Lin Qing, and if he wished to attend, there was little she could do. "Why shouldn't I come?" Lin Qing replied, a hint of disdain curling his lips. With a swift motion, he pulled Gu Xiqing into his embrace, wrapping an arm around her waist and gazing down at her with a tender yet playful glimmer in his eyes. "Feel free to bid on whatever you desire. I'll cover the expenses." Shen Xiang shuddered at his words, a wave of revulsion washing over her. Gu Xiqing felt a chill run down her spine, hastily pushing him away while rubbing her goosebumps. "Could you act normally?" she murmured, her lips twitching. Chapter 172. Ghost Orchid, Hope Blue Diamond. Lin Qing let out a muffled chuckle from his chest, eyeing the booklet in Shen Xiang's hand. "What do you have there?" Shen Xiang chose to ignore him, feeling sullied merely by sharing the same air. She linked her arm with Gu Xiqing's. "Let us retreat to a private room in the auction house and examine this at our leisure." "All right." Gu Xiqing naturally took over the booklet, flipping through its pages as they walked. The list was filled with precious plants and herbs, one particular flower, with its pure white petals and peculiar elongated form, captured her complete attention. Noticing her fascination, Shen Xiang explained, "This is what I intend to acquire today." Gu Xiqing nodded, albeit with a vague understanding, her gaze drawn to a name next to the flower that sent a shiver down her spine. Ghost Orchid. The ghost orchid thrives in perilous conditions, primarily residing in forested swamps, particularly in areas rich with beech leaf litter, which serve as its most common habitat. Shen Xiang patiently elaborated, as an ancient species of plant, some of our biological experts assert that studying its evolutionary history holds significant importance. By examining its genetics, morphology, and growth habits, we can better comprehend the evolutionary patterns of plants and their strategies for adapting to their environment, thereby providing crucial theoretical support for the advancement of botany. Ultimately, and most importantly, it allows us to gain deeper insights into the natural world and the laws governing it. Understood. Gu Xiqing returned the booklet to her. Lin Qing, trailing behind them, opened his phone and accessed the electronic list provided by the auction house administrator, casually browsing through the items. Among them, an unassuming fragment of a broken jade pendant captured his attention, with a starting bid of merely 10,000. The seemingly inconsequential and fragmented jade pendant exuded an enigmatic allure that captivated him, compelling him to possess it. The pendant's origin was briefly noted as a donation from a Taoist priest at a secluded mountain temple. Despite its unremarkable appearance, one that would likely be overlooked by passers-by, Lin Qing felt an insistent voice within urging him to claim it. He tagged the pendant and resumed his examination of other items. This auction, held only once a year, was indeed a rare occasion. He selected a diamond necklace aptly named Hope Blue Diamond for Gu Xiqing. Under ordinary lighting, it revealed a profound dark grayish-blue hue, reminiscent of the depths of an endless ocean, mysterious and alluring. The blue diamond was set within an exquisite pendant, surrounded by 16 white diamonds, both pear-shaped and cushion-cut, with a total of 45 white diamonds adorning the necklace. These white diamonds accentuated the unique charm and noble quality of the Hope Blue Diamond, perfectly complementing Gu Xiqing's complexion, ensuring she would appear resplendent when adorned with it. He raised his gaze, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he watched Gu Xiqing's silhouette, his eyes reflecting a deep and fervent intensity. Chapter 173. Maintaining Appearances. He would manage everything, and they would live happily ever after. "Lin, Miss Dai Qian's situation is dire," a quavering voice from a staff member reported over the phone. Upon his routine arrival to clean the room, the sight of the disordered chaos nearly made him lose the meal he had consumed that evening. The once dazzling star, now curled up in a corner of the carpet beneath the sofa, appeared hollow and disheveled. Weakly, she requested that he call Lin Qing, and he promptly searched his contacts for Lin Qingxuan's number. "I will send someone over," Lin Qing said, his brow furrowed as he absorbed the staff member's account. After hanging up, he called for a physician to initiate DNA testing, subsequently dispatching several bodyguards to guard the corridor outside. He instructed someone to review the surveillance footage, and only once everything was settled did he enter the auction hall, guided by a server to the private room where Gu Xiqing and Shen Xiang were seated. With half an hour remaining before midnight, Gu Xiqing and Shen Xiang sat close together, deliberating on what to purchase after the auction of the main items. Gu Xiqing had quickly determined a few selections: calligraphy and ancient texts for her grandparents, who cherished such collections, a bronze artifact for her second uncle, as his private museum could benefit from antiques, and various pieces of furniture crafted from centuries-old Wangwali and rosewood for the Lin family. Additionally, she chose a sophisticated high-end watch to gift to Lin Qing, which he would receive on his birthday in 2 months. Xiqing, it seems you are only considering gifts for others. What about yourself? Shen Xiang inquired, her brows furrowed in confusion as she observed Gu Xiqing's selections for bidding. It's not as if we cannot afford these items. You shouldn't feel obliged to think of them every time you go out. These antiques and books are certainly not inexpensive. The elderly matriarch of the Lin family and Lin Lao have always treated me kindly. The ancestral home of the Lin family, though replete with antique furniture, never seems to lack for more. In any case, it is imperative to maintain appearances. Even if one harbors dissatisfaction, it is essential to avoid any potential gossip. As for the watch, he had previously transferred a sum of money to me. Thus, in truth, I did not spend my own funds. Gu Xiqing pouted slightly, indicating that her expenditure was minimal. Shen Xiang expressed a mixture of belief and skepticism with a soft "oh." At that moment, the door to the private room swung open, and Lin Qing stepped inside. Upon noticing the two engaged in discussion, he surveyed the room before choosing a quiet corner to settle into. The attendant assigned to their trio was already in position, prepared to illuminate items of interest as the auction commenced. "What have you set your sights on?" Lin Qing inquired, directing his gaze toward Gu Xiqing. She nonchalantly replied, "Just a few trifles." The atmosphere within the room grew particularly awkward with the addition of another person. Gu Xiqing and Shen Xiang leaned in close, whispering to one another, while Lin Qing sat by, feeling increasingly stifled, eventually excusing himself from the room. Outside the private chamber, a multitude of attendees had begun to arrive, filling the dimly lit auction hall, where lights illuminated in an orderly fashion. Dressed in an elegant dark gold-fitted dress, the poised and beautiful auctioneer donned her earpiece and microphone backstage, meticulously checking her equipment before taking a sip of water to calm her nerves. As the curtain drew back, she ascended the stage. Chapter 174, The Bronze Beast Face, Wine Vessel. The first auction commenced with antique artifacts. These relics of antiquity serve as living fossils of human civilization, embodying the wisdom, craftsmanship, and historical intricacies of our ancestors. Each artifact, be it ancient ceramics, solemn bronze vessels, or exquisite antique furniture, possesses immeasurable value. They are messengers of time, bearing ancient messages that have traversed millennia to reach us. Here, we are about to witness these precious treasures find new homes, continuing their legendary tales. On stage, the auctioneer spoke with fervor as the items to be auctioned were methodically showcased, with staff carefully unveiling the cloth draped over them. Gu Xiqing gestured for the attendant to approach, instructing her to place a bid on the bronze beast face, wine vessel. 27 million. Going once. Someone outbid Gu Xiqing, prompting the auctioneer to excitedly strike the gavel. 27 million. Going twice. The crowd below leaned in, whispering and debating whether to join the bidding. 30 million. Going once. Suddenly, the auctioneer's exhilarated shout echoed, eliciting gasps of surprise from the audience. 30 million. Going twice. The gavel fell heavily as the initial bidder made another offer, 33 million. The previously subdued cheers erupted once more, igniting the enthusiasm of the crowd as they cheered and shouted. Who were these two engaged in such a fierce contest? Is money truly spent so freely? Gu Xiqing furrowed her brow, questioning who dared to challenge her. 33 million. Going twice. The auctioneer moderated her tone, taking her time to lower the gavel. The attendant cast a cautious glance at Gu Xiqing. Shall we move on to the next item? Shen Xiang grasped Gu Xiqing's hand, observing, I see that it is intentional. 36 million. Gu Xiqing instructed the attendant to raise the bid. She must possess it. She had learned from her second uncle that he had always lamented the absence of this piece in his private museum. Some whispers from the Du family had reached her ears. She had overheard them during past gatherings, though she did not pay much attention as she was not closely related to them. At that time, she never contemplated the burdens her uncle bore for her sake. Reflecting on the past, she realized how foolish it was to have isolated herself from all those who cared for her, all for the sake of a man. The servant's anxious heart finally eased as he trembled and pressed the button to communicate with the auctioneer, bidding 36 million. The auctioneer paused momentarily, then inhaled deeply, donning a radiant smile. It appeared that our bronze beast-faced vessel was indeed in high demand. 36 million, going once. The onlookers fell silent. 36 million, going twice. Still, no one raised their bid, and Gu Xiqing sighed in relief. 36 million, going for the third time. The gavel fell heavily, and the bronze beast-faced vessel was successfully claimed by Gu Xiqing. Shen Xiang was puzzled. Why spend such a fortune on this? A mere token would suffice to please those who appreciated her, while those who did not would disregard even the weight of the world. Gu Xiqing smiled quietly, offering no reply. Chapter 175, Xiqing Xiao. Miss Gu, someone wishes to see you. A servant knocked gently before entering politely, directing his gaze towards Gu Xiqing. Behind him stood a tall, striking man, quietly poised like a deity descended from the pages of a fashion magazine. Shen Xiang followed Gu Xiqing's gaze, taking in the impeccably tailored suit that seemed to be a second skin, each line perfectly accentuating his physique, showcasing his flawless proportions with exquisite precision.
Wow.
Shen Xiang exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. The deep black fabric of the suit shimmered with a subtle sheen, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, exuding an air of understated luxury. The intricate patterns on the suit resembled a masterpiece, meticulously crafted by a master artisan, subtly revealing an elegant demeanor. The single-breasted design was both simple and grand, each button resembling a dazzling gem, reflecting captivating light, arranged neatly along his front, adding a touch of solemnity to his attire. Shen Xiang nudged Gu Xiqing. Do you know who he is? This was Gu Xiqing's first encounter with him. She shook her head, her gaze drawn back to him. The collar of his white shirt was slightly open, revealing a glimpse of his firm, radiant skin. A wine-red tie, with a silky texture, flowed like water under the lights. The tie was tied in a meticulous Windsor knot, perfectly positioned at the collar's center, resembling a rose blooming in the night, exuding an enchanting charm that infused his overall appearance with a touch of romantic fervor. His trousers were straight and elongated, the seams as sharp as blades. The fabric swayed gently with his movements, yet maintained its perfect lines, as if enchanted by an invisible magic. The black leather shoes gleamed with a lustrous shine, their surfaces reflecting the surrounding scenery like a mirror, showcasing his refinement and fastidiousness. Upon closer inspection of his visage, one beheld a face sculpted to perfection. His deep-set eyes resembled the most profound whirlpools of the night sky, dark and enigmatic, as if harboring an infinite array of untold tales. The glimmering light within those eyes sparkled like the stars, capable of ensnaring anyone who dared to glance. His aquiline nose, standing tall and proud at the center of his face, boasted strong, fluid lines, adding a touch of gallantry to his countenance. The shape of his lips was perfectly balanced, the corners subtly uplifted in a barely perceptible smile, reminiscent of the warmth and charm of spring sunshine, a smile that could melt hearts while retaining an air of unrestrained allure. His hair, thick and ebony, was neatly swept back, revealing a smooth forehead, each strand seemingly meticulously arranged, glinting softly under the corridor's lighting, further accentuating his maturity and composure. The man stood as if he were a meticulously crafted work of art, flawless from every angle, effortlessly drawing the gaze of all who surrounded him, making it impossible to look away. As Gu Xiqing and Shen Xiang scrutinized the man, he too discreetly assessed them. After a moment, he chuckled softly, his voice warm and smooth as jade, akin to a gentle spring breeze caressing the room. Gu Xiqing quickly regained her composure, rising to greet him with a polite yet businesslike nod. Chapter 176. The young business tycoon of City A, Xiqing Xiao, the young business magnate of City A, was the mysterious figure who had just competed with Gu Xiqing for the bronze beast mask. The attendant ushered them in, and Shen Xiang also stood to offer her greetings. Xiqing Xiao was surprised to discover that the individual vying for the bronze beast mask was a woman. Ordinarily, anyone else would have long relinquished their pursuit at such a price. Moreover, one would think that a girl would prefer the next jade or gemstone adornments, rather than an artifact like the bronze beast mask. Concealing his underlying curiosity with a subtle gaze, he settled onto the black leather sofa at the side of the private room and inquired directly, "I am quite curious, Miss Gu. What piques your interest in this bronze beast mask?" Understanding dawned upon Xiqing Xiao as he nodded slightly, though the skepticism in his eyes remained. He lifted the teacup placed before him by the attendant, taking a delicate sip before letting his gaze return to Gu Xiqing. "However, if I may be so bold, with your capabilities, Miss Gu, you surely do not lack for such a collectible?" "Mr. Xie, you jest," Gu Xiqing replied with a smile. "Each antique is unique. Once missed, it cannot be found again. Additionally, it represents my respect and continuation of my family's traditions." She added, somewhat playfully, that her pursuit was merely to silence certain individuals. Upon hearing this, Xiqing Xiao found himself harboring greater admiration for Gu Xiqing. Initially, he had assumed she was merely a wealthy girl bidding out of spite. But now it seemed she possessed a genuine passion and profound understanding of ancient culture. "Is that so?" Xiqing Xiao smiled, his lips parting slightly. "Perhaps we could exchange insights in the future." Seated to one side, Shen Xiang quietly sipped her coffee, her gaze flitting between the two individuals. There will certainly be opportunities in the future. Gu Xiqing maintained her businesslike smile, remaining vigilant towards him. To be candid, there is an exhibition in City next month, and I require the bronze beast mask for display. I wonder if Miss Gu would be willing to lease it to me? The financial aspects can be discussed amicably. At present, Gu Xiqing was not in a hurry to deliver the bronze beast mask to the Du family. Observing Shen Xiang, Xia Tichao sensed that this individual might be worth engaging with, as there could be potential intersections in their professional paths, despite their unfamiliarity in the past. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, "Very well, I will have my assistant coordinate with you shortly." Xia Tingxiao considered this for a moment and nodded in agreement, acknowledging Miss Gu's generosity. "I will arrange for a dedicated person to liaise with you regarding the specifics." Throughout their conversation, Xia Tingxiao found Gu Xiqing to be an intriguing and capable individual, arousing his curiosity. Gu Xiqing also realized that the man before her was not as simple as he appeared. It seemed rather premature to lend out the bronze beast mask. Time passed swiftly, and Xia Tingxiao produced a card, offering it to Gu Xiqing. "It has been a pleasure collaborating. I shall not intrude upon your time any longer. Should you find yourself in City A in the future, do feel free to reach out to me." Chapter 177. Xia Yi's distant cousin. Xia Tingxiao politely nodded to him, following the attendant down another corridor. Inside the private room, Shen Xiang excitedly seated herself beside Gu Xiqing. "Do you know who Xia Tingxiao is?" "Not at all," Gu Xiqing replied, shaking her head. Amused by Shen Xiang's enthusiasm, she teased, "Has our general manager taken a liking to someone?" Shen Xiang immediately composed her expression, playfully chastising Gu Xiqing before properly informing her about the man. Xia Tingxiao is the newly appointed president of Hongmao Group in City A, cultivated as the heir by the Xia family since childhood. "He certainly sounds impressive," Gu Xiqing remarked, taking a sip of her tea and nodding slightly. "Impressive is an understatement. He is a veritable crocodile in City A, stirring up the old foxes there to the point of unrest." Shen Xiang silently gave a thumbs up, wishing she could possess such ironclad strength, although she had a tendency to value her life. Were she to cause such a stir, countless unforeseen consequences would await her. However, Gu Xiqing raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "How do you know so much about him?" "Xia Tingxiao is a distant cousin of Xia Yi. I was in need of funds previously, and he recommended a channel to me. However, I had just graduated and taken over Runaway biotechnology at that time, and I simply lacked the courage to pursue it." Shen Xiang recalled how, upon reaching the base of the Hongmao Group building, she felt as though she had entered a futuristic edifice, overwhelmed by its grandeur. From a distance, she had seen Xia Tingxiao emerge from his car, a throng of people following him into the building, and her heart had faltered in that moment. These are hardly genuine accidents, she mused. Thus, she abandoned her plans to venture into City A and shifted her focus abroad, immersing herself in her research lab. As long as funding was consistent, she could dedicate herself to her studies. "Oh," Gu Xiqing mused, stroking her chin, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Is it merely because of what Xia Yi mentioned to you?" "Of course. Why are you looking at me like that?" "I harbor no interest in romantic entanglements. As the sole daughter of my parents, they have entrusted me with a vast family estate, and I cannot afford to disappoint them." Shen Xiang playfully tapped Gu Xiqing's forehead with her finger, emphasizing that the most pressing matter at hand is to fervently hope that no one vies with me for the ghost orchid. "Rest assured, you shall acquire your desired item at the most favorable price." Gu Xiqing smiled softly, continuing to browse the yet-to-be-auctioned treasures. Lin Qing entered, observing the two women engrossed in laughter as they gazed at the tablet. He lingered at the door for a moment before clearing his throat to disrupt their merriment. Who was that person earlier? A sudden sense of foreboding washed over him upon encountering that individual. Shen Xiang's previously bright smile faded from her face at the sight of Lin Qing. Chapter 178. A consequence of one's own making. "The one who competed with me for the bronze beast-faced vessel." Gu Xiqing instructed a nearby attendant to pour Lin Qing a cup of white silver needle tea. "He approached me regarding a modest project. The bidding concluded at over 30 million, and with a rental fee of 10 million, it was a sound deal." "Indeed." Lin Qing took a seat, lifting the cup to his lips, taking a delicate sip while gazing intently at her, his voice tinged with weariness. "Is there anything else you wish to bid on?" Aside from a set of furniture destined for the Lin family, nothing of significant value remained. Gu Xiqing passed the tablet to Shen Xiang and stood to observe the auction venue, where an exuberant round of bidding ensued. The calls of bidders echoing as the coveted blue diamond necklace garnered considerable attention. Ultimately, it was claimed by a mysterious bidder for over 160 million. "I shall step out for a moment." Shen Xiang, reluctant to remain in the same room as Lin Qing, found her thoughts drifting to the image of him violently confronting Li Xianzhong earlier in the day. However, as he was the man Gu Xiqing had pursued for over 7 years, she could not afford to sever ties completely and thus sought a hasty excuse to exit. The room now contained only the attendant observing the auction, Gu Xiqing, and Lin Qing. Dai Qian has encountered some trouble. Lin Qing, sitting across from Gu Xiqing, spoke with an indifferent tone, his gaze lowered. The situation is not favorable. A helicopter has been dispatched to the ferry to transport her to the hospital. Xiaoxin informed me that Dai Qian is in a state of emotional collapse and her life hangs by a thread.
And so?
Gu Xiqing raised her gaze, regarding him with a sardonic smile, her lips curling in irony. Do you believe this concerns me? Lin Qing paused, his grip tightening on the teacup. He lifted his head to meet her earnest gaze, his mind in turmoil, his throat dry. That is not my intention. I merely thought you should be aware of this situation. I did foresee such events unfolding. Gu Xiqing averted her eyes, her expression unwavering, though the occurrence transpired more swiftly than I had anticipated. Some individuals, born with every advantage, seek thrills to enliven their mundane lives. Dai Qian's actions have inadvertently exposed the darker sides of certain individuals. Her outcome is, regrettably, a consequence of her own making. Stop fretting and go see her. Gu Xiqing's attention shifted to the newly displayed ghost orchid, which was safeguarded within a special transparent vessel, as Shen Xiang engaged in bidding with another person. The auction was set to continue for another 3 hours. Lin Qing reclined on the sofa, his eyelids drooping, his weary gaze faintly resting upon her, as if he wished to etch her image deep within his soul. I will take a moment's respite. Call for me when you depart. After stepping outside moments ago, he had been summoned by several elders to address matters concerning Dai Qian, their voices buzzing in his head. Perhaps due to the lingering effects of alcohol, he felt unsteady, absorbing none of their words. On the way here, Li Xianzhu had awakened, insisting on a duel with him, only to be restrained by Li Lao, who playfully kicked at him from a distance. It turned out that Dai Qian had shared an extraordinary bond with him since high school. Yet, disdaining the Li family, their relationship had remained shrouded in secrecy until today. Had he not uncovered it, it would have continued in silence. Initially dragged to attend a junior's graduation ceremony, the potent drinks had been orchestrated by Dai Qian herself. Alas, they overlooked Gu Xiqing, who unexpectedly disrupted their plans that day. Chapter 179. Tranquility. He sat in stillness, awaiting the auction item he desired, successfully acquiring it after a fierce bidding war. The hours of the night slipped away rapidly, especially within the exhilarating atmosphere of the auction house. As the crowd began to disperse and the lights dimmed one by one, Gu Xiqing gently nudged Lin Qing. Lin Qing, it is time to go. He was deeply asleep. Another push followed. Lin Qing? He appeared to have slept poorly, his brow furrowed tightly. The slumbering figure gradually awakened, his gaze somewhat dazed, as if he had not seen her in ages. Rubbing his brow, he rose and approached her, his voice low and hoarse, as if his throat were parched with sand. Let us depart. Outside the hospital room, a blanket of white snow seemed to fall. The interior felt frigid, accompanied only by the howling winds and snow outside, a stark chill permeating the air. Are you worried about her? A sudden voice interrupted Lin Qing's dazed state. He raised his eyes, looking at Gu Xiqing in confusion. Who? What about you? Lin Qing inquired. I wish to grab a late-night snack to replenish my energy. Gu Xiqing had initially contemplated seeking her uncle after the auction, but reconsidered, deeming it unnecessary, as they too had their own affairs to attend to. I also require energy. Lin Qing took her hand, insisting, let us go together. At 4 a.m, the ferry was nearly empty, save for the bustling dance hall and bar that had been lively for 20 hours. The upper deck was filled with a crowd watching the sunrise, some wielding binoculars to gaze at distant islands and the stars that still lingered in the sky. Gu Xiqing sat on a white bench, coffee in hand, gazing at the misty sea, a profound tranquility enveloping her. After acquiring the company, she arranged for a Jia to assume the role of CEO, while she remained at Tiansheng. She had contemplated returning the company to her uncle but thought better of it, and trusting a Jia was a sound choice. For his capabilities were formidable, and she felt secure with him, whether in the original world or this one. Lin Qing sat beside her, together feeling the sea breeze as they awaited the dawn of a new day. I wish to be alone. Gu Xiqing turned to him. You should go to the hospital. I want to stay with you. Lin Qing, confronted by her gaze, which was as chilling as the breeze, shifted closer to her, imploring her not to always push him away. His pitiful demeanor might lead one to believe he had suffered from unrequited love. Gu Xiqing offered him her iced coffee, suggesting he needed to awaken his senses. Chapter 180. If you have time, let us embark on a journey together. Lin Qing accepted the drink and took a sip. The bitter coldness jolted his nerves, rendering him more alert. Are you feeling better? Gu Xiqing inquired, her eyes reflecting concern. Lin Qing gazed at her in silence for a while, took another sip, and his deep-set eyes revealed no trace of emotion. I feel better. After 5 o'clock, darkness seemed to gradually dissipate, revealing a faint blush on the horizon, reminiscent of rice paper gently brushed by clear water, soft and not overwhelming. This delicate hue gradually expanded, intertwining and tugging at the surrounding darkness. The once mirror-like sea began to shimmer, with tiny waves sparkling like scattered diamonds cast from the ocean. As the sun ascended, lovers embraced, or shared tender kisses, in the early morning light. Gu Xiqing glanced at her phone to check a message from a Jia, then long pressed to turn it off. Lin Qing, once I finish my current tasks, let us choose a time to travel. His previously dull eyes sparkled with newfound color, akin to the bright beams rising from the sea, dazzling and intense. A smile of joy broke through Lin Qing's tense expression. All right, where would you like to go? Anywhere is fine. I wish to do certain things with you, Gu Xiqing replied, her gaze drifting to the brightening sky. Her eyes half-closed as she spoke softly about mundane activities she had longed to share with him. Lin Qing excitedly grasped her hand, his steady voice betraying a hint of tremor. Whatever you wish to do, I will accompany you. Gu Xiqing concealed the bitterness in her eyes beneath her curled lashes, raising her hand to gently trace the contours of his face. I truly have many things I want to accomplish with you. For instance, she yearned to experience the 100 trivial things that couples often do together. After pursuing him for so long, she wished to make amends for the struggles of her past. Lin Qing, holding her hand, rested his face against her palm, his gentle gaze fixed upon her. All right. As time passed, the deck grew lively and boisterous. Gu Xiqing playfully toyed with his fingers, occasionally comparing the sizes of their hands. Looking down at his hand, which was twice the size of hers, she smiled faintly, realizing how small her hand was in comparison. Lin Qing, may I ask you something? He lifted his gaze, his eyes reflecting her smile. Yes. Gu Xiqing, meeting his eyes, smiled faintly. I once asked you this. Did you ever have feelings for me? Lin Qing's heart trembled. He was momentarily lost, whether due to the blinding sunlight or her enchanting smile. Time seemed to freeze as he forgot to breathe. Do you love me? Gu Xiqing gently inquired, her words slow and tender. It felt as if an invisible hand had gripped Lin Qing's throat. The 3 words I love you lodged within him for an eternity, unspoken. He stared into her smiling eyes and stiffly nodded. Chapter 181. Cherishing the Present. As he mechanically nodded like a robot, perhaps it was the sunlight reflecting off the ocean that caused Gu Xiqing's eyes to tighten and her nose to tingle, a veil of mist quickly enveloping her gaze. It was as if the rope that had long constricted her heart had finally loosened, granting her freedom. Everything became as clear and bright as the sun rising over the sea. Once we finish our tasks, let us travel, Gu Xiqing said, suppressing a smile as she inhaled deeply, rising to embrace the sea breeze while gazing at the shimmering waters. Avoidance never resolves problems. Concluding matters in such a definitive manner is rather agreeable. All right, she replied, remaining in his embrace, eyes shut, savoring this tranquil moment. She ought to cherish the present, basking in the sunrise with him, something she had long yearned for yet could never attain. Reflecting on her past self, she seemed like a madwoman, shutting all doors around her, rejecting the concern of her friends and family, and frantically declaring her lack of love, desperately seeking affection from him. The madness within her required healing. As she watched Lin Qing board the helicopter, Gu Xiqing rubbed her slightly chilled arms and stifled a yawn. The previous night, she had felt no chill indoors. But stepping onto the deck, burdened with thoughts, she noticed the drop in temperature. The wind from the helicopter's blades swept over her, sending shivers across her skin. Sister, there are some rather fanatical fans who have sent a few items to Tianqing, Gu Xiqing remarked, furrowing her brow. She slipped off her high heels and walked barefoot down the corridor, determined to maintain the company's image. While others had yet to arrive at work, she collected the items and placed them into the warehouse of Building B. Ajay gazed at the pile of cursed dolls and wreaths before him, adorned with unspeakable words, his anger rising to an unbearable peak. Sister, are we really going to let these people tirelessly send such things every day? Since the scandal involving Dai Qian had emerged, her devoted fans had overwhelmed Tianqing's official website. Now, they were sending cursed dolls and wreaths, and next time, they might escalate to something even more severe. Ultimately, someone would bear the consequences. Fan behavior, after all, would be paid for by the idol. Ajay could not comprehend why the situation was not addressed immediately. Yet he recognized that Gu Xiqing had her reasons for her actions. He could only summon security to move the wreaths into the warehouse, waiting until everything was stored before draping a cloth over the pile. Chapter 182. The Next Ferry. 2 hours had passed in the blink of an eye. Gu Xiqing lay on the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling for a while, then yawned before taking a shower, freshening up, and applying her makeup. She would join the Lin family for a meal. After dining, Lin Xiaoran occasionally glanced at Gu Xiqing, sister-in-law. The events of the previous afternoon had garnered significant attention, and everyone who needed to know was aware. Could his elder brother truly be like their uncle? What's wrong? Gu Xiqing lifted her head to gaze at her, the gossip in her eyes unmistakable. Are you and my brother Lin Xiaoran all right? She cautiously inquired. We are fine, Lin Xiaoran replied, nervously twisting her fingers, hesitant to ask why Lin Qing was not accompanying them. Sensing Lin Xiaoran's unspoken question, Gu Xiqing clarified he had an overseas business trip and left early this morning. Lin Xiaoran nodded, still skeptical, wanting to inquire about Dai Qian, but feeling she had already asked too many questions, she decided to hold her tongue for another opportunity. As the ferry began to dock, the returning crowd wore expressions of sheer satisfaction. Xie had secured a considerable amount of investment that night and was eager to find Xinxiang, only to discover that she had already departed after acquiring the ghost orchid, without even a moment to bid farewell to Gu Xiqing. Nevertheless, Xie remained elated about the investments he had garnered and insisted on treating Gu Xiqing and Xiao Chen to a meal. Come on, today your irresistible idol, will host you, he proclaimed. Xiao Chen rolled her eyes, dismissing his flamboyance. Xiao Nian quietly positioned herself beside Gu Xiqing, distancing herself from Xiao Chen, feeling embarrassed to stand with him. At the bustling ferry terminal, Du Mingqing waved at Gu Xiqing from a distance, then departed with his assistant, following the Du family entourage. Xiao Chen, who had been exchanging banter with Xie, fell suddenly silent, gazing at Gu Xiqing with anticipation. All right, Gu Xiqing replied with a faint smile, nodding in agreement. Behind her, staff members were loading her purchased gifts into Xiao Chen's trunk. What about me? Xie huffed in discontent. As a beloved pop icon, do none of you even glance my way? I will definitely attend your concert in S-City. Gu Xiqing chuckled softly, realizing that none of her troubles seemed to outweigh his aspirations as a singer. Xie sighed dramatically, his expression drooping. You all take me for granted. Soon I will be even more famous, and tickets to my concerts will be impossible to acquire. Unable to listen any longer, Xiao Nian opened the rear car door, clambered in, and slammed it shut forcefully, donning her headphones. Gu Xiqing followed suit. Sister, please sit in the passenger seat with my brother, Xiao Nian urged, quickly occupying the space beside her. I am so exhausted from the ball last night. I just want to sleep. Her eyes bore dark circles, and her pallor was worse than the day before, a clear sign of fatigue from a late night. Gu Xiqing reluctantly opened the passenger door, buckled in, and settled into her seat. With her plan successfully executed, Xiao Nian gleefully exchanged a wink with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen chuckled helplessly as he drove away from the ferry terminal. In a VIP hospital room, a large screen mounted on the wall displayed entertainment news. Recently, a certain two-character female star was allegedly exposed. Suddenly, a glass cup shattered against the screen, causing it to crack in a spiderweb pattern from the point of impact. Gu Xiqing, I shall make you pay 100-fold, a voice seethed. Chapter 183. She has arrived. The excruciating pain tearing through Dai Qian's body contorted her face in agony. As she shut her eyes against the horrific memories of the previous day, a nightmare worse than death, including the moment the car veered uncontrollably out of the filming zone, crashing into the roadside and colliding with other vehicles, the wheels mercilessly grinding against her entire body. At that moment, death loomed ominously close, its icy grip tightening around her throat, dragging her into an abyss from which there was no escape as darkness gradually enveloped her. Suddenly, she opened her eyes to find herself surrounded by a pack of men, fierce as wolves. This was all the doing of Gu Xiqing. Half sitting on her hospital bed, Dai Qian seethed with such intensity that she felt she might shatter her teeth. Gu Xiqing, I have been far too lenient with you. Clutching the bedsheets in a fit of rage, Dai Qian let out a low, chilling laugh that echoed through the ward like a ghostly wail, instilling a sense of dread. Gu Xiqing had been sneezing incessantly along the way, a slight fever warming her forehead. Sister, are you unwell? Xiao Nian asked from the back seat. Concern etched on her face. Do you feel very uncomfortable? Should we take a walk? Gu Xiqing shook her head slightly, suspecting that she had caught a chill from the morning breeze. I just need to rest for a bit. Xiao Chen opened the sun visor and switched the car's music to a soothing background melody suitable for sleep. Rest now. I will wake you when we arrive. At last night's auction, he had been present while Gu Xiqing bid on items throughout the night. Now that they had disembarked from the ferry, her body relaxed, and drowsiness washed over her. The golden sunlight gently caressed her resting face, casting a dreamy, golden hue upon her, rendering her serene and angelic. Xiao Nian, seated in the back, observed her brother's lack of progress with frustration. He had yet to win over his love interest after all this time. She resolved to play the role of a matchmaker, determined to foster their relationship once they reached the villa. After descending from the elevated road, the traffic improved significantly, and they arrived at the villa in just an hour. The housekeeper had already prepared lunch. Upon seeing Xiao Chen's car arrive, she promptly brought the last dish to the table. Xiao Chen gently roused Gu Xiqing. Xiqing, wake up, we have arrived home. Sister, we are home. Xiao Nian chimed in, opening the passenger door and gazing at the drowsy Gu Xiqing with bright eyes. Let us eat first before you sleep again. Gu Xiqing had slept soundly throughout the journey, her spirits lifted, no longer burdened by the sudden melancholy that had plagued her before. Upon opening her eyes, she was greeted by Xiao Nian's large, expressive gaze, and the dark clouds that had lingered in her heart dissipated in an instant. She reached out to ruffle the little girl's hair, her voice soft and tender, with residual sleep. I understand. Today you can enjoy a good rest. Xiao Chen leaned over to unbuckle her seatbelt, encouraging her to sleep as long as she wished. It feels so comfortable at your home, Gu Xiqing replied lazily, stretching her arms above her head. Xiao Chen smiled silently as he exited the vehicle from the other side. After completing her stretch, Gu Xiqing followed suit and stepped out. Walking into the villa she had not entered in ages. It remained just as she remembered. The front yard featured a white fountain, and the surrounding lawn was meticulously maintained daily, with trees trimmed into various shapes resembling Xiao Nian's favorite animals. Chapter 184. The Subtle Differences. Xiao Nian nodded and rushed to the kitchen to wash her hands quickly. Xiao Chen and Gu Xiqing followed her inside, where the housekeeper's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing Gu Xiqing, before she hurried to fetch a new set of dishes to accommodate their unexpected guest. She had assumed it would be just the two of them as always, not anticipating an additional presence. Aunt Sun, it's been a while. Aunt Sun placed the new tableware at her designated spot, smiling warmly at her. It had been quite some time since she last saw Miss Gu, and she appeared even more radiant. Once Xiao Chen took a seat, the three of them began their meal together. Sister, my brother often asks Aunt Sun to tidy up your room every now and then, fearing that little bugs might fly in or small spiders might make it their home. The room was immaculate, appearing as if it had never been uninhabited for long. Xiao Nian excitedly wandered around the room, spinning in circles. This is my trophy from the claw machine last month. I've placed it here for you, sister. It's said that this doll can protect you from nightmares. Gu Xiqing gazed at the adorable cotton doll in her hands and gently ruffled her little head. I absolutely adore this doll. Thank you, Nian. I knew you would love it, Xiao Nian replied, shyly lowering her head. After Dai Qian woke up, aside from an initial emotional outburst that nearly startled Xiao Sun into thinking she had lost her mind, she remained quite tranquil. After finishing her meal, she sat on the bed, holding her tablet, scrolling through various entertainment news articles and popular videos regarding her journey since debuting. Who are those people? She lifted her gaze, her eyes calmly directed at the anxious Xiao Sun standing by her bedside. He knew who they were, didn't he? Miss Dai. Xiao Sun had initially expected her to erupt into tears and chaos once she regained her composure, but her current calmness surprised him, for she seemed to act as if nothing had ever occurred. Last night, the president had already instructed other doctors to collect samples for DNA testing, and results would be forthcoming. He could only convey this to her. Did he know who those people were? Dai Qian lowered her gaze, asking Xiao Sun once more. Do you know? The president immediately initiated an investigation into the surveillance footage. The rest would be left to the police. I understand. What about the others? Dai Qian continued scrolling through videos, seeing those unflattering articles about her scandals. Each marketing account condemned her with fervent zeal, as if pronouncing a death sentence upon her. How absurd. The president was scheduled to travel overseas today. Xiao Sun glanced at his watch, noting that boarding had already commenced. Chapter 185. Dai Qian's Ambition. He had already boarded, without so much as a visit to her. I am weary, Dai Qian said, closing her tablet and leaning against the pillow, her expression indifferent. Xiao Sun chose not to respond further, adjusting his glasses before turning to leave. Once he departed, the room fell back into a desolate silence. Dai Qian took her phone and dialed a number, which rang for a moment before someone answered. Gu Xiqing recognized the familiar number and pressed the answer key, waiting for Dai Qian to speak. You seem to be living quite happily with Lin Qing. On the other end, after a few seconds of silence, Dai Qian's weak yet mocking voice emerged, like icy water splashed upon Gu Xiqing's heart, damp and chilling. Gu Xiqing, cherish your current happiness, for soon it will belong to me. Gu Xiqing stared at her phone screen, listening to her finish before ending the call. There was no anticipated outburst or breakdown. Instead, a declaration of war? Dai Qian looked at the disconnected call and let out a low, chilling laugh, her voice reminiscent of a ghost's lament. She had a brilliant future ahead. Just one more push and the coveted Best Actress award would be hers, only to be taken away by a tragic car accident. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself in a chaotic world, subjected to the humiliation and degradation by a group of unscrupulous fiends. Dai Qian clutched her phone, her fingers trembling with rage. Gu Xiqing and Lin Qing. Why did Lin Qing lean towards Gu Xiqing? Suppressing her boiling anger, Dai Qian hurriedly searched for information online. Aside from a few blurry photos of Gu Xiqing and Lin Qing grappling outside the Tiansheng building, there was little else of relevance. Most news concerning Lin Qing was tied to her, but they were all outdated tales. Otherwise, no useful information was available. Their details were well protected. Only by visiting the official Tiansheng website could one find scant biographical snippets about them. Gu Xiqing, the young and capable vice president of Tiansheng Group, was dubbed a workhorse by her colleagues, utterly useless information. As Dai Qian swiped through her tablet, she sensed something was amiss. She had been reborn. Yet it felt as though she had not returned to the past. Many things appeared different. Could it be that she had entered a so-called parallel world? In this realm, she seemed to be a foolish pawn, easily manipulated. Regardless of the dynamics between Lin Qing and Gu Xiqing in this world, she needed the Lin family's wealth and power to pave her way. She would not abandon her pursuit of Lin Qing, since such a scandal had already surfaced. What could be more terrifying? She intended to conceive Lin Qingxuan's child, using this offspring to compel Gu Xiqing to relinquish the position of Mrs. Lin. Not just Lin Qing, but the entire Lin family future would belong to her. She had laid the groundwork for too long to give up now at this critical juncture. Awake? A voice interrupted Dai Qian's fiery wrath. Looking up, she recognized one of the men from that night. I consulted the doctor. Your health is stable. He crossed his arms and approached her bedside, inspecting her as one would a mere object. There's a gathering in a couple of days. Accompany me and rest assured, you will be compensated well. Chapter 186. All of this is because of Gu Xiqing. Dai Qian was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of reluctance passing through her gaze, quickly hidden beneath her long, curled lashes. The man observed her reaction, a barely perceptible smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, seemingly satisfied with her current submissive demeanor. The once exalted white moonlight of S-City had been reduced to a mere commodity since last night. He retrieved a business card from his pocket and casually tossed it onto her bedside, an address for the gathering and his contact information. Be on time, if you're late. Last night's video might accidentally be shared, ha. Watching him leave, she gently picked up the card he had carelessly discarded. The chill from its surface seemed to penetrate her heart. She, who once shone brightly, surrounded by a constellation of stars, was now reduced to a discarded item, awaiting selection by a seller. All because of Gu Xiqing. Dai Qian had never endured such humiliation in her life. All of this was instigated by Gu Xiqing. Relying on the support of Du Mingqing, she hastily compelled the Lin family to pressure Lin Qing into marrying her. Gu Xiqing, I shall ensure your demise. However, the most pressing matter at hand is to devise a strategy to extricate herself from these men. They captured last night's video, intending to blackmail her for eternity. What a delusion! Gu Xiqing sneezed several times in succession, and Xiao Nian, who was arranging flowers nearby, set down her scissors and approached her. Sister, you should rest. I can manage the task assigned by the teacher on my own. Her complexion was poor, frequently interrupted by sneezes and coughs, clearly indicating her illness. Gu Xiqing touched her nose, glancing at the flowers that had been arranged and the half-completed bouquet on the table, nodding in acknowledgement. Exiting the flower room, she encountered Xiqing coming toward her. Cold medicine, he said, extending a cup to her. Little Qing, if you're unwell, take a proper rest. Dinner will be ready, and I'll call you to eat. Gratefully, Gu Xiqing pinched her nose and downed the medicine in one go, the bitterness exploding in her throat, causing her to frown tightly. Ah, Chen, this medicine is exceedingly bitter. Good medicine is often unpleasant, Xiqing remarked with a gentle laugh. Unwrapping the candy he had prepared for her. Here, have some. The afternoon sun shone brilliantly, casting dappled shadows through the trees, and the chirping of insects and birds filled the air. Xiao Nian, resting her chin on her hands in the flower room, observed the two at the door with excitement, secretly recording the moment on her phone. Her brother had finally taken the initiative. She wanted to capture this moment. When they marry, she would be a witness to their happiness. The thought was delightful. Gu Xiqing lowered her head to savor the candy he had offered. The bitterness in her throat finally alleviated. She raised her gaze to meet Xiqing's intense stare, only to quickly look away, escaping the flower room. Holding the cup, Xiao Chen's smile deepened. If he were to marry her, would their daily life resemble the simplicity and beauty of today? Chapter 187. Overlooked, the squandered moments of yesteryears. It took a while for her mood to stabilize. The lack of sleep from the previous night left her mind clouded. Just moments ago, he had peeled a candy and handed it to her, and without hesitation, she had accepted and eaten it. Such a gesture was decidedly intimate. She slapped her cheeks lightly and entered her room, casually picking up the album resting on her desk, opening it to peruse its contents. The photographs within, some taken by Xiao Nian, others by Xiao Chen, and various moments captured with Xiqing and Xie, chronicled their lives together from childhood to the present. Gu Xiqing settled onto the sofa with the album, starting from the first page, which predominantly featured pictures of camping trips and mountain excursions. Her fingertips gently brushed over the photographs, a warm current flowing through her, comforting her very soul, and her lips curled into a soft smile. What a beautiful youth. A wonderful group of people, so different from her past. Previously, she had devoted herself entirely to Lin Qing, rarely spending time with Xiao Chen, Xiang, and the others on outings. Aside from studying and working, all her personal time had been squandered on a single man. Gazing at these photographs, Gu Xiqing let out a wistful sigh. She has missed many beautiful moments. Sister, why have you suddenly taken an interest in astronomy? Amidst his busy schedule, Ajay pondered why the usually indifferent Gu Xiqing began to inquire about a subject he himself knew little about. When it came to Yuanxing, Ajay had been keeping a watchful eye. Currently, it had fallen short of our expectations. He perused the data and noted the continued decline, indicating that tomorrow would be the day to take action. What about that individual? Ajay replied, I have already made contact with him. He mentioned he has a sights set on another firm, thus he will not intervene with Yuanxing. However, this line of thought was swiftly interrupted by an incoming phone call. It was from abroad, an unfamiliar number. Watching as the call rang for a minute before automatically disconnecting, Gu Xiqing finally answered when she saw the number call again. It was me. On the other end, she heard Lin Qingxuan's voice, sounding somewhat fatigued. Gu Xiqing perked up her ears. Listening intently to the ambient noise on his end, there was wind, the sound of waves crashing against rocks, and gunfire.
Bang!
A sharp gunshot pierced through, and the call abruptly ended. Gu Xiqing held her phone, the black screen reflecting her astonished face. Was the situation over there so grave? Chapter 188. Trouble on the Island. The tranquil lake of her heart was suddenly disturbed as if a stone had been cast into its depths, sending ripples that expanded outward, growing in intensity until they engulfed her entire emotional landscape, stirring tumultuous waves. She dialed Assistant Wu, but the call went to voicemail. They had lost contact. Xiao Chen furrowed his brows, resolutely blocking Gu Xiqing's path. Xiao Qing, your health is paramount. Only by nurturing your well-being can you pursue what you truly desire. I'm fine, I just caught a cold from the wind. You've already given me medicine, and I'm feeling better now. Gu Xiqing placed his hand on her forehead. See, it's not hot. That is still not acceptable. Anian said she wants to sleep with you tonight. And you promised her. Xiao Chen gazed at her with a mournful expression. You've already broken a promise once. Will you do so again? I will go with you. Upon seeing her relent, he took a step back as well. I want to accompany you. The fact that Lin Qing could be in trouble indicated that this incident was not a mere coincidence, but rather a premeditated event. With the current chaos, Dai Qian's scandal and Dai Jiao's extramarital affair with Gu Hao being heavily criticized in the media, many irrational fans might be lurking for her appearance. He was concerned about her going to Tianqing alone. Xiao Chen wore a glum expression, clearly unhappy. Xiao Qing, either let me accompany you, or you can come work at my family's group. I'll give you my position. He too was destined to inherit his family's business, and over the years, he had traveled alongside Xiao Yuanhong, gaining familiarity with the intricacies of business dealings. Thus, he held a voice in the matter. If Gu Xiqing were willing to transfer from Tianqing to his firm, given her outstanding track record, it would only take a few words from him for her to secure a high-ranking position. Chapter 189. No comment. Xiao Chen gazed at Gu Xiqing standing before him, pondering when she had transformed into a capable adult, adept at handling matters independently. Despite acknowledging her capabilities, he instinctively perceived her as a fragile girl in need of protection. Gu Xiqing offered a slight nod before gracefully maneuvering past him and exiting. Xiao Nian waved at her with a smile in return. Xiao Qing. Suddenly, Xiao Chen called out to Gu Xiqing, rushing to the entrance to retrieve the car keys, which he handed to her. You can't possibly take a taxi to Tianqing.
Can you?
For a fleeting moment, Gu Xiqing was taken aback, having genuinely forgotten that her car was at Tinghai and that Jia was at work. Without a car, she would indeed have to hail a cab to Tianqing. Xiao Chen advised, if there's an urgent matter, just give me a call. Gu Xiqing nodded, taking the car keys and adeptly making her way to the garage. The keys corresponded to a sleek black sports car nestled in the corner of the garage. Xiqing stood at the villa's entrance, watching as Xiqing sped away in her car before dialing his assistant to request a compilation of recent events over the past couple of days. Both floors A and B of Tiansheng were on high alert, with numerous hackers relentlessly attempting to breach their network. Although many had been apprehended, they were akin to elusive mice lurking in the shadows. There always seemed to be more. The flower wreaths placed at Building B refresh every few hours, resembling game resources reappearing in the same spots. Initially, Jia had been infuriated by this, but he had since grown speechless. Why couldn't these wealthy individuals spend their money on food or drink instead of buying wreaths? This tidy stack of cash amounted to a neat 10,000. The security personnel's daily task was merely to observe, and now, by being slightly more vigilant than usual, they could earn extra money, which they were naturally eager to do. Suddenly, the roar of a sleek sports car pierced the air, drawing closer as it confidently weaved through the crowd and came to a halt at Building B. Journalists, eager for the latest headline, were already crowded around, startled by the abrupt arrival of the car. It had nearly scraped past them moments earlier, and had it done so, it would have undoubtedly resulted in injuries. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd as they collectively held their breath, fixated on the black vehicle. Before their minds could fully process the scene, a few individuals rushed forward. Vice President Gu, regarding Chairman Yuan Sheng. Your father Gu has extramarital affairs over the past decade. Can you comment on this matter? The leading journalist began to inquire, only to be abruptly shoved aside by another reporter who pressed forward. Vice President Gu, is it true about the incident between General Manager Lin and Dai Qian at the Mid-Autumn Gala? Xiqing emerged from the car, donning sunglasses, and surveyed the throng of microphones and the multitude of faces before her. I have nothing to disclose, she declared, motioning for security to intervene and escort her inside alongside Jia. Sister, what brings you here? These people are absolutely insane. They've been lurking since morning. Jia exclaimed. How do they even know about my connection with General Manager Lin? Xiqing removed her sunglasses, casting a sharp glance at Jia, her expression more piercing than the usual gentle demeanor, which sent a shiver down his spine. Chapter 190. Research Island. Someone has leaked information about your impending marriage to General Manager Lin to the media. Jia felt a chill run down his spine as he gritted his teeth and spoke in a hushed tone. Almost immediately after the scandal involving Dai Qian broke, fervent fans began to dig into her connections, swiftly uncovering the individuals targeting her. Lin Qing and Xiqing were formidable figures. Thus, as Dai Qian's younger sister, she naturally became a prime target in their eyes. By the time they realized it, this group had already unraveled the details. The marriage between Xiqing and Lin Qing was ostensibly known only to a select few within their circle. Those outside this realm were blissfully unaware that Lin, the CEO of Tiansheng, and Gu, the vice president, were indeed married. Neither had ever made a public appearance together, nor had they been embroiled in scandals like Lin Qing and Dai Qian. Have you identified the culprits? Xiqing inquired, unfazed upon learning that the leak originated from an insider. Her past experiences had equipped her with ample acumen to handle such situations without fluster. They are not ordinary fans. Our technical team is still searching for leads. It is rather challenging to pinpoint our targets in this vast sea of information. Standing before the elevator, Xiqing observed the descending numbers and responded nonchalantly. There is no rush. They pose no significant threat to us. The only ones wasting their resources are them. And they are the ones breaking the law. Jia nodded and handed the tablet to Xiqing, which displayed a 3D panoramic view of the research island. Sister, here is the information you requested regarding the research island. Upon receiving it, she placed her fingerprint on the device, causing the previously deep blue display to erupt into a glaring red warning sign. Lacking the highest clearance, she was unable to access the necessary information and returned the tablet to Jia. What about Lin Qing's whereabouts? Jia gently rubbed his eyes and relayed what he knew to Xiqing. He had been abroad and lost contact a week ago, currently untraceable. Lin Qing, the third son of the Lin family, seldom resided in the country, instead wandering through various nations. One could argue he was a ne'er-do-well, yet he managed to carve out a career abroad through his own efforts, albeit none of his ventures lasted more than a year. And he never settled in one country for over 12 months. Xiqing recalled her previous encounters with him. He had a contentious relationship with Lin Qingshuan's father, Lin Mahua, feeling envious that such a scoundrel could eclipse him in competence. This disdain extended towards Lin Qing as well. She pondered whether Lin Qingshuan's recent misfortune on the research island was somehow linked to Lin Qing. However, with no means to contact Lin Qing, she could not confirm this, leaving her to gather information on Lin Qing's last known whereabouts. The meeting will commence in half an hour. Gu Xiqing sighed as the elevator arrived. She stepped inside alongside a Jia, who promptly notified the workgroup about the meeting. The research island had been acquired at a staggering cost by the Du family, with funding for the research primarily coming from them and the Lin family, who shared the results of their endeavors. However, the island was not solely staffed by researchers from the two families. It also employed various foreign scientists from third parties. During the final phase of an experiment involving cold atom research, an unfortunate incident had occurred. Someone intends to stealthily abscond with the results of their arduous research, which they have invested a fortune in, to sell at an astronomical price to foreign entities. Chapter 191. Signal Interruption. Mr. Lin, we are currently experiencing a complete signal blackout and cannot reach the outside world. On a desolate island, a shattered yacht lay stranded on the beach. While under the shade of coconut trees, a group of individuals anxiously gazed at Lin Qing, who bore serious wounds yet remained unperturbed. Assistant Wu emerged from the sea, carrying a first aid kit, deftly opening it to swiftly clean Lin Qing's injuries. A generous amount of iodine was used to wash away the blood from his back, followed by cotton to ensure cleanliness, and then he was bandaged. This meticulous procedure consumed approximately 10 minutes. The surrounding crowd remained silent, taken aback by the presence of a traitor among them, someone who would steal their hard-earned achievements to sell abroad. To add insult to injury, they even contemplated murder. Fortunately, under Lin Qing's leadership, they managed to escape, yet their collective efforts remained behind. The atomic chip trap containing cold atoms could not be salvaged. Can't you devise a solution on your own? Assistant Wu glared at the others while examining Lin Qing's bandages. Does our president possess any signal? In his agitation, he inadvertently applied too much pressure, causing Lin Qing to furrow his brow in pain. Wu hurriedly draped a wind-dried coat over him. The group fell into a hushed silence. As researchers, they were accustomed to spending their days in laboratories, engrossed in exploration, devoid of time for physical training. Who else could they turn to? We will find a way. Before nightfall, let us locate a safe place to rest on the island. Lin Qing clenched his fists, gazing at the grievous wounds on his hands while uttering words of comfort to the group, though uncertainty lingered in his heart. Truly, they were international mercenaries. The blade they carried was formidable, capable of revealing bone with but a gentle stroke. As darkness approached, the sea breeze intensified and the temperature plummeted. Aside from the perils of nature, those individuals might soon discover their whereabouts. They needed to hastily find a concealed refuge. Assistant Wu surveyed the foreboding clouds above, furrowing his brows tightly. President, I shall scout ahead. Donning a gas mask and wielding a machete, he inhaled deeply, mustering his courage before venturing into the dense jungle. Leaning against a coconut tree, Lin Qing, weakened from blood loss, could only silently watch as Wu's brave figure vanished into the thicket. As the meeting adjourned, everyone dispersed. Gu Xiqing's gifts for the team were delivered to the president's office. Sister, what are these? Jia exclaimed, eyes wide at the sight of the numerous gifts. Have you filled out the shopping addresses in the president's office? These are gifts for everyone. Take them and distribute them according to performance. Gu Xiqing replied with a slight smile, pointing at the items. If there are any leftovers after distribution, they shall all be yours. Jia was taken aback, exclaiming, this is quite extravagant. Thank you, sister. I will inform everyone to prepare their performance records to claim their respective gifts. After a moment's pause, Jia quickly devised a plan for the distribution of these lavish presents. In the recent meeting, it can be said that everyone received a stern reprimand from Gu Xiqing. Although there were no grievances expressed, the atmosphere upon dispersal was one of dejection, with spirits noticeably diminished. Yet, it seems they are poised for a resurgence. Chapter 192. His office. Ever since receiving Lin Qing's call, an unsettling restlessness has plagued her. Such a formidable individual should be capable of navigating any adversity, shouldn't he? Her sole responsibility is to manage her current project effectively. As the vice president of Xiqing, her focus should solely be on the sound administration of the company. However, the sound of gunfire looms ominously. Gu Xiqing inhaled deeply, rising to embrace her arms as she gazed out at the towering skyscrapers. The evening had descended, with neon lights flickering to life, while the stars gradually adorned the night sky. In contrast to the serene ambience, her heart was tumultuous. Grabbing her phone, she descended in the elevator and traversed the corridor connecting the two buildings to Building A. At this hour, many employees, upon spotting Gu Xiqing, expressed surprise. Quickly bowing to greet her, Vice President Gu. She nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded towards Lin Qing's office. The research on Research Island is confidential and requires advanced clearance, which she lacks. Perhaps she could uncover some useful information within his office. With this thought, Gu Xiqing quickened her pace. Pushing open the weighty door of Lin Qing's office, The dimly lit space was momentarily illuminated by a faint wall lamp, casting just enough light to reveal the path ahead. She approached the desk, taking a seat to rummage through the drawer, methodically searching for anything of value. The drawer was meticulously organized, containing only crucial project documents, while the cabinet behind her held contracts for significant projects. After a thorough search, her efforts yielded nothing. Gu Xiqing's gaze fell upon a sleek ebony safe quietly nestled beneath the bookshelf. Could it possibly contain information regarding Research Island? Or perhaps the access code for its entry? Initially, her attempts to unlock it failed, and another incorrect input would trigger an alarm. Taking a deep breath, she reconsidered the numbers associated with Lin Qing and entered them anew, holding her breath in anticipation. The red light before her abruptly transformed to green, and the secured door of the safe swung open. Gu Xiqing's heart leapt with joy, only to reveal a solitary mobile phone, an antiquated device, accompanied by a USB drive. Beyond that, the safe held nothing else. A phone? Gu Xiqing was taken aback as she retrieved it. The model was from 2 years prior, its screen nearly shattered, posing a risk of injury with just a careless touch. Why would he lock such a phone in a safe? And what of this USB drive? Pondering for a moment, she connected the USB to her computer. Perhaps it contained critical information regarding Research Island. Unable to reach him, she could only hope to uncover something that might prove useful. With the USB connected, data began to load. Gu Xiqing clicked the mouse to open a file, and a video materialized on the screen. What could this be? She instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes widening in disbelief as she absorbed the content displayed before her. Were these the surveillance contents from that night? Had he investigated?
No.
It wasn't him who conducted the investigation. Gu Xiqing's eyes glistened with a hint of red, shrouded in a misty hue. She gently bit her trembling fingers, dragging the video progress bar, and glanced once more at the timestamp of the file creation. Chapter 193. Some Truths. No wonder Lin Qing had claimed he knew everything back then. So, he had indeed examined the surveillance footage? A wave of grievance surged within her, and tears uncontrollably spilled from her eyes. She had completely forgotten that she could have investigated the surveillance to see what transpired that night. He had actually done it. Yet, he was gone, and the Lin Qing of now was not the same. Gu Xiqing wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes with her fingers, unplugged the USB drive, and powered on the phone that lay beside her. It was out of battery. She peeked into the safe. In the far corner, she found a charging cable and plug that matched this phone. After waiting 10 minutes, the phone powered on. There was no password, and it unlocked in an instant. Gu Xiqing was somewhat astonished. Whose phone was this? A faint voice within her suggested that this phone belonged to the original Lin Qing of this world, yet she harbored a flicker of doubt. Crouching on the floor, leaning against a bookcase, she bit her finger and, with trembling hands, swiped open the phone's protective screen, revealing a photograph brimming with youthful vitality. The phone's wallpaper depicted a picture taken at graduation, featuring her. Gu Xiqing instinctively tossed the phone away. Fortunately, it fell onto the carpet and was unharmed. Her heart raced. It was merely an ordinary graduation photo, yet it felt strikingly glaring at this moment. The album contained few photos, and the scant images in the favorites were all about her. She understood the composition and angles of these photos better than anyone else. They were candid shots. Why would the original Lin Qing take candid shots of her? Her heartbeat quickened. The dormant beast within her chest now rampaging, as if desperate to break free. A wave of inexplicable suffocating pain rendered Gu Xiqing breathless. Tears, like large pearls, cascaded from her eyes. In addition to the photos, there were videos. The blurry footage was captured from a great distance, magnified. So he must have liked this world's Gu Xiqing, didn't he? The realization stunned her, draining the color from her face. The phone slipped from her grasp and inadvertently activated a video. The sounds from the video flooded in, an afternoon filled with the cacophony of cicadas and birds. Gu Xiqing hastily picked up the phone, frantically scrolling through these videos and photos. The lenses could not lie. Each frame was imbued with affection. No wonder he had been so angry and confused back then. So, why had he never expressed it openly? Gu Xiqing was baffled, unable to comprehend. If he liked her, why had he not taken that step forward to tell her? Staring blankly at the videos on the phone, Gu Xiqing muted the sound and viewed another version of herself through his perspective. Suddenly, something sparked in her mind, and she opened the Notes app on the phone. In the instant she beheld the buried truths, it felt as if a celestial thunderbolt had struck her with ruthless precision, nearly dislodging her very soul from her corporeal form. Is this the Lin Qing of this world? Thus, the Lin Qing of this reality, and she were destined for a blissful marital life together. They were to live in harmonious happiness, nurturing the fruits of love, leading a tranquil and beautiful existence, just as she had once envisioned. Did her arrival shatter all of this? Had she, by her own hand, obliterated her rightful happiness in this realm? Chapter 194. There must be no mishap. In the dimly lit office, an icy silence enveloped her like water. Gu Xiqing sat on the floor, cradling her head in her hands, her body trembling slightly as she surrendered to the darkness that engulfed her in endless sorrow. The phone lying on the ground emitted a faint glow, the words on the memo appearing as a poisoned blade, mercilessly cutting into her heart, leaving it bleeding and unseen. Why had she not simply perished back then? Why had she been reborn into this world, usurping the happiness of another? She truly deserved to pay for her actions, rather than acting like a barbarian, unreasonably seizing another's life. Now, she had made this life utterly miserable. A muffled sob echoed throughout the office, persisting until deep into the night, when her weeping finally ceased. Drying her tears, Gu Xiqing diligently rummaged through the bookcase, hoping to uncover some useful information. Lin Qing must not come to harm. His body belonged to the Lin Qing of this world. What if, just perhaps, they could both find a way to escape this reality? Uncle. Before the call connected, Gu Xiqing sipped a cup of coffee to invigorate herself, clearing her throat several times. At the stroke of midnight, to her surprise, Du Mingqing answered the phone. What troubles you at this late hour, Xiqing? Should I come over? Standing before the floor-to-ceiling window, she gazed at the towering edifices outside, biting her lip as she engaged in a lengthy internal struggle before finally speaking. Uncle, I would like to inquire about the research island. The research island?
Du Mingqing?
Having risen from his bed and donned his glasses, took a sip of water to soothe his throat. Why this sudden concern in the dead of night? Lin Qing mentioned that something happened at the research island, and after he called me, I heard gunfire before we lost contact. Gu Xiqing recounted what she knew to Du Mingqing. I suspect something has gone awry there, but at Tiansheng, I lack the high-level permissions to access the research island system and cannot discern what truly transpires. I am unaware of what secretive projects are being studied there. I see, Du Mingqing said, furrowing his brow as he exited the bedroom and entered his study, turning on his computer. I will transfer my permissions to you. Do not worry. I will investigate the situation promptly. To her astonishment, Du Mingqing asked no questions and readily transferred the permissions. Gu Xiqing was taken aback. Thank you, uncle. She opened her computer to confirm the permissions sent by Du Mingqing. What thanks are necessary? Although you are married now, you will always remain my little girl. Du Mingqing feigned irritation and lightly scolded. Uncle will contact you. I will hang up now. Don't worry, he will call you when there is news. Everything will be fine. I understand, Gu Xiqing replied, her eyes glistening with tears that she could not contain. Covering her mouth to stifle her sobs, she took a deep breath before speaking. You are the best uncle in the world. Du Mingqing was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled softly. Silly girl. Don't worry. With your uncle here, everything will be all right. Chapter 195. Lioa. After hanging up with Du Mingqing, Gu Xiqing sat before her computer, apprehensively opening the research island system. The system prompted her to scan her eyes. Following the steps, she unlocked the permissions and accessed the locked interface of Research Island. Before her emerged a series of codes, from which the name Lioa gradually materialized. This was the true name of Research Island. Upon unlocking the system's tightly secured door, Gu Xiqing felt a surge of joy and promptly called the technical department of Tiansheng. At this hour, the technical team was working tirelessly to identify the leader of the online mercenaries, investigating the identity of their boss, and addressing various online issues. They were also assisting with the Lioa Island incident, but lacked the necessary permissions and had been struggling to crack the password without success. Once she confirmed that the team had not yet finished for the day, Gu Xiqing hurriedly took her notebook and rushed over. Vice President Gu. We are fortunate to have you here, the head of the technical department said, relieved. He had been contemplating whether to hire international experts to crack Lioa's lock when Gu Xiqing's call came through, saving him at a crucial moment. Thank you for your hard work, Gu Xiqing replied, feigning calmness as she leaned against the wall with her arms crossed, observing their operations which she could not comprehend. As the three-dimensional diagram appeared, the system began unlocking step by step, and the thermal detection system quickly identified the personnel within the island. The island's construction was intricate, comprising not only the visible parts above, but also structures beneath the surface, in the deep sea. Gu Xiqing gazed at this three-dimensional model, feeling as though she were in a science fiction film, as such complex architecture was inconceivable in reality. Do you know what research is being conducted here? She asked the anxious department head beside her. He nodded slightly, pondering for a moment. After a brief hesitation, he explained, a year ago, the president began recruiting top scientific personnel from around the world to conduct research on quantum physics on this isolated island of Lioa. That's about all I know. Beyond that, I am unaware. The president had established a remote control system at Tiansheng as a precaution, fearing situations like today's would arise, which was why he had informed him of some details regarding Lioa. However, he lacked the high-level permissions to access the internal system. Gu Xiqing nodded slightly, beginning to grasp the situation. Quantum physics research is no ordinary scientific endeavor. If successful, it would explain why she was here. Could it be because of this research? In an instant, Gu Xiqing realized this was the only plausible explanation. Yet it remains utterly incredulous. Very well, notify me as soon as there are results. Gu Xiqing gently rubbed her temples, casting one last glance at the island on the screen before turning away. On her way back, the wind in the corridor was strong, leaving Gu Xiqing in a daze, as if she were walking on clouds, her step soft and unreal, as though she might plunge to the ground at any moment, shattering into a million pieces. Chapter 196, A Familiar Face. Is it truly because of this research that she found herself here? Gu Xiqing's mind was a whirlwind, standing in the middle of the corridor, staring blankly at the twinkling stars in the night sky. Everything felt so surreal. Today was especially pronounced. She could hardly catch her breath. In this world, Lin Qing and she could undoubtedly have a beautiful future. Yet it was she and Lin Qing who had ruined it all. It could be so, couldn't it? Sister, something's wrong. You must look at the news. Ajia had called multiple times. Gu Xiqing initially hesitated to answer, but seeing the persistent calls, she wearily pressed the answer button. Ajia's voice was urgent, as if something critical had transpired. Gu Xiqing opened her laptop and launched the software. Regarding the Mid-Autumn Gala at the Lin family, it is purely a rumor. This incident has inflicted unprecedented damage on my career. At this moment, Dai Qian's press conference is being broadcast live across numerous platforms. Lin Qing Media is currently gathering evidence against the slanderers and will collectively sue them at the earliest opportunity. With that, she produced a USB drive, her gaze resolute. Her sweet voice, though tinged with a hint of frailty, resonated with unwavering strength. This incident occurred on the ferry. Someone is attempting to blackmail me. Here, I wish to convey to these individuals that I, Dai Qian, have always acted with integrity, unafraid of shadows cast by others. And I shall not yield to your coercion nor fear your oppression. The video was pixelated, yet her cries of fear and despair astonished viewers, leaving them in shock. I understand that you gentlemen of S City are from affluent families, wielding immense power, looking down upon someone like me, a person striving to live earnestly, believing I could be your plaything, sullied and bullied, a mere tool for your frustrations. But I must tell you, you are mistaken. I am not afraid of you. I also wish to tell all young women that if you encounter similar situations, do not allow fear to entrap you in the snares laid by your adversaries. Stand boldly, and countless will become your strength. Bravely take up arms and fight against these individuals. Victory belongs to us. Her words, so sincere and powerful, compelled some of her earlier detractors to lay down their arms, rallying in her defense, while her fans erupted in jubilant cheers as if celebrating a triumphant victory. The overwhelming chorus of cheers drowned Gu Xiqing, her ears buzzing with a cacophony, rendering her unable to absorb a single word. Was it merely an illusion? This Dai Qian seemed so familiar. A surge of electricity coursed through her, startling Gu Xiqing into a shiver, nearly causing her laptop to slip from her grasp. It was impossible. It could not be the Dai Qian she knew. How utterly absurd. Gu Xiqing bit her lip, supporting her forehead with a bitter smile. This demeanor, this tone, was all too familiar to her. Was tonight a special occasion? Were all events converging at once? Chapter 197. Matters must be addressed one by one. Tonight's press conference had ushered in an unprecedented night of revelry for Dai Qian. Dressed in a hospital gown and seated in a wheelchair, with an 4 drip attached, she instantaneously became the focal point of all media attention. Struggling to maintain her frail composure, she recounted her grievances before countless cameras, narrating the hardships of her upbringing. I have always been reluctant to discuss my family, and I believe you have all heard about my mother's past in the past few days, Dai Qian said, lowering her head as she wept softly, tears like pearls cascading from her eyes. My mother made mistakes in her youth, which led to my existence. I am aware that I am an unwelcome presence, enduring a difficult life without any complaints. I know that my mother and I have caused pain to another innocent woman and her child. Therefore, from the time I began my career as a child star, I have never spent a single cent for my family. Instead, I have dedicated the money I earned over the years to atone for my mother's mistakes. I understand that you must despise me, as I am indeed a loathsome being. However, I have lived with the anguish brought by my sister, who resents my mother for taking her father away. She has held a position of privilege since childhood, and any minor inconvenience results in her lashing out at me. As she spoke, she broke down in tears, leaving a group of reporters at a loss for how to console her. Behind her, a large screen displayed videos from her school days, showing Gu Xiqing being cornered and assaulted by her peers. I am fully aware that my mother and I have wronged her, she continued. Hence, the one I have always loved, she has taken from me. I have no choice but to step back and relinquish that affection to her. The footage of Gu Xiqing and Lin Qing's wedding was abruptly revealed, drawing gasps of shock from the audience. I truly love Mr. Lin, but I respect his choices even more. I attended the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet at the Lin family simply because I, like many others, received an invitation. I never anticipated that night would bring me such profound anguish. Seated on the ground, Gu Xiqing hugged her knees, her gaze vacant as she watched Dai Qian continue her eloquent monologue in the notebook. The familiar facade of innocence, twisting the narrative to her advantage, was as recognizable as ever. This sordid spectacle had swiftly turned the tide in her favor. Was it any wonder?
Dai Qian,
The very adversary who had bested her countless times, was a force to be reckoned with. With a dismissive scoff, she snapped the notebook shut and dialed Ajia. Let's focus on the matters at hand. Her issues can wait. Ajia had already disconnected the landline and set his phone to do not disturb. Sister? Ever since she started the press conference, calls have been flooding in. She has thrust you into the limelight with just a few words. Are we truly going to remain passive? Not only did he receive a call, but others involved in related business also received calls, including personnel from the Tianjin customer service department, who were bombarded with calls. Matters must be addressed one by one. Gu Xiqing, with her eyes closed in irritation, rubbed her temples, prioritizing the resolution of the online detractors and locating General Lin and the others, leaving the rest for later. Since Dai Qian dared to expose her marriage to Lin Qing, it appears she intends to take a gamble with the Lin and Du families. Chapter 198. Fate's Caprice. Lin Qing's attitude towards Dai Qian in this world was less favorable than before. However, he had previously been willing to make a public appearance in the entertainment industry as her steadfast support. Gu Xiqing hung up the phone and stood on the corridor, gazing into the distant lights for a long while, letting out a soft sigh. Indeed, fate has a way of playing tricks on people. It seemed that not only did she and Lin Qing reincarnate in this world, but Dai Qian did as well. It appears she must prepare the divorce agreement with the lawyer in advance. On a cold, desolate island, the chilly wind howled as 5 or 6 individuals huddled together in a hidden cave to keep warm. They dared not light a fire, fearing detection by the mercenaries arriving on the island. As footsteps faded away, the group, holding their breath, finally dared to exhale. They anxiously watched the narrow cave entrance, thankful that the surrounding trees and wild grass concealed it. Although the cave was small, they could find refuge by squeezing together. As Lin Qing drifted in and out of sleep, he often heard someone calling his name. It was the dazzling sunlight, a bright smile, and the sweet voice of a young girl. Senior Lin. The girl waved her hand in front of him, shyly offering him a bottle of water.
Senior Lin,
Did you just fall asleep? Here us some water. Lifting his heavy eyelids, the previously blurry image before him came into focus, revealing the girl bowing slightly to hand him the water.
it was Gu Xiqing.
Senior Lin, are you free this week? My grades have dropped, and I was hoping you could tutor me, she said, her hands clasped together, a slight frown creasing her brow as she feigned a pitiful expression, cautiously presenting her reason for seeking him out. Lin Qing wanted to agree, but as he opened his mouth, no sound emerged. She seemed unaware of his unusual silence, assuming he was merely fatigued from the recent basketball game. Watching her speak with a flushed face, stammering due to embarrassment, and then awkwardly seeking an excuse to leave, Lin Qing attempted to respond, but it felt as if he were nailed to the chair, unable to move, only able to watch her disappear into the crowd. After a while, the next game commenced, and he took to the court, scoring 3 consecutive points, eliciting an exhilarating cheer from the audience. Suddenly, his vision darkened,
And he collapsed.
when he opened his eyes again, all was enveloped in darkness, surrounded by the anxious breaths of those nearby. President, you're awake, came the urgent voice of Assistant Wu, who handed him a wild fruit. I just went out to find this, while you were unconscious. I set up equipment at the highest point of the island. We'll soon be able to contact Tianjin. Here, have some to settle your stomach. It was better than he had anticipated, not overly sour. However, the wounds on his body throbbed more painfully than in the afternoon, as if countless ants were gnawing at him, feasting on his flesh. A single thread tugged at the hole. If I were to perish here. Lin Qing leaned against the frigid stone wall, casting a glance around the dim confines of the cave. Though visibility was compromised, he was acutely aware that this cramped cavern was teeming with individuals. You must see this experimental project through, he urged. Do not fret over funding. Both the Lin and Du families will extend their utmost support. Chapter 199. He shall not come to harm. President, you will not die here. Assistant Wu interjected hastily. We will soon establish contact with the outside world. Lin Qing pressed his pale lips together, managing a faint smile despite the overwhelming sense of despair. His third uncle conspired with outsiders to orchestrate his demise. Assistant Wu's gaze flickered to the jet-black box resting quietly to the side. This box, crafted from a rare material derived from a meteorite that fell from outer space, was designed to effectively shield against external disturbances. The project they had been diligently researching for the past 2 years had been smuggled out with them just before their escape, via yacht. No one anticipated that a traitor would emerge from the Lin family, nor could they foresee that this individual would hire international mercenaries to execute their plans on Leola Island. Du Mingqing swiftly dispatched additional personnel to contact the nearest country to Leola, employing them to search the surrounding islands for any sign of Lin Qing. Throughout the night, the lights in the Tianjin Public Relations Department flickered tirelessly as everyone worked diligently to manage the deluge of press releases brought forth by Dai Qian. They were not accustomed to dealing with such a barrage of information from the entertainment industry, and it nearly overwhelmed them. It was not until dawn that they managed to suppress the public discourse stemming from Dai Qian's press conference the previous evening. In Lin Qing's office, Gu Xiqing occupied his chair, her finely crafted steel pen spinning between her fingers until it slipped and fell with a thud onto an A4 sheet marred by inked lines. Rubbing her weary head, she ventured to the pantry to brew herself a cup of bitter iced coffee. I knew you hadn't slept all night, she thought, biting back her words of reproach as Xiqing placed breakfast on the table. Observing her fatigued expression, he spoke gently, eat a little, replenish your energy, and then rest. As of now, there was still no word from Lin Qing. Leaning against the bar, Gu Xiqing took another sip of her bitter brew, her gaze fixed on the coffee within the cup. Ah, Qin, he cannot come to harm. Xiqing felt a pang in his heart. She had yet to release her attachment to Lin Qing. After all, 7 years of pursuit could not simply be cast aside. If he himself had not moved on, who was he to judge her? He shall not come to harm. With a bitter taste lingering in his mouth, he raised his hand as if to offer her solace by patting her shoulder, but hesitated, allowing his hand to drop. I have already instructed our overseas branch to join my uncle in searching the vicinity of that island. We will soon have news. Do not worry excessively. Gu Xiqing cradled her coffee cup in both hands, and Xiqing could see that beneath her facade of composure, her hands trembled subtly.